Rally your squad to take the online pledge and release the pressure.
He's always working. He is always.
Ozzy Osbourne's Black Sabbath Unite on Saturday for Ozzy's World Concert.
Grocery stores.
Metallica, Guns N' Roses, Slayer, Alice. Sold out show in Birmingham, England will be available on live stream beginning Saturday morning at 10 a.m. And the summer blockbuster movie season.
As the helium pulled me over, you're like, fuck this guy. Actions and important safety information were rights various based on product.
Jurassic World Rebirth.
Understand what I'm saying? They are angry and alarming amounts of death.
Why does Sunny Days come back?
People like you and sci-fi horror sequel Man 2.0. If you want to watch it, Netflix is now streaming Charlie's Theron on the old guard. It's a big
I know, yeah. There's that before. That's it, bro. Can't just give him out. What's more dog?
Miley Cyrus is getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
That's how that's right.
Clip from her 2025 song. Open the screen explore podcasts like this.
He's like, yeah, you don't like it. I'm like, what the fuck? Ew. I was like, what the fuck? Why don't we just fix serious? That was Brady that. I was like, Brady, I just don't want to be on lockdown. Like, this shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you don't like it. I'm like, what the fuck is it? What does this have to do with it? She was just like, I was like, what the fuck? Brady hit me with that. I was like, Brady, I just don't want to be on lockdown. Like, this shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you don't like it. I'm like, what the fuck is it? What does this have to do with it? She was just like, I was like, what the fuck? That's not my
That is the funniest shit. Oh, that is so fucking funny. You are so funny. You are so funny. Alan, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you so much, WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, that is so.
There's no way out. I almost like you go and see dudes. That's it. That's a weird thing to do. All my dogs, they don't see somebody. It's like, what the heck, I'm running, and I just, wearing his head like, for you. I was like, what the fuck, dude? We just, that's not my shit. I was like, Brady, I just don't want to be on lockdown. This shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you don't like it. I'm like, what? And for you, I was like, what the fuck, dude? We just fix serious. That was Brady hit me with that. I was like, Brady, I just don't want to be on lockdown. This shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you don't like it. I'm like, what the fuck is it? What does this have to do with it? She was just like, I was like, what the fuck? That's not my shit.
Oh, that is so. That is the funniest shit. Oh, that is so fucking funny. You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD, you are so funny. Oh, I love you so much, WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, that is so funny. Dude, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I gotta figure out a way to send this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. I'm so sick. Now, shout out to Colin WMD. You are so funny. I gotta figure this out. Oh, it's gonna take forever. Fuck, that is so funny. Oh, that made me laugh.
The strikes in Iran potentially hardened his determination to hold on and expand his nuke arsenal as a deterrent to any attack on North Korea, according to security experts. Kim Jong-un and like other countries such as Iraq, Libya, and Syria, whose nuke ambitions invited military attack, aimed at stopping them from fully developing atomic weapons. Expert Charles R. Smith with us here. Charles, what's happening in North Korea?
Well, North Koreans are not necessarily unpredictable. They've formed in fairly close alliance with Russians, obviously sending troops and a considerable amount of equipment to the war in Ukraine. On the other hand, this kind of bothers the Chinese because, well, testing nuclear weapons across your border.
So the guy's ordered guys, and he's got an MRI machine in the parking lot in advance. So that way
They would really rather
he sends him
but
downstairs.
at the same time, the cheap labor and all of those side benefits distracting U.S. military forces is a secondary opponent.
The doctor referred to his friend, who's the pharmacist.
Keep in
It's
mind
very
that
very
it's
restricting.
encouraged him to continue his nuclear weapon ambitions. The Russians have contributed a considerable amount of expertise for his missile program. So,
If you think
all
about
in all,
it,
the proliferation of nuclear weapons, we can lay that right at the doorstep of both Moscow and Beijing.
We will watch and see what happens with that situation. Thanks, Charles. What if a child's detailed memories of a past life were just fantasy, but data for a major scientific investigation? Well, that's exactly what one of the most respected academic institutions is about to find out. The University of Virginia's Division of Perpetual Studies, famous for its work on consciousness, has just launched a major new research initiative backed by $750,000 grant to investigate cases of children who remember past lives.
You remember the story?
Tell us more about this groundbreaking work and the incredible stories behind it. It's our own reporter and broadcaster on the Afterlife, Sandra Champlain. Sandra, what is this all about?
Oh, George, exciting news. Monumental step to this field. For decades,
They kept trying to figure out how they're going to make more money.
Virginia, first
At
Dr.
this point, they're making
Stevenson,
$10 billion
and now
a
he's
year.
Professor Dr.
So they
Jim
find
Tucker,
this guy
have
who's
quietly
been like crazy
documented
car accident, crazy that
thousands of
spinal
cases
surgery,
of children
super high
who
tolerance.
report memories
So
of past lives.
sales rep
With
went
this
down to
new
the this
grant,
guy.
they can finally apply modern science, including neuroimaging, to this profound mystery. Now, these are vague stories. These cases are stunningly
They take 20, 30
specific.
milligram
Many
tablets.
people know about the boy James Leininger
like a lab rat.
from
They
Louisiana.
were getting for free. She met in the parking lot
Started
of
having
the
horrific nightmares of being
clinic.
a pilot who shot down a fiery crash.
And he's like, yeah, hell yeah, I'll do it. He's like, I'll take this stuff. Yeah, it's called OxyContin. Okay, sure, I'll try it. He's like, this is
Name
not
of a friend who died alongside him, and many other details. Of course, the parents
Still not doing
investigated and
it.
found that every single detail was true. There was a World War II pilot named James Houston who died in exactly that way. Or another case of a boy named Ryan from Oklahoma, who at the age of 4 began directing imaginary movies and
25
crying
tablets
the
twice
day
a
they
day.
could go back to his real home in Hollywood.
He's like,
He spoke of meeting actors, dancing on Broadway, and having a big house.
he's like, it was like
And
eating
even
a
that he
giant
owned
bowl
a
of
dream
Cheerios.
car
It's
that
like,
he allowed no one else to drive it.
30 minutes
There
more.
are even numbered over 50 specific
He's
and verified details.
on the documentary just talking about it. It's so fucking crazy. It
And
reminds me
Dr.
of
Clemens
so
was
many
able
different
to identify him as Marty
That's what I'm
Martin,
saying.
a Hollywood
Down there, it
agent
seemed
who
like
died
it
in
was verse. Like, we
1964,
were the last
more
state.
than 50 years before Ryan was born. So these are the kinds of
So
powerful,
the database
unexplainable
is if
cases
me and you
that
go
this
to
grant will investigate. It's all about bringing
we can't turn around.
these experiences finally into mainstream scientific research. And it isn't just about proving reincarnation. It's about understanding the very nature of our consciousness, and it might be something far greater than the product of our brain. Thank you, George.
Sandra, what's new with your podcast shades of the
That's where it
afterlife?
all came to.
Well, the very patriotic one called Spiritual Independence Day, there are many stories of soldiers, near-death experiences on the battlefield, even that Steve Lincoln had a meeting with the White House, and our own George Washington was visited by an angel and given different choices of what he did and what would be the future of our nation. Pretty incredible stories.
You listen to Sandra on the ViralRabbi podcast. Up next, Dr. Scott Kilbama is back with us for a couple of years. His latest work is called Clara's Magic Garden. We're going to talk about stories of practicing physicians of the supernatural next on Coast to Coast.
So it was like at that point where I was like, because I had been planning on doing this like the rest of my life.
There's a life savings. Did you know that 80% of strokes are preventable? So how can you manage your heart health at home, on summer vacation, or between doctor's visits? You can with the most advanced personal EKG in the market. CardioMobile 6L, the world's first FDA-cleared 6-lead personal EKG. It can detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including AFib, a leading cause of stroke. It gives you 6 times the data of any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. Now you may think it would be hard to use, but it's not. It's so simple, it records right to your phone anytime, anywhere. To make it even easier, right now CardioMobile 6L is 10% off. Just go to cardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon and use code 106LGeorge. That's the number 106LGeorge to get 10% off your CardioMobile 6L.
First, I was selling the pills.
We're days away from what has been dubbed the real reset. The greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in over 80 years. On July 6th, BRICS nations, Russia, China, India, Iran, and more are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar. Thus, greater
shit.
They've already been laying the groundwork for central banks to methodically investing in the U.S. dollar in response to paper gold. How can you protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout from this landmark shift? Diversify with gold from the virtual world. Snorkeling gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which is right now. In a free and the word coast to
That is the
are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny.
What the fuck does this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it?
Oh, that is so that is the funniest shit. Oh, that is so fucking funny. You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny.
What the fuck does this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it?
Oh, that is so that is the funniest shit. Oh, that is so fucking funny. You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny.
What the fuck what does this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it?
Oh, that is so that is the funniest shit. Oh, that is so fucking funny. You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny.
What the fuck what does this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it?
Oh, that is so
We love the scenery, we love the ambiance, we love the architecture, we love the beaches. And we took our whole family there. We now have 7 kids, 2 grandkids. And the trips are getting bigger and bigger, maybe 28. They go on vacation with us. And we were in Cape Cod, and that was really where we were on vacation. The boys club. So all the boys were at the grocery store and all the stuff that we wanted to get. We got some pretty, we tried to eat pretty well when we were on vacation. We had swordfish, we had corn on the cob. There was a big stack of pies there. And they were cherry pies. We bought about 6 of them because we had so many people. We go through 6 pies per piece. Bills are pretty expensive at the grocery store. But we brought those back and we had the swordfish, corn on the cob, and I saw that at the end we had cherry pie. We always started talking before we got there about my mother who died 3 years before that.
How the fuck does this work?
Right, but those work people.
That's what I'm saying. They were perfectly making drugs, and that's what they were doing. You know what I mean? Usually it's when they make drugs illegal and then the whole underground people fucking market for them, cartels and whatever. That's usually how that shit happens. This is completely legal because they're doctors who are getting involved. So this is what's happening.
And the reason I did is it wasn't sure.
It's all about
It was like I think my mother would have loved it.
Oh yeah.
Like they were passing. That was her way of telling us that she was there. She was enjoying the trip. And that was one experience I couldn't explain. And that was one of the things that drove me to thinking about somebody you know writing stories about the afterlife and the paranormal.
About that whole
She did. The rhubarb, I was
7. I think it was they had to pay their first settlement. And it was like their first $1 million I think they had to pay. And they were making $3 billion a year. Their record year right after that.
Well, I think it was,
That's when that happened. That sparked all those other companies to start up. They start doing the same thing. Because they're like, holy shit, they just got away with this? We're going to go do the same thing. Are you kidding me? I'll pay $30 million for every million.
No problem.
That's more than something that you are to have this particular test or whatever.
There was a time when they were like getting under investigation.
I think that's exactly what they were worried about. That patients would talk about them and you know, say, these are.
Like you could literally like your doctor would know your scripts and they would
That shit fucking bothered me. She's like, yeah, what the fuck does this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it? Like, Brady, I just don't want to be on lockdown. This shit fucking bothers me. Like, Brady, I just don't want to be on lockdown. This shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, I'm like, what the fuck what does this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it?
They started to like get the doctors actually started to see that so
their practices and was a very opposite of what they expected.
Because he was selling crack and doing now at this point you got this shit. And the cops raided his house and almost every doctor was in prison. That was the mayor. Experience with their patients.
Who was he?
I think lots of doctors have, George.
Ocala?
What I've discovered is that most of the doctors, especially the ones in the gray era, have had some of these kinds of experiences. The younger doctors may not have, but I interviewed a bunch of different doctors. And
Florida mayor.
We should look that guy up.
experiences. And the ones that I selected,
Yeah, I mean,
were the ones that gave goosebumps.
they were getting away with it. The government let them. They gave them
Because there's
fucking
some pretty
green light to do it by
that I listened
making
to.
them get away with a $30 million settlement.
Yeah, we gotta that those companies like Purdue and whatever, I forgot.
I think it has. I think
They're
when
paying
you
for politicians
and
and
the purpose is
Right, they're back
to
to
show
campaign
people
for
that there is
That's
something
why,
beyond us. There's something that I don't know what
Yeah.
you want to call it. They can call it whatever they like. They can call it
Yeah.
universe.
he's
They can
probably
call
got
it
someone
God.
on the phone with him back in the back
But
saying,
there is
that's the shit
something
you've done.
that we don't 100%
And there's
understand.
makes no sense to not have that database before they got it everywhere.
At times,
Like, why would you, hey, we don't want that here.
unusual
But why?
circumstances.
I think the company he was partnered into paid out like the biggest
I was trying to get a
pharmaceutical
medical school,
settlement
for
of that
example,
time.
and
Purdue paid out the biggest, right? They just paid $1 billion. What happened to Purdue? What's the?
I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
if he was for George, but
They shut Purdue down.
They shut it down, right? This was recently.
class.
It was because of gas.
Okay. Well, I was trying to get into medical school. I was kind of a fool around in college. I did, my grades were okay, but they weren't as good as they could have been. And I had 1 year to decide to go to medical school because
I wonder what happened to the guys
I
who
had a family by that point.
the two guys. What was their last name? They have their names
So
are on
I
like the most
decided to
prestigious
take organic chemistry, which is the last
Like
class
That's what you
to
got.
get before I could
Imagine how
do
many
medical school.
bodies
And it was well offered in my hometown, and so I went to Aurora,
Oh yeah, they fucking donated money to these museums and they have their names inscribed.
pretty much. I bought a book and went to the class. There were 3 kids in the class. The professor walked in and said, "I'm canceling the class," and the student. My heart sunk. I thought my life was over because I'd never be a doctor unless they had a chemistry.
They're hanging out with the CEO at Enron.
Yeah, they probably have so many people like
And again,
I went in line to the registrar.
the FDA ended up a year later working for them. They had people that were FDA employees that they hired to work for Purdue.
oh yeah, to approve shit.
To approve shit, yeah.
I'm sorry, you will not be able to take organic chemistry. My heart
I just saw something
my
recently
life is
too.
over. I'll never become a doctor.
I saw someone on Twitter,
Desperate. Is there anyone that makes the final decision?
but it was saying that currently 75%
They're upstairs
of
right now.
the FDA's review budget
second floor.
is paid for by like Pfizer and Johnson &
So I
Johnson.
did that. It was a whole class of kids sitting there. The same
That's
about
insane.
I must have looked like a sad sack in the secretary. And she said,
That's
"Go to the anteroom.
Yeah, I think that's
And if you just have 2 minutes to
I
talk
know
to the
that
professors,
Florida
that's okay." So everyone gave me a dirty look. I went to
the most
the line. This little anteroom. There were 2 professors talking about organic chemistry class that they just opened up.
so they were literally just
I couldn't help but hear them. Very thin door. And they were saying, "Well, we've got all these kids, we don't have any books. We checked all around for books. There's no books. There's no publisher.
literally the
Any
making
universities
away.
here
Oh, yeah.
Good.
So they were very stressed that they couldn't get this class organized. So they shook hands.
The biopharmaceutical industry, the whole biopharmaceutical industry provides 75% of the FDA's drug
It was,
review.
pretty boring because he had a bunch of students talking about the same thing and shook my hand and said, "I'm very sorry." And as I was walking out, I said, all of a sudden, his eyes opened up.
Today or yesterday, they announced that they used to like suppress videos that talked about like about the vaccine, saying about any kind of bad side effects. Now that
And I said,
they used to shadow books. Now as of today, they said that it's
"Little negotiation."
Yeah, he talked
And he
about
said,
yeah.
"Get me 30."
Yeah, so this video will probably be deleted.
My heart was
Don't talk bad about the FDA.
I finally said, "You're in."
So yeah, man, it just like
What's the likelihood, George, that I would be right there, the synchronicity of that event when they were talking about
I ended
the
up going. When I was in the chow hall,
only I could go along is unbelievable.
the officers are all walking back and forth with fires because there's a bunch of blueberry
California. The name of the song is Time for a Change. Never miss a detail of a show
when
or
we're in there,
guest.
I'm like,
Sign
yo,
up
so
for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
These are violent places. They're just so you hear about reception in jail because people are coming back from prison or they're just here. This place is sweet. This and this. So there's always like 3 prisons that are sweet in the state of Florida. So when everybody's waiting to go there, they're always like, "Man, I hope I'm going." So we're in the town, and I'm like, "Yo, someone, where are you going?" It's like, "Where am I going?" I don't understand. He's like, "You're going to the club."
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians.
How bad it was when I was in school.
I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
So
And the greatest of all time.
Tell me how to get to Sesame Street.
get to the prison.
Try something different. iHeart Comedy. Women are gathered. We like to gather information about you and then on you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy 3 seconds. Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the 100th time. Here's that song again.
And they come over and we're all standing in line and they say, "Welcome to Big Pop Hit You, Florida. We don't hit you." And then they just like
Start kids enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. They're aged inside. Show me love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/19. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new
new podcast from our library of hundreds and thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
So he said, welcome to Meanwhile Hitching.
Psychedelics, investors
They
want
weren't lying.
more sign
Supposedly, like, all these like rumors,
Oh, sure they are.
and that's like pretty known in Florida.
Yeah.
Because those
There's
are
the dark side. So,
got busted 2 guards.
what is this?
And
Right.
it's like, you don't
I just
feel
want
it,
people to
like,
see
people
what I
tell
see.
you, like, you can hear a mouse piss on. That's how
I see
high your
cover-ups
voice
and I see the
just
possibility
didn't know like
that
what was gonna happen.
a lot of people
When I called home for the first time,
and get really
I only had
deeply hurt.
hurricanes on.
I have to live right. This cover story.
And I called because I just got to it. It came from
Power trip.
Power
is
is stuff
clothes.
and we are humans.
So they're trying to figure out how to do it. I'm like, I'm at golf collection.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Yeah, I just Googled it, and there's 75% murderers. Like, Florida puts everybody together. People think it's like California. Florida is south. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, if you're staying at people that Florida's like 6 months. They literally just put everybody in.
This is a good song. This is a really good song.
So, they literally you don't have to really worry. So I didn't really have to worry.
You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love your song, WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, that is so funny. Dude, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I gotta figure out a way to send this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. So sick. No, shout out to Colin WMD. You are so funny. I gotta figure this out. Oh, it's gonna take.
Obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones,
They're looking for people that can
stress,
finesse
disorders, or your age. Can be
I
supported
don't know
by
how they do it, but I
reducing
know how
inflammation and aiding the body to heal
to
itself.
come up to me and be
A
like,
stem
hey,
cell is a cell waiting to told what it needs
and
to
now
be.
she's gonna
What I'm saying is that nobody ever really looked at the
You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love your song, WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny.
Everybody's house. Everybody locked down.
Oh, that is so funny. Dude, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I've got to figure out a way to send this to you. Oh, it's going to take me some time. I'm so sick. Now, shout out to Colin WMD. You are so funny. Oh, it's going to take forever. So funny. You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you, Colin WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny.
Causing the non-stop chain reaction, the dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler effect, you do not want to see it happen. Now available at Amazon, that's Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler effect.
So when I come around
It's a
the
great
corner,
book.
they're dumping all
Mars
this shit.
Mission 1 surviving the Kessler effect.
All this shit keep going, and they just rip out and start pissing.
That shit was so fucking funny.
That's right. It was on the carnivore. I noticed. I'm looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I have bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening." I have to tell you, that has to be a carnivore.
So when I got in the relationship with the women officer,
I won't tell you what's been there.
she called me.
Treatment was he was there, and I said, "No way." That's when I said, "No, this can be the ticket." So I started administering it. She took to it right away. 3 weeks. Very alert.
He was in the jack. He was just like,
Into the protocol. She was going on 5-mile walk.
Welcome. I'm here. Yo, what's up, Big Dump? Big Dumps, how you living, pimp? How are you? Alive. How are things in your neck of the woods? Aliens. You like aliens? All right, that's all right. I like to talk about aliens a lot. What kind of aliens do you like? How'd you find out about me, Big Lumps? Okay, very cool. How'd they find out about me? Okay, very cool. Well, any friend of Cool Cat's a friend of mine. How's your day going? How is your day going? I gotcha. Well, it's 2:43 for me. What's on your agenda for today? Absolutely. What are your hobbies? You're a big hacker? You too. You too. Blessings. Take care, my friend. That's what you want to hear, motherfuckers say a big hacker and then they leave. Oh, man. Shit.
I think there's, and they would like talk about happens to all of us at times, and I think so on Saturday they would all wake up like 4 or 5 of them, and they would on Saturdays they would coffee. What's happened in our busy world is they would all go to the chow hall to listen to those things that come from hereafter. Get it to and I think if we just sit down and rest and relax a little bit at times, we can pick those premonitions and those
so we're doing
back.
this.
I think I call it the divine intervention. I think something works out for us.
It was a miracle that everybody now I got like the Gay Boy Gangsters.
Yeah, my daughter ran show choir, and which is where they dance and sing at the same time.
That's really like where I was like,
this is a big show
because he
choir
was already
conference
disrespectful
and competition in Alaska, Wisconsin.
and the fact
So
is how he
she
is.
left the bus, and then we left
What
about an hour after
did
that.
do it?
She called us up about halfway into the trip and said, "Oh, Dad,
They
there's
come
just a
in,
little fire in the bus, and
you
we're
have to
okay.
sit
Just
up
don't want
on
you
your
to worry
bed
about that."
read off your
And so we didn't think too much of it, but she sounded a little funny. And then
So
about
when
an
they
hour
get done
later,
counting the
we
door,
came across a
they'll say
bunch of
relax.
police cars, fire trucks, and there was this huge fire on a bus. And all of a sudden, my wife said, "That's Luigi's bus." And evidently what happened
There
was
was this
there
lady
was a
that
flat
worked
tire
the
in the
door.
back of the bus.
And
And
there
it
there's
caused some friction and heat, and all of a sudden it caught
so
on fire.
runner
And there
is
were two buses
if they move a female
going
officer to the
together.
officer station,
And the one bus that caught on fire pulled off
the
because
lights
they
in
recognized
prison
there was
were
a
out.
fire and the smoke started to fill the cabin of the bus. So the kids in the bus behind started texting everyone, "There's a fire in your bus, get out, get out." They couldn't get out. They couldn't get out
They
the
do it
backside
any
of
which
the
way.
airplane.
Like we
One
literally will get up at 10.
And so there's
The
a
lights are out.
bus full of
And you'll go to the waterfront. And the
there were, I think, 30 girls
literally
on that bus. They started screaming. The floor got hot. It was filled with
So
smoke.
he's just standing
And
there, with his shit
the
out,
kids,
jacking
the second bus
it
behind
to her,
them,
and she's
all of a
just sitting there
sudden,
watching
saw
and
the
likes
flames
it. That's
die
why some of
down.
them
They
like it.
described it as like a magic hand or
But a lot of them
giant
don't,
hand that
and
came off
that's
the
where you
bus.
get
The flames
you get charged.
died down, allowed all the girls off the bus. The last girl jumped off the bus, and the flames
So this dude, right? He has all
went
these
through the
like
bus
punks going
like
on.
a giant ball of flame.
Finally,
Destroyed
in Master
everything in the
Rothschild
bus
that
except
night,
the girls. There
this
was not
officer,
one
they
girl
all like to
injured at
gun
all.
down and she
The
worked.
funny thing that
Was
George
working.
was that they had to
So
pay
instead
the next
of
day. They
waiting
had nothing. They
until
had
we
no
cleared town, they had rolled
outfits.
over
They
to
had
face the
no
wall to take a nap. Right?
makeup, nothing. And so they started
I hear like commotion, like
project. My wife was the
so I roll
seamstress
back over
for the
and this
group,
dude's literally
and
on the
they
bar.
found there
Butt
was 40
ass
girls
naked,
on
jacking
the
the stick
stage.
while we're all sitting.
They found 25
He's gunning
costumes
the lady
in our
through
home,
the window. Also, she's not even
in the
looking.
bowels of our home high
But she's
school.
like turned
And then
around.
when they
She's
got to
like,
Alaska High School
she's
in
needed.
the morning, one of the kids
And then he would just
discovered
so
that
I
they
roll
had
over
25 outfits
and wake
that
up
were
to this.
contrasting
So
colors.
which is
One was
really like
sequined
disrespectful.
silver, one was sequined
Do this.
purple. That they could
So I didn't say
find, and
anything.
they got
I
those.
just
My
put my
wife
shoes on,
was
stood up,
sweating
and
like
just
crazy trying to fit all these with duct tape and pins and so forth. And they were eventually went on. They were able to go on stage.
Does he fight back?
Yeah, we were
It's
fighting.
interesting
Naked
when
guy
I
with a
practiced,
boner?
Well, he had his boxers on.
Oh, okay.
But I think they
My
ended
wife
up
had
fucking.
duct
We
tape.
were on the
They get a little
ground,
bit
like
better.
fighting, and like
But
we
they
ended
did
up
a
going to the
phenomenal
ground. That's when we got
performance, and the
sprayed by
song
the
that they
mace.
sang was
So they all
Jimmy
come
Heat
in and
World. It
handcuff
was
us,
about
they take us to a shower,
realizing
he's
that,
lumped up, right? Bleeding out
everything
his
would be
eye.
okay.
So
Everything
they
would be okay.
take him to
And
medical.
they announced the winners
They're
that
taking me to
and we
compliance.
didn't
They
win
literally
first
just
place,
walked
we won second place.
from whatever
But
door
then
we
there
were
was
in across the country.
a grand champion, and we won South High School won the
And
grand
so the warden
championship. So
happened to be
I
making
think she
rounds
was
on the prison
saved by
as
a
I'm
force
walking out,
that caused that bus to the flames to die down,
You don't
and
want
then all
to
those
fight
girls
like
off,
booty
and
bandits or
there was a
like that.
phenomenal
Weekend
that we had.
That's why a lot of
What you
people
call it, a
don't
mirror?
like do shit to
I
them.
would, and I think the kids that saw that would call it a miracle too, because the bus was just, was
So
just
I'm
belching
walking
smoke
across the
and flames everywhere. And when it died down, let the kids get off.
He comes
I
over
think
to
it was
the
a
two
miracle.
officers.
That could have been tragedy.
Yo, I'm here.
He's like,
How you living? What up, big dumps? I'm at 100.
I've been noticing, and we've got 7 kids, so I'm aware of what's happening in the kids' world.
I'm at the maximum amount you can be. I'm at the maximum amount that you can be. Or I was. Why should I join your server?
So I get into confinement in my cell, and they bring him from medical into the confinement. But the little girl gets in, sad, unhappy, she doesn't think she has whatever enough hair. So they
Okay, sex pimp.
beat your ass, and now they're like screwing the whole situation.
You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you so much, WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, that is so funny. Dude, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I gotta figure out a way to send this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. I'm so sick. Yo, shout out to Colin WMD. You are so funny. I gotta figure this out. Oh, it's gonna take forever. You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you, Colin WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, that is so funny. Dude, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I gotta figure out a way to send this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. I'm so sick. Yo, shout out to Colin WMD. You are so funny. I gotta figure this out. Oh, it's gonna take forever.
Look at this move.
They lost contact for a while. What was going on after a while? Was going to burn down. So what they do is they would literally have the camera guy would be behind two other officers. They go over to the door with the camera off, talk a bunch of shit to this inmate, guys going crazy, and then boom, they turn the camera on. They're like, inmate, stop fucking, stop! And like, they make it seem like he just started to go crazy for no fucking reason. All of a sudden, there was a whiff. So they sprayed this dude in the food flags with black Jesus. There in front of her was Ron Ashton, the missionary that told her that someday she'd show her that there was like we sprayed it in the front parking lot or like 50 yards away. Like, thought that was an interesting trip. Came back 3 days later, and there was a notice that Ron Ashton had died. So that morning, she saw him. And he had the expression on his face. You're literally like 10 cells away and you take your shirt off. Ultimate experience of his life. This is the ultimate missionary experience that he showed her that there was life after death. So this dude's in the cell. After they spray you, they're supposed to take you out and put you in the shower because that's just I think there's a connection. I think there's a veil between our world and the afterlife. And I think sometimes that veil gets thinner and thinner.
Your hands.
My grandmother, for example, I don't think I've ever told this story. My grandmother
And he was
lost her
literally
father, and she was very distraught. What happened was when he was buried, there was a rainstorm.
And that's
And
really,
when the coffin was put into
these are hard,
the
like, these
ground,
aren't no bitches.
it was very upsetting to see all the rain and the mud in the house.
There's nothing she
couldn't function
control the situation. It's
because
totally out
she
of
was
his
so
hands.
distraught.
He was literally at the
One day
mercy
she was in
of
the living room. And
So
he
they
appeared to
did
her
that.
and
He's
said,
screaming. Finally,
it's
like,
going to be okay.
calmed down
It's
to
going to be
scream, but he
okay.
couldn't
I'm okay.
breathe. So
And
that's
then he
why
disappeared. So I think
they ended up having to go
that
in
was the one
stretcher
spiritual experience in our family.
Dude ended up
And I think there is
I don't know if that is
veil
true.
that separates us, but I think there is something beyond us, and I think this book is illustrating that.
Scott Gerard's oldest witness. Have you experienced any evil possession?
George, I'm asking that, and I really haven't. The things that I've experienced when people are dying, for example, lots of the doctors that deal with death, the hospice doctors will tell us that in almost every case, the things that people experience when they're dying are positive phenomena. They're not negative. There's not flames and devils and things like that. There's an example of John Saran, one of my good friends, who's a practicing internist.
I don't know if that was
the patient that was in his last days of colon cancer, and he was at home.
And that's like really
They were able to keep him at home with hospice.
that was the first time ever in my life I was
lying
like,
there in the bed in the living room.
because I'm in there
He called his wife
and I'm in the
see
dorm.
those three girls. He said there were three girls dancing in a circle. And the wife didn't see them.
2 years.
And he said to his wife, what do you think they are? And she said, very, very wisely, those are three girls that have come to bring you back to home. And he died shortly thereafter.
Majority of people, a lot of that
John
goes on.
Saran believes that those really were
Like,
angels that
through my life, I don't know
back
about
to his home.
but like my
Scott, what
parents
do you
would
think
always
the
tell
other
me,
side really is?
you don't want to
You
be a
know,
drug dealer. And I was
there's
like,
lots
yes, I
of
do.
articles and
Now
lots
I'm
of
in
books about
So it's like,
what's in
I
heaven
was
and
like,
what's
I heard all that
beyond
shit
us.
when I was young,
I
but I
think
just
it's a
thought I was
place
kidding.
of peace. I think it's a place of
Now
love
I'm
and
there's
happiness.
this old guy
One of my patients
like got like
had a surgery on his wrist to
telling me like, man,
create a fistula, which
keep
is a
doing what
connection
you've been
between
doing,
the artery and the vein.
and now
And
was
then
really
opened up at
to
home,
see.
and he almost bled to
See,
death. He became
I could always tell
unconscious.
myself, man, I
Rushed
got
into
10 more
the
years to
emergency trouble.
But then it got to the point
Save
where
him
like, I
in
was
40 minutes of blood immediately,
charged.
and brought him back. His first thing he said was, "Where's that room that has all that beautiful music?" And I want to go back to that room.
To
And
robbing pharmacies,
we are
to writing scripts,
said,
a bunch of different letters. And you know, the
Dr.
robbing
Rose
was
was
now they could have
there's no room like that. Some like this in the
like I lived for the day, and it was
in a white room.
then that I was
And
like,
I think
man,
he experienced what's beyond. It's a beautiful
like so caught up in games,
and love and happiness.
I didn't really want to work at
Former girl surgeon, Dr. Evan Alexander. Have you heard of him?
No, absolutely. I've read his book, and he talks about what's beyond, and I agree. Those are the things that some of our doctors have experienced.
Staunch believer now. Changed his life.
It did, yeah. He had a very serious meningitis experience, and it was a near-death experience, and he believes that he went to heaven and saw his, I think it was his sister there, and it's quite a book. I believe that.
It's truly remarkable.
And they try to instigate, obviously,
It really is.
it out.
It is,
It's
yeah.
going to be conflict for you guys. What happens?
What do you tell now?
So we both got released the same
You know, people will say, I've got a few people that say, this can't be true, these are just coincidences and so forth. And I suspect that there are some things that are just coincidental and
we walked out of the door and find the door. I just stepped off
100%.
Bro, listen, I'm done with that shit. If you're done with it,
there are enough docs that I talk to that are really, really ordinary docs that I've been known for 30 and sometimes 40 years. But I know their honesty and their integrity Like when I went back into the dorm, decided to tell me stories like this. I think when that was going on, I was never used the doctrine that was put on me that these are ordinary guys. They have these kinds of experiences, and I do too. I believe them. It was like a couple of weeks.
Got a little take file calls on Coast to Coast Stand. And here's our next emerging artist, meeting Raoul from Vancouver, British Columbia. The name of the song, Bigfoot. Highlight emerging artists on the first Sunday.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
So I'm not sick. I'm not a small dude. I was even doing working all the time. I'm worried, you know what I mean? So I know, like, now I'm in a place where, like, I graduated to the next level.
There's over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us and they stay intact.
And the greatest of all time.
Please tell me how to get the census.
Try something different. iHeart Comedy. When you're gathered, we like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you up to make iHeart Comedy.
That was so funny.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling We Make Some Friends. I said, let's commence. This is our new podcast. We're watching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who now directed the show, along with Carter Hayes. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs, /pineapple, and general knowledge. But we'll also use Restream and our relationship to it is 20 years later to talk about life and love and art and everything in between. Jack and Austin.
It's like monkeys at a zoo. It's what they do.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us and they stay intact.
So there's all these immigrants in the yard, right?
Try something different. iHeart Comedy. When you're gathered, we like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you. Open the app to make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
And they're jacking off to the person having the gun tower. That gun tower, nobody went up in this construction. They were gunning a lot. Turned upside down and leaned on the window and thought it was a chick. So they're gunning a fucking mom.
I'm a delivery woman and a neighbor artist.
They'll stop the spread of anti-Asian racism by visiting iHeartRadio.com/findthebias. Brought to you by Honest No Labels, the Ad Council, and iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I was just like,
Something that I desired
I
for
could
so
probably
long,
do more
and
time,
it's actually
but I can't do it.
for having our first guest. I was a
It
believer.
just got worse as time goes on.
I believe.
Because the narrative is doing too JK too. So.
And then you
Retard Flynn. Sam Harris. It was just making me laugh because obviously I think Sam Harris is very, very smart. And I'm sure I'm only like 20 minutes in. But it's just funny to set up all the fucking like defenses.
It's really
set up like the police are bad, doing bad things. Like you gotta just put up all these defenses just to try to get a point out.
Yeah.
And his point is like maybe their culture. Like it's just he finally uses all these big words so hard.
Well, if you get to the whole thing, it's there's 10 million arrests a year.
Yeah.
And 1,000 people get killed from the police. Out of the 1,000 people who get killed from the police, a good chunk of them are armed, white and black. it's 25% black. Like out of the 1,000 murders, 25% of them are black, 50% are white, 25% are other. And the years that violent crime was higher, police murders are higher. Now, violent crime's actually gone down, murders have gone down, police murders have gone down.
Thanks, Trump.
That low, exactly. Thanks, Trump. Basically, all the pedophiles are causing police murders, so Trump stopped all the pedophiles. But that was the whole thing. It's like with violent crime comes violent encounters with police, comes incidental police deaths. It's like it's not an argument for being like, we'll just get over the ones that are like were totally unjustified. But it's like for the media to be like, this needs to stop. And it's like, yeah, obviously it needs to stop right now. But it's like, and that was the other thing is that you don't hear about all these other people who get murdered by the police for a reason because they're building a narrative and they want to divide people. That's all. But to say that, that's why Sam Harris has to be like, I think slavery was bad. I'm just saying that. And here's some statistics that everyone should know. It's just like, you might hate this, but that's what it is. The news, where you live in a country where you flick a channel and you were being propagated. Like, now I'm mostly, I never trusted the news, but now I can be like, I'm pretty convinced, unless people slide me another DOS, that it's propaganda. It's literal propaganda to serve political interests or which are really corporate interests. That's the news. That is what it is. And if you believe the news, you failed, dude. It's an intelligence test. I believe it, you failed.
I've been trying to break Phil from the Fox.
You can't, man.
I've been trying to break the boy.
They can't. Their heads can't take it because we kind of grew up with the internet where we were able to like watch all this stuff.
It's the same thing every time where it's just like, well, what do you think CNN is? I'm like, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
You're watching CNN by watching Fox.
Dude, explain to people that they're the inverse of the thing they don't like. It's like it doesn't. For some reason, it just blocks out.
It cannot go through.
Yeah, it's like, that's one version of it. You're the opposite, like a negative image.
Dude,
you're that, but
I'm literally like being in New York and then being home and shit, and like sitting at a table with people that like at dinner, like, hey, you can't even talk to these people. I'm like, dude, you know they're having the same conversation in their house right now.
Yeah.
The people in New York are like, these fucking idiots down there, they have no idea. People in Cambridge are like, fucking idiots? They have no idea. It's the same fucking thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. But that's like, so I watched that and I'm like, all right, we're being propagandized. This is, and my question is now like, what are they fucking trying? What are they trying to do? Because it's like, historically you see, and I talked about this yesterday, it's like, there's been things that have been introduced, like when Bush wanted to get elected, there was like, I'm tough on crime. Yeah. The news was just like black guys getting jammed against cars constantly and like fucking like neon green t-shirts just being up against cars. But there was that one, who was that one guy who like, he got off?
I forget. There was somebody that Dukakis let out.
Yeah.
Bush.
One guy
ran an article, or a total ad on TV, a national ad that was like, Dukakis let this black dude out, he fucking raped and murdered right away. It's like, I wouldn't do that. What the fuck you think?
That's funny too, because by that logic, Bush is like, I wouldn't let any of them out. Bush for president.
Oh, they're in there.
But yeah, so they did that with Bush, so we got all like the, heavy drug things of like, now you go away for 25 years. No.
I think it was Oliver Stone. He did a documentary or a movie on George W. Bush, but it showed the part where his dad was in office, and like because he was
he's head of the CIA, right? Then he went to the.
Must have just been running for. Wait, did he have 2 terms? No, he lost the second term to Clinton.
I think so. I don't know, honestly. I know he had one.
Oh wait, he was the vice president when he won.
He won a war,
right?
I know he was in the CIA, and I know he was before Clinton. That's all I know. My history facts are pretty bad.
Jamie. He was vice president when he ran.
Possibly.
President.
Possibly. Oh, I got what you're saying.
Was he Reagan's? Yeah, he was Reagan's vice president.
Okay.
In '88. So in '92.
He slid from the '80s. He slid right out of the crack epidemic. Went into '92. It's when the chronic dropped.
And then '94 was Clinton. To 2000, and then to 2092. It must have been 92.
Yeah, 90.
When he lost to Clinton, and then Clinton took over, and then W got in there in 2000, and then 9/11 happened.
Yep.
Now we got Obama coming.
Yep.
And then Trump dog comes to save everyone,
basically.
And now we're saved.
Now things are good. Now we're good.
Nobody's causing a hissy fit because they lost the election. The media is treating this president, the same way they would anybody.
Well, dude, yeah, exactly.
But he is a fucking retarded guy. So it's funny. That's a tough one. That's a catch-22. It's like there's a retarded guy in office. Do you criticize him nonstop every single day and blame everything on him?
Well, Well, who do you want? A retarded guy or like an elite network of like people like just out to dominate the world?
What were we on?
Oh,
So yeah, no, but in the movie, there's a part where they run that ad. They show it to Bush, and he's like, his campaign advisor's like, we gotta run this. And he's like torn on it.
really?
This is dirty, this is fucked up. And they're like, you wanna fucking win? He's like, yeah, fucking run it. And they're like, it's a hit. It's a hit, man, you did it. Yeah.
Fuck, man. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying yesterday. It's like, so we have, out of the propaganda of the news of the early 90s, we have like these harsh racist crime bills that got passed through.
Yeah.
Then after 9/11, we have the Patriot Act that gets pushed through. After all this crazy, like, was there really weapons there? The news kind of flubbed that one pretty fucking hard, dude.
Yeah.
That whole thing. So we got lied to pretty much throughout every presidency. There's been humongous lies in the news that, are pretty mainstream central issues of, different things. And now it's like, there's another narrative that's totally off of a full statistical picture. And it's like, it's still going right to people's spinal cords. And they're just like,
yeah.
It's hard to watch.
No, it is true that anytime there's like this level of like, this is crazy what's going on right now, and you're right that there is definitely something.
Slipping, that's my
Something
point.
bad is coming.
What's coming behind this Trojan horse is my question.
Yeah. Anytime the media and all the politicians are like kind of on the same page, it's like, what are you guys doing here?
I think it's total phone trick. I think we'll have like total like
Because they tried to do it with COVID.
Yeah.
The double like you double whammy here.
Yeah.
Of complete surveillance and like COVID. It's like we need to track you guys at every moment.
Yeah.
Why don't we just all wear body cams?
Dude, I'm telling you, man. Yeah, well, dude, the COVID, they paused COVID for the
If you're doing
riots.
anything wrong, just wear the body cam.
That was the weirdest part. They paused COVID for the riots. They were like, all right, time out on global
Race
pandemic.
war. All right, race war didn't work. Back to COVID. Back to COVID.
Yeah, man. It's like, it's pretty fucking, that's what Harris gets into. He starts talking about, like, I worry for the democracy.
Yeah.
I think the democracy could be becoming untethered.
You're pretty good. You got a decent
It's
sense.
finally I just listened to him for 2 hours. Finally, even at one point, it's so funny. About 3/4 of it, and he's like, and here we are at the core of this situation.
Oh, yeah.
In the core at best.
Go ahead, put a pin in yours. Come back to what I was discussing.
But dude, I was telling you about Rappaport, the guy from he got busted on the.
Not Raph. You're not talking about not my dog, Raph.
Yes. It's another guy. He was like a chef from like a Bon Appetit magazine or something. I forget what it was called. And he dressed up as like 10 years. I don't know when this was, 5 or 10 years ago. Him and his wife dressed up as, I believe, Puerto Ricans. So like this guy, just all he did, he shaved. Actually, it's definitely Puerto Ricans because his wife. The tweet is so fucking funny. So basically, the guy was. I'm gonna bust this up. I can't wait till we get the TV. Can't wait till we get the TV, dude. So.
Fuck. I guess, I was about to say, like, how the fuck you do something so stupid, but I guess I've had some racial jokes go awry.
Well, I mean, dude.
Maybe they're just goofing.
I mean, I stay amazed at the number of people who still come out that have done blackface. That's kind of one of those things where it's like, dude, how?
Yeah.
It must haunt their fucking dreams, dude.
I told you on the last episode, I was listening to this 1619 project.
Yeah.
I'm woke. And they're talking about how black people invented music.
Excuse me.
Pardon me. That's the Jeopardy.
Obvious.
Invented music.
That's what the Pythagorean scale's named after.
But minstrel shows was like they were huge hits. Like
blackface shows
or something. I think that's Jim Crow.
What?
You know that Jim Crow was and all that?
So let me reset my posture.
I could be wrong, but is Jim Crow just like
blackface? Mandated blackface? What up, everybody? We're fucking live here. We're fired the fuck up.
Yes.
God damn, this is motherfucking bullshit. If anybody. Well, no, but I'm saying, here's the thing, this. Did you ever see Ray Donovan?
Yes.
That's what I'm going to do as my job.
You're going to Ray Donovan cancel people?
Pretty much. I'm going to go around and smash N-words.
Well, Ray Donovan. Right.
I'm going to smash N-word tapes.
That's good. Did Ray Donovan start out by getting canceled right away?
No, he got molested by a priest.
That's how it started?
Yeah, Ray Donovan, spoiler alert, it's like his brother obviously got molested, but it turns out Ray did too. But there are guys from Boston who got molested by priests, and they're like, they get hired to like, it's funny because they're like Hollywood henchmen, so they go around, they're like covered up messes. But it's just like, now that like seeing all this stuff, it would for sure be like blackface, Yeah, pictures, N-word tapes, like
It
tweets.
was funny. I was at my parents last night, and at dinner, my mom was like, "Oh, they got Jimmy Kimmel. He did blackface, right?" I was like, "No, that's Jimmy Fallon." Although, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, his was the N-word.
Well,
It's funny though.
not to get all Chappelle on it, but it's like, can a white guy be famous without doing blackface? Is it something they make us do to embarrass us?
Wait, what?
And they always say you put black guys in dresses in Hollywood. Why do they always put strong white men in blackface in Hollywood?
Bro.
Well, I mean, I'm starting to think it's a conspiracy. Hi, welcome.
Hello. How are you?
We're back, dude. This is a fireside chat. Mistakes were made.
Damn.
My leadership failed.
No, yeah.
I made it, yeah. I fucked up. I did. I made a bad mistake, dude.
Did you?
I think so. Just might be. We talked about it on the Patreon, but
Yeah.
I fucked up. Sorry, guys. Shit got bad. I thought other things were going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I definitely triggered the Nego Fag nest within our Patreon or Reddit. Just like,
Nego Facts are definitely fired up right now.
yeah, they are. I feel bad. I feel bad because I loused up. It's like, my bad, guys. There's mistakes made, but it's like, it reminds me of being back in Bryn Mawr when it's like, these guys have these strong emotional reactions at the drop of a hat with like no nuance or there's like, this is what's happening.
Yeah.
You know, it's a shame.
So basically, you're calling the Nego Facts libtards.
They're sort of. They share qualities. They do share qualities.
They are not gonna like the Reddit boys are liberal.
Not all. No, it's that
I'm not trying
it's
to.
a type of thinking that you just put any kind of filter on. If something happens, you're just like, it's like take a breath.
It's so funny that it's hard for me not to want to make you dig a deeper hole.
I know.
Like, there's a part of me that wants to just be like, why'd you do that? just to be a dickhead, just to be an asshole. But I understand that the position you're in is shitty. When the Nego Facts on Reddit turn on you, it sucks. Because normally you open Reddit, you're like, oh, nice. Like, here's a funny quote. This guy rules. Especially with you, they're always like, oh, the shaman, fucking sick. Shane's a fat retard, shaman rules.
Well, if you're doing what they want, you're the best.
Oh, yeah.
They shower you with praise. As soon as they don't like something, they're like, their brain is just like, oh my god, the podcast is ending. That guy's a fucking fag. And it's just like, you know, that's the other thing too. You lose translation of like if people are kidding and all that stuff. But yeah, man, it was a tumultuous day, dude. I mean, I take full responsibility, dude. I fucked up.
Really?
It was my bad. It was my bad. That was my bad.
I mean,
I don't. With my principles, I stand by my principles. My principles are sound. It's like, dude, I don't care about all that stuff. It's just my tactics, dude. The tactics could have been a little bit.
you mercenaried out, dude. You hired a merc, brought in a different autistic
I know.
man.
He got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, he got him, dude. He got radio
He got
dogs.
Benghazi, dude.
Left out to dry by Hill Dog McCusker.
I know. Well, that wasn't my plan. My plan was like, dude, I'll talk about it. It's cool. He's like, no, I'll handle this. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
what are we gonna do?
Yeah, anybody listening that, has no idea what we're talking about, good for you. Stay out of this world.
It is. It's a
World
wicked
of podcast
This
Reddits.
is a problem. I find this yesterday too on Patreon. Like,
Yo, what's going on, Big Pimp?
Dude, you might be.
Dog, I'm here.
It's true, but he'll hit it and he'll Nego Fag back where he's like, you guys are losers. Like I
I was
on this
just
thing, and I
fucking
genuinely-
talking.
It's like a
Yo,
just human sad.
Yo.
It's like sad and angry.
Yeah.
That's more of what I.
yeah, how'd you find out about me? I talked to a lot of people. How'd you find out about me? Yeah, how'd you find out about me? I know that. Yeah, word, dog. Okay, here it is, really quickly. Hold up. I do karaoke. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm an addict.
Oh, oh, it's must. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There you go, big dog. Dude, they're right there. I showed him. Okay, that's fine. It's 3:19 in the morning, so I'm a little tired. How are you? Okay, very cool. Well, doing what I can to live. Yeah, but they're not Pakistani. They're not Muslim either. They're not Muslim either. No, no, no. Too many questions. If you have any questions, go to the Ask Rabbi Anything section, and I'll answer your question. Dude, it's 3:19, 3:20 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm just chilling.
It's not like we're all gay, whatever, but it's like you see, it is like serious.
Apologies if I come off with an ego. I have the biggest ego on earth, but I'm tired. It's early. It's really late, so I'm gonna be going to bed.
Well, you know. No thing that twist your words and everything. I went to this and on a mission. It's like
3.5 years.
Are you? That's that was. I thought
They spam people on Blue Sky.
people go on there and they're like, I don't even care. I get like I read it and I'm like,
Blue Sky.
oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh God. You're like,
Tons.
you know, for people to tell us what
I've had surgeries, and they give it.
it still is, bro. You can't have gods, no masters.
That's incorrect.
It's like
I leave my room every single day.
they want, no gods, no masters.
I go to the bathroom. I go outside. I stream as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically everywhere in Southern California.
I genuinely, I can say that bleeding into my pet projects, like no, and throw. Yeah. Kind of, that is where I'm.
Like Santa Clarita. Oh, Northwest. Santa Barbara.
Definitely like.
Like generally, I don't have a map, but like around Santa Clarita or Visalia to the ocean.
I feel for the person who like true.
San Diego.
But then again, it's like, you know. A good time. I hope so. You're a crawl. It's not hard. I'm a sensitive human being.
I lose track at 42. I fucked tons of chicks.
I can't believe it. You see what you've done. Best friend, you guys are making him fucking cry, dude. Fucking cry.
coward traitor, dude.
First, you can have like it's collective narcissism.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I generate income from my previous work.
Do my bidding. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's fun. Enter the realm of Reddit fandom.
Exactly. It's
exactly the time. Fuck those.
It's kind of like.
She's actually sucks, right? What the fuck are these guys?
You're like, I remember thinking that, being like, yeah, but they just don't understand.
Yeah, they don't get it.
And he goes, yeah, wait.
This is turned on you.
I did. The thing was, I did when there's an individual I'm dealing with. I made mistakes. He made mistakes. I didn't want to hang the guy out. That to me is the weakest personal thing. To have a mob full of people who are just like out for pure hatred, and then be like, I can't punch his pilots, man, dude. I can't fucking. I should honestly. It would be smarter for me too. It's just I can't bring myself to just punch his pilot. It's like, yeah, dude. Mistakes were made, bro. Mistakes were made. I saw the drones coming down, dude. I yelled dog down.
You yelled dog bad, dude. He was like, help, help.
It's like we had no knowledge of that.
I didn't even know what he was doing.
It was the only
we need to release the emails, dude. Where are the emails between you and Jake?
I destroyed the server, dude.
I'm sending Billy, and Billy, I might be deep state. Billy's my guy.
No, I do. It's a very weird, conflicting thing because the funniest part is you can just delete a Reddit app and it like just stops. It doesn't. It's gone. Like it doesn't affect anything.
Yeah, of course.
So you open it up. You're like, I have to fix this, and it's an unfixable situation. But you know,
I think it's fixable. I think everybody will. I think people will forgive you, dude.
Hell
Dog survived.
Yeah, but dude, I hate Hell Dog, dude.
Well, in the end, you become what you hate.
True. I'm not fucking crying, dude. My eyes are tearing.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
Let's move on. Let's move on from the Reddit.
Yeah, we should.
Because normal people are driving their cars thinking, what the fuck are these two weird dudes into now?
No, it's true. It's wicked. It's pretty wicked. Now that was so dude, last night so I'm laying there, I had no sleep, not over this shit. My baby woke up at like 4 in the morning. I woke up at 12 at night, 2, and then 4. So I wake up at 4 and I'm like, I'm just up. And then I had like this flash of insight exactly how I'm gonna do Psychnol now, which I was like, fucking sick, dude. That was actually it was kind of nice, dude.
That is nice.
Yeah. So the thing I'm going to do, this is the thing I've been working on for a while, is there's this whole idea of psychological flexibility, which they've studied like a bunch of disciplines, a bunch of therapies, and like this seems to be one of the underlying processes that like makes people feel better. They've studied it. It's not like you go, you pay, you talk, you hope it works. They're like this. The whole thing breaks down into like these 6 points where it's like. So there's parts that are your behavior, parts that are the way you think. So there's psychological flexibility makes up these, I think, 6 things, but it's like contact with the present moment, being able to actually sit in the present moment without your brain like being like, what are you doing? This is boring. This sucks. This blah, blah, blah. Being able to sit in the moment and not worry. So there's that.
I'm 0 for 1.
Well, you can't sit in the present moment. I'm telling you, people who can't sit in the present moment without being like, what's about to happen. Really, we're 2 dudes sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
But we're also, our brains are coming up with these scenarios of like possible dangers that could happen. Like, this could suck. This could be boring. So that's one thing that pops up. But if you do that in your life when you're just like doing other things, that can cause problems that don't need to exist.
Yeah.
So really, it's like being in touch with the present moment. Being able to mindfully handle things that could be psychologically painful. Like, you don't want to just, if some guy comes into your room and starts, like, fingering your butthole, they're not saying, like, hey, dude, it's mind over matter. It's not like that. But if you were, like, say, like, some dude was like, I'm going to come in there and finger your fucking
dude,
butthole.
That's happened to a lot of women.
What? Some dudes come in and finger the butthole?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching, there's a whole show on this guy named the East Area Rapist. It's Patton Oswalt's wife wrote a book. She, solved this guy's, she caught this guy.
What?
It was a cold case. She wrote a fucking murder mystery about him. Like factual, obviously, it wasn't. And caught him. But there was one guy, there was a bunch of rapists back then in the 70s, serial rapists. Like, that was a common thing.
They were out and about.
There were dudes that were, prowling neighborhoods and, breaking into houses and, getting women.
What?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. This guy did it constantly. But there was one dude known as the Stinky Rapist. which that was making me laugh quite. They all had nicknames. All the rapists had names.
He was just
And one of them was the Stinky Rapist, and it was because he smelled so bad. And I thought that was a great nickname for.
It's like the Stinky Cheese Man.
Just being a stinky rapist, like, you know how bad you have to smell it while you're raping someone, and then be like,
true, yeah. Although I think your senses get heightened. Like you'll remember, like, but yeah, that's pretty.
Because you think they'd be focused on the horrific atrocity that's taking place, but then they're like, God damn, this guy fucking stinks. And everybody reported that the East Area rapist had a small dick. Like, every single person was like, the only things I remember about him was he had a pretty small dick. Yeah. Anyway.
That's kind of horrible. That's terrifying. So she solved these things?
She did, actually. And then she died. She OD'd, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. She was taking, like, Xannies and shit before bed.
Dude, that's all you're focused on. Yeah, I mean, if I was if I was taking down, like, B&E rapists,
yes,
burglar rapists.
Yes. Dude, it was, like, scary. Some of these are, like, scary.
Yeah.
Like, this one girl was, like, playing piano and her parents had just left, turned around, he was just standing there. Yeah, he did, like, and the worst was when he started doing it to dudes. Well, not to guys, but like to women with their husbands in the house. Like, he would like put a gun to the people's heads, be like, if you fucking move, I'll kill you, and fuck the wife, like in front of a husband.
To the husband's head?
Yeah.
I know. Dude, I'm telling you.
I know.
I'm just getting shot, dude. I couldn't sit there and do that. I have an old neighbor who's constantly like, hey, I'll go inside and he'll be like,
so you're calling all those dudes cowards?
Yeah. Honestly.
It's pretty tough to look at them.
I mean, dude, I
don't know, man.
You got it. I mean, especially it's a gun, and it's like, how is he?
Gun, maybe. I think he was going knife first and then hog tying you before you knew exactly what was happening.
Okay. I was
like, where you still think it's like kind of a robbery.
I thought he was doing it while I'm like, no way a guy can fucking hold a gun in my head at the same time.
Yeah, especially with the penis. The guy's notable penis. I think he's slipping out the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know, man. A knife's inexcusable, dude. If someone has a knife and they're like, I'm gonna tie you up at knife point. It's like, nah, dude, we're wrestling over that knife.
True. I hear you. But if you just woke up and there's this fucking dude with his dick out standing in front of you with a knife.
I think about this all the time. Whenever I'm laying in bed, I'm constantly being like, if there was a guy in my house, like, how quick could I react? And whenever I sleep, especially if I'm by myself, I'll have to like come to peace with the situation. Like, I fully could be a guy in my house, and I think I trust myself to pop up naked. I kind of have this weird desire to
fight a guy
in that situation and fight my way out of it.
I did go for that. I've talked to you. The time I had sleep paralysis.
Yeah, exactly.
Ass naked. Yeah. Came out swinging. I had to swing. I was swinging in the dark, dude. All right, sorry to interrupt so we got number 2 was.
So present moment,
getting finger to the ass.
Present moment, and then there's being able to be in touch with the present moment, being able to accept painful material that pops up. Like, we're sitting there and being like, like, I'm a fucking loser. You're at a quick matrix point where you're either gonna let that dictate your next behavior, or you can sit there and be like, this is just a thought my brain's producing, and then. So that's like being able to sit with stuff that's kind of painful without actually having that dictate your behavior. Yeah. Because typically when you're trying to mitigate psychological pain, you do a quick maneuver just to get rid of it that usually kind of makes your life smaller and smaller. So you're trying to once you deem a thing a threat, your brain naturally starts to avoid it. So the idea is, you're able to contact the present moment, be mindful of painful situations or thoughts or whatever, and then the other part's the behavioral part where you have a set of like values or things that you actually want in your life, and then when you get to the point you're able to sit there and diffuse yourself from your thought and then move towards the thing that you actually want rather than limiting your life through just trying to mitigate psychological stuff that's not real, in the sense that it's not actually affecting your life, because if you were contacting the present moment you would know that you're just kind of like sitting in a chair about to eat dinner. But you can I'm not harping on the Reddit stuff. You can sit there and imagine these dystopian futures where you're like, everyone's going to leave. And you start acting out of this thing that hasn't happened, it doesn't exist in the present moment. Or you can just sit in the present moment and be like, all right, how do I actually think? What do I actually value? And move towards that despite feeling a certain way. So that's this guy studied it and came up with a system. Yeah. So I have it like a module where it's set up where I'm going to have 3 levels to it where people can just do it just with like their friends. Like, here's the module. You can just like talk about the stuff and, try to like put the ideas in your life. The second one would be more like, or the first one would be people just take the test to see how they rate on psychological flexibility, who don't do any of it, like a control group. And then they can come in like 6 months later and make how's your psychological flexibility. The second one's a peer group, just peers, no super guidance. And then you see like before and after 6 months, and then do pre and post tests for people who actually went in like a structured group, and then take all that data and see like if the whole thing I'm trying to figure out is if you actually need a therapist, or if people can with the information do something comparable by themselves so that people can have free therapy, not have to have the options.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm on right. That's what I'm working on right now.
That's tight.
That's what I'm working on right now. So that's the goal. That's the goal right now, and I hope I'm just hoping that it doesn't get fucking.
Why would that ever get it? It can't get influenced.
Yeah, it's true.
It can't.
But I'm trying. What I'm trying to do is come up with a system to build a bridge for people to kind of like just use the internet for a thing that actually feels.
So you're trying to help the mental stability of the Reddit boys who are.
I'd like to, bro. Like I said, I'm not even mad.
So all these dudes on Reddit, you're trying to help. You're basically Jane Goodall getting ripped apart by apes. You're like, hold on, guys, I'm trying to help, man.
It's I do. My heart's in the right place, man. It's just my heart's too big. When your heart's too big, it just gets kicked and punched all over.
Oh man.
But no, I was actually excited, so I figured out finally how to do it. Where I'm just gonna release a thing. I want to do a thing where I do mock therapy sessions with comedians, where you can just make up fictitious things and go through it so people can watch and see how a group is when you would have to do it. Like obviously entertaining. So pretty fun. Get people's hours. They do when you go to school for this. They have mock therapy sessions, and they're so fucking fun.
What type of things do they talk about?
It's just a guy being like, it's like they'll have the therapist trying to show people like in trainings of like we'll do like a fake therapy session. And it'll be a guy like another like therapist or a therapist in training act in bed, be like, I just can't stand my wife. She gained weight, doesn't do nothing around the house. Dude, so fucking
most
funny.
basic fucking psychology possible.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, so that was my that was last night. I was like, it all clicked.
It all clicked. That's nice. It's nice when a plan comes together.
Exactly. So, yeah, man. So that was the dude. It really is crazy to think about how much people freak themselves out over a thing that's not physically like a biological threat or something that's actually in their life. It's like people spend a good portion of their life trying to keep almost like mental ghosts at bay. That if they were just to turn, instead of trying to fight them, just accept them, be like, yeah, that is something about me that kind of sucks. And be like, it's all right, bud. Come here. You bring yourself all together and you stop trying to like control the little things. You can just move towards. You just think of what you actually want to do and just go do that. Because you're going to feel shitty. If you try to control how shitty you feel, you'll definitely feel more shitty. Because you'll never get to do the things you really want to do. So, pretty sick.
Yeah, I've learned to kind of power through feeling shitty.
Yeah.
Just do whatever I want. Yeah.
I used to fucking quit things so hard. I would feel shitty and be like, I would concoct this whole thing where I'm like, this clearly isn't for me. I gotta get out of it.
Oh yeah, I can quit the fuck out of things.
I mean, some things are good. That's the other thing too. Yeah. There's some things are genuinely good. Like I was definitely in a marriage that wasn't working for me overall. That was something I quit. That I was.
You gonna throw that under the bus too?
What? My first marriage? That was genuinely my fault too, dude. Again, that was another thing where you were talking about like pre-imagined situations. It would be like not have sex for 3 days, and I'm like, I'm gonna be fucking celibate. Oh my god! And you start being like, you imagine if
being a fucking pussy brat is the gayest shit on earth.
It's on, dude.
I was in that too. That relationship I was in, I was just like, we never even have sex. It's like, dude, why would she? I was sitting there fucking just laying there playing video games. I didn't have a job. Good lord.
Yeah, man. I did it. I shudder to think about that too.
Yeah.
Just the fact of like, same thing. I was just lounging around.
When's the last time she even gave me head?
Exactly. Dude, I would like fart to the point where she was wrecking in bed. I'd be like, we never have sex. I would never do anything. We'd go out to a nice dinner, and I had this thing where like I would finally get the bill, and like if we like argued at all, I'd instantly be like, why the fuck do we even go out and do anything then? So if we went out somewhere nice, I would instantly complain about how much it costs after doing it. So I just Like, if you take a girl to a nice dinner and you're like, we have to tighten our belts a little bit after that. You're just not getting pussy. You're like, I mean, I hope you're happy with that because I just have a stomach ache. I don't see why people pay all that money for expensive dinners because they just use too much butter. The food's too rich. I'm not using it. She would just be like, I'm not sucking this guy's dick.
Yeah, of course. How could you?
Yeah, man.
Damn. It sucks to just think about the queen, my bad. Former babes I let go by being a fat bitch just laying around.
Well, it didn't happen. The thing, I would sit there and I could sit there. And there's a bunch of there's like bad stuff I could put on that person list.
Of course.
But it's like in reality, it always takes two to tango first. And for sure. And then it's like I would sit there and be like in my head, I'm sitting there. I'm just a dude who like probably could just jerk off and forget about this, or just like figure out ways to like cultivate sex in a marriage. But I would just sit there and in my head, I'm in this imagined scenario where I just like become involuntarily celibate in a relationship, and then act as if that's the reality I'm inhabiting.
Yeah.
I start taking these wild, drastic actions that just fuck stuff up more because it's not based in reality. The other person's just looking at you like, what's going on? You're like, and you can't explain it because you're literally not acting in the reality around you, and you're also not like talking to the other person, having like, here's how I'm feeling. You're just being like, you fucking never have sex.
Remember when you used to fuck me?
Yeah. God, and then you do that in your life in like millions of different arenas. So it's like, unless people can, there's an idea where you can have thoughts and you take them as reality, and even a self-story. You can have a thing where you're like, I'm a nice guy. So then you do things that aren't nice, and then you have to.
Yeah, I'm like real nice.
You do things, then when you do things that aren't nice, you have this thing where you deny that you actually did them, and you have to concoct things that say that you didn't do it, rather than just being like, I tried to be a nice guy, but yeah, I'm kind of a dick sometimes. Sometimes I fuck up and do shit. Sometimes my fucking demons possess me.
Yeah, your demons are at your neck today.
I'm in the grip of my daemon all the time, dude. But
that's all right. You're getting out of it. I can see you getting out of it already just during this cast.
I know. You have to, dude. Yeah, you have to. You have to take your lumps, man. I can only imagine how our president feels. Imagine.
Dude, I know.
Imagine.
All day, every day. The Reddit is actually just the entire country.
I mean, am I DJT right now? I guess you guys put me in that position.
No, you're not. I'm obviously DJT. Billy is definitely my not gay Pence.
He's Pence?
Yeah, he's definitely a jacked
I
closet.
don't like that. Oh, sure, he's a jack closet.
Jacked closeted.
That would tip this off. If Pence gets caught with like meth and gay prostitutes, that would definitely make this presidency complete.
Yeah.
That would honestly that would be like the perfect at the end of the orchestra, just Pence getting caught with a bunch of like hot young boys.
That would roll.
Just having him be like,
I hate mistakes. I'll let my wife down. I'll let down everyone around me. Just sucking dudes' dicks.
Pence is the perfect. He should always be vice president.
Yeah, I've never met. I mean, has there been a better vice president?
He is like the cardboard cutouts from Home Alone.
Yeah,
he is like a car. I swear, I want to see someone just go like that. I think he's two-dimensional. I think if you were to push Pence, he would just go flat and fall over.
Pence is hilarious, dude. He's also, I don't think he's ever talked.
No,
ever.
He'll come up every now and again. DJT will be like, all right, Pence. Like, I think he lets him kind of open here and there. Or if someone asks shit, he'll be like, all right, Pence is going to handle like the hard technical medical questions.
Yeah, then he gets wrong, and Trump's like, he's an idiot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Pence was a sick choice. I don't know where. Strategically, I don't know. I guess it's like they secured some weird law. I think it secured geezers because Pence is like a perfect geezer.
Pence is like, he looks like stability.
True.
To geezers. He looks like, I don't know, like an androgynous, like, I don't know, it's just a thing.
He is.
He's like an entity that looks like a politician.
God, he doesn't get any heat, really. People will say, like, oh, Pence is an asshole. They're
always just like SNL has a whole thing that's just like, Pence is fucking gay. That's their insult on Pence. Like, he's kind of gay, right?
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
No, Pence was hetero as hell.
Everybody just accuses Pence of being gay. Yeah, the fucking one thing Pence did that was sick was saying he won't go out to dinner with women.
Without his wife.
He won't hang out with women.
He needs his wife there. Check it.
It's actually a nice move, dude.
That's so nice move. It's so sick to be like, look, I don't trust myself.
I might get pussy right now.
I might get head at this dinner.
I don't know what to tell you. I might get some head right now.
Damn, I wonder how his wife actually handles that. Pence has a golf shirt, sits back. He's like, his wife's like takes his arms down. He's like, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, you're definitely more of a hill dog right now.
Yeah.
We need to get you a pantsuit.
True. I need a futurist.
And let those hips fill it out.
Yeah, man.
was over the line, dude. That was
Dude,
OL.
that's the whole point. That's fun.
Hips are OLs, dude. I'll leave your hips out.
We're having fun, dude.
I'm just having so much fun. It's okay, dude.
Having a good time. I'm just sad. I don't like to see people.
It sucks. It sucks, dude. We have such a nice, fun thing going on.
I know.
And when bad things happen, it sucks. And especially when you go over my head and ruin everything.
No, I didn't go.
You did. Me and Swells had no idea. I was communicating with my insiders. Swells.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Didn't go over my head at all. Just, I didn't care.
So sorry.
Don't shut up. Dude, you ever watch Last Chance U? I'm tired right now. I stayed up till 3 watching that.
Did you? I'm a tired boy as well.
Last Chance U, the new season came out. It's just the same thing that happens every single year.
Did their coach get fired for like?
No, it's different teams now. They've done a bunch of different teams. Okay. The first one was Mississippi. Then it was Independence, Kansas. This one's Laney in Oakland.
Okay.
Oakland, yeah. Same thing happens every year. There are a bunch of talented kids that are all like, man, fuck you, bitch-ass coach. I'm out. And they quit every fucking game.
A lot of people take their helmet off.
Dude, the first game they're down 1 point at halftime, and it looks like they lost the Super Bowl. They're all like, they're down 1 point at halftime. They're like, man, fuck this. Last Chance U teams, every single dude threatens to quit throughout the season. The whole season, they're all just like, man, I'm out. I quit. Fuck you.
It's too hard, coach.
It doesn't make sense. I've never been on a team once where somebody even mentioned, like, I think I'm going to quit.
Yeah.
Other than me.
Do you think it's like just for TV?
No.
These dudes
I've only been on honky teams, pretty much. Gotcha. Except in college. But if you're playing like college, like at a decent level, like a higher level, you can't say a word to a coach.
Yeah.
Like if you were like, fuck you, coach, they'd be like, oh, pack your shit up. Get the fuck out. Yeah, for sure. Gotcha. I mean, some guys are obviously talented enough to do that, and the coach would have to be like, take a lap.
Yeah.
Please stop being mean. These last year, like these are community college, junior colleges. So like kids are just like, coach, you're a fucking bitch. Fuck you. And the coaches are retarded too. They'll be like, I'll beat your fucking ass.
So fucking funny.
Yeah, it's.
I want to try to walk on a community college football team.
You would get wrecked, dude. You get fucked, dude. Some of these dudes are good, but you could technically, yes. I don't know,
Someone coming straight out of like a competitive high school football program and like into college football, even at community college level, would be pretty fucking nasty. It would be nasty as fuck.
I'm second guessing whether I can beat Lemaire in basketball. I would get murdered. But there's one dude that's fucking sick. Who? Dior.
Has anyone made it to the majors or like NFL out of like?
Yeah, a lot of them.
It's sick.
There's a kid named Dior who fucking sleeps in his car and works at Wing Shack. Wingstop. He works at Wingstop and plays college football.
Damn.
And is the best player on the team. Fucking sick. Cool story to say. He'll freak out. I'm only like 2 or 3 episodes in. He's already having like chest pains from anxiety. Fuck, man. He's gonna die. You can't work at Wingstop and play college football.
And sleep in your car.
And sleep in the backseat of an SUV.
I mean, dude, why don't the coaches? That's like you think coaches live for that shit?
What?
Be like, come live with me. Come live with me, son.
Absolutely.
What kind of cars do you drive?
It's like an old SUV. So at least we were watching it. Beezer was like, oh, at least it's an SUV. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? It's got like a mid-Afghan.
So the place I used to live, there was this lady who lives in her car.
Yeah.
It's like I don't even know what it is. It might be like a crossover kind of car. It's like she has enough room like where she'll lay down during the day and she opens the door and just her legs are out of the car. She fits in the back and she's a big woman, man. So you walk by and there's just like it's like a hoarder but living in a car.
With just her feet hanging out. Looks like
with her legs hanging out.
Wicked witch.
Yeah, dude, just hanging out of her car. So she used to, live, I guess, where we lived before. And then we moved, and now her car has almost followed us. Not like us, but like she's in our area now again. And people were complaining because I didn't know that she gets out and shits like wherever. So people, did you ever see the Neighbors Next Door app?
No.
Dude, it's the funniest fucking thing. So there's this app. It's for people who like live in like different communities to go and like just talk like, hey, I saw a guy in like a white van near the playground. You're like, hey, people will go on there and like complain about fireworks and shit. But there were people out there who were like, they're like this lady. We have a homeless lady living out of her car, and they just start complaining like, oh my god, blah, blah, blah. And then people are out there sussing out dumps to be like, I saw a dump. Basically, someone like their language of being like, I'm pretty sure this dump was that lady's, and like they'll start like, dude, it's so fucking funny. Dude, Neighbors Next Door might be the premier crybaby platform. That's great. People come out and they're like, oh, what these fucking dogs? Like complain about like someone was write a post about dogs, but it's like specific to your area or like some weird shit. Like, damn, have you been hit with one? I don't think so. No, I always pick up my dog poop, but yeah, that's crazy. I mean, to be an actual person typing in that is pretty wild. It's literally a subreddit for all of your neighbors to just all kind of complain, and then like people will go on and like fuck with people sometimes, and it is like I'm just imagining who's on it. It's a subreddit for like people who lived in hipster neighborhoods, so like Fishtown girlfriends. They have them out in the suburbs and wives. It is. It's literally. It's mostly like hipster cool girlfriends. Cool girlfriends suck. Whoever's like super chill. Cool girlfriends in Fishtown, like, I have tats, I wear a snow hat all the time, but I'm still like a controlling bitch. Like, I'm so cool, I love the Lumineers. Also, take the trash out right now, you pussy. Yeah, I mean, that stuff doesn't melt away. I mean, you can't really, it's funny how people do think that you can kind of like completely get rid of all like hundreds of thousands of years of like evolution and like biological traits. Just with a couple of arrow tattoos on your forearm. Yeah, a couple of books and a couple of people on TV. And be like, I just love I was thinking about today. Cool music and craft beers. Also, you need to start working out. Just like, wait, what? Which one are you? Well, see, like dude sitting with their girlfriends, like the girlfriend would do like no bra, full side, and then it's like. Because I was like wondering about this today. I was walking my dog, and I was like sitting there. Actually, I was walking my dog. I was walking my baby. I'm like sitting there pushing the stroller, and I was like, I hope she doesn't wear like super slutty stuff. Because that's like an awkward conversation to have, especially 15 years from now. To be like, because it'll fully be like, don't try to control I can wear what I want, blah blah blah. And try to explain like. No, like if you have like your tits or your ass out, there's guys who will just like it will attract the eyes of dudes who are just like, and they'll look at you and be like, oh my god, there's an ass, and they'll hang out with your ass, and they'll ignore your whole personality, and then it's like I'll be coming up with guys like boyfriends who are like, no, Justin doesn't think like that, and it's like, yeah, he does. Just and it's the same thing you're saying. Just because he dresses like a total fucking pussy and acts like a pussy, he's still a dude. Yeah. At the end of the day, he saw your ass and was like, sweet. I'm going to hang out with that heart-shaped hiney. Dude. But it's like, so we'll see. Because I've seen, did you ever see the things of like the dad being like, I don't tell what my daughter to wear? And it's like, all right, dude, you fucking He's just begging the sticky rapist. I don't care that my daughter has sex. And it's like, all right, dude. Yeah. I don't know. I had a tough time because every once in a while, a girl I was seeing would go no bra. And I'd have to be like, just so everyone's going to see your tits today. It's just a guaranteed fight. It is such a horrible fight. Yeah. But it's a tough one to avoid, dude. The part of me that's like, all right, just shut the fuck up. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care. But the thing is like trying to tell a woman, like, your tits are out. Do you understand the heat you're bringing? Because they're like, oh, you're just insecure, you're being jealous. It's like, no, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, but watch out. It's also like you don't understand. Everyone's gonna see your tits. Well, it's like they don't see nipples through a shirt, and they're not like, dude, imagine if a girl was like, I can see your nipples. Put on another undershirt. You'd be like, fuck you, dude. My nipples, like, it is kind of bullshit. It's crazy. Dude, I would never be like, I can see your nipples. Put on another. But that's kind of the thing. In my head, I'm just like, I would like look at her and be like, oh, tits are out, huh? Dude, I was in the supermarket with Brittany the other day. We saw this lady who was just, she was a big woman, had big, humongous tits, and had no bra on. And she was just like, she was so big where she like kind of like ice skates, right? Like she was moving like this. And dude, it was just like these huge sultry cans. Exactly, dude. Just a huge fucking boob. And the nipples were just like, you could just see her boobs through her. Like you could just. You liked it. You like it big old unit. I'm pants. Whenever I see something like that, I go to Brittany. I'm like, yo, check that out. So I point it to her. So she doesn't catch me looking at it. I go, yo, check that out. It's pretty sick. Snorlax. Pretty sick move. Yeah, dude. But then we were peeling, man. This lady had something going on. There's something going on, and she had like a what'd you call it? UVs or wagons yesterday?
Yeah, wagons.
Her boyfriend was a wagon, dude.
He was a fat wagon.
He was just looking like walking behind.
Yeah, I think wagons is probably first off, it's for your ass, but it's funny to just call someone a wagon.
I thought you guys were calling each other wagons.
Yes,
So
no, like, absolutely.
he's a wagon.
Like, dude, I'm a fucking wagon right now, dude. Fat as fuck.
But so yesterday or 2 days ago, I did the yoga place I go to. Now just does it outside. So like we do it in the sun. It's
Dude, yoga outside
on the grass, dude. It's my favorite thing right now. But so I'm there, and if you're a dude, you can take your shirt off. You get like the full sunlight and everything. And you're looking at girl. It's nice, dude. It really, like I say, otherwise your shirt gets bent down and it like comes over your head, and it's just like just take this thing the fuck off.
Yeah.
That was another exercise of mindfulness of like doing yoga in the park, and then like my neighbors come by, and I was fucking like. My shirt off in the park. That's another thing too. That self is context. You're like, I'm not a person who takes my shirt off in the park, even though, you know, again, I have bitch hips, but it's nice.
You don't have bitch hips.
Getting sunlight on your entire body while doing yoga in the park isn't nice.
You don't have bitch hips.
It's nice. They're going down, dude. I broke my PR.
Nice. How fast did you run?
Huh?
How fast? How far? Excuse me.
Mile and a half.
That's fucking sick.
Mile and a half. 15 minutes, dude.
No, that's terrible.
Hey, come on, man.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I beat you in running.
No, dude. We should have a long distance race. We were doing for real. My cardio sucks. Like we're definitely comparable. We're neck and
I
neck.
beat you in the one thing we did.
I'm not good at running, dude.
It's I beat you 50.
Well, you started restricting my activity. I started going to.
Well, you were cheating on the app.
Cheating on the app.
Yeah, you were. You were running when it says not to.
Dude, if I can run when it says not to, that's just.
No, you just run harder when it says to run.
I'll do that too.
Look, you lost. Just let it go.
Dude,
Reddit, fucking get this fucking trainer, dude.
But yeah, man, that was like I was doing it. And I'm like, it's nice to get sunlight's really good for you to get. Like I think you need it. They say in order to not be vitamin D deficient, you need to have like I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like 60% of your body. You think so?
Yeah.
Oh man, that sucks.
You get out just from cigarettes.
Really?
Yeah.
COVID, apparently cigarettes help with COVID. They said. Someone said that. I don't know. They were basically like people who smoke were less likely to have.
Yeah.
Literally. Again, I think they said people who smoke more likely to die.
Definitely more likely to die. Definitely.
I think COVID doesn't hit like those black lungs you see in health class. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's scary around here. Let's get out of here. COVID it's just like a dude standing up for fatality. COVID's just like, punk.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice, easy one.
Yeah. But yeah, man, that was definitely nice. Just doing that, and again, just being in a state where it's like, because you have to do the too. So like in the beginning, you're like, which again,
dude, I love. I can't even do that by myself.
It's so fun.
When I do fat guy yoga on YouTube.
You don't hum?
No.
Why?
I just don't like it.
That's fusion itself as context, dude.
I don't know.
What's the thought? I mean, you might
don't know exactly.
Genuinely might not like it.
That's what I mean.
But why? So
I think I genuinely don't like it.
But the thing is, to sit with a bunch of people and all make noise at once, I think is
it's usually fun. I agree.
I think it's something a part of being
chance rule.
Exactly. It's something that's instinctually gratifying. To sit in unison, either with a drum. If we all sat there and right now, we all had bongos and we're drumming, we'd be having a blast. But the thought enters that's kind of like, it's kind of gay. And then you're like,
yeah.
But it's a grounding thing. If you take a group of people and make them kind of talk, sing, or move in unison, it instantly like brings people together as a unit. It's pretty crazy.
No, it is fun, but
again, it's one of those things where again, you're in a park, you're going, I'm loving it. I'm sitting there being like, oh my god, dude, my voice is blending with all the other. I think it's the best thing in the world. But it's like to sit, and there's a thought of like, Jesus Christ, I hope my neighbors don't walk by and see me. Which again is like, why would you let that thing dictate the thing? You know what I mean? Like, why would that thing dictate the thing you actually like to do? And how much of it does that dictate the thing that you might? Again, it's not saying everyone has to do the things that I'm into, but what are things you're inherently into that you maybe don't do because there's like these little like electrical fences around certain scenarios?
So, yeah, like Bill, like he wants to kiss guys, but he knows it's not good. It will be perceived poorly by the community.
True. I don't know, Bill could come out as a strong gay alt-right leader. They do well.
Yeah.
They do pretty well.
They would.
If you're gay and alt-right, there's Douglas Murray, did pretty well.
Milo. Tim Dillon.
TD. Dude, did you see speaking of the new age online celebrity, dude, did you see Schultz's latest thing? Where he did the thing about, like, Donald Trump not going after Ghislaine Maxwell?
No, I didn't watch it.
Dude, so I'm watching it, and this is just my theory, but I think that Hollywood now is transforming into people who are anti-Hollywood. The new Hollywood is going to be people who are anti-Hollywood. It's going to, I think,
Schultz Hollywood.
Anti-Hollywood. He's new. I think he's going to be Hollywood 2.0. Because I was watching him do his thing, and there's a lot of times it's like, you know, he does have that, like, strong, very kind of celebrity persona. So instantly, as people will be like, oh, fuck this. I'm watching that just being like, what the fuck is this thing? I was like, this is pretty fucking funny. It was him doing, calling out like Trump for not making fun of Ghislaine Maxwell, but I was just more so following the vibe of the thing where it's like, this is a guy with a pretty decent sizable following who's sitting there being like, kind of, you know, saying a lot of stuff he said, like, dude, Trump used to be the man, he's saying all this shit, blah, blah, blah. And why is he, you know, kind of putting his tail between his, why is he going after Ghislaine, you know, but I'm watching it.
I did see that.
I was kind of laughing. I was like, dude, I opened it up being just kind of like nega-fagging, just being like, what's this? And I watched it, and I was like, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, Schultz's videos are really good.
Yeah, man. So I was watching it, just being like, I think, and I'm just, you know, I'm thinking vibes. I'm like, this will be, in my opinion, this is going to be the new paradigm of Hollywood. And I think all of this cancel culture stuff in about, I'll say 3 to 4 years will melt away. Because I think there's money is getting closer to being like, oh, okay, let's just do this stuff now.
We'll see. Yeah.
I think so, man. I think I was watching him do that, and I was like, it's well produced, it's very funny. Yeah. And I was like, it's not doing, it has mass appeal without bending to the current, like, popular regime.
Yeah, every one of those videos so far has been very good.
Yeah, it was pretty decent.
Which is funny because then you watch his podcast and it's like, man, what the fuck is up with those shoes, y'all? It's like, wait, where's that guy? And then you watch these videos, it's like the most poignant, well thought out, funny video.
I know. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, he's well, the funny thing too is like if you pay attention to pop culture, that becomes the actual, like, so like pop culture is just like the training wheels of, like, you know, when people are like 20 years old, what's cool for 20-year-olds eventually bleeds into discourse once they're 45 or 50 years old and, like, you know, being in positions to, like, run the country. So it's like, I'll be curious when, you know, because this is like when people who are like 18 now or 45, it's going to be fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Like looking about the shit they're into and stuff, they're going to like, everything is moving to the internet. I can't.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not even a debate.
Yeah.
Like what? From like TV or movies?
Yeah.
That shit's, it's already gone.
Exactly. So
for sure.
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy that it's like, you know, although, dude, I'll say there's a channel I'm a big fan of. I think it's called Docurama. If I just turn on my TV, for some reason my TV just comes up on this channel.
Really?
Dude, it's the fucking, every time I turn it on, it's just like this horrific documentary about, like, it'll be about like a Swiss lady who like starved to death. Like, it was fucked up shit. Then I put it on yesterday, and it was seniors ping pong. I watched it for like an hour. So this is fucking awesome. It was like championship level seniors ping pong. Like they would play, like get in a wheelchair and wheel out. It's like, it's fucking crazy.
That's fun.
I might be into senior sports. I think I found my sport calling.
Really?
Seniors ping pong might be my fucking, dude. I was watching it like, holy fuck.
Were they good? They were pretty
They
good.
were slamming, dude. They were.
Really?
I mean, dude, if some like 24-year-old Japanese prodigy would have eaten them alive, but like, dude, they were like 85, 90 years old.
Fuck, that's what it is. I was talking on Twitch. I was playing on Beezer's Twitch last night. Somebody was asking what sports Japanese people are good at. And baseball. They're nasty at baseball.
Yeah.
But I guess ping pong. Do they play? I think that's more Chinese.
But I think Japanese play ping pong too, dude. I think they're probably pretty nasty. Fucking slice the ball in half. No, I think the Chinese are definitely ping pong down.
We don't say that anymore.
What, Chinese?
The Chinese.
China. You know what I mean? If you hit a hard triple E on it, you can say Chinese.
The Chinese.
Say this is Chinese. But dude, I think he said Chinese.
But fucking, it's funny. That's why we're saying. It is funny.
And it's funny that you're like, you can't say that. I'm like, what did I say? Like, It is funny. You can't say that. You can't say Chinese.
Peculiar.
It is.
Peculiar.
Lemaire, are you Jewish?
Lemaire, when are you going to admit that you are actually a Jew?
I'm not, though.
Why do you think you're one of the true Hebrews?
What'd you say?
Aren't you one of the true Israelites?
I'm a son of God. I'm a Jesus man, not a Hebrew.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you weren't one of the true Israelites.
Exactly.
The true Hebrew.
I guess should have converted me.
No, I just want you to claim your birthright.
The show would be a lot better if you were a full-on black Israelite.
I'm a black Israelite now.
Thank you. Give us some takes.
5%ers, right?
Give us some important information. What would you yell if you saw me and Matt standing there?
Look there, 2 Yakubian devils walking by.
Pretty good.
Got that.
We're gonna beat your ass, you son of a bitch.
What's Yakubian?
Yakubian, it's like he's like the first white, right?
Oh, okay. So you know the stuff. You read the literature. You studied under the Honorable Dr. Nick Cannon. The Honorable Prophet, Dr. Nick Cannon.
Fuck, I think it was my friend Jared sent me a video of, probably should have named him on this vid. This dude wore a Black Lives Matter shirt, and I guess the Klans got a stronghold in this town in Arkansas. Yeah, this dude just stood on this road wearing a Black Lives Matter billboard and filmed it. And dude, everybody stopped by and said something. Every single car. I thought maybe he'd get a couple comments. Yeah. Dude, everybody that drove by was like, dude, you get to drive by and be like, well, you're white, you fucking stupid bitch, fuck you. And just
was a
drive
white
off.
guy.
I guess he was white. Yeah, they yelled at him that he was white several times.
Gotcha.
Everybody stopped and said something. It was so fucking funny.
Kind of funny, actually.
It was really funny because these dudes are just really fucking they think they're trying to reason with. They're like, this is all bullshit, dude. Black Lives Matter is propaganda. It's bullshit. It would drive away. And I was like, damn, that's something I sometimes think. Gotta get rid of that.
Well, that's funny.
Well, that dude might have been hitting the truth. Maybe one of the dudes leaving the Walmart and harassing a dude wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt didn't know what was up. You know?
What, saying it's propaganda?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the idea of hashtags are strange, how they bleed into discourse where it's like, hashtag this, and it's all of a sudden that's an idea, that's a worked out, nuanced idea. There's no debate, it's just Black Lives Matter. It's okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
What is the you can have that, it's like the fucking pro-life shit. It's you can have that as what is the organization doing?
Yeah, of course.
Where's the money?
Are you not pro-life? It's no, I'm definitely pro-life. Wait, what's going on?
Question the money. Where's the money? You see shit about the money about that was the vote blue or act blue thing.
Yeah.
It was there's a clause allegedly again because we're in disinformation. We're in information war right now. But it's apparently there's a clause in that organization where if you use act blue as your vehicle for moving money
after X amount of days,
60 days, it goes in. So people were saying they checked the donations and they even reported saying we got over, I don't know what it is. Just say for the sake of easiness, $10 million in 2 days. How did you allocate that $10 million? And did you allocate it $10 million within 60 days? And if so, what did you spend that on? And the whole reason is that you can, as the Democrats, you could have that funneling money into it. It's after 60 days, it's you spend, pay a couple salaries.
Yeah.
What the fuck did you do with $10 million and show us what you did? Or did it go to the Democratic Party? And is the Democratic Party using that to funnel money? That's legitimate.
Now imagine screaming that driving past some dude holding a sign.
Yeah,
it's so funny, dude. It's so funny watching these dudes be like, hey, bud,
you're white.
Driving away, dude. It's so good.
And that's the other thing too. You want to talk about people again, you're driving. Some guy has a piece of wood on him with words on it, and you drive and you go you're right. And it's again, you're acting out of that's not present moment behavior. You're acting out of a perceived nightmare and slight.
Well, also think how hard these dudes have been propagandized.
Yeah.
That they're sitting there, they fucking crush Fox News all day. And then they're like, holy shit, it's here.
True.
It's finally come down to whatever town in Arkansas they were in.
Yeah.
That's got to be like, holy shit, I've told everybody I would shove it up those guys' ass if I saw them, dude. I got to do it.
Some guy nervously comes up, he's like, you're quiet. You're actually quiet.
You know something, man? You're actually quiet.
Oh, God, I've seen it.
Yeah, those, but again, there's also a very funny trend in this country of filming retarded white people and being like, look how racist white people are. Yeah. And it's just like some fucking cracked out old lady saying the N-word at a 7-Eleven, and it's like,
but can't we say that's how the media has been with black people? And look how aggressive they are. I'm gonna sit back.
Yeah, they did that in the 90s for 10 years.
Yeah, it wasn't great. They still do it now.
Where?
Not like now, but like within the past like 5 years, like black people have still been like portrayed as aggressive.
Black people portrayed as aggressive?
Yeah.
Or have they been portrayed as too weak and effeminate? Which one is it?
Whoa.
Which one do you believe it is?
I said the first one.
Do you think the first one?
Oh, wait, okay. Let me sit back. You call me. I'll sit back. Wait. I don't know.
Dude, the news.
No, I thought you said like they were trying to like emasculate black men.
No, on TV.
Yeah.
On TV, like in entertainment.
Well, Mayor, would you put on the dress?
No.
But so you like, I don't know. Every time I see like a video of like a group of black dudes beating the shit out of a white person, it's usually like, just can't believe they said the N-word. You know?
Yeah, so
it's usually like before this video they said the N-word. Like, what an idiot! They deserved this ass beating. That tends to be the videos now.
That's
what
I'm saying.
Well, they flipped the switch. In the 90s, the news was like just like they're doing, like, you know, they're always trying to convince the population they're under threat. So like right now, the news are watching the demographics emerge, and they're being like, all right, before the news was just serving white people. So like white people are under threat, white this, that, and black people are committing crime, especially in the early 90s, because there was like neighborhoods that were like completely fucked up and insane. And you just ran clips, and you're like, black people are doing this, black people are doing this, be scared of black people, be scared of black people. And then now it's like they shifted the winds, and they're like, oh wait, these formerly minority populations are expanding, so let's kind of serve them and convince them they're actually under siege.
Actually, also, I'm sorry to cut you off here.
They switch it around.
Did you just all lives matter?
Oh, no.
You definitely all lives matter.
No, it wasn't all lives matter.
I was like, my house is on fire, so don't worry about your house. You all lives matter. I was like, they're filming retarded white people saying racist shit. And you're like, well, black people do that too. No, don't worry about we're the ones getting crushed right now.
That's fair.
You all lives matter, but dude.
Yeah, what was your point? It's like, I don't think anyone would deny that media portrayed black people as aggressive.
Yeah.
And dude, right now,
they do, for sure.
They did forever.
My point was, it's your turn.
No,
we're not doing the turn shit.
Lemaire, you can't fix a problem using the same kind of thinking that created it. Albert Einstein. You can't. You can't. This is what they're doing.
But didn't he make 2 nuclear bombs?
No.
I mean, if people made a nuclear bomb for the podcast, wouldn't be our fault. It's just fucking figure it out.
Yeah.
But like you said, you can't fix your problem by doing the same problem that created it.
Using the same type of thinking.
He created 2 nuclear bombs.
Did he create 2 nuclear bombs?
He defected from Germany to come to America to give us the secrets of the nuclear bombs.
You got that history a little, but yeah, you're close. Did he create bombs? So yeah, technically he did end the war with Japan by.
Yeah, I mean,
he came up with the science. I think.
Well, maybe he regretted it. Maybe people use the science and he regretted it. I don't know. I know something about that. Well, that's taking it to another level.
Yeah.
The whole idea, and all I heard. Well, now it's your turn. It's like. No, it's not a matter of turns. Like, yeah, whatever. Like, what do you want us to sit there for 10 years watching? The news is bullshit. It was bullshit back then when it was doing it. Still bullshit. Yeah. But now it's bullshit that some people are like, ooh, I kind of like this version of it. Yeah. It's, you do whatever you want. I don't really care.
That was a pretty bitch-ass answer.
Well, it was. Now it's your turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sounded like a white chick.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome to White Chick.
Well,
not very black Israelite of you.
It's a fair thing to be like, now you see it. It's like, all right. Turn it off now. I say, turn it off.
Yeah,
I don't fucking like it.
I get it. It's not a fun game. Turn that off.
I mean, there was a period of TV where, like, any time a black dude was on it, it'd be like, what's up, motherfucker? You had to be for years being like, God fucking damn it, man. But yeah.
I'm surprised they're still doing they're still breaking some of those out. Like I saw. It's also like, I don't know. I'm not saying Snoop is bad. But like anytime you toss like Snoop on TV, you like, first off, he's in the NHL game for some reason. He just comes up to the booth. Really? He's like, "What's cracking, Dizzle? Oh, Dizzle." It's just like, dude, every white. This must be so many white kids' first interactions with a black dude, and it's just a guy dressed like he sells candy in the future. He's just some fucking retarded guy walking around like, "Oh, Basil. It's like, and then they have a show now on Vice that's just 2 Chainz going around. Basically, they're just filming his reaction to things. Really? It's just 2 Chainz being like, "How did you get so much money?" It's literally just a retarded guy. I mean, no, 2 Chainz is actually pretty smart, but, you know, the character he plays is not.
I'm a big fan of T-Pain's School of Business. I think that's also on docudrama. It's like if I turn on my TV, there's these weird, like, internet channels that come on, and T-Pain's School of Business is so fucking funny. It's just him. It's just diners, drive-ins, dives, just Guy Fieri. Yeah, T-Pain just being like, same thing, like, "How'd you start this business?" Like, "I did this." He's like, "Man, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool." That's just him eating things.
Well, we shouldn't complain about the whites. We should be worried about, like, Guy Fieri being out there and being like, "We're not that white." Hell. Like, I mean, the same way they put, like, black dudes on TV and be like, "All right, slow down." Like, you know, exactly a point. Like, if white people should be like, "We're not all that white." Yeah, like Guy Fieri's on TV like, "Whoa, this sauce is gangsta." It's like, all right, get him the fuck out of here.
True. No, that's true. Well, there's also, the problem is a lot of this stuff, the media narrative has been guided by, like, super elite whites. So it's like, you know, you have, again, the Invisible Knapsack of White Privilege was written by Peggy McIntosh. Dude, if you actually read that document that this shit's based off of, she had things in there like, "Well, yeah, I'm white, so if I write a thing, it's going to get published." It's like, no, dude, you're elite. Her grade school, to this day, costs $30,000 a year to go to. Her grade school. It was like a boarding school. So she was kind of like, being white is easy, and it's like, you have a couple points there, but you're also in like the 0.1%. So she's conflating being white with like having like a 5th generation like lawyer, professional class father with like your dad's dad was on a trust fund. And that's the kind of, you know, that's the thing that gets kind of put off and stuff. But yeah, that's the people who are perpetuating this, because I think there's people who are like thought leaders in these industries who are like, probably had them for sure, had slaves. Yeah, man, dude. If you're on a trust fund for 3 generations, most likely fucking have someone either had slaves or like didn't have slaves but like bought stuff directly, like
had them.
Call a guy and be like, "Would you get your slaves in order so you can fill these things?" Like, dude, that's how those dudes made generational wealth from that age.
Yes.
You most likely either, again, had slaves or were very slave adjacent. Or you're like, your boy had slaves and you're kind of like, fucking up me.
Oh, yeah, let me get some chores.
So you have these people now who are like, "Oh, shit." And like, they're, in reality, if that's the case, dude, that's the thing, too, with the Oscars and all that shit. These people, "We need to do this." It's like, dude, you have like $25 million at your disposal.
Yeah.
You can easily live off of $2 million. If you mean this shit, fucking give up half of that. If you're all about this, give up half of that, dude. There's like there's NYU professors who are like, "Oh, we're communists." It's like, you're a communist professor who makes $250,000 a year. It's like, and also
they have answers for that.
Well, they're like, "Well, this is the system."
Yeah.
It's like,
they have
that's cool.
answers.
But how do you share? If I broke down your financials, how do you use your resources? Do you use them in a communistic fashion because you're perfectly free to do so? You know, so it's one of those things that's like, I think it'd be sick if everyone made like a couple million or like, "All right, I'm cool," and just like took the rest of their money and just did stuff with it. But
yeah, like Bill and Melinda.
Bill Gates.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think about that.
That really blows if he's actually.
That would suck. That would.
Which seems way more likely.
Well, this is.
I don't know, dude.
It's possible. It is totally possible. And you know, people don't want to hear this because, again, I watched that one documentary, or a part of it. Who the hell is that guy? I don't know. I can't. He's a big conspiracy guy. Corbett report, not Corbett. Corbett. And he was like doing, I think I talked about this before, he was showing his financials and being like, look how much his wealth grew as the time he unleashed all of his like disease stuff. And if you just check the stock, his stock, he owns Microsoft stock, if you look at his shares, it's like, oh, that guy should have even more than that. But then you get into this sick and twisted realm of $1 trillion markets, man.
It's $1 trillion industry.
Trillions of dollars are at stake to be like, who gets to say, imagine this vaccine, imagine people don't really know, but it's like, imagine if you could make trillions of dollars by being like, you had the data and you're like, all right, 4 people get to sell them, we're all going to give a buy of like, a couple trillion. And it's like, dude, this shit's kind of over anyway. This shit's like ending, so we'll give people a thing, Like the flu shot. I never got a flu shot and been like, thank God I got that flu shot. So you're going to give a thing, more or less make people take it around. There's countries you can sell to where for sure they'll make the entire population take it. America, I think, will heavily shame people into taking it. And I don't know if they'll actually require it yet. But it's like, I don't know, you get a guy who's in charge of that, it's like, there could be serious foul play.
For sure, dude. That's like you could take over a lot of the world. Yeah, with that. It opens a lot of, it's a pretty big.
I mean, dude, imagine how competitive stand-up comedy is. Now apply that to $1 trillion market where, like, people have big-time money, big-time resources. It's the same people, man. I mean, it's the same kind of people. It's just they're in a different arena.
Yeah.
And it's brought to you by people who basically hook the whole country on heroin. And now all of a sudden they're calling timeout. They're going to save us all from a disease with the vaccine that we all can have.
All right, he brought me back to the good side. Fuck Bill Gates.
Well, I'm saying, I don't know. It would be horrific if he actually was. But again, it's like, apparently he is doing shit that's weird. And the thing they say is, again, sometimes I guess maybe he was on thing one day. Now he's like heavily into controlling the population. He's on record been like, we have too many people. So, but he's also wants to cure disease, and it's like, again, that's a legitimate concern with too many people. Now he's like, well, no, maybe he just wants to cure disease now. Who knows? But like, and apparently, again, I don't know this for a fact, but his dad, I think, or grandfather was like big into eugenics.
Yeah.
Of being like
sterilizing
people, and like, there are people.
I was driving, listening to War Mode on the way to Cleveland with Beezer, actually, and it was like, they'd say shit where I'd just be like I just remember like coming in and out of listening to it and hearing like Bill and Melinda. There's pictures of Bill's father with Barbara Walters. Yeah, they're elites, bro. It's like, wait, his dad snapped a picture with Barbara Walters?
Well, yeah, that is the, and that's the thing too, man. You get into all like the weird people's thing of like transferring power to like other people, like to like, you do it, and good people look at people and they're like, oh my God, they're the best. You transfer them into like deity status, and you have other people who transfer them to like negative, like total demon status, and it's just kind of like.
Where do you think you lie these days?
Demon status.
I think you've been transferred. You're basically a living Bill Gates.
Basically,
Bill Gates was the man coming up. He was fun. Everybody was like, look at this goofy dork. And then in the last like 5 years, everyone's like, evil piece of shit motherfucker.
Well, here's the thing too. Did you see the documentary?
Not you weren't a goofy dork. I'm saying he was likable, and then now he betrayed everybody.
Of course, dude. True. And I am. I'm full of Gates, full Hill Dog. I take responsibility, dude. That's the thing. I take full responsibility.
No.
fucking Gates and I'm Hill Dog.
You're not Gates and Hill Dog.
No, I'm not. But, well,
you're Hill Gates.
Look, there are parts of us that we have in common with Bill Gates. There's parts of us that we deny. We say like, oh no, I don't.
I could never be like
that's not part of me. I can never go and like circumcise everybody in Africa.
Yeah.
He did an interview where it was just he was running down the facts about like the side effects of the vaccines. And they're like, have there been? He's like, no. There's been. They've caused okay, so they put some people in severe pain and they blah blah blah, but and people are just kind of like, fuck you, dude, like I want to see you take it, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So he like they asked him about the side effects, and it's like you're watching a guy on live TV. Like, I don't understand why he is the mouthpiece for like our defense against viruses. It is kind of strange. They're like, people are like, why is Trump even talking about this? It's like maybe Bill Gates studied viruses more, but it is strange that he's not a doctor talking about this. Like, he's just like, we have it, we're good. It's like, why are you mouthpiecing this? It's true. It is kind of that he is doing it, but again, look, you're not going to get whatever net neutrality was. I don't even know what it is. They dunked on us, and everyone was like, I don't want that. You shouldn't want that either. And I was like, what is this again? And all of a sudden, like, oh, we passed net neutrality. They're going to do this shit.
Yeah.
They're going to do it unless people actually organize into some sort of thing that's not like a bunch of retarded people taking like TVs and doing bullshit until people come in and are like, or actually immerse themselves in the literature around this rather than being like, what is this? Someone's gonna make me get a needle? I hate needles. Therefore, blah, 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 blah. I hate all you guys too. It's like a really super simplistic way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not getting I'm not getting that. All that to say this. I'm not fucking getting the vaccine.
I think immersing yourself in literature though can also not really be helpful.
Dude, you can
immerse yourself in whatever literature you want.
Exactly.
And end up, being like an anti-vax mom.
You could. But the problem is, so then this is the other part too. You'd have to, so in order to understand, like the quote unquote, people say, I look at the scientific literature, you have to have like a PhD level understanding of statistics, where you can look at a study and it can tell you like, oh, this thing worked out, but if you can't like look at the validity of like, oh, we use like the Kruger method thing of a dual feedback, they like have these numbers and they have machines to like make sense of the numbers, and if you don't understand that math, you can't really determine the validity of most studies. I mean, you can say like, oh, we had a sample size of 3 people, you say that's bullshit. But yeah, people being like, oh, I read a study. It's like there's hundreds of studies, and it's like, what were the, how did they do it? How did they select people? Like you're saying, it's right. You're right, because you could read all of them and end up with the fact that the literature disagrees too. So really, all you have is your experience. So it's like you have to just make a thing off your experience. But it does feel good to like boogeyman people out. Again, it's like the other part too is like I'm not taking that fucking vaccine, man. I'm not. The 30%, they polled people. I think 30% of people are like, no chance. I'm taking it. And another like 25 are like, I'm not sure.
I'm in that 25. I'm gonna let some other people take it for a while.
I think that's what everyone's planning on.
I'm gonna let some, but I don't know, because I've blindly taken every other vaccine.
When's the last time you got a vaccine?
I have no fucking.
Dude, when we had Maya, they were like, you need to get this, you need to get that, you need to get this, and it's like, I'm cool. I got like one of them. I got like the one just because. You have to get all these other ones.
Like foot and mouth and shit. All these weird shit babies get.
And it's like, well, they wanted me to get a flu shot.
They get like Legionnaire's disease and all this.
Yeah, they wanted me to get a flu shot, and it was like, I think I got the flu shot just because I was there with Brittany. Brittany's like, can do it for her. And I'm like, I'll get the flu shot. Then they hit me with another one. I was like, I'm not getting it. But.
And my wife was like,
I mean, she's probably pretty reasonable. Of course. But they started hitting me.
Do you think she was?
I think she's being reasonable.
Yes, I agree.
I went in and got it. I was like, whatever. But again, it's like, I don't understand what the flu shot is.
It's a tough time to take a stand on vaccines.
It's not.
Your wife's like, can we get the shot? And you're like, have you looked at the Bill Gates?
I know.
Have you looked into Bill Gates? You just gotta fight in the hospital. Like, well, I haven't really, but I've heard people say stuff about him.
Dude, if the pediatrician I go to, if I were to start being like, well, there's any side effects, this lady would be like, are you fucking serious? She would snap on me.
Yeah.
But then there's people who are
like, I'll tell you what the side effect of not taking it is. Smallpox.
But then they say with vaccines, if you don't have enough people taking it, they're kind of pointless. Because if you can't get enough people, again, I could be totally wrong. Me and Bill Gates are just amateurs here.
Do you know how they used to inoculate people?
How?
They used to, so if there was like a pox or a measles outbreak, like a pox outbreak, they would put a guy in a cart who had it, and bring him house to house to people who agreed to inoculate. Cut a piece of him off, cut you open and put it in you. Be like, hopefully you live. That's how people used to get inoculated.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So this dude was just suffering in the back of a wagon all day.
Oh, they were cutting him up.
They'd be like, bless you, some priest would be cutting him up. Yeah, pretty rough.
Saw that
in John Adams, so it has to be true.
It sounds about right.
It definitely seems historically accurate.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a fun one to watch.
So they would cut it,
like cut off one of his fucking scabs, cut your arm open, put it in you. Yeah, and then they would just get horrible smallpox.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just like take your chances of whether or not you get it? Because you're definitely gonna get it.
I don't know.
Or was that taken as like a weakened version of it?
I guess it was a weakened version, like while he was dying of it. I don't know. It seemed like, they were like, you're probably gonna, like, there's a chance you could die if you take this. Yeah, John Adams' daughter almost did that.
There is a good chance that if you have if you're in the elite, like super elites of you have billions and billions and billions of dollars, there is a good chance there's a bunch of people who are like, we got too many people here, we got to do something about this. And they're just, slowly depopulate. Well, also I heard depopulation kind of can happen itself with the fact that like people are just having less kids. Like 2 generations, like boomers die off. True, yeah.
India and Africa and China and all that.
Well, China, you still get penalized for having too many. You can only I think you only have 2 in China unless you pay. I think you have to be able to pay extra. If you don't pay extra, they'll force you. They'll like sterilize you.
Yeah, I don't know.
They do it to the Uyghurs. They force sterilization of Uyghurs. If you're a Uyghur in China and you have more than 2 kids, like you'll get in trouble. Yeah, they sterilize you.
Damn, that does sound like a Uyghur's rap album.
Chemical gas.
Yeah. That sounds exactly like something a white, like ICP Uyghur would like. What? Chemical castration spelled with like K's.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I don't think I was just at a friend's house recently. He was just kept like bringing shit up like that. Like, what do you guys think about the vaccine? It's like his mom's birthday. So funny. And people are like, well, yeah. People just like, most people are like, same thing. Everyone's like, I'll let other people, but they're going to make other people take that first. They're already I think they've already given it to animals, and the 3rd phase they're going to do is human trials. So we're going to test this out on poor people, basically. So we'll get like, you ever meet people who do like medical trials? Yeah. It's usually like heroin addicts. They're heroin addicts looking for money. Like, dude, I knew someone who would like come to me with like skin patches all the time. Like, what's that? He's like, oh, some dude paid me $200 to wear this for a week. And it's like, what is it? He's like, I don't know, some shit they're testing out. Like, yeah. All right, dude.
So we're gonna control. But like, does it hurt, man? I don't know. Strap it to a crackhead, see what happens.
That's what I'm telling you, man. That's what they do. They find people who need money to the point where they're like, fuck it, I'll take this thing. They test it on, they see what happens. Right now, they said they're at the phase where like, he's like, yeah, some people have extremely painful reactions, but. It's like that. But he was saying there wasn't any serious, like, life-threatening complications yet. So I was like, dude, I'm not fucking taking that thing. Yeah, I'm just not.
You should take it as repentance.
My mom hit me with the funniest fucking logic. I was talking to her yesterday, and she was like, yeah, I saw a homeless guy outside CVS, and he was like coughing and stuff, and I was just like kind of nervous, but she was like, but then again, like, if this was really that bad, wouldn't all the homeless people be dead? I guess.
Well, man, you like that one?
Well, I guess, yeah, it's fair. That's how we know it's safe to come out when there's just no homeless people left.
They are out, especially in Cleveland, dude.
Oh, Cleveland, really?
They were out.
Really?
Cleveland had a fucking strong amount of bums, dude.
Does it really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
I was surprised, yeah.
That's surprising.
Cleveland was a nice city, actually, in the small area that I was in. But the bums were there. San Francisco has the worst.
San Francisco might have the most bums I've ever seen.
That sucked. From walking just to the venue to do a show from the hotel was just 10 different bums.
They're bum to non-bum. It might be like 1 bum to 4 people. They're aggressive as fuck because there's so many. They're competitive. There's so many bums. They got to step up. I told you about the dude when I was in San Francisco. Had a cardboard box with a robot face chump, and he was go, "Give me money." You put $1. He'd be like,
yeah, they were good. They were inventive as far as being funny. Damn, I remember the bums when I was in like 5th grade. When I was in 3rd grade, we went to California as a family.
Did you really?
Yeah, the Gillis family went to California. That was like the only vacation we ever took. I think Phil had work out there.
Okay, so you guys were out chilled.
Yeah, but we went to San Francisco, and I remember that was the first time I really saw bums ever.
You were like,
they're doing like the robot standing on boxes, and I was like, these guys are awesome. These guys fucking rule.
Yeah, Barbados right now is doing a thing where they're trying to, I think like the Caribbean countries are trying to say like, trying to entice American and other, just people, I guess economies who like have money still. You can get a weird citizenship there where you're able to live there for a year and just like work like that way. If you're working remotely, you can just go to Barbados, get like a cheap apartment, and just chill. They're at like 40% unemployment right now, so they're like begging people just to go work remotely from Barbados.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, man. I know.
Ship the cast, dude.
No, dude.
That's so life. You can't come to there. Unless this audio works. If this audio works for the first time, you can't come to Barbados. Yeah, that's what's on the line for you right now.
You can move there for like 6 months, and they won't bother you with visas or anything. But they said they don't want any trash. I think they said they want garbage, trash people. You need to have a college. They say that you need to have like a job, college degree. They're like, we want the best that we can get. So I think they literally said, I was reading this article, they're like, we don't want like shitty people coming here. Like you have to like submit.
Good for them.
Am I sick enough for Barbados? Like, yeah, come in.
Yeah, get in here.
Get in here, dude.
You went to Westchester. Sick. Come on, give me some.
Yeah, it's so funny for them to be like, nah, you're a piece of shit. You can't come in.
Yeah, if you're not even good enough to be on it, they're like, we're just throwing bodies at our unemployment problem.
Yeah.
They know people are coming down to chill, dude.
For sure.
It's a chill session. No one's going to Barbados and be like, I gotta prove my worth down here.
Just go have Zoom meetings on the beach and like do your thing, and then
it's a sick move to actually have the palm tree and beach behind you.
That's what they said.
Instead of the green screen.
They said ditch the green screen, dude. You can actually have a real.
Man, look at that. I thought of that. Just like the fucking dork who came up with that in the picture. Me and that dork are on the same level. Where are we at time-wise? Man, I gotta kill myself. Wow.
It's good. It's good emergency cast.
It was a good emergency cast. We tried to film it yesterday. I was Mr. Cool, dude.
You're hungover.
I was hungover.
Mr. Cool. Everyone
trying to hang out. I was talking to everybody, high five.
Well, that was when you did Felicia's Gang Spot.
Yeah. So I missed all my friends. Got to see all my friends from New York.
Got drunk.
Mr. Cool, dude. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yesterday was fun. Yesterday's Patreon, I think it was.
Yesterday's Patreon, I think, might have sucked.
I think it was fun. I had a good time.
I was worried for you. And even addressing the Reddit is playing with very dangerous.
Well, the problem is I can't have a thing on my mind and then have a conversation.
Exactly, of course.
It makes it so fun. My face the whole time is like,
yeah, of course.
I'm like, don't say that. I'm just
yeah. I do the exact same thing. Yes.
Yeah, everyone in harmony there. Hope everyone.
I hope you guys can all forgive Hillgate, aka Matt McCusker.
I know. Really, just forgive me, bro.
For Benghazi, dude.
Back, dude.
Take Jake Ghazi. Take it back, dude. If you take it back, we'll release the emails.
Yeah. We'll release all the emails. Just be like, sweet.
Yeah. Thank you for listening. Oh, I had to cancel Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
I was supposed to go to Minnesota. I had to reschedule that. I think they rescheduled it just to September, though. So that's good. But yeah, I had to reschedule that. That's a bummer.
Minnesota would have been nice.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Yeah.
But
that's Minnesota. That's like
Minneapolis.
Yeah, blowing up stuff and stuff.
I don't know if they're still going to allow.
Peaceful.
I was going to have a peaceful time.
Yeah,
in the Mall of America.
True.
What? August 22nd. Let me check this. We're doing a live podcast, dude.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Let's see, August. Yeah, I believe it's August 22nd at Magooby's Joke House. I'm doing me and Matt Friday and Saturday. Maybe Thursday, we gotta figure that out. But the 21st and 22nd, Magooby's. We're doing shows. We're doing stand up. Matt's gonna be featuring there.
Full Monty, dude.
You're gonna see Matt do stand up, which rules.
It's gonna be a minute.
Yeah, it'll be fun. That'll be fun. I think Lemaire's coming down. That'll be fun. Yeah. Probably the Beezer. It'll be a good show. And then on Saturday, we're going to do a live podcast from there. So
what is it, Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
It's either just Friday, Saturday or Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday might, I don't know if that's going on.
It's fine.
It might just be Friday, Saturday. It sounds like, I know.
Sick.
All right, so come to that.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Again, I'm so sorry for what Matt did. Matt's the best, dude. You guys are gay.
Now
dude, they're gay. You rule.
There's certain problems. There's things that can be worked on for sure, but all I can ever do is take responsibility for my actions, dude. That's all anyone can do.
But what'd you do? You didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't do anything wrong. There was miscalculations. So I stand by my, it's tempting. It's tempting to just start, dangling people, fucking with people. I was just like, I can't.
No,
gotta stay true. I gotta take this one for myself, dude. But no, it really.
You're sweet. You're a sweet boy, dude. I hate to see you down.
Hey man, this is life, dude. This is part of life. It's ups and downs.
The Reddit.
Keep running, dude.
The Reddit is life.
It is what it is.
It's pretty much ups and downs.
It's what it is. Ask yourself this, dude. How you guys keep going? You guys keep ripping? Probably not.
Probably not.
I'm ripping. I'm running, dude. My lungs are starting coughing.
Sorry, man. Keep going. We're so resilient.
All right,
let's end this.
Episode 308. We're here.
This is it.
We're on
308.
Can't believe it, dude. Can't believe our staff's blatantly high.
Our staff gets high. They're fucking hippies.
I mean, Lemaire hides it pretty well. Noah's visibly intoxicated.
He's inebriated. He's showing his ass. He's high and showing his ass. That's the type of interns we get here. That's the level of respect he has.
I'm gonna tell too. It's up to me, right? At the end of this, when you go on to another position, the guy was he was always high.
He was high on his ass, and he was a smart aleck.
Good worker, but he was always high.
Always high, and a bit of a back talker. But other than that, he's a good kid. He really didn't bring much. Other than that, didn't offer a lot.
He's a good boy. Noah does a lot behind the scenes. Noah does a lot, dude. I'm like a Russian pimp. I just drug addict to people who work for me. So like, here you go. Chop up some clips. Here's a gram. Here's a nug.
Do the clips. Yeah, have you been the plug? Didn't even have the plug.
I hooked the boys up. I made weed ice cream recently.
Really?
I made weed ice cream, and I ate it, and I watched Love on the Spectrum, and I was convinced I was autistic. I was watching that show high, and I was just like, sitting there like, what do you do if she doesn't like dinosaurs?
I was watching
I was convinced, dude. I was like, I definitely have.
And was fully like, damn, dude, I look like if an Australian is retarded, they just look like me. Somebody was like, how can you tell if someone's retarded if they have an Australian accent?
Yeah.
Because they all sound retarded. And I was like, well, the regular Australians are just like tan, hot people.
Yeah.
And then if you're retarded, you just look exactly like me.
If you don't look like a model, it's no delineation.
Pale, frumpy motherfuckers that stayed inside. No, yeah, everybody's gonna be talking about this show. It's literally a show designed for.
I feel like it's a
weird,
trap.
Dude. It is weird.
It's a trap, dude. I was watching, and I'm like, I have pretty loose morals, and I was like, I don't know if you should be doing this, man. This is
also,
like,
teaming them up, making them date each other. It's like, dude, that's why we have fucking weird sex perverts. Just get one dude that's weird enough to fuck like a retarded lady, and let him take care of him.
True. You think
you can't link them both up and then be like, all right, you two figure it out.
Yeah.
Get a house.
Well, like, how much have you watched of it? Have you watched a couple of
I
episodes?
watched 2.
Yeah, so they'll go on the dates and be like, hey, you guys need a break.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I mean, dude, the dates are anxiety provoking. We're there, when they're sitting there, they're asking each other about like shows and stuff, and they just both freeze up. They both freeze up.
Yeah.
And, dude, that must be intense levels of anxiety.
So
a person with autism, putting them on camera.
Yeah.
It's like, that can't be like relaxing.
So if you haven't seen it, it's called Love on the Spectrum, and it's just a show, a documentary following autistic Australians
And Londoners. And
Londoners.
I think they have a couple of English.
Or is it Australia? Am I stupid?
No, they have. I could
I
be
thought
wrong.
it was Australia.
I think it's Australia, and there's somebody from Britain. I think.
Perhaps. Jamie, figure that out for us, please.
Yeah.
Jameer.
But yeah, that is. It is kind of weird, man. The fact that, like, they're right now saying like you shouldn't clap because it could set off someone who's autistic in like a public gathering. It's like, oh, but if you want to like put them on camera and film them awkwardly trying to date, it's pretty fucking nuts.
Yeah. How about the one at the costume party?
Oh,
And then they just put him outside.
I only saw the one where he goes to Comic-Con, ditches his date for the lady from Gilligan's Island.
There's one that's a girl, and then she went and sat outside with this dude, and they were like, this one autistic girl was dancing, and then another dude came up and started dancing with her, and they were like, and they talk about it. It's like a fucking nature show. They're like, oh, she may have found a mate out there, and then they put him outside and made him talk, and the kid couldn't talk. Because there's a camera in his face. He's on a date, and he didn't know he was doing it. Well, I'm sure he did, but he didn't. His autism kicked in hard, and he couldn't. She was like, "Oh, lady, do you like cats and dogs?" And he's like,
Oh, I saw that one.
she was like, "I have a cat." He's like, "Do you have a cat?" He's like, "Yes,
Yeah.
I do. Yes." It was like, holy shit.
Yeah, that was very uncomfortable.
And then it's like, that guy, I don't know if he got paid. And now his family just has to be like, oh, fuck, dude. We sent him to the dance. He ended up on Netflix.
Yeah, like having like a slight nervous breakdown.
Yeah, being on TV, just like, I have a cat named Gertrude. Holy fuck.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most uncomfortable parts so far. He like freaks out. He just goes like, oh yeah.
That was the best part. He's like, should we go inside then? He's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, man, I can't. I don't know how Netflix is getting away with this right now. It's just, I mean, again, I was giving it the benefit of doubt because I want to watch it because I'm like, this is kind of interesting. And like, dude, about like 5 minutes in, Brittany cried. We started watching it. As soon as they're like, I got rejected. Yeah, I got rejected. She cried like sad, like turned us off. She's like, well, I went on one date. The hot one kept getting rejected. I went on one date and someone said they didn't want to associate with someone like me. And just looks into the camera and Brittany was like, yes. Like, no, it gets better. Come on, Andrew told us. Like, sit there. No, it's funny. It's funny. It's part of the formula. It has to be kind of dark and then it gets, Yeah, the one dude, it's real. Michael, I think is his name. That guy fucking rules. Oh, that guy, man. That guy rules. He's like, when I pass away, I want people to approach my wife and say nothing made him happier than his wife. Dude, his parents are like, what the fuck, dude? Slow down. Dude, this is your first day. Everyone's parents just laugh. That's the other thing, too. It's just their parents laughing at them. Because, like, they say the weirdest shit, and you have to just be like, ha, ha, ha. It's like, dude, it's fucking bizarre. It's good, but it does, it is interesting that, like, you are allowed to do that. You're allowed to be like, we're going to film some autistic people. We're going to raise awareness. How are you going to raise awareness? Well, we're going to make them date and film it and kind of make it awkward. I mean, dude, that would be sick, though, if they got some sort of, like, first family situation going on. Like, London royalty. What do you mean? They established, like, if somebody... kingdom? Yeah, like, if somebody, like, links up and produces an offspring from the show, that's like monarchy level. True, that is like... That one dude finds a bae on the show, basically he's already practicing. And she will be my queen. Yeah, dude. God damn, that show. That's... Yeah, I was binging some Netflix. That's going to be a 1 season done. They're going to do that. Oh, that's a fucking hit. You think it's going to be like a Seinfeld? That might be a Seinfeld. It's going to end with one of them bad. It's going to be a bit of a... there could be a shooting or something. That would be fucked up, man. No, they're just peace lovers, dude. It's also weird to see a couple of them that are, because of course it is a spectrum. So some of them don't have it that bad. Don't get me started on that one guy. I got that one guy in my scope right now. That one dude that's a real. He's like, I love your body. The one guy is like, I love your body. I'm like, one of you. I think the dude's kind of faking. I think he's faking it for those tits. Yeah, I think he's faking for sure. Those tits. I was watching it, and I was just kind of like, yeah, this dude doesn't have this. About Kadar? I have my all-star is pretty good. Mine went off the hook when fucking Hannah Gadsby claimed it. She claimed it, and I was like, come on. Is there an autistic revolution in Australia right now? There must be. You must get decent. I mean, you're getting shows. You must get some clout for autism in Australia. Yeah, I mean, autism's hot right now. In Australia? It's so in. They would change the name to Australia. But yeah, man, I'm a big
Australia,
fan. I'm a big fan, though.
You've on record.
I've been an ally forever.
Been an ally of autistic people forever. They are awesome. They are very fun. Michael's. How do you not love that guy? I mean, dude, they do rule. They are the funniest people in the world to work with. But again, if you ask me, like, hey, man, I got an idea. You want to film them dating? I'd be like, I don't know. That kind of goes against my ethics. I don't know if that's pretty intense, bro. Yeah. Well, there's the thing. You're allowed to... I've noticed it, especially... I don't want to drive this into comedy, but, like, all comics are allowed to... they're like the moral righteous ones, all the like people on the left that do comedy and like make sketches and shit. They're always playing like a retarded person, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, this is very funny." It's like mental illnesses are funny according to those. Like every character they play is like a crazy guy. That's like, "Help me! I'm gonna fucking kill myself!" Help! It's like, all right, well, in 5 years when schizophrenia is, you're not allowed to make fun of it. You're gonna have some rough clips hanging around. Yeah. Anyway. Well, the other thing too is like, dude, from a legal perspective, it's like, how does that work contract wise? Are you able? It's like, do they understand? Like, you want to be on TV? They're like, yeah. They're like, do you understand? Yes. Do you understand what's going to happen? Yes. Like, I guess anyone takes that risk. You're on TV, someone might clown you. But it's like, I don't know. I think it's a honeypot. I think this whole thing's a honeypot to catch all right podcasters and be like, oh, they made fun of all of this, take them down. It is this show it's designed to be. It's a trap. It's a trap, dude. Because it is such a nice, sweet show that making fun of it is bad. It is so fun. When you watch it, it is so funny. Also, when they show these people, do they have to play that music? That like almost like comical, like stringy, like I don't know. Next time you watch it, listen to the music. Like a string band kind of thing. Every time they like show an autistic dude like walking around, it's like boom, boom. Like the this music while this guy's just going about his day. Come on, man.
So you didn't get to the episode of the Chinese dude yet, did you?
I've seen him kicking around. Don't you dare put that on me, boy.
He's great, dude.
He does real. I saw him fixing his hair.
They gave him like the dating lessons, dude. It's so fucking funny, man.
And he has this slight accent. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So he.
Yeah. Again, this is a trap, dude.
This is a pure trap.
They fucking seized my mind, and it was just like limitless. I'm like, oh my god, and I was like, I'm not falling for this.
They're like, what's the funniest thing imaginable? I don't know. Probably like a autistic Asian dude in Australia dating show. Do you want to go inside then? Yes.
Yeah, that was rough, man.
Yeah, that one was like I kind of felt bad because it was like. Yeah, you're sticking a camera in this dude's face and he can't talk, and they're like asking him to do like cats or dogs more, and he's like, I can't.
Dude, that should be like, this is like early UFC, you know, before like you get like kneed in the head for like 10 minutes and they finally break it up. They gotta learn how to throw in the towel quicker on these things.
Yeah.
That one lady the two of them almost had a heart attack when they were both in that date, like a fancy place.
Yeah.
I
like that girl. That was a good date.
I was hoping they would,
especially off the SpongeBob intro they had on the speed dating.
Oh, dude. I saw her eyeing him up when he was doing his SpongeBob impression, and she was like, "Who the fuck is that?"
She was on a different date. Heard a dude down the table doing a SpongeBob. It was like,
she was definitely being like, "Yo, who the fuck is that?"
Who is that star?
They also don't like each other. Every time they all go to each other, they're like, "Man, I think we're just friends." They don't really like each other at all.
Yeah. Except that one dude, the dude who drives the bus. Is he the one that loves her tits?
Yeah.
He's driving buses? Come on now.
I mean, dude, he's kind of that guy's kind of fraud. I'm not gonna lie. That guy's kind of fraud. I don't want to say it, but it's like, I watched that and I was like, I think this dude's
he's fraudulent.
I think he's in autism for the wrong reasons. I think he's just trying to get ahead.
You don't think it's for the love of the game?
I don't think so at all.
Yeah.
I think he's just seeking fame through tism, dude, like all the other Australians right now.
How dare you?
That was a good show. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. I'm rooting for it, man. I hope that show works out and arcs in a way where, like, you know, it's good for everybody. Especially when you see like the parents, man. It's like just to have like come to grips with that and just be like, fuck, what are we doing right now? And it's just like I gotta talk about SpongeBob for 25 years. Like, dude, it's like
living with a black kid. Just kidding. Yeah, that's my favorite part was when I think it's my his name's Michael, right? The main kid. He like responds to his mother like he literally sounded like a general in the Revolutionary War. She's like, "Oh, well, if you don't find someone you want to date," and he's like, "I will not accept that as an answer." I was like, "Yes, get pussy."
It is sick how they really do it. Again, that's why I think I have a little bit of autism. They'll like pick a thing, and that's just it. That guy picked a character that's like a Revolutionary War general type. The other guy's a dinosaur expert. That dude's a fucking him, dude.
Wait, which one's the dinosaur expert?
He took the one girl out. It was like, that might have been the third episode. I only saw it. He's a paleontologist. He goes on a date with like the tall chick. I
think I might have missed it. Phil fucking bullied me off to Netflix on that.
He didn't want to watch it.
I was kind of like half watching it. And then he was like, "What the hell are you watching?" Because he just saw like a date. I was like, "I don't know, dude. Put the golf on." Yeah.
What was the weekend like?
Chill, bro. I dropped like 8 pounds this week.
Did you really?
Yeah, dude. I did Legion of Skanks last week. Absolute unit, dude. I was a balloon in that.
Really?
Dude, I needed to take some time off.
And you were Mr. Cool down there too.
I was Mr. Cool that night. When you're a big dog like that, you have to be Mr. Cool.
True.
It's tough to like publicly be a unit and then also be like, no, I'm gonna take it easy.
True.
Everyone knows there's no moderation.
Yeah, nobody talks about that. Units are pretty much pressured into extreme behavior all the time.
You have to.
If you hand it like a unit of beer, like chug this, they're like,
I have to. This is my role.
Yeah, I have to do this. So you lost 8. How'd you lose 8 pounds?
I just worked out.
Nice.
Did a little keto. I'm on some keto right now.
Are you on ketosis right now?
Yeah, although I did have potatoes this morning. That fucks you up a little bit. That was the first time I broke it since last week.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I'm I'm pretty good at eating meat.
True.
I can crush just meat.
I tried keto for one day, and I clutched the bread aisle thinking I was going to pass out in the grocery store.
Yeah, there's sometimes it's probably very bad for you.
I mean, apparently it increases the risk of spontaneous human combustion. Nobody wants to talk about that. When you're in ketosis, your body produces ketones, which is like another form of acetone. And the one theory on spontaneous human combustion is that people are in ketosis.
Yes. Okay.
No more.
No.
Start doing that to people.
Yeah, just while they're talking. People explode. I think that's what happened in Beirut. I think there was a whole bunch of people getting keto at a disco and they exploded. I think dozens are dead, actually.
Really? Right? Beirut, the disco?
You didn't see that?
I saw the headline, but I had to look at
apparently it was a fireworks factory, but
/ nightclub?
I don't know. It was like a waterfront fireworks factory, if that's what it was.
What?
In which case, like, even if someone was playing like SimCity, I'd be like, why the fuck would you put it there? Like, there's no way the city out of.
So there was a fireworks factory.
Yeah.
The old Acme factory?
Yes.
The Acme factory was next to the discotheque.
Dude, did you see this explosion?
No. Holy fuck, it's pretty bad.
Hold on, it's enough that I'm going to actually show you doing this.
I saw that in the news, and I scrolled down to the allegations the brat is putting up against Eminem via Mariah Carey. I saw Beirut explosion, and I was like, I looked down, I was like, the brat reveals intimate Eminem things about Mariah Carey. Dude, the brat came out and is trying to say that Eminem never had sex with Mariah Carey, but he met her and came in his jeans.
That's
He's like writing a tell-all memoir. I think that's the hook right now. Like Eminem came in his jeans.
This fireworks factory is basically Eminem's dunks.
So Eminem has his inces on. He goes, damn, dude. Hopefully this stops the flow of fucking fireworks. Oh!
Yeah.
Dude!
Yeah, it's scary. It's a scary explosion. It reminds me of that one in China.
That vaporized. That must have vaporized those dudes, man.
Yeah. But I will say this: I've seen a bunch of firework factory explosions somehow.
Yeah.
They happen in Mexico like every 3 days. They really do, and they do kind of look like that.
Really?
Yeah, that's I don't know.
It's a bomb. It's a fucking
it's a factory with all explosives, and you can kind of see fireworks going off before.
I saw the
little sparklers.
I saw the snakes and sparklers going off.
Sparklers went first. But yeah, I saw like some lady from the BBC immediately was like, there was a missile strike in Beirut. Just tweeted it out immediately. What are you doing?
From BBC?
Yeah.
Are you not allowed to do that as a journalist?
It was her personal account, but still. Dude, and then I saw another lady that was like, my family lives in Beirut. I contacted them before posting this, and then posted something. It's like, why does every journalist have to be like, I'm a good person? Here's the news. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like, it's like, dude, just post the fucking news. And then if someone's like, oh, you're not even going to check on your family before you do, it's like, well, first off, I did. Why would I say it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I don't know.
We're all linked up so much where you can like see, everyone can see pictures of everyone's kids and stuff. So everything gets way more, like hyper intimate right now. I don't think it's
no, it's not great.
Dude, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah, they were instantly, and then it's so funny to read the comments on these things. It's like the U.S., Israel is definitely just nuked. Like that was a nuke, and they nuked Beirut. Israel nuked Beirut immediately, yes. People are like, where is Hamas? We need to stop this.
I mean, I'm wrong. I'll say I'm wrong. I scrolled the headline. I thought it was a terrorist attack. I scrolled the headline. I saw 12.
And it still could be. I mean, fireworks factory explosions. A little sus.
Yeah.
But
anyone see any real long fuses in the streets and alleys?
Did anybody happen to see a coyote and a roadrunner? Although, again, I've seen many Mexican firework explosions.
Yeah.
This did look like one.
Really?
Yes.
So it just goes, it's just that big, like...
It's like, yeah. Then it's just a giant fucking explosion.
Was that mushroom cloud status, or was that just a flash?
That was not a mushroom cloud, but...
Yeah.
That
was, it had that real explosion where it literally just kind of looked like it just, like,
There's stuff like that too, like chemical plants. I saw a chemical plant in like Texas do that. It exploded like that, and it's like, holy fuck, it's wild,
dude. That's with the new shit. I was watching something today. Actually, I get a lot of people sending me the George Floyd body cam stuff. Oh god, they're like, dude, I get a lot of people sending me like, they're like, dude. I mean, it doesn't change what was wrong, but you know, gives people a little. It's just a guy who was high. He was like, please let me lay on the ground. I cannot go in there. I'm freaking. I think he was on meth and I think like not heroin, fentanyl.
Yeah,
and he was bugging. It was like the dude was like cracked out of his fucking mind. They were like, check this out. It's like, yeah, it just shows that they put him in a car and then he popped out of the other end. And they like, he was like, I can't breathe. And they're like, shut up. He's like, well, I'm just saying, he jumped out of the car.
I know.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But he jumped out, but he was like they were trying to raise the whole time. He's just like, I'm not bad, dude. They're like, all right, dude, like, shut up. We get it. Get in the car. And he just went pop out the other side.
And they did it.
Came down, man.
Yeah, it's like,
I don't know. I didn't know what it was supposed to prove. It was like, yeah, I figured
all that it's proving is, so that's just in response to people that are making him, that are like deifying him. So then the response from the right and like all those dudes be like, he was on drugs, dude. The guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, even if he was a piece of shit, you shouldn't get killed.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, man.
That's what it's just a response politically to one another to be like, here's the body cam. Turns out the guy was actually a piece of shit.
He was high.
It's like that doesn't change it.
I think we're being like kind of
anyway.
I think we're getting like right now the demographics are coming up where America is hitting 50% white, 50% non-white. So I think there's like it's like the perfect thing for like just to create tension, especially if the parties start to melt away. It's like we'll just like make black people hate white people hate.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I think is going down right now. Because all this stuff, like you get one side. This stuff is almost designed to like make people fight each other. You'll get like one side of the story where there was like the jogger, like the guy was just jogging, and then like here's a video of him breaking into houses. The other side's like, oh, look what we got, And they're like, oh, look at this video of this guy shooting with a shotgun. Like they piecemeal sides. I don't know. That's just. But I was watching.
Wondering how intentional it is versus just what they're doing. It's like
trying to win, being like, check this.
Yeah. I was listening to War Mode, and they were talking about how, like, when shows come out that make fun of, like, they were talking about John Oliver making fun of kind of Midwest trash going to Costco. Be like, how come you can make fun of? They don't care about poor people. They care about if you're white, you can make fun of white people. And you can make fun of poor white people. Like, it's fucked up to make fun of poor people. And it's like, well, comics and anybody would make fun of anybody they can.
Yeah.
They don't care if you're, So, like, the only thing John Oliver's allowed to make fun of is white people. So he's going to make fun of all of them.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah, it's not like an agenda. It's not like John Oliver's sitting there like, we have to destroy. We have to destroy the whites. Yes. It's just literally.
Is he Australian?
No, he's British. The only thing you're allowed to make fun of is white people if you're on TV. Now, why that is,
exactly.
But it's not like it's anybody's intent. I don't know.
I hear you say it's not a master design. I know. Yeah, no, that's true. This is what I think, though, man. Like, you start getting into like these, there's the political party.
Same thing with men. You can just be like, men are retards.
Yeah.
And everybody would be like, nice, that's a special.
Yeah, I mean,
if you got on TV and were like, you guys know women are retarded, everybody would be like,
no. What?
And then go home and be like, what's that guy's picture of?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm paranoid right now. It's like I have two parts of me that are like, yeah, I agree. It's like for anyone to be concocting and moving this all perfectly, it's pretty.
Yeah.
I doubt, part of me like I doubt someone can pull that off. But then it's like, dude, I don't know what it's like to have billions of dollars. You have billions of dollars, and if I owned a newspaper, I could get people to burn stuff. I guarantee. I bet you. If I owned a newspaper, I could for sure.
What are you gonna have them burn?
I don't know. I could stir up. If I owned a credible news source, I could stir up civil unrest. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
You gave me Washington. I'm not coming at Bezos, although
I think our podcast stirred up a slight civil unrest.
True.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. So it's like,
imagine if,
and it's also too, if you're like a billionaire class and you've kind of been economically owning everybody over forever, it's like, they're starting to catch on to this. You're like, What do we do? Like, well, race war, like perfect. So I don't know. Perhaps again, it could just be we're all retarded. That's the other thing too.
I think yes,
dude, I'm watching.
That is the case.
Yeah, because that's the other thing too. I was watching some sort of news clip. They're talking about the Speaker of the House, that lady, the hot lady. Sick move, by the way, by Trump.
No, she's not the Speaker of the House. She's the press secretary.
Press secretary. Yeah. Sorry. So she's not the SPOTUS. She's the press secretary. So she, it was just like a clip of her getting interviewed by a Fox anchor, and they're now like they name other journalists by name. They're like, oh, who that guy? Yeah, he's kind of a dick. Anyway, and it's like they'll sit there and kind of attack each other and be like, yeah, I met him. Real tough guy on the camera. Turns it off. He's like, oh, hey. Like they sit there and like now they're like actually attacking each other like ad hominem. It's really just funny, man. It's like that's where people are getting informed by being like, that guy is a fucking dick. It's like, what the fuck?
The hot chick rules though.
She rules, but I mean that's.
I haven't even really watched her once, but
I saw one clip.
Just hot ass pictures of her.
Yeah, it's just her. It's just someone that can be clipped up. I mean, think about this. Is she someone who can just be clipped up to go viral?
Yeah.
It's like you don't think they have strategy like that? I think so. So it's like
for sure.
But either way, not to get off topic, but
we had no topic.
Not the sidebar. We're talking about Australia's autism.
Damn. And they have kangaroos. You think autistic people would fucking love kangaroos? It's like a good weird animal.
I saw some kangaroos.
How'd you feel
this weekend?
You saw kangaroos this weekend?
I was surprised. Brittany took me to the safari park, Six Flags. Dude, that's a fucking nightmare, man. Because I got a surprise. I was like, oh, she drove me to the safari park.
That sucks.
Well, they usually hop in like a cool, like a bus military vehicle. But because of COVID, you just drive in your car.
Yeah.
So you just sit in like bumper to bumper traffic and like every like.
Yeah, and a zebra will walk up to your fucking car. You gotta hand it like dog food. Although you're not even allowed to do that.
No, you get to keep your windows up. Dude, it was so bizarre. I pulled up and there's a lady in a booth to come like scan the ticket off your phone and keep your window up. You just hold your phone to the window and then she scans it and she gives you a thumbs up and you're like,
yeah.
It's really, dude.
I did this safari thing with my ex.
Did you really?
Yeah, that was back when you could feed the animals though, pre-COVID. Somehow you're not allowed to feed animals during COVID.
Is that what it is? You used to be able to feed those animals?
Yeah, they used to give you a bucket of food. And those fuckers will stick their head. That's why they all walk to the car.
I was gonna say, I was like, what the fuck's the point?
They love coming to the car because everybody feeds.
You went to the Six Flags Safari Park?
No, I went to a different one in Virginia. But it's they're all the same.
Yeah.
They're all the same.
Do not feed the animals. It was like strictly don't feed them.
Really?
Dude, I was like, we were driving there. I'm like, dude, I would have picked up some meatballs and threw them to the tigers. Dude, that shit would have been fucking like,
all right, wait, there are tigers out there?
Dude, so.
All right, you couldn't feed them. Never mind.
Yeah, there was tigers. Well, if you pull in, it's just like ostriches. Like fucking deer or some bullshit. At first I pulled it, I'm like, all right, what is this fucking nonsense? And then, as you get in, the animals get a little more exotic. You start getting, it ends with monkeys, which, could have thrown them some walnuts or something. That would have been tight.
That would have been fun.
Yeah, Brittany, when you let me put my window down, she's like, put your window down. She was such a rollmeister, dude, the whole time. You can't put your window down. I'm like, dude, let me just.
I hate when bays are rules.
Let me see if I can communicate.
And then they turn on you. They side with the rules over you. They'll get mad at you for breaking the rules.
Dude, it's unbelievable. I was actually pretty close to a monkey, and I wanted to just like say what's up.
What are you gonna do?
I was just trying to make like you see a dog, you make noises, trying to do like
communicate with this.
I was gonna go like see what if it would like come move towards me. Like,
why? What noise was that?
I don't know. I'm just making like wild random noises. Yeah, noises of the wild. Shit like that.
That might have worked. That grabbed monkey's attention.
I was, you think? But yeah, it was miserable, dude. It was like, it was fun, it was one of those things, it's an activity, and it's just kind of like,
it's a fun activity.
Yeah, you go on, like, oh, it's cool, and you sit like bumping the whole time ahead of them, logistically, like, all right, so we're bumper to bumper, people are trying to like, because if you're on one side, the animals are on that side, and by the time you try to like, you'll be on the left lane, but then the animals will be on the right lane, and you gotta try to like cut into like traffic. Dude, it was pretty ridiculous, man. Yeah. My sciatica started acting up.
You have sciatica?
Yeah. If I sit too long in the car, I start getting sciatica.
What's sciatica?
It's just it's a nerve that runs all the way from your back
sciatica
down your leg. Yeah, it's just a humongous nerve. And like if I just sit for too long, I'll just get like shooting pain down my leg and stuff.
Really?
It's uncomfortable.
It's crazy, and you were just doing that just to see like emu. And you saw kangaroos.
Ostriches, kangaroos are being a little lazy. They're just kind of
laying in the shade.
They weren't doing much. That's the other thing too. It's like you should be able to like throw like poppers or something. Yeah, just to like get around, get your money's worth. Yeah,
that's what that's what
like an air horn. just
like a zoo in China.
dude, they were chasing the zebra trying to get out of the zebra area. One of them did get out to the other area, but the animals would get where they didn't want the animals to be. And there was just trucks everywhere. By the way, they have Dodge Durangos that drive around the animals, and a Dodge Durango just started tailgating a zebra, pushing, literally an inch from its butt, just pushing it backwards. It was kind of mean. I was watching oh, we're supposed to be doing this. Pulled up behind it and was about to bump it. I was like, Jesus Christ.
How much do you think that guy hates his job?
But that's the other thing too. They force all the staff when you pass them. They wave. So it's one of those things where a forced pass a person. They're sitting on a plastic lawn chair and they're just you can tell they're just salt head, just kind of they wave their arm. It was the whole experience was a little awkward.
Yeah, that is, especially with a day a reluctant. Yeah, kind of. Did you guys argue at all?
No, on the way up, a little tiff on the way up. Then we got to Safari Park.
Tiff on the way to Safari Park.
The magic just enveloped us too. Yeah, a little tiff on the way.
What was that for?
It was me. It was a surprise for me.
Surprise.
I got no sleep that night. Actually, the night before I went to the Safari Park, I had eaten my wheat ice cream. And if I'm too stoned, I can't go to bed. So I was up late watching Love and Autism. So I was on a level.
You went on an autistic day.
So it's a fucking zebra, isn't it? I suppose, yes. It's a zebra, it's a zebra. The kangaroos are being lazy.
The kangaroos are lazy, Mom. I told them, you have to stand up, kangaroos. None of this, sleeping junk.
Dude, yeah, it was literally, I was watching that show. I ate so much wheat ice cream that I was like, I definitely have this. I'm definitely fucking autistic and Australian. I'm one or the other. Either I don't get Australian or autistic, I can't tell. And then I got no sleep and then woke up being all right, let's go. And then we're running late. It was just fucking, oh man. It was fun though. Overall, I was it was cool. You don't get to see a zebra.
Was it how much of a surprise was it?
I thought we were going to the wolf sanctuary. So
she took you to a shittier thing than what?
I thought the wolf
sanctuary would have ruled.
First of all, Safari Park is good. If you go from your car,
look, Faye's not listening. Don't worry. Wait, she tricked you from we're going to the wolf sanctuary?
No, I guessed it was.
I got a better idea.
I guessed it was the wolf sanctuary. She's like, we can't bring the dogs. I'm like, wolf sanctuary. She was like, what's that?
It's just a better idea. Go ahead. What was yours?
It was pretty.
What time of the day was this?
Noon.
Man, that would fuck me up.
It's midday.
You watched Hell or High Water last night. He's been talking like a cowboy.
Yeah, I was out that night raising hell, and
I'm Comanche, dude.
Old lady woke me up.
I'm a Comanche.
You're the actual chief of the table?
I'm Comanche.
That was pretty funny, man. The guy at the casino being like, Chief?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Are you allowed to be that outwardly racist in Texas?
Yeah, probably.
See a Native American be like, Chief?
I mean, if you're a rude dude, son of a bitch like that guy.
You're a cowboy. I was gonna say, we gotta lose weight, dude. We gotta get slim. Cowboys, both of us. Cowboys are slim, dude.
Fuck cowboys.
Dude, if we robbed a bank and what they look like, guys, not cowboys.
You know what they look like? You remember that racist guy?
Again, they robbed the bank. That's where they ran like Louis runs up the subway steps.
And then they fell and stopped. And they stopped for a while.
I fucking busted my ass in public. Oh my god, dude, I was jogging.
You might be Australian. You legit might be Australian. You might have Australia.
You might have Australia.
You might be.
I was jogging the other day. It was last week.
Oh, dude, falling in public sucks. Hold on, this goes short. When I was at my fattest, most depressed, right after I quit football, I was about 320 pounds. Big dog. I was back at home and just quit Elon. Well, failed out. I went to get the mail, and then when I was walking inside, I rolled in the front yard, dude. Rolled my ankle on the sidewalk and fell into the front yard. I was wearing a Ruud van Nistelrooy jersey so a Netherlands t-shirt, so it was bright orange. Baggy, shorts down to my shins. I mean, it was truly, it was one of those moments I was like, fuck, dude, I gotta make some changes. This is wild.
So how long did it take you to get up?
It wasn't. It's not like I was ridiculous. I mean, that was 20 pounds heavier than I.
Did you lay there for a second and be like, "Fuck it, I'm not moving"?
Yeah. Well, I remember I fell on my hands and knees, which makes it funny.
Oh.
To roll your ankle and straight down on your knee, like scrape your knee. I have to walk inside, just like, oh my.
You landed in a tabletop position?
I landed tabletop.
Oh.
And then I was like, please, if the neighbors all that, that'd truly be the funniest thing they could possibly see. That dude's falling. A big dude falling.
I've honestly compilated. I've watched a compilation of fat dudes falling.
There's one video of a fat dude slipping on a German Shepherd's dump. That is literally the funniest video I've ever seen in my life. All right.
That is pretty good.
So you're out public and
I'm jogging, dude. I'm jogging. And, had a lot on my mind, so I'm sitting there driving like, I'm just jogging. I'm not fucking
This is for your post. Oh,
it's like during.
This is in the middle.
So I'm jogging. I'm gonna go for running. The whole time I'm running, I'm like, fucking gay. Fuck those guys, dude. I hit the fucking curb, pops up. I hit not a curb, the sidewalk from the tree roots popped up. I hit it, did like a literal a somersault. I fell, tucked and rolled, somersaulted, scraped my fuck. I think my.
You tried to do a roll?
I did one of those like land like a spaz in the palms of your hands.
Yeah, definitely.
I scabbed like that, landed on my knee, and then I rolled and popped back up on my feet, and just kept moving. And there was a guy like 50 feet ahead, and I like just ran by him, just like looking at him, like, did you see it? He just like, he had his kid, just kind of like looked away.
It's so funny that I know the roll looked like shit, but I know you.
Yeah,
and I know you're like, I'm gonna get out of this fall by ducking and rolling, right?
I mean, I did. It was just like
while you were falling, I bet you were like, I can take control of this situation and fall correctly.
It was like, remember you fall off a bike when you're little, like almost as like the world just spins around you real quick, and you're like, what the fuck just happened?
Yes.
First of all, I tabletopped, as any fucking fat would do.
Fat wagon.
So I tabletopped first of all. So I tabletopped, and as I tabletopped, because I look, dude, I have a scrape on my knee. I can't hide it. My palms were gashed up.
I have scars from fat falls, dude. I just have scarred on my hands.
Fat people like cats, they just land on their hands and knees. You drop one of the building, like, oh, god damn it. So I landed hands and knees and out of hands and knees position. I think it was like an attempt to like look kind of cool.
Yeah, that's what I know that's what you were doing.
But it was automatic. I didn't try to do it. I landed a tabletop, hands and knees out, popped up, and just kept running. I shouldered rolled, tuck shoulder rolled.
Yeah, what can you do? What can you do? I
just kept running back.
When I fat fell in the front yard, I took it in. I let a lot of people don't have that in them, to let darkness just consume them.
Yeah.
I fell and stayed in the tabletop for a second. I remember I stayed there for a second, just like, Jesus Christ. I dropped the mail.
They should have a fat superhero. You know, like superheroes drop down, they land on one knee. Just have a fat superhero fucking slam the table.
Oh, fuck.
Goes get up on your eyes.
Yeah, then you got, getting up from the table, you got to put a knee forward. Slowly stand up all your way on your leg. Yeah, man.
It's tough. You can roll another ankle just getting up. 320s, big dog status. What size team was that? 3X?
That's a double. That's a tight double.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think they were all stretched out to fuck, dude. It was a rough time. Yeah. It was a dark period.
That's your body's fighting like the washing machine. Your washing machine will shrink the shirt, and then your body will be like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Nice try. That's what happened. A lot of football players get very fat. Like I was eating like I was still playing football.
Yeah.
But just not with football, you work out all day, every day. And then all of a sudden you stop working out entirely. And then you just keep munching.
Happened to me in 8th grade.
Yeah.
I ate like I was playing football and I quit.
You were down to eat pizza rolls.
Yeah, dude. I got real big.
You became a young wagon.
Dude, I got a podcast recommend from my mother-in-law recently. And it wasn't for me, it was for Brittany. But it was one of those things where it's like the girl in the podcast, it was like a mom sending a letter to her daughter who's black and Cambodian.
What's it called? Good white parents?
No, because I don't think these parents are white.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
I just saw a very popular podcast called that right
Good
now.
White Parents?
I think it's called that right
now. That'd be an interesting title because I'm pretty sure it's a black lady.
That's probably not it.
Called Good White Parents. But yeah, so she was like, my mom must be listening to this, and I'm sitting at the table, and we put it on whatever. And dude, it was, so you go on, it's like, whatever I forget the girl's name, you say it's like Lana, it's like, Lana, this is your mother. I love you. It's like,
Hold on. Tell me. I saw you press a button, and then you looked like you were at a fireworks factory in Beirut back there. Some guy hit a button, and it was just...
We left on the mic. I left on the mic and we were laughing. So
okay.
I didn't say anything.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I bet Noah's bitch ass was back there conspiring against me.
No, nobody was conspiring.
That's stupid. This
There was no conspiring.
You fucking
How long was the
snakes.
mic on?
Probably for like 10 minutes.
Now you guys are pretty quiet. I mean, that's what you get when you hire two high guys.
Two high boys back there. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I couldn't just...
No, that's true.
The high panic I just witnessed.
True.
He literally was just like... And I was like, dude, did he not record the episode?
Be like a level 10 stone freak out. It's like, oh,
did we record that? Oh, fuck, Noah. I don't know, man. Fuck, dude. Nothing but stoners and imbeciles.
do it correctly.
Alright, so you may got a podcast recommendation. Yeah. It's about a black Cambodian writing letters.
No, it's about a mom wrote like an audio letter to her daughter, being like, don't forget who you are, basically. But like, it goes in, it's like, I feel like her daughter's name. It's like, Lana, this is your mother. I'm a proud black woman, and when you come to age, I need to teach you. All your aunties are going to teach you what it's like to have these like cultures and all the shit. And then it comes in, it's like, boom. It's like, Lana, this is Papa. It's like, so her dad started, I'm a Cambodian man. My Isles was invaded by the colonizers. I'm like, dude, they talking
Sure, it's Cambodia and they're black.
Well, there's a black lady, and she's like, Khmer or whatever. But it's like the dad starts talking. They're recording this podcast probably from like fucking central New Jersey, and they're talking like they're like the sky of the fucking Lion. The guy sounds like the sky from the Lion King, where he's like, "Oh, I am your papa, your people are that's of the Khmer clan." I'm like, dude, what the fuck? What are you guys doing right now?
Oh my god, she's probably in like middle school. Like,
well, the problem is if you
it's an Asian dude in a dashiki.
Well, I was like sitting there eating my breakfast, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. And he's like, what? I'm like, this is just like, if I were to raise my kid and just be like, or like my grandfather, if my grandfather had like done his racial takes.
You're Irish. We're going to teach you the ways of step dancing.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all we do.
Well, culturally, it's like, your grandfather came here, became an alcoholic, and slowly drank till he had dementia. Never forget that.
He worked hard and then also hit his wife and then died at 50 of a heart attack. This is your ancestry.
But yeah, it was just like, I was listening to it, I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's just built into like people who are Irish that not do that shit. And like, have you ever heard an Irish person legitimately be like, the fucking British? You'd be like, dude, shut the fuck up. What? I've never heard it. You never take it seriously. An Irish person claims a fucking...
If I actually was like, fuck England.
Yeah. Or being like, dude, well, obviously England fucked me up. It's like, obviously it was a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm still traumatized. But there's PTSD from...
Well, you can get in. I was reading this thing from school way back when they talked about like intergenerational PTSD, where like if your grandparents experience trauma, you can get like subconscious flashes of trauma, like trauma and stuff. Dude,
I don't think they understand how the world works, because all of our grandparents had trauma. Pretty intense trauma, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Especially their parents.
Yeah.
You keep going back, dude. All right, sorry.
Well, yeah. So this was the funny thing. It's like, I get the intention behind it, but racial takes tend to not age very well. So it's
heard that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like the racial take technology gets like drastically updated.
Yeah.
So like imagine if my parents had done that, and like, here's all of our racial wisdom we bestowed to you on a public platform. By the time that child who's like 2 comes of age and is like 20, your takes on that are going to be like wildly outdated and strange and weird.
Yes.
The chances are their kids won't be like, your people, like they got caught up in kind of this weird, like this kind of like
Pan-African movement.
Yeah, not even that.
When was it, like the 80s?
No, this was like this just came out.
They just but I mean, when did they record all that?
Now, like this just happened.
Oh, they're making it now.
Just did it now. Her daughter's like really, really young. So it's like by the time you come of age, I'm bequeathing you this wisdom. just her being like her dad, like, your people come from Cambodia, oppressed by the colonizers, dude. It's like fucking crazy, dude. It was
Yeah, that's wacky people.
it was strange, but it's also I was just like, dude, turn it off, man. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's also too like you got to think about the podcaster. They're trying to get views too. It's like you see like what gets a lot of views here. If I talk like I'm like in like a hunter-gatherer thing, like your people long before you, it's like, dude, you look fucking like Sewell, New Jersey. It's like, stop.
Your people before you worked the Radio Shack. It has since been closed by the colonizers. The colonizers actually opened it, but they also closed it.
Yeah, man, I like listened to it. I was like, please turn this shit off, man. I was like, I can't listen to this song, bro. But yeah, that's gonna be funny to have to like. But imagine if your grandparents were like, Shane, here on a public forum, like, here's how we think about race. Go for it. You'd be like, oh, Jesus Christ.
See my grandma being like, I don't like that Tiger Woods. Like, why? There's something about him. I like all the other golfers. All right,
it's also funny how.
All right, man, dude.
Oh, yeah, true.
All right, she did fucking hate Tiger Woods. It was so funny. I mean, it was in 97, I think, when he started blowing up.
Before sex crimes?
She hated him pre being he was being exactly who he should be.
Yeah.
God, I can't believe I was gay about that. That might be my biggest regret.
Really?
It's like being like, man, fuck Tiger Woods for him having sex.
Your grandma laid down the emerald tablets for you.
I know.
She laid down.
Someday, son, you will hate Tiger Woods. You won't know why until it is revealed.
The prophecy speaks that one day will be a black golfer. There'll be a Nubian golfer.
It's gonna ruin your day for no reason while you're just hanging out.
There will be a golfer from Nubia. Impossible.
What will he do in the sand?
Yeah, dude, it was painful to listen to this thing, or just to getting. I've gotten roped. Like I had to go to the safari park, sucked it up, and I did it. Every time I'd be like, "What are we doing today?" Be like, do some research on Cambodia on Wikipedia. We're gonna play a drum beat. Start talking like we're inside of like a real like clan.
Cambodia, we did fuck them up in like the 70s.
It was, I think the 80s.
Like just fucked them up. They got a little fucked up. We fucked them up in Vietnam.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. We gave them.
They came in the 80s.
We gave them 1-4.
Yeah, they came in the 80s.
I think, could be wrong. I think the North Vietnamese were hiding in Cambodia, and because we didn't have we weren't allowed to bomb them. So then we just bombed them. Like, we pretended it was a secret.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, everybody everybody has a bad history. Theirs is pretty recent.
I wonder what,
they got rocked. But they got rocked in World War II. You know, the Chinese came down there and gave them what for again. Then the Japanese came down and gave them what for.
So they got it from everyone.
And the American came down and gave them what for. See, it's consistent.
So everyone was giving them what for.
Everybody gave them what for. At which point you got to be like, all right, step your game up.
True.
Cambodia.
True. Well, no. I mean, the game now is. It's also too like. So if you have a kid, you raise them in America. From the time they're like 6, you're gonna start being like, never forget the atrocities.
Yeah.
It's like. That's a lot for a kid to handle. He's trying to like fit in and be cool, and it's like never forget the atrocities of these
people. Well, I didn't really experience it, but I heard about it. And now you're hearing about it. You should be mad at.
Listen, rate and subscribe my podcast, daughter.
Hate Nixon.
Daughter, rate and subscribe this, please.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Speaking of somebody who stepped their game up, dude.
Yeah.
The Comanche.
True.
Bro, so Roadies posted something on Instagram yesterday about so I immediately downloaded the book and listened to it. I'm like halfway through it already. Did a lot of driving last night.
Yeah.
Bro, the Comanche were, you want to talk about some bad hombres?
Were they really?
Bro, every time I listen to people talk about, it's crazy. If you do any research into actually what Native Americans were doing, it's nuts. Dude.
Well, the Celtics were the
Celts were fucking.
Celts were here before Native Americans were going.
No, the Celts were actually even mentioned in the book as also being complete savages.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a pretty simple explanation for why Native Americans were fucking fired up, rowdy boys.
Yeah.
They got agriculture about 4,000 years after Africa and Asia, and therefore Europe. So they were on the exact same trajectory historically. Like they just started building pyramids, they just started getting societies, but they were 4,000 years late.
Gotcha.
And then they run into colonists.
True. Yeah.
So that's what was really interesting about it was they were hunter gatherers. They were from the fucking Stone Age, running into today. Essentially today it was like 1800s.
Future.
Yeah. So then you'd run into this tribe of dudes that were living like cavemen.
Yeah.
And they'd be rowdy, dude. Obviously, they're going to fucking throw shit at you.
Jeez, the T levels are high.
T levels out of this world.
I mean, dude, I was, up until a certain age, if I went to a movie theater, I would throw shit at people. Like, I would sit in the back and throw candy at the screen. Like, pretty recently.
Yeah, that's actually very funny.
You sit in the
you
back.
get a gummy bear stuck on there?
Oh,
come on.
What if you sit in the back, as soon as it goes all dark, you just go, boom, and you breathe, it goes, whap, and you hear it just go, pop, 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 pop.
I would always try to fart as loud as I could at the quiet parts in a movie. Like, if you can anticipate a silent part.
Dude, it's the best.
That's very Comanche of you.
Pretty much enemy of everybody, dude. I'm an enemy of everyone.
Lord of the Plains. Lord of the Plains. Bro, let me break this down.
Break down the Comanche.
Comanche fucking rule. They absolutely rule. They're ugly, short, shitty people that everybody crushed. So they came over, and, historically on the land bridge, that's where, how all people came to North America.
Bering Strait?
Yeah. So they were up there. So they were up in the Rockies, they're up in the mountains, and then just forever they had been pushed down because they sucked. Comanches of everybody were like, even amongst other tribes, they were known for their bad hygiene. They sucked. They were short. They never, so we see like the Northeast Native Americans is like, that's like what's on. Yeah. That's what you see is like these tall, slender, fucking athletic, sinewy, long motherfuckers. Yeah. These people were like more like Mongolians. Really? Like short, squat, fucking brown.
Yeah.
Like fuckers.
Eskimos.
They look, yeah, exactly. But
I didn't know that.
they were losing.
Comanches were like
Comanches were not jacked.
Jesus bodies.
No, they're lads.
Really?
Comanches were pure lads, dude. And they were getting rocked by everybody until the Spanish came. And the Spanish, fucked around and introduced horses to North America. Horses were never there.
Yeah.
So all these different tribes got horses, and I think the Apache were munching them. The Apache weren't sure what to do with them. So the Apache were just crushing horses.
They're munching,
They were munching horses.
They're chopping them up.
That was good eating for a little while until the Comanche, those old fucking pussies that everybody beat up forever, just somehow got so good at using horses, like best horsemen in the world.
I mean,
and then just
you want to go with the Mongolian theory? That's
exactly what it was like. And then they just let it rain on everybody, dude.
Everything just shit on constantly.
And not like they were even like, there was no, half of it was just for vengeance. Like this for ancient vengeance. For like 1,000 years, they were just like, fuck these people. And just Comanche, they didn't build cities. They were nomadic. They just went around, and if you somehow came into the middle of the country, you got fucked up. And not just like oh, you got, it was their rules to torture everybody to death. If there were women, they would gang rape them and then torture them to death. Dude, they took this one lady as a slave, and white slave, and then white slavery, and
got a little scoreboard there. White slave.
What's that about? 18 million to 1. All right, here we go now. A little comeback, a little rally caps. Here we go now. We have a little chatter over there. A little chatter in the dugout, whites. But this lady, she was pregnant when she was captured. As soon as she gave birth,
Wait, white lady?
Yeah. She's in it too. True, technically that was two. Boom. Got another one. This is a quick one though.
Yeah.
So she gave birth to this child. I think it was 7 weeks old when 6 Comanche men walked into the room, strangled it to death, but it lived. They put it back. They strangled it till they thought it was dead, put it back in her arms, like gave it to her like motherfuckers, and then it started moving. So they tied it to the back of a horse and rode it through cacti. till it was ripped apart. They were wild, dude.
Yeah.
And like again, there's no redeeming. Like the book tries to be like, well, they sang at night and they loved pranks, which was funny to be like, oh, they were dickheads when they were by themselves, which is really funny. But they were also the meanest. Yeah, Comanche were mean little dickheads.
Nasty.
It's fun to listen to. It's a really good book.
Damn, dude, that's pretty tough.
Yeah. Thank you. Praise Rogies for recommending.
I read some of his posts. He was in the sauna just bugging out on Comanches and being like, dude,
it is a fucking like,
it's
wild to read.
I mean, dude, the idea of Rogan in a thing, meditating and just being like a Comanche on a horse.
He must have connected with the Comanches so much. These little short, tiny guys fucking ride horses, crushing people.
That's probably why he's going to do this. The Comanches around Texas?
Yeah, true.
He might be being called.
True. He might be called by that Comanche.
I'm going to start a trust fund in Texas Midland.
Damn, we're pretty much Texas now. I'm all about Comanches. You're about it. Told you. Hell or high water.
Bay loved it too, dude.
I knew Bay was going to love it. I love the good cop in that. It's a good Bay movie.
Good cop. She loves, I figured out she loves movies where people like give off like serious attitude. Like when a guy just like, you're motherfucking ass, they said get a piece of shit out. She's like, oh yeah.
Have you been tucking your t-shirts into your dungarees since you watched it?
Sometimes.
I know you always have.
I tuck in every now and again anyway, but yeah, now it's like for sure.
You have to. You gotta get losing weight right now. You gotta get a holster.
I just, if I do a crime, I want someone like, what they look like, that cowboy. Skinny, lean, look like a cowboy.
Frank looks like a cowboy.
Frank looks like a cowboy.
Cousin Frank looks like a cowboy.
My family I got a lot of the Comanche genes in my family. My family's
ugly, run, that everyone hates.
Fat.
Good, dude. Just get a horse.
All I need is a horse.
Fuck them up.
I'll go up the compound and fuck everybody up.
Dude, I'm so fired up on Comanche right now.
Yeah.
They ride. They were the ones who would like ride on the side of the horse when they were in battles. You know what I mean? Where you ride on the side, shoot. Dude, they fucking rule. And all they were about was raping.
That's Mongolian blood.
Just torturing strangers, dude.
That's the Mongolian.
Everyone's like, no, Native Americans were great warriors. Like, dude, they gang raped prisoners and tortured them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like if you went to like like the Celtic tribes, like it was the same party going on.
Yeah, it's just 1,000 years before.
People Celtic tribes thought they were from hell. Like they conceptualized heaven and hell. They're like, yeah, we're from hell.
We're the bad guys.
Like we're from hell, and their day started. It was some kind of weird thing where like their day was reversed. I mean, not like kind of the day starts at midnight, but it was something like that.
So they're on my clock. I'm still on that Celtic.
Something like that, yeah. Where they were kind of
munch dinner right away. Just wake up and eat like a chicken parm sub.
Yeah, when you were born, they would just cry for you. They were like, "Oh, dude, this sucks." And when you die, they're like, "Fuck yeah, dude,
get out of here."
Back in the nether realm. So yeah, dude, they were like nasty motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, the Comanche, man. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, dude, there's literature that says that they try to claim the Celts were the Native Americans. It's pretty funny. It's a pretty that's like Irish spazzing.
I like that.
No, we're Native.
We're actually slaves and Native. And we're hammered.
Yeah.
No, but it does do the thing where it's. Also, what was interesting is in the book they're like, look, if you want to talk about people's statues getting torn down, you see a Native American chief statue, you can pretty much count that guy first off had slaves and then also led like war parties that raped whoever they caught, tortured.
Really? Is that in the book?
Yeah, I was like, damn, dude, this guy's going hard. It must have been early in time when this guy wrote. I don't know when the book was written.
Yeah.
He better not have written that recently if he's out of here. I don't like it.
Yeah, man, you can't be talking.
But it was a fucking. He brought up the Celts though.
Did he?
Yeah, in the book, yeah. Like they were that. They were the people that like when the Romans came up to England, they were like, who the fuck are these dudes? Who are these retarded guys? Sick fucking book though. Definitely recommend it. It's way better than War on the Run. War on the Run's like the one I read about Robert Rogers.
Yeah.
The most listening to. Pardon me.
Same thing.
No, very different.
Every information go through the ether and in your brain.
Pardon me.
It actually might be, audiobooks might be better.
I don't think they are. I'll forget people's names and have to rewind 30 seconds to try to get the name again.
I have laser focus.
There's no chance you do, dude.
I have like laser focus.
There's no chance, dude.
No, it's crazy. It's unbelievable how well I don't really retain information. I store it all in the ether.
Where's that?
Reading a book
like a cloud?
Reading a book right now, sort of, where they talk about like So there's like atoms and protons, but like in between an atom and a proton, there's just like it's mostly just blank space. So really, if you were to take all the blank space out of everyone's atoms and particles and everything, you could reduce the human population would fit within like a sugar cube. That's how much we are. You probably think we live in a solid universe, which I can understand you thinking, but it's not really the case. So so I like knowing all that, ideas are the same kind of thing, where it's like we're living in kind of like not a simulation, but more of like an electromagnetic field that we kind of perceive as solid. But yeah, it's just like I listened to a chapter. I basically know it verbatim. But yeah, go ahead, please.
No, I'm good. You want to derail my awesome Comanche talk?
No, I'm not derailing.
It's too late.
We were talking audiobooks.
I kind of forget the Comanche talk now. I had some other good points.
It's in the field. It's in the ether. You have to channel it. Any idea you ever have?
Oh, they do the same thing as. So I was reading I was listening to fucking War on the Run, and it's very dry. It's very like they left camp with 3 satchels of blueberries, 6 gunpowder sacks, 8. Right, it's a lot. It's a lot to listen to. But then this one's just purely like they did the same thing though. The lady who was a slave to the Comanche, she beat the fuck out of one lady, and the Apaches or the Comanches just surrounded her and were like, sick. And then she beat the shit out of that old lady who was also her master, and they were all like, all right, you're pretty chill, you can come hang out with us. Dude, they did have that. That's like a common string. Like if you were a Native American slave, all you had to do was while out.
So you're saying if I were ever...
You had to risk the worst torture known to man.
So I wonder, if I ever somehow, and again, I don't think this would happen to me if I got lost on the reservation, but if someone else...
If they get you.
If I was to be accosted on the reservation...
If you get hammered at a casino...
I should just start fighting people.
If you're at a casino and the lights start disorienting you, and then you get captured. You get captured.
You could technically get captured.
Yeah, bring you downstairs.
True. So I should just start swinging.
You should immediately swing. And if you're at a casino and you're drunk and you happen upon a security guard, swing upon him. They'll do nothing but respect you. That's awesome.
Here's 500 chips back out there.
Like you're one of us now.
I knew my bus driver's son hung out on an Indian reservation. And I used to always want to go there.
Really? I heard they were dumps.
Really? Our bus driver told us that his son was dating an Indian chick with huge tits. And I was like, damn it. He's like, they go all there. They
bus drivers
smoke weed on the reservation all day. He's like, my son hasn't made. His girlfriend has big tits. She's Native American. I was just like, fuck yeah, dude. Wow. Our bus driver fucking... I mean, a lot of our bus drivers... One of them definitely pissed hot. We learned got fired. This fucking shit.
That rules.
I think it was drugs. I think it was like oats.
Yeah.
I don't think it was alcohol.
Yeah, I don't think you test alcohol, but
they test. They do a lot of pee tests on.
They should have breathalyzers.
Alcohol. They do like a lot of random pee tests, but alcohol is the one that gets bus drivers because they're like, they can't do any other drugs really. Because I guess they can do some coke, but it's like alcohol leaves your system pretty quick. But like they catch those guys.
You bust out some Adderall pretty hard. You get some meth going. Get a real Magic School bus vibes. Be like, we're going on a fucking adventure today, kids. It's the law. They'll never fucking take me alive.
I'm pretty sure our bus driver for like a span of like 7 years, not the one whose son was like killing him on the reservation.
Yeah.
This lady who was like actually kind of mean to us. I think she was addicted to opiates because she would drive the bus and then she like would work and we would catch her at the farmer's market.
Just taking naps.
Yeah, she hit a fire hydrant one time and literally like the water, she knocked it over and it shot up.
That's awesome.
She was like, "Oh, getting the hell out of here!" She used to fart. She blamed it on the transmission. It must be the transmission.
What were you doing up front, smelling farts?
Me and my cousin were sentenced to the front seat for the entire year.
Oh, nice. I was afraid that you sat there and that was going to change things for you and I.
Bro, I had to sit there. I was so cool on the bus. They had a Hannibal Lecter me in the front.
You must have been such a little dickhead of a kid.
I used to go on the bus, and like me, just to sign out the bus driver, we would like look up, and when she looked in the mirror, we'd look down. Look up and look, and then she was like, Pat, I'm not messing with you. Get up to the front.
Yeah, they got that big, I haven't even thought about that thing in forever, that giant thing so you can look at all the fuckers in the back.
Chuck Bird. We like Mike. Yeah. Two of my cousins got kicked off the bus for throwing bird.
Powerful.
Chuck and Bird, booting.
Very, very commanding.
A lot of the Cuskers got kicked off the bus. My cousin got kicked off.
Lords of the bus.
Lords of the bus, dude, for sure. We would just pile. There were big 8 of us would pile on. At the shop, we would pile, or at the bottom of our driveway, the bus would open up and like 8 of us would go onto the bus. And it was just like, it was fucking sick.
Out of that compound. Oh, just the worst dick.
We'd be wrestling down at like the bottom of the driveway, and the bus would pull up, and then it would just, or it would be like someone would be late, so like you kind of dilly dally because you'd be in view, and the bus couldn't leave, and like someone would be kind of like, wait, hold the bus. And then be like, oh, we got kicked off. Chucking birds was sick. I used to do Napoleon Dynamite with an action figure on a stick.
You would do that?
Yeah.
And when you saw it in Napoleon Dynamite, were you like, oh shit?
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought I came up with that.
Apparently it's a
I
problem.
would have thought you came up with that if I watched you do that.
Dude, it's pretty sick. But yeah, man, it was, the bus was fucking lit, dude. Do you know anyone got pussy on the bus?
What type of pussy were we talking?
Fingering
On the bus. I'm going blank on
sucking tits.
I don't know if I do.
I don't know. See, that's the problem. I don't know if I did. That's how like rock and roll my bus days were. I just know people around me got pussy on the bus. I could have. I don't know. I don't think I did. I don't actually know. I'm gonna say I don't think I got pussy. I think I
smooched on the bus after a field trip to the zoo.
Did you really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was big time. Getting hard now.
Yeah, man. Touching a pussy on the bus is like,
smooch.
I'm the same.
Please.
I think I touched pussy on the bus. I'm not gonna pussy.
That sounds like a pussy lie. That sounds like something you remember. I remember a kiss.
I could be stealing pussy stories from my cousin.
You're stealing pussy.
My cousin definitely touched pussy on the bus. I'm not gonna.
Does he get like discounts at Annie Ann's now? You're stealing pussy valor.
I don't know. First time I touched pussy, I was at the farmer's market.
An actual dude that figured pussy is gonna approach you with a cell phone. Sure. Did you figure pussy on the bus? Like, yeah. He's gonna be like, what was it like? You're like, well, it was 19 like, nobody was figuring pussies on the bus that year.
Well, bus. You know I got pussy on bus.
Dude, they nail Australians. Australians always steal valor.
They gotta let them do it.
Let the boys do it. They're at the mall in full regalia, and you have the audacity to approach an Australian and be like, you didn't serve. Yeah, let the boys have fun.
Yeah, dude, for real.
I'm tired. Any stolen valor compilation is always an Australian.
They should be drafted.
Draft the Aussies.
Yeah, dude, I mean, just for, some Rudy action.
Yeah, we got ISIS on the run, send them in, get a sack.
Yeah, dude, send them in.
We're winning, dude. Why don't you take a shot? Man.
Okay. Press this button. I mean, dude, you're talking about drone strikes. That would be...
Get some of those boys on the sticks.
The last thing you'd hear would just be like, who lives in a motorcycle?
Hey, that'd be their fortunate son. Be a drone playing SpongeBob. I suppose you have to die then. There's the rules. Sorry, you're actually dead now.
Yeah, man. That's sick. I like that you're back on your story.
Bro,
back on your story.
A lot of people don't think about this. So when we kicked it, it's not the thing I'm trying to avoid. The fucking wheeze. The wheeze.
Oh, you're talking about winners.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, it's hard for me to not associate that. Which was pretty sick. In the beginning of the book, they talk about, so the Spanish, look, I'm going to get my back here. The Spanish were there. Yeah. The French were there.
The Spanish were kind of running things, weren't they?
The Spanish ran shit forever. From like 15 to
16,
17.
Really?
Yeah. French were popping off down there too. A lot of people, I think that's what Cinco de Mayo is about. It's a victory over the French.
That's good.
Surprising.
That's why I celebrate that.
Jamie, check that out for me. Cinco de Mayo.
French got into Mexico?
I believe it's over the French.
I feel like the French couldn't handle Mexico.
They didn't.
The lads must have blown them.
The lads were like, damn, you guys, you want to talk lazy? Bring out some Frenchmen.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much, Mayor. Confirmed. Kill confirmed. I suppose. Yes. So the Spanish were in there, but the Spanish had they had conquered everything, all of South America, Central America, and then they were slowly making their way north. That's when they ran into the Comanches, or those native tribes, the Apaches, the Comanches, and shit.
Short Kings.
The Short Kings, the land of the Short Kings, and they started getting massacred and tricked and shit. What was pretty funny is the Apache were all of a sudden. There's no record of what the fuck was going on there, other than you could see migrations of other tribes getting the fuck out of the way from the Comanches, which is pretty cool. To be nobody wrote shit down. They were just wandering around in tents, murdering everybody for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Well, not 1,000 because they didn't have horses yet, but all of a sudden there was like a huge influx of Apaches running. Like, where the fuck are you guys going? The Apaches were like, actually Spanish, we really like Catholicism. Could you please set up some missions in our territory? And so the Spanish were like, holy fuck, dude, we never thought you guys were going to say yes to this, dude. Wait till you see how awesome Jesus is. We're going to bring up some missionaries. This is going to be fun. And it was actually just a trick for them to put basically embassies in Apacheria so that when the Comanches came down and definitely murdered and raped everybody, they would kill Spanish people too. So that they would go to war with the Comanches. So it was a pretty funny trick from the Short King Apaches.
Yeah.
But what was nice about it was talking about the settlers. That's how America colonized it. Like Spain went in with like missionaries, forts, very governmental, regimented, intrusion into the land. The Americans just sent people. Like literally were just like no forts, no missions, just like people just building houses.
Go check that out.
Which, ironically, so the Mexicans invited settlers into Texas, which, eventually the settlers just took Texas. Yeah. But the reason they invited them there was to get a buffer zone between them and the Comanches.
Really?
So originally the Mexicans, which you hear people today be like, the Mexican-American War, it was another act of aggression from America where we took their land. Those fuckers invited us there so that we could be fed to the Comanche, so they would stop fucking with the Mexicans.
Really?
It ended up that the Americans were kind of rude too.
True. They're slim.
They were like, bro, we'll fucking chill here. What, we get raped and murdered every couple years?
Whatever.
Sick.
Texas fucking rules.
Texas does rule. That's when it became a republic.
Really?
It's fucking sick.
So they fought off. They were like, they buffered. And then they probably figured it out. We're like,
well, yeah,
they figured
it out. And, well, yeah, they kind of tamed the land a little, and then the Mexicans were like, why don't you give us that land back?
Yeah.
Like, why don't you come fucking take it?
True.
That's where that flag's from.
Yeah.
And then the Alamo happened, which was a huge mistake.
The Texas flag says like, fuck off, Mexico.
Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, that was a funny thing watching the Hell or High Water that you started to think about how they really had. It's like and then these colonizers came. It's like, no, they kind of white people threw they threw poor white people at the problem. Maybe white people threw poor white people at the problem, and were like, here, go figure this out.
Yeah,
and
that's what they're banking on, and that's what was cool. In the book, it literally addresses like, the American approach to colonizing was like hope. Like they'd just be like, here's some dude that's just land hungry that lives in Boston. It's like, I gotta get my family the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
We're going to the plains. They get burned alive. But
it's also funny too how that still kind of goes. So you get the rich people who are like, "Yeah, man, we got a good deal if you go out there and do that thing." And I was like laughing the other day thinking about trickle down economics, how it more or less, it's supposed to be like, "Yo, like here's what you do: just let us get all the money. We're gonna just send it back down to you guys." And it basically comes out as like, "All right, look, you guys are gonna be the best poor people.
We're gonna get you some change. I'm gonna buy some shit."
Yeah, change.
Yeah, it's coming to you.
You guys get the piggy bank. It's such a funny thing. It's like, just that I guess no one ever talked about super poor white people who've been poor for like generations. It's just like, it's like, oh, you suck up your fucking. If you go to like Kensington, you're like, suck up your white privilege. They'll punch you in the face because like they cannot get out of poverty. They're so poor and the shit around them is so fucked up. Like they're just not getting out. But it is funny for a lot of those dudes will vote Republican. They'll just be like, hell yeah, dude, I'm fucking blah, blah. I don't know about it in Kensington, but you know a lot of
there's a ton of Republicans.
Does it?
We're in a house right now, aren't we? True. No, it's fucking, there's a guy that used to live by Claire that had a fucking full Trump house, dude.
Yes, I saw something wild. Unless it's the same house, I saw something very similar.
It has to be.
Up in Port Richmond, I think
No, she lived like right here.
Okay, I saw something in Port Richmond. No, I saw something in Port Richmond now. It's just kind of like
Trump house.
Trump house. Where I was like,
that's a real bold statement, dude.
I mean,
just be like, how don't you even come close to fucking with my house? My house rules. Fuck everybody that walks by here.
Well, it is funny they have psyop poor white people into that, being like, look, give your money to the rich people. But if you think about it, the trade-off is like they just get to be the best poor people in the world. It's like if you're American and poor, you're in terms of like all their poor people, you're kind of crushing.
Yeah, other than the healthcare.
Other than the health, you don't really get healthcare. Although you kind of do.
You do.
You go to the hospital and you're like, yo, I'm fucked up. They're like, come here.
Yeah.
They'll kick you out immediately.
Yeah.
Dude, Spud fell from like 30 feet in healthcare, and they were like, "Can you walk?" And he was like, "All right." And you're like, "Yeah, there's nothing we can do for you." They should like,
Man's Comanche. He's a Comanche.
for sure,
Absolute.
for sure, dude. You might have been one of the French.
Also, by the way, blood meridians, not exaggerating. That's what I'm talking about. The level of that's what that book's about.
What they're up to,
hunting Comanches.
Really?
Yes. That book, all those atrocities throughout that book, and like how horrendous the land was.
Yeah.
It's real. I thought that I was like, man, this guy's really exaggerating, like jerking off to violence. No, dude. That was fairly similar to like the actual historical accounts of it. Pretty crazy.
What year was that?
I know you guys listen to this for comedy. Boy, do I love Comanches. This recording?
Oh.
Hey, we're going to switch over to Patreon. Thank you for joining us. Go to patreon.com/MSSP or something. I don't know.
For now,
dude.
Until it collapses.
Until Patreon collapses and ruins our lives. But yeah.
That'd be sick. I'm actually looking forward to that.
Really?
Patreon collapses, put us back in the mud for a little.
Let's do it. No. Alright. Switch over to Patreon.
Yeah. Or don't.
Or Radio Dogs.
True. We made peace. Fucking up, dude. We're in.
Wow.
Episode 309, 30 whatever. Doesn't even
Damn,
matter.
your eye is fucked up.
I got peppermint oil in my fucking eye, dude.
You got lean and dunkums on the brain, dude.
Fucking Lemaire's leaving us for lean and dunkums.
There's a lean and dunkums writer. It's just like, I wrote a brunch scene. Fucking lean and dunkums must have loved it, dude.
Dude, I can't believe lean and dunkums is your boss.
Lean and dunkums.
Oh, man. Damn, dude.
Is that your sponsor now? That peppermint's in there. Leaving it out. Let the people say, damn, you got peppermint. I brought like peppermint smelling salt.
Well, yes, peppermint oils.
Does that come with your fucking crystals?
So, no.
Start giving you oils and crystals?
So, here's what happened.
Wait till you get into astrology, dude.
I've been into astrology, dude. I know.
What's wrong with you, dude? You got dunkum on the brain.
I have peppermint oil in my eyes, dude. It burns. So I started reading the book Breathe. It was the other guy who was on Rogi's podcast. My eyes going to be like, I'm going to have Cyclops eye the whole podcast. So the guy Breathe, who was on Rogi's podcast.
Yeah.
I started reading his audiobook.
You're all about breathing?
Life changing, dude.
You got to clear up the nasal
Not
passages.
just nose breathing specifically.
Yeah.
How's your nose breathing? So I have a new, what's that deviated at?
Deviated, they're off, dude.
Hear this airflow? That's probably I probably got 70% blockage right there. I was at 80, so my new quest right now is I'm going to cure my deviated septum without a septoplasty.
How? Just sniffing oils?
Well, there's a couple things. I'm going to do this helps. This helps me just do nose.
It's on the front of my nose right now.
Yeah,
it kind of burns, dude. This shit sucks.
No, it's good for you, dude. You're going to deviate, dude. Are you nose breathing all the time, all day, every day?
No. Rarely.
Good luck.
Rarely, yeah.
I've been like about
big fat mouth breather, dude.
I've been 4 or 5 days straight, dude. It's just disease. You should know from researching the Native Americans. That was the Native American secret. They were nose breathers.
They did well against disease.
Well, they didn't have it until a bunch of mouth breathers came in and fouled up the whole scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude,
and they got chlamydia. Chlamydia ran through them, dude.
You can't blame them. Happens to the best.
True.
Happens to the best and most noble. But no, that's how I'm gonna get on Gaia. I'm gonna cure my deviated septum.
You got me fired up on
just
Native
by
Americans.
breathing.
I should have mentioned it. I forgot about Native Americans. I am like a fucking love on the spectrum date. I'm on dates like, have you heard of the Comanche? Did you know they were bad?
That show I've decided is that French dish where you have to like put a napkin over your head while you're trying to like, eat a bird to hide from God. That's that French dish over there.
Phil watched it. I showed it to Phil.
Dude, I put a towel over my head and I just watch how I pretend I'm just like laundry on my couch. I'm like,
yeah, Phil watched it and was like, oh. Well, that's how that show's on my back. Oh.
Well, that's the thing. I watch that show and I go back and forth between being like, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen, like wanting to cry. Then they interview their dad, and their dad's like, "I've come a long way." And I'm like, "Oh,
yeah." Yeah, it's a sad.
And then they like just say something ridiculous on a date. It's like, I'm waiting patiently. And you're like, did you see that?
Was that the kid on that?
Oh, that was my fan. I've been so
hibachi.
Yeah, we were at the hibachi and she busted out the Nintendo GameCube.
Yeah.
And she was like, I hate waiting. And he was like, well, I'm waiting patiently. It was like, dude, I was in the shower just saying that to myself. I don't know what made me laugh about that.
He got up and did a fucking testimonial like during the date. He got up and walked over to the camera and was just like, well, she doesn't like anime. This thing's not going great. She was like, I like anime. Just directly in front of her.
Dude, that's fucking arm. I'm telling you, man. Sorry that arm's acting.
It bothers me.
Dude, so I've been just breathing through my nose at nighttime. In order to do it, you gotta put tape on your mouth. Dude, I woke up. They say first couple nights.
You're taking like edgy comic headshots at night. Like putting like tape over your mouth, like caution, dude. Who knows what's coming out? I can say anything. Nerders. turns out that was the bad one.
Yeah. First couple nights are scary. You wake up and you're like, because it gets blocked up at nighttime, and you just wake up and you're just like, it's popping, dude. I've made it longer every night. I'm telling you, I'm gonna cure. I already went to a what the fuck's it called? An otolaryngologist, something like an ear, nose, and throat guy.
Yeah.
They told me I was at an 80% blockage. You hear me right now. I don't sound like I'm at. I sound like I'm at maybe 65.
Yeah.
Maybe 70.
Great.
That's air coming in. I used to not be able to get air. So far, I think I've given myself 15% less. I think I'm reduced from peppermint, from strictly nose breathing. Because, dude, if you're nose breathing all day, every day, like water will erode like rocks. So if you're just bringing in like little water particles all day, every day, it'll push that little sucker back.
Who told you that? Because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, dude, I breathe nose all day long.
You think moisture air molecules are gonna
it rearranges
erode your nose?
If you just nose breathe, it rearranges your whole facial structure. So I'm telling you, I'm gonna get myself down. I think to like 50% obstruction. Have the ear, nose, and throat guy put it on the record, and then I'll be like, all right, go ahead with the rest of the rhinoplasty and knock that.
You want to do it yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I could do it myself, but at this point, it's like I'll get the 50 just approved just to get on Gaia. And once I get on Gaia, I'll be Joe Dispenza, what's up, bro?
So you're gonna go on Gaia to talk to. You think you need your nose reconstructed?
You need a miracle. Yeah, you need to have like a miracle under your belt before you write your book. Like heal yourself with your brain. The one guy actually like became paraplegic and he can walk again, but if I kind of edge in on the deviated septum market, it was just like.
What did he get paraplegic from?
I think he just got whacked by a car. Like he was like fucked up.
There was a player from Penn State who got paralyzed against Ohio State, and then they were like he'll never walk again, and then he ran the team out of the tunnel the next season. Or like 2 seasons, but they played Miami that day and just got beat by like 50. So they had this like real inspirational moment of him running out, and then the U just fucked him up. Fun times.
At least he still could play.
He couldn't play. He barely. No, he couldn't
walk.
walk.
He kind of
he hobbled out.
I thought he like played. He got smashed. No. Give him a fucking break, dude. He did.
He used to play. He was pretty good.
So he just like
came in with his head down against Ohio State, and then he rooted. Yeah, and then he let the team more radio-esque. Yeah. More of a radio.
Gotcha.
Because Rudy could play.
True. So they were like, we'll get up by like 40 and then put him in at the end, and like everyone will hoist him on his shoulders. And
no. There was no. There was no. He didn't play again. He led the team out the next season.
So he walked,
just jogging out.
I hear you say.
Display. He wasn't in pads.
So there was a miracle.
It was a miracle, but then they got fucking.
Then they got crushed.
So it kind of ruined them.
Yeah.
Especially because then you rewatch it, and he like hobbles out, fucked up.
Yeah.
And then they just get smoked. Anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up on his teammates to lose that one for him.
Yeah.
I would have fought extra hard.
You have to fight
extra hard. I would have dug it out, dude. If you got fucking hobbled up, we'd podcast my ass off, dude. So fucking. If you Hawkins out, I had to do this whole thing. I would never lose, dude. He's dead, right?
Black people are lazy.
Man.
But yeah, there's sick Native American facts. Now you got me fired up.
What's your fired up?
Also, common misconception that they had cool names.
Don't take that from me,
bro. You know they do have some cool names like Crazy Horse, shit like that. There was also guys like Peanuts and Stink and Erection that never goes down.
That's actually pretty cool.
This white lady she got taken, and then she had 3 kids, and their names were Stink and Peanut. They're like, here's my awesome warrior, Stink. And his brother Peanuts.
It makes sense how they would have like white trash nicknames.
Yeah, they basically, you got like Rucker Park named.
Did you really?
You know what I mean? Like, so they would just give you a name. You do something wild and they just name you. Like, some lady got abducted and then had diarrhea the whole way because they fed her like buffalo, like raw. They gave her like a buffalo's like heart to eat, to munch on during the journey, and she just diarrheaed the whole way. So her name was like Diarrhea.
That makes sense. I don't think they were working with like a robust vocabulary either.
No.
So it was just like crazy horse, stink, fart, boner. It was just like it's like being Irish and being like John, Lou,
for real, yeah. There's like 5 names.
There's 5 names. There's stinky, boner, diarrhea, and then you were the chief, and you're like, all right, I call
my name.
Super Crazy Man. I'm Thundercat. Sydney read that book. Sydney was talking.
Really?
He was like all over that, dude. He was
book rules.
Yeah, he was saying, he's like, you got to do it. It's like, oh, I will after I fucking heal myself through breathing. Dude, this book it's awesome, man.
Breathe.
I can't recommend it enough. So apparently the inside of your nose is made out of dicks. It's the same type of skin as your dick. So it expands, contracts, and like when you're aroused, that's why women's typically their nasal, their nostrils flare. If a woman gets like kind of turned on, her nose goes, exactly, dude, stop, dude. Fucking, dude, you're gonna get a boner if you keep doing that. It's literally made out of dick skin. So your nose like contracts and expands with your arousal.
Isn't your nose made out of cartilage?
I'm talking about the inner stuff.
Yeah, it's just dick skin.
It's the same type of material as this.
What are your eyelids made out of? That feels like dick skin. You know what I mean?
It's ball sack. It's all ball sack. Eyelids are all ball sack, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm going for it. I'm gonna get rechecked out because I know I got 80%. I'll probably clock in around 70. I also every now and again I put my finger up my
before the podcast, Matt was like, "This is gonna be the best episode ever."
It is.
He just hits me with rhino blast.
Dude, I'm telling you.
He's like, "Yo, I got this."
Dude. That's a fucking miracle. I brought a miracle in the cast. You're the Miami Hurricanes, dude. I'm a miracle.
Dude, Sebastian Telefero. I think that was his name.
So then the other thing I do is, so I just strictly nose breathe, and it's been feeling a lot better. Every now and again, Brady doesn't like it. I'll put my finger like this. I'll feel the deviation.
You can feel it. Mine's marked in.
Just a push. Oh, feel it moving? Get some air up there, dude. Pretty tight. People are gonna think we're just doing a bunch of coke or we're smelling peppermint. I got punched in the nose a bunch of times.
Really? You think that's what did it?
Yeah.
I don't know why I have it.
It's a bunch of
I've
stuff.
been hitting the nose a bunch, I guess.
Yeah. Probably football, dude. Use a face mask.
I've been punched in the nose.
Think about all the time your eyes water from getting hit in the nose.
Oh, basketballs. Oh, that was the worst.
Deviation, dude.
God, especially when you got shitty hands. Just stand there, straight through your hands into the fucking face. Then you cry. You have to cry.
Yeah, or
you get hit in the nose. You have to cry.
It's like a silent cry timeout. You're like,
all your friends see you crying. Oh man.
Everyone played like organized ball.
What do you mean?
I played like CYO.
Yeah, so
basketball. Oh, I thought you were talking about like street basketball.
No, you're friends.
I just played CYO.
I was friends with my teammates.
I was more organized.
I was more friends with my teammates.
Were you really?
Yeah,
what was the highest level of basketball you played?
I quit after freshman year. I played freshman. Played freshman ball and then focused strictly on football.
Yeah, I tried out for
track.
Sophomore ball, got cut, so I played at a higher level. I feel like.
Oh no, I did play CYO like my junior and senior year. Just fucking around. Like fucking around CYO, yeah. Those are the days, dude.
Dude, playing CYO high school basketball.
CYO is so fun.
That might be some of the best ball you can play.
It's the funniest
playing like
ball.
Catholic League CYO.
Yeah, all the kids that weren't good enough to play on the team, but were all dickheads and friends. Dude, we would beat the fuck out of some. I remember some of my friends were very good, and they would like do rucker part, like they would throw the ball on people's foreheads and shit. Like start fights with the other parents. Yeah, we used to play a game after. We used to play a game. We'd turn the lights off in the locker room and throw sneakers at each other as hard as we could. But we'd all make a deal to just throw them at one kid that we didn't like. So we turned the lights off and everyone was belt this fucking kid. Yeah, fun times.
That's what sports are all about. The whole point of sports is just like psychologically torture somebody.
Yeah, just find one
person.
Find one kid whose parents are like making him play.
Yeah.
And just getting his ass.
Yeah, we had a homeschooler on our baseball team.
To see us
8th grade. Well, now it's going to be the norm. Everyone's going to be weird as fuck.
Yeah, true.
This dude was a homeschooler. I don't know what the fuck his parents were thinking. They entered him into the school system at like 7th, 8th grade. He was fucking chump, dude. People were like, oh. You just like would see him walk, and you're like, what the fuck is up with that kid? Like, I have to throw something at this kid just to see what's going on with him.
They put him in 7th and 8th grade.
Dude, he like
right when he was coming.
Dude, he came in with like a Dr. Seuss nerd walk, and everyone was like, what the fuck is this? It was to the point a hit list was made. This was like an extreme bully situation. I mean, dude, he was on a baseball team. So you were just like, dude, people were woofing balls. Like, he'd be on first base. Like, you'd get shortstop, and you basically pitch. Like, he made a hit list? He made a hit list, yeah. I was number 3.
You were on the hit list?
Number 3.
Nice, man.
3. I made 3rd.
That's
I made
good.
3rd on his hit list.
In elementary school, in middle school, they wrote an article in the paper about me being a bully.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. That counts as like top 5 on the list. I got publication, dude. I've only ever got negative press. I've only ever got negative press. Well, there was a kid that used to get on our bus, and I used to call him Arthur. Because he had an Arthur book back. I was being nice to the fucking kid.
That's not bad.
I didn't think it was mean, but I guess the kid was tortured by it, dude. He was tormented by being called Arthur. And one day the principal called me to the office and had like a sit down, and like I had to talk to the kid. I think I talked to the kid's parents. And then like the next month in the school newsletter, it was like bullying handled. And they wrote an article about it.
What?
Yeah, dude. We had an 8th grader who was a real dickhead.
You gotta get that.
Yeah.
I was regrettably, I was a hard bully. I was a super hard bully.
No regrets.
Up until
being a bully when you're a kid is. I mean, it's not like I was hitting kids.
Kind of born in.
Yeah, like I wasn't just my friends.
Yeah.
I was a bully the weaker.
No, I was. I had a couple of the weakers, dude. In my
A couple of weakers. Who'd you get?
It wasn't even. I was never malicious. There was people that like. It was just the reactions were so funny, and it was just you couldn't stop like doing it.
Of course.
That was the kid who punched me in the face before biology. I was just giving him soft touches. You know when you're going to give someone a titty twister, but you just soft touch their tits. They're like, I hit him with a soft touch. He did like full. Like $80 an hour taekwondo on me. Like he used nerd karate on me, and he just struck me in the face twice. And I was like,
combo on you?
He did a combo, dude. Literally low knee punch. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And then I realized, like, oh shit, I think this kid's actually upset. So then I kind of started like, all right, dude, I'm gonna help you out. But I ended up just getting him in a fight with another kid.
Oh, all right, good. I remember this. Good. That's the sweetest revenge. That's the sweetest revenge.
No, that wasn't my.
You're crying.
I fucking peppermint in my eye, dude.
Teardrops are falling from your face, dude.
That's how remorseful I am. But yeah, I was actually trying to help him. I'm like, look, you gotta fuck this kid up. Who was actually fucking with him.
Yeah.
And he got in a fight and lost. And
he was ass
fucking ass handed to him, dude. I was like, oh shit, dude, you got it. But then someone started calling him and leaving threatening voicemails. And the principal called me down and was like, I'm gonna expel you. We know it's you. We have you on camera at the payphone. It was just like, I knew who did it. And I was like,
you did rat him out, dude.
It was a kid he fought on the bus, but yeah.
He was calling him.
He told me. And I was just like,
he's leaving a voicemail?
He was calling. This kid who ended up fighting, because I actually then bullied that kid and was like, oh, that dude won. You fucking lost your pussy. So I had psyop that. Really trying to help this kid. I just made his life just worse and worse. Because then I psyop that kid and be like, yo, you lost, and told everyone, like, yo, your fucking ass kicked by, like, a pretty, like, hard level nerd.
Here's what you are, dude. You're an energy vampire. Just figured this out. I am, too, dude. There's a show. You ever see the movie What We Do in the Shadows? Dude, there's a show. It's on FX. It's on Hulu now. Fucking rules. It's hilarious. It's so funny. But there's a dude who's he's an energy vampire. So the rest of them are like classic vampires, and there's one guy that just looks like a dork from an office. And the way he gets his power is he drains you. So like he'll come in and be like, Dilly, how was your weekend? And people are just like, it'll come back to him. He's like, but the best part is he'll just start a fight and then would sit in the room next door and just be like, yes, all the negative energy. And I was like, damn, dude, I'm definitely just an energy vampire. I just start a fight, leave, sit there and hear screams, be like, yes.
It was so funny because back then too, I just wasn't like I would start a fight and just ruthlessly crush people and be like, that was awesome. Like that was so funny. They freaked out in my head. There was not a shred of being like, is this okay? It was just kind of like, this is great. I can't believe I got those guys to fight, dude. But then he started calling this person's house and being like, where's your son?
So he was basically on the CB, like that one dude. Like, I'm gonna fucking cut your head off.
No, he was calling and they'd be like, this is blah blah blah's parents, and he'd be like, fuck you, you fucking pussies, I'm gonna kill you. He was saying like, he was talking shit to like this kid's dad, like ruthlessly from a payphone.
Oh my god, this kid's awesome.
From the school.
Is he alright? How's he turned out?
He's a rough one, dude.
He has to be rough.
That was the kid who came up to me at the stop hop and told me he was on ecstasy, and I punched him in the stomach.
Why'd you punch him?
Because I heard like you feel everything. I'm like, yeah, it's like crazy. He's like, yeah, dude. I was like, bam, and he punched him in the stomach, and he was just like, oh, what the fuck? Dude, I was thinking about what a dickhead I was. I was doing the dishes, and I was like, I had like a vivid memory of reading. I remember reading the science book and seeing Homo sapiens when I was little, and being like, oh my god, she's gonna say homo in school tomorrow. And just like waking up, you're like eating my breakfast and be like, fuck, science class start picking. I remember waiting for like 24 hours and hear her say homo sapiens and be like,
and no one, did anyone go with you?
My cousin was definitely down. I called her on the way to the bus. I'm like, yo, the teacher's gonna say homo today. And she was like, get the fuck out. I'm like, dude, I read the science. They say it. Dude, I've been sitting there like, I was doing the thing. I like vividly remember that being like stoked.
It's game day.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, this is what we play for.
Say homo.
Yeah, this is game day. All that work. Now let's have fun today.
I was doing the dishes at 34, and I was like, that was hilarious. That was so funny.
Dude, I think in like third or fourth, actually fifth grade, we had somebody come in to give us like a sex ed class type thing, and I remember writing a question, so he would have to say gay. I wrote a question. I said, can boys like other boys? And he was like, now, Shane. Then he walked over to me and was like, did you write that? And I was like, yes. And he was like, I had to stay in character, dude. I had to be like, yes, I wrote it. And he was like, do you really want to know that answer? I was like, yes. And he was like, those are called homosexuals. I had to like stay in character, like, oh, how about that? That's something you don't learn every day. Which is so funny because that dude obviously knew I was being he just had to watch a fifth grader pretend to be like, yes. Gross. Yeah, that was the one, dude. Yes. Gross. Do you really want to know this answer? Yes. That's crazy, bro. It's crazy we both have that origin story. Like trying to make someone say gay. To being like, got him.
That was my whole agenda for the day. I was like, teacher's gonna say gay, I'm gonna look around, make eye contact with as many people as I can.
Oh, fuck, dude. Man. What's funnier than school, dude? School.
Grade school.
Oh, my God. My one friend, Dusty, used to pass gas. And he would say that. He'd be like, who do you want me to pass this to? And he would get up and fart on the desk. It would be so loud, dude. So loud. Fuck.
Oh, it's so funny. It's just so funny because as a teacher, you like clearly know whatever.
See, exactly. Yeah, he walked straight to me. It was like, did you write that question?
You also know, too, there's just like stuff going on in their house just isn't good. You're like sitting there and the guy comes in, he's like, say gay, and you're like, come on, man, what the fuck? What events have transpired to charge you up enough to get in here to try to like completely revel in the fact that I'm saying no much sapiens?
Oh man, my sister was talking about your bus stop. She was laughing about it, dude. The day that homosexual was coming, the bus stop must have been rowdy. Dude, you and your shitty hill
well, it's
people.
also like, I read the book, I go to my brother, I'm like, dude, what's this about? He's like, yeah, dude, homo sapiens, you're a homo sapien. It's like, oh, fuck, homo sapien. Everybody knows.
Dude, Dad and am I Homo sapien? Oh, yeah. Fuck.
I don't think my dad would even know what that was. I was like, my Homo sapien. He'd be like, hey,
No, son of mine.
come on.
Goddamn.
Go sit down. Don't be a smart ass.
Been hanging out with your sisters too much. Playing with the dolls.
I don't know if my dad would have known about Homo sapien. If I said Homo sapien, he'd have been like, cool.
Cool, knock it off. Yeah, cracking open a cold one.
This is plain seltzer.
Doing coke and drinking. That's changed.
Please, dude.
To the audio listener.
Oh, man.
Bro,
That
a little off topic and significantly less funny, but
please, remember that was the beginning.
I cried the other day watching a 30 for 30 on ESPN.
What was it?
Phil was in the kitchen. Luckily, he didn't see, but I think he heard a voice crack. Oh, I think he heard a voice crack, dude. There's a documentary. It's called 42 to 1. It was Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson. Oh, really? You want to get your fucking juices flowing?
What happened?
Buster Douglas was like could have been great heavyweight. It was like he would show up out of shape. He was kind of like a bum, but he was like he could have been great. Like he was a monster, and he fought Tyson in his prime. He was the guy who beat Tyson first.
Okay.
And he was 42 to 1 odds. That's why it was called that. But they were like, every announcer was like, this isn't going to go past the first round, all that shit. In training, Buster Douglas's mom died like 2 weeks before. And there was just cool ass fucking moments in it where like he was talking to his mom. His mom called him before the fight and was like, don't do this. Like he's going to fucking, it's Mike Tyson in his prime. Like he's killing everybody. First round knockouts every single time. Like scary. And then Buster Douglas was on the phone with his mom. He's like, Mom, you should fucking call him. I'm gonna beat his ass. And he was like, as soon as he said that to his mom was like, he sounds like his daddy now. He's a man. And she was like going around like my son's about to beat Tyson's ass. Like everybody at work, all that. Then she died. And then he won. He just fucked him up. Well, he didn't fuck him up. He got tagged too. It was great. I mean, it's an awesome fight. I immediately watched the fight.
Terrifying.
Yeah. Well, Tyson apparently, he didn't train as hard. He was like. It was supposed to be a tune-up fight. It was just a tune-up fight for Holyfield. Yeah. And then he got laid out. It's fucking sick. It was the first time anybody knocked him down. Damn. It was awesome. Then in the ring after that, like, how do you feel? He's like, this is for my mom. And I was just like,
Rocky, basically. Yeah, man, that's
just got hit hard. Phil was like, what are you watching? I was like, it's called 42 to 1. He was one of those. Had to hide it.
That's the only thing.
He's like, Buster Douglas, he's a bitch. It's tough. That was it.
He was probably like crying, eating bologna. Hey, well, here's a bitch.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, he's a bitch. He says that as a compliment. Yeah. Like, tough. Speaking of a bitch, Tibble.
What happened?
Tibble's a bitch, dude. My cat.
What's he doing?
He's an apex predator, dude. So I was watching, but he went toe-to-toe with a fox. I was watching TV. It was like 12:30. Everyone's in bed. All of a sudden, I hear a scream from the backyard. This is 2 nights ago. What? Like screaming. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, oh, that's definitely a fox. Like, I can tell it was a fox. And I was like, oh shit, Tibble's outside. So I got like nervous, grabbed a big flashlight, and I was like, I'm gonna have to beat a fox to death. Like, I was mentally prepared. I was shoeless, ran in the backyard. I was just like, I'm just going to have to beat a dog to death right now. Which is a weird mind space to get in. Like, it is a weird space to be walking out. Like I was the adrenaline. I was like, here we go. But Tibble was just staring him down, dude. Didn't care less. Fox couldn't care less. The fox was probably like 5 yards, 10 yards away, just like kind of moving back and forth, like screaming at him. And Tibble was just sitting there like, what are you going to do, bro? What are you going to do? So then I pick up Tibble, and I'm like, not running, but like walking fast, looking backwards. I don't want to get bit by a fox.
No, don't dip your ankle.
Yeah, that sucked. And then as soon as I put Tibble down in the house, he just started eating. Didn't give a shit. I put him down. He walked straight to his food and started eating. I was like, dude, you are a monster.
Holy fuck.
He didn't care.
That's a fair fight. Him versus a fox?
Yeah, he's big. And he's got his claws. He's a mean little fucker.
That's a fair fight.
I've done it before. I've walked outside and he got fucked up before.
By what?
I don't know what it was. Probably a fox.
By a coyote.
Or a raccoon. Something big.
Raccoon will give him the business, dude.
Something fucked him up. Like, fucked his legs up. And he shit himself. When they're running away, cats will shit themselves. So he picked him up. He was covered in blood and shit. Yeah. But this time, not a scratch on him, dude. He literally just sat in the grass, stared at a fox. Couldn't have been prouder, my guy.
He's gonna be terrifying at night too. He's jet black. So the fox probably saw glowing eyes and was like, "Fuck, man."
That's the Prince of Cats, dude. This big night.
That's big, dude. So that was after 41 and 2.
Yeah. 42 and 1. Yeah.
42-1?
It was a big couple days. Phil had to do that once.
What?
Tibble got in a fight in the front yard with another cat. So it was like, 5, 6 in the morning. You just hear two cats screaming. Phil ran down in his whitey tighties. It's like 6 a.m. So people are like walking out to get the newspaper and shit. School buses. Phil was out in just his whitey tighties and a fishing rod, swinging at the cats. He grabbed a fishing rod from the closet that was right by the door and just started whipping cats. Yeah, man. It's a strong tradition in the Gillis family, too.
Cat whip.
If your cat's in a fight, you gotta jump in, dude.
Oh my God.
I was ready to strangle a fox.
You have to, man. You got
That would suck.
We have a possum on the loose, and it like through a chain link fence and stared down my dog.
I love possums.
They're fucking nasty.
No, they're funny.
Ugh. They're disgusting.
They are. They're ugly, but I'm a fan.
They're hellish. I saw it skittering around the other day. I was walking home. Brittany called me like the possum's back in the backyard.
Yeah. Do you have like a garden or anything?
No, but there's like a ton of there's like a little alley that links a bunch of yards, so it kind of just scoots around. But I saw that possum running across the street, and I was like, ugh.
You didn't like him?
Nasty little.
I'm a fan of. Did I tell you what my roommate did to a possum?
What?
He murdered one.
Okay.
It was in his parents' garden.
Yeah.
But it turns out possums mostly help you.
What do they do?
They mostly eat like the rodents and shit, and like
Do they really?
bugs that would eat like tomatoes and shit.
Do they really?
Yeah. So the possum was helping this guy's garden, and my friend he captured it in a cage and wanted to kill it.
Yeah.
So he caught it in a trap, and the way he killed it was he put it in a rain barrel. He did your method, dude.
What's a rain barrel? Oh, he drowned it?
Yeah, he tried to drown it, so he dipped the cage in, and he has pictures of this.
He gave it the dunk tank.
He dunks this possum. He pulled it out after like 5 minutes. The possum was hanging on, still alive. So he went and got a railroad spike.
Through the cage? Through the cage?
Yes. And he was showing me this shit, and I was like, dude, you're a serial killer. Like, I don't like this.
Defending the garden, dude.
It's like in his 30s out back, drowning a possum.
Yeah, dude, my brother
stabbing it.
My brother might get into getting like meat chickens.
Yeah.
He was talking about getting some meat chickens.
Oh, you're gonna have some battles, dude.
They already has a couple chickens, but he was saying like getting them and fucking snapping their necks and shit, and I was like, it's a nice stress reliever. Go outside and go, oh, pick this one.
You fucking
shut the fuck up.
Oh man.
I don't want to go to the fucking mall.
Just break it. Remember that Ginty joke?
What?
Ginty had a great chicken joke. He was on a date with he was dating this Mexican chick, and she was telling him how they kill the chickens in Mexico is just swing them. So he grabbed by the head, just fucking swing them around. And I don't know, his bit was like talking about eating Mexican chickens. And then being like, oh, is this free range? He's like, oh, they're fucking everywhere. They're in the streets. And he's like, was it cruel for you? He's like, I don't know. How do you feel about swinging? Shout out Ginty, dude. R.I.P. Where's he been?
I don't know. Shacked up somewhere.
Yeah.
He's an elite, isn't he?
Ginty?
He's an elite.
I don't know if he's an elite. He might be an elite.
He's an elite. I think he's probably shacked up.
Remember his hidden MAGA hat? He was wearing a black hat that was like embroidered MAGA on the side that you could like hardly see.
I never knew if he was fucking around.
He was serious. He went to the mall and got that made. Custom. Speaking of, dude, see where Trump Daddy's thinking about giving a speech? Where? Hollowed grounds, dude.
Gettysburg?
I swear to God, he's trying to secure my vote.
I think he's going
like,
just.
He tweeted yesterday, it was like, bring back college football. I was like, oh, this is my guy. That's the only policy I care about. He was like, I'll probably give a speech down at Gettysburg. I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah, apparently there's he was like,
God damn it.
He's trying to make people pay like generic prices for the COVID thing.
Really?
Yeah, apparently that's what I've heard. The pharmaceutical companies are mad at him because he was like, when a vaccine comes out, people are just paying generic prices. And that's a weird thing for the left to have to be like, well, apparently some of the argumentation's been like, but we need Big Pharma to get us out of this. We can't turn our backs on them now. And it's like, okay.
Swear to God, they have to disagree.
It's funny, man. Yeah, exactly. But apparently Russia,
either side can never be like, well, they got that right.
Well, Russia says they got the vaccine.
Russia hasn't.
They secured the bag.
Good for them.
Putin's like, I gave it to my daughter. She's fine.
Really?
She got a couple fevers, broke them. Like, more available. The vaccine will be available immediately.
Yeah, that's a good move. They're just going to sell us Robitussin. Yeah. They'll sell us like $18 billion worth of fucking nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, how are you going to test it? Like, the vaccine's where like it's working. It's like, yeah, I guess, cool. I can go back to stuff now. Dude, I was reading about China in the Atlantic, and you know, I told
Spud. Can't believe you read that lib rag.
Spud was saying it's purely propaganda. The Atlantic, he was saying it's purely professional class. There's levels of propaganda. There's professional class propaganda, which has to be like use kind of like big words. You mess around with kind of like more ideas. It's not as like blatant. But I'm reading the first two articles. The first two articles are like that, you know. Just like those
like Fox News propaganda where it's like, does this bitch hate freedom? Coming up next, do Arabs hate baseball? We'll find out.
Probably. But yeah, it's like the whole, because I was reading it being like, dude, this sounds, so like the big thing right now in the Atlantic, and I guess like in elite circles, is like America's done.
Everybody loves saying America's done.
This has brought America to its knees. And then some lady will write an article that's like, and the grotesque mirror of racism that emanates off of Donald Trump. And then so there was two articles of like, you know, they're ripping that stuff. I'm reading it, being like, all right. And then it gets into this article about China, and it was just like, you know, people are talking about the economy's down, this and that, and they're talking about China's how they're working on their AI stuff, and they're saying how they developed it on the Uyghurs. Like they tested
every time.
They tested the Uyghurs.
It's like Homo sapien.
The Uyghur.
Yeah.
Is that, how do you even say that? I don't know. I think it is the Uyghurs. And the thank you. Fuck is. So they're saying
dopers in the back, dude.
Right, second, yeah. So shooting gallery, dude. So they're saying they tested this technology on the Uyghurs, and like, really? So they have them where
Uyghurs like, hey, what the fuck is this shit?
So they like make them. So they have like an app on their phone. They log, you know, according to this article, they're saying like they log how much you're on. Say like Fox News was mandatory, so it's like state propaganda, and if you're not looking at enough of it, they'll call you and be like, "What's up?"
Do you think the Uyghurs talk like T.I.?
You think they
like, you need to get us the vaccination? So they're excited about that word.
I don't think they would take the vaccine.
The Uyghurs?
They're Muslim, bro. We're not taking that shit.
True.
So they apparently around these guys, according to
the Muslims don't take vaccines.
They don't fuck with that. Like a hardcore Mus, I'm not taking a vaccine.
Why? They love science. They invented it, bro. Have some respect.
The Uyghurs, bro.
They invented math and science.
Not the Uyghurs, dude. The Uyghurs are definitely not fucking with vaccines, dude. I don't think they're gonna get. First of all, they're just gonna try to let the Uyghurs die. Like so apparently. So they have a program, you know, again, allegedly, because I don't live in China, I don't know, but it seems plausible that they have, like, fully detained these guys, and they're doing, like, these, like, they're trying to, like, re-educate them, make them, like, fully Chinese. But what they said was, is they'll give you, they have big brothers and big sisters.
How do they make them fully Chinese?
I don't know. They go to Chinese school, and you have to, like, fully learn how to be Chinese. I don't know.
Where they have, like, driver's ed?
They have, like,
you can't parallel park. Come on now. Come on. That's fun. That's fun. That's just fun, dude.
That is good American fun.
Yeah.
We might as well get it in while we can, because I'm reading this article, and apparently they're swooping down on us. But, dude, they'll have a big brother and a big sister. So, like, you'll go off to, like, Chinese school, and then they'll be like, all right, big brother, the Han Chinese big brother, who's, like, sitting at the dinner table being like, what do you guys think of President Xi Jinping or whatever? And they're like, you have to be like, I think he's very good. So, like, how do you feel about the party? Literally, you have to sit there and be like,
I love the party.
I love the party. And then you go to Chinese school, and big brother, they're saying in this article, will sleep in bed. Like, sleep in bed with your wife. Just your big bro.
Damn.
Give your big bro. Want to stick around.
Prima nocta.
Yeah, dude. Or they'll just be, there's just a dude in your house all the time, making sure you're not fucking around.
Damn.
Just for the fucking news. But now what they're saying is they're developing all this AI technology where they're trying to get it down. You know, they're not there yet. It's actually kind of funny because, like, one of their...
They are in the future, dude. That's like the future of porn. Incest, cuckoldry.
With Big Brother?
Yeah. Big
like
Brother
the government fucks your wife?
That's it. That's what we're talking about.
That'd be hot, actually.
Yeah.
Government,
it's like woman stuck in house because her door was welded shut. Big Brother catches her with a net and she's stuck. China might be just working purely on the Be Perfect porn.
Well, right now, I think That'll probably follow after that. I think they're exporting like plug and play autocratic like panopticons where it's like you can see everyone's movement. You like sell all the phones, link them all in a network.
Yeah, they're trying to play SimCity.
They're playing, but they're selling the ability to play Sims to, according to the article, to autocratic regimes from around the world. So you could have like North Korea can get hooked up by China, Venezuela might get hooked up by China, where they're like, here you go, here's how you completely monitor your entire civilian base, and then it'll be. This is my prediction, but I think they're going for it. Will be like North Korea, China, Venezuela, any country that like where a dictator can get this technology, and then it'll just be up to the West to be like, well, I guess we got to fight this like autocratic regime where like you can just demand all the data. The more data you have, the better your AI gets. So I think the West is going to be like, look, let's just give up everyone's data in the name of freedom, and then they'll just do the same thing. Yeah. So I think I think it's almost unavoidable right now. Just at least the way they're reporting it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, they're talking like facial recognition, looking at what you read, looking how you react to things. Well, again, they said they're right. It's funny too because they say all this stuff. They're like, yeah, but last year they had a thing where like we can recognize everyone's face in 2 seconds, and then they're like, there was a thing where like an ad, some face on like a bus got a ticket for jaywalking.
I like that.
Yeah, so I don't know, dude. You're reading all these articles, and it's like
it's definitely like a black nurse.
Well, so the facial recognition.
So I mean, if it's an ad on a bus.
Well, what I'm telling you is the facial recognition they're selling the shit like sub-Saharan regimes, and the facial recognition for black faces is really bad. So like they're trying.
So for freedom, we might have to go all blackface.
We might have to Braveheart. Wow. We might have to Braveheart for freedom.
That's a nice twist. That's probably why they don't want us in blackface, dude. The government cracked down hard on blackface lately.
Exactly.
Because the deep state knows.
Deep state knows.
The only truth, the way to beat them is to go full blackface.
Yeah, did you ever see that when like Facebook had trouble with it? They would tag. I think it was Chris Cotton, R.I.P. Every black person on Facebook is like, is this Chris Cotton? I'm like, no, Facebook is not. That's not him.
Now it's just Lemaire.
Every black person, every photo was like, you're with Chris Cotton, right? I'm like, no, dude, that's not him. So yeah, the facial recognition is not good.
Fake you. R.I.P. He got lost in the great Pico scandal.
True.
He disappeared. Dude, there's a guy who did open mics in Philly that like ripped off his roommates and they quit over like $1,000. But Mary, you were one of them.
I was one of the roommates.
You were part of the great.
I was one of the roommates. I was part of the scandal.
How much did he rip you off for?
Probably about like $500.
Damn, that's big. That's big money in Titan House.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, that was big. That could have gone to a lot of Dragon Ball Z cards. Whatever you dorks were up to.
How did that resolve, man? I mean, that was the beef. The guy was pretending to pay the electric bill, right?
Yeah, it didn't resolve. He just disappeared.
You think he fled the country? He was international.
No, he's here. He's in Philly. There have been sightings.
He didn't really disappear. All he did was quit his dream. All he did, his dream was to do stand-up, and then he was like, this bill is $1,500. All right, it's over.
I'm out.
Ride's over.
Yeah, I feel like he could have came out and been like, yeah, man, I fucked up. I'll work it off. And everyone like, yeah, whatever. Everyone fucks up money sometimes. It's also a sick move, dude, to get the electric bill, not pay it as if like...
And then keep collecting from your roommates?
Yeah, what was the vice, dude? There had to have been some sort of, like, was it just like sheer laziness, or was there like betting involved? Like,
I don't know, because he would just like eat pancakes like every day.
So he was living it up in your guys' face.
Living it up. Yeah, he lived it up, dude.
He was eating pancakes.
It's quick.
No, like he was like, I don't know, I think he was just devastatingly poor. I don't know what his vices were.
I don't know, man. He never really struck me as devastatingly poor. But probably he's one of his many capers, dude. He's probably been in multiple cities doing stand-up, $1,500 at a time.
He's a black guy ponytail now.
No.
Yeah.
He's a security guard? No.
He works in Old City.
He may have leveled up entirely. He's like a Sasquatch, though. Every once in a while, there's like a sighting of him.
He's in a fucking ponytail? Dude, he won.
He definitely won. He ripped his roommates off and grew a ponytail. He's like, I'm done doing open mics.
And now it's corporate America.
Yeah. Yes.
How's he have a ponytail?
Like it's just like
Oh, I see. I understand.
Is he like braided up or is it fluffy?
I think it's just fluffy.
Fluffy?
I'm talking about?
I got it.
They grease it up and pull it back, or is it like, I think it was Omarion or someone who just did like a fluffy.
Yeah, exactly.
Little honey bun.
It's funny that you got like tiptoe around black hair. You gotta be like, what's that? The fluffy. Is that alright? It's fluffy?
Chick-like.
Yeah, anytime you talk about black hair, it just instantly turns into fucking Price is Right or whatever. Fucking, what's that game?
Family Feud.
Family Feud. Where you're like, nappy? Oh, fuck, I'm fine. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, spend a lot. I actually know a lot about black hair. I'm not bragging. I'm not virtue signaling. I know a lot. I mean, just ask me a question. I mean, it's not really mine for me to talk about, but
True.
Yeah.
Did you write about it in a book and somebody criticized it?
No, it wasn't even that. There was somebody on Facebook who was like, there was like this thing where writers were like started virtue signaling where they're like, I'll never write a black character in my book because that's not my story to tell.
Yeah.
I was just perusing Facebook and there was
my stories are whites only.
Yeah, really.
Take it easy, man.
Well, yeah, then they'll be like, there's no black people in this book. You're like, well, I'm not allowed to write them. They're like, why?
Because I don't get them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was
different.
The lady was like, how would a white man ever know what a black woman's hair was like if it was wet in the ocean? It's like, well, maybe he was in the ocean with her. Maybe
he saw it.
Maybe he knows a black person. They're like, shut up, fuck you, because you're the fucking worst. It's like, damn. That's a weird thing to be like, I'm not going to write about black people at all.
I would never.
In fact, I quit writing. All I can write about is white people and fuck them.
That's a lot of like,
I'm done.
That's just probably for bad writers. It's the same way bad comics are like, I'm an activist now, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I mean, dude, like, what? Big time.
Yeah, that's the move.
Big time. I noticed a lot of the outrage. I don't know when it was, but there was people who were like freaking out. Maybe an SNL thing. I don't know what it was, but you look at their profile and it's always like, oh no, by the way, check out my indie comic series about a black superhero. And it's like, or a kick-ass Muslim lady who runs for the White House. And it's like, okay, that's weird. That's just fucking happening. That happens to me. It tells all the time, bro.
It is. It's unfortunate. It's weird too to see comics just fully like I just saw a political ad for the Democratic Party, the DNC. Maybe it was the DNC. It was paid for by somebody. That was just a David Cross bit about how shitty Trump is. And they did that's like a political ad now. It's like, how as a comic are you just like? It'd be like, yeah, I basically do propaganda for one of the political parties.
Cash.
I don't know.
It's just cash.
It's odd.
Yeah, they're after the cash. If they secured, if someone was like, yo, here's the bag.
David Cross used to rule.
He's very funny.
He's very fucking
That's
funny.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Also,
still is. He must still be funny.
Yeah, and they're like, yo, we're gonna pay you to use your base. We're like, yeah, go fucking that.
Yeah, true. And shout out Ben Shapiro. You see Ben Shapiro shout
What's
me
that
out?
about?
He's like, I was watching Shane Gillis. It's like, God damn it, dude. Anyone else?
I heard it, and he was exactly right. Donald Trump would bury the other comedians. He would bury you because he's significantly funnier. Also, have you seen the WAP video?
Have you seen that fucking thing?
Yes, I saw it.
Look, I kind of, dude, Shapiro was going a little too hard.
Points.
I think he was just going over the lyrics and being like, how the fuck is this empowering? Yeah. No, he didn't do it that way. Of course, he did it in a very dorky way where he like wouldn't say pussy and called it P word. He'd be like, F this P word, N word. Get deep into it, N word. It was like, man, dude.
He just wanted to throw in some censored N words.
Yeah, I think so.
So we're gonna read the lyrics.
Yeah. I watched that music video. What do you think?
It's just a sad state of affairs, dude. It's just kind of
a weird thing.
I mean, it's a 27-year-old lady who's excited she has a vagina. It's like, yeah, dude. Newsflash, they were all awesome.
Yeah.
They all rule.
Cardi B's only 27.
27, yeah. Nicki Minaj is 35.
She aged kind of hard. Cardi B looks.
Bro, I'm talking party lifestyle, dude.
True.
That's like
This is cool.
She's
Mr. Cool. I'm Mr. Cool last Thursday.
Really?
Oh, I was Mr. Cool. I was mobbing around, dude.
You're Mr. Cool?
No. Dude, the coolest I've been in a while.
being fucked up as being Mr. Cool.
It's so embarrassing. Waking up and being like, why would I fucking be that guy?
I was so fucking cool.
I was so chill.
Everyone's calling like, dude, you were so fucking cool. When you did that, whoa, you're 32.
I'm like, yeah, I'm 32. I still black out, baby.
Yeah. That's like, yeah, imagine if you were blacking out every night, like a personal trainer woke you up and made you like fucking yogurt parfait and all that. You're like, all right, and fucking started working out. They're like, look, we're gonna build your ass. And you're like, sure, fine, perfect.
What do you have to do? Well, basically, you just have to scream wet pussy over and over again and shake your ass.
Yeah, that was like,
Hey, but I will say this. You hit old age. If I was in 8th grade right now and that music video came on,
man. Dude, I was jerking off to Britney Spears videos, dude. I was working with this.
That holds up.
I was working with this. Luckily, I was of age. I was loud. But yeah, dude, that.
Yeah, everybody talks about like movies that hold up. Nobody talks about wankable music videos that hold up.
What else did you jerk to?
Obviously, Girls Gone Wild. You hear that fucking those steel drums come on at about 2 a.m. I still get hard.
I'm talking just music videos.
Music videos that got me.
I'm talking Chris Isaac, Wicked Games. That was a jerk.
I'm trying to think of
these Wicked Games you play.
Did you guys watch BET Uncut or BET After Dark?
Yeah.
What was on BET After Dark?
Just music videos that were
sexy,
provocative.
I used to jerk off to
Usually
a
like
video about
strippers.
D'Angelo.
Oh, you know what got me? Hot in Her.
Oh,
Hot in Her music video got me.
That's a good jerk video.
Yeah, I remember that. There was one, Shakira could get me. She was She-Wolf, and I was a geezer for that. I was like,
He's a pretty recent.
I was like a freshman or sophomore in
recent.
high school, and I was still like, that music video got me. No, fucking the one I said when I was young. What was the first one? Hot in Her? I was in like 7th or 8th.
Yeah,
Hot in Her. My prime.
True. Hot in Her is a good jerk.
Yeah, we need to bring back throwback jerseys.
I'm trying to think what I think I jerked to like Jessica Simpson videos.
Fat guy apparel just plummeted in the last like
decade. Kind of did.
There's nothing cool I can wear.
I think it's a fat guy. You're supposed to just wear tight stuff right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think all fat guys wear
skinny jeans. I look like a fucking loser.
Yeah, tight shirt.
It's crazy. Bring back like throwbacks and like
it's like if you
essentially Jinkos.
It's like
maybe a throwback and some fucking Timbs.
Gordon Ramsay will wear like a tight V-neck and just be like, just like what the fuck, dude.
Yeah, well, that's because men are supposed to be fat pussies now.
True, yeah.
So like, what's cool is like hipster fashion. So it's like, here's a sweater I barely fit into. It's got an owl on it.
True.
Also, I think socialism rocks.
Dude, did you ever see some urban hipsters?
Yeah. Dude, I actually give them credit. They fight the good fight. We're like Lancaster. I'll go to Lancaster and see hipsters and be like,
that's like dead
good for you guys. Like, you guys are up against it. They're the front line. They're up against like actual conservatives.
Yeah.
Like, dudes will drive by in a truck and be like, nice glasses. These New York hipsters have no skin in the game.
True.
I don't respect them.
True, yeah. I always
thought good Lancaster hipster.
Lonely for like a suburban hipster.
It's basically goth.
Anything you talk, yeah, kind of is.
Basically being a goth.
Anything you talk about, everyone's like, you're just surrounded by dudes in like tucked in Under Armour polos, being like, shut the fuck up, dude.
It's a bunch of memes that are
It's a fucking pussy, dude. It's just, yeah, it's like ridiculous. I saw some guy like riding a bike, like almost like a bike messenger around my parents' house, and I was like, dude, are you lost? Like, go back to. I wanted to like catch him and put him back in the city.
Yeah, go to Fishtown, bro.
Yeah, dude, go back to like a highly gentrified neighborhood.
You're gonna get like hit with like paintballs from like
some landscaper's gonna call you a fag, dude.
Yeah, the fucking. I don't know. The being a hipster outside it reminds me of. Truthfully, now we're talking about. I brought it up I think last week. It holds up as a very funny video of this dude wearing a Black Lives Matter banner in Arkansas, dude. Dude's pulling up in trucks and being like, "You're fucking white, man. Put that shit away." Riding off. It's so funny. I mean, obviously a couple of them go too far, but it's clear. I mean, they see a white dude wearing it. Yeah. So they're like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It would be I'm sure it would be a little different if it was a black dude. I'm sure it'd be, don't get me wrong, you'd be getting hit with
the windows up.
You'd be getting hit with some hard heckles.
You think so?
Undoubtedly, but not as hard as a honky.
In Willie Clinton.
I think it was like the home of the Klan. This town.
Oh, that's right.
It was like one of the main Klan.
He was like, I'm gonna go wear this.
He wore a Black Lives Matter billboard up front of a Walmart in Arkansas. People were like, "Get the fuck out of here! What's wrong with you, man?"
Oh,
it's like, "Oh, you probably want to want to fuck Bill Gates too, don't you? You fucking homo. The vaccine's not real. Just drive off. They all hit him with as many conspiracies as they could, like right away. Like, it's fake. Although I have been watching the NBA, and it makes me laugh every time. Like the whole court is Black Lives Matter. Everything's Black Lives. Like people's jerseys are like, we matter. They basically have XFL jerseys on. They're like, he hate me. Y'all hate me. It's so funny.
What's up with baseball? Wasn't there a lot of
white dude with Ally? That's the best one. You see that fucking
They
bald
really
dude?
do that?
Yeah, they have instead of names, it's like say her name, Ally. It's equality. Equality is the one that's going around. It's pretty funny because it's a white dude swatting. He's about to pin a black dude. He gets the backboard. It just says equality.
They have that for real?
Yes. Every time I see it, I'll be watching with Phil and I'll be like, oh yeah, have you seen that? Every time we like Black Lives Matter, I'm like, hey Phil, have you heard about this Black Lives Matter thing? Because it's every single. And then me and him got a beef, dude, hard beef. I haven't seen him spaz like this in a while. He came back from the men's club, had a couple drinks there. He said, we're watching golf. We're watching it. And I was like, hockey's on. It's playoff hockey. We're watching it.
Fired up, bro.
Well, that was a battle the day before. The Flyers were on, and it was like day 3 of this golf tournament. There was still another day. And dude, golf is 4 hours of watching.
Highlights.
I doubt we have too many golf fans that are listening to this. Dude, it is the worst sport I've ever watched. It is fucking dorks in khakis walking around like, oh, that was a great shot, Bryson. Like the top 3 guys were like Dustin, Bryson, and Connor.
Yeah.
It's like, good Christ. But
yeah, it's like I would go to a family party and it's on. I sit on the couch and I'm just like, I'll go sit.
Yeah, it's just a guaranteed nap. You're just watching. You're watching accountants walk.
Yeah.
That's the sport. And a fucking old dude whispering, and then a bunch of accountants like, that was a hell of an approach.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
sucks, dude.
But what was really funny is Phil. So he had a he's got some gambling going on, and the one guy, dude, on everything. I told you he was betting on fucking Madden. True. Was that the beginning of 50 Cent's album? Come on. But there was one guy who he couldn't have win, Morikawa. So that was fun to watch. Watch this fucking young boy, Colin, by the way, just nailed it. Colin Morikawa, baller, new star of the game. Hit the best shot. Phil was like, come on, motherfucker, miss this. And they're like, shot of a lifetime. Best shot he's ever hit. And it was like, he hit the eagle at the end. It was great. But this was a hard fight. Because Phil came in, had a couple of drinks, was like, we're watching golf right now.
What were you watching? You're watching now.
I was watching, I believe, Blues versus I forget who it was. Actually, I think it might have been Toronto versus Columbus. Great stuff. Yeah. Overtime hockey. Winner goes home. So Phil comes in, he's like, put it on, and then he was screaming, like trying to fight me in front of my fan. Everybody in there was like, Phil, relax. He was like, what the fuck? Like,
you need to see what was going on.
But he doesn't know. So they lost the remote that controls the TV. They have the cable remote. That's what they use. But they lost the remote. So I downloaded an app on my phone that's the remote. So I just kept changing it from anywhere. I can go in my room and change it. I'm going to hit like channel down. You just hear this, fucking damn. And then I went to YouTube and typed in 10 hours of Trump saying bing, bing, bong. Bing, bing, bong. And put that on. And that literally resulted in him chasing me through the house. Because I couldn't get it back off. I was like, I don't know how to change it. He's like, change it right now, motherfucker. You can do it, jump on full volume, going bing, bing, bong, bing, bing, bong. And then my niece and nephew started going bing, bing, bong, like screaming. Everyone's screaming at him. Yeah, Phil had a rough. And all that to just watch Morikawa just put a knife in the old man. Which was very fun. I just kept screaming. I was like, Morikawa.
Oh, that's so
put a fork in him. He's finished.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Yeah, bing, bing, bong. 10 straight hours. He was just like, turn it off. Volume up, dude. He's got a sound bar. It was like shaking the house, dude.
Is it a smart TV?
Yeah. Jesus, they lost their remote, and it's the only way I can get UFC, like when it's on ESPN Plus, is to switch apps.
Yeah. So
that was like, that was a fight. Me and Phil have basically just been fighting over the television
the whole time,
all of COVID.
Why couldn't you do the back and forth, like a little bit of commercials, a little back?
He's a fucker about it, dude. he is like, he can't watch commercials, so he has to change it nonstop. But golf doesn't have any. Golf, they'll just cut to a commercial while they're still playing. Like it'll be a screen and screen.
Do they do that?
Yeah, it's a fucking dude. Golf sucks.
It's pretty
It's
boring.
20 hours of just dudes walking.
It sucks. I've been
And then
exposed to a little bit.
it's crazy.
Yeah, my uncles will put it on and watch it. It has to be. They have
And it's always, you get the same fucking answer from everybody. They're like, wait till you play it, then you'll really appreciate it. Yeah. Like, have you ever played? You can't play. It's like, God, dude, you can't fucking, you've been playing for 30 years. You still suck. That game sucks. You couldn't do it. That's the argument, to watch something.
Yeah. So I couldn't do professional darts.
I'm not jerking off to American Ninja Warrior. I could never
That's
do
a
that.
good show.
Show does what?
I'd watch that over golf.
Rushes.
100%.
Yes.
But yeah, exactly. If someone turn it off, I'm like, oh, you got a good argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's yeah, golf is easily the worst fucking sport to watch.
Yeah. Regular season
Worse than
baseball.
baseball.
Regular season baseball is rough, but yeah, golf's number one.
Golf is like the best it can get is the worst of
Tell
baseball.
you what, NBA in the bubble has kind of sucked, especially because the Sixers are horrible, dude.
Really?
How about your Sixers? You don't like your Sixers this year?
They're not doing too well now.
No. What do you think about this?
They have the cool jerseys too.
They have cool, yes.
Everyone has one.
Almost everybody has.
What about like those European dudes? Do they have any
No,
kind of
theirs
like
will just say like ally.
Brexit?
True. I was wondering when people were going to start making other points, which would be funny.
Yeah, man. Like someone, there has to be someone in the NBA who rocks like an American flag Trump jersey.
There was the only one. I saw one dude that stood for the national anthem. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big story. Unfortunately, I saw someone be like, and this guy stood. Check it out.
Yeah. They're like, look at this amazing patriot.
So yeah,
Who gives a fuck?
yeah, it sucks. But whatever. It'll be. See what the next thing is. You know what I mean? Pretty sure it'll all be President Xi Jinping or whatever. Xi Pajama, dude. It'll be President Xi Pajama.
Yeah, that's a good guy. Lemaire, what do you think of the bubble? What's going on out there? Put the phone down, you goddamn dope.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm not paying attention to basketball. I'm waiting for actual playoffs to start.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Dude, so Brittany's
Great point, Lemaire.
Noah, write that one down for the time.
Yeah, write that. We've been trying to put clips out. That could be our best clip. Lemaire, what do you think about the NBA? I haven't really been watching it too much. Great, thank you. Back to the podcast.
So
I've been thinking about it like the draft is like a slave auction, the NBA draft. Like that's the
that's a new take.
Is it?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know. It just looks like
It does look like it. Yeah, it's a bunch of white dudes like literally measuring black dudes. Yeah. I mean, wingspans. He's got big hands. Like, yeah, it's not great. And then
jump for me.
And then a bunch of agents, their agents selling them, put them on and be like, look, his hands are huge.
Yeah, it's
that's pretty funny. Yeah, so the NFL Combine's worse. NFL Combine's way worse. Yeah, now there's a lot more white guys, but there's still like thick, like jacked black dudes just standing in a line like with their shirts off,
just dragging,
and just white dudes with clipboards like.
It's like you're a Special Olympics.
Grab his like flab and be like, he won't do.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's a wild world. I wish someone would rate my body, tell me where I stand. Just tell me let me go to the combine.
You would
just
look
tell
like
me where I stand.
you would look like in your prime. You would look like Tom Brady's combine picture.
What's that? How's that look?
It reminds me of how you would look like if you were like in your prime for this thing. Yeah.
I'm in my athletic prime right now.
You think?
Easily.
What have you done athletically?
I did yoga this morning. I ran 1.6 miles yesterday. Basically, I've never been able to run this far.
That's awesome, man.
1.6 miles is my world record. So
that's my world record.
Pretty stoked on that. 15-minute 1.6.
True. Come on, baby.
I'm surprised my phone's not ringing right now.
Usain Bolt's gonna call you and be like, "How are you doing? Get down here."
I do like my back will start hurting about immediately when I start to run.
Yeah,
so I just
gotta ride through it.
I do like slow old guy jogging, or like I've seen people do it. I'm like, dude, just walk.
How long is this mile and a half taking you?
About I think 15 minutes.
That's pretty good. That's not bad. That's pretty bad. That's not great.
It's about 9 minutes.
I did the math wrong. I was like, that's 2 8-minute miles.
That's 9 minute miles. That's 9. It's about 9.5. 9:55. 9 minutes 55 seconds.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not
Sub 10. Sub 10 minute miles.
Sub 10. You're fast as lightning. That's grease lightning. That's grease lightning, dude.
Sub 10, dude. Come on, 90-degree heat. I'm running at like a 200-meter elevation. Come on, dude. I think it's like 57 feet elevation still, dude.
Where?
That's the elevation. They track the elevation.
It feels like sea level.
No, there's a lot of hills, dude. Trust me. I'll take you out on the track. I'll take you out.
Philly's a port city.
Dude, now where I'm at, it's like Greece where I'm at. It's just
you're up on
I'm like San Fran. Oh, dude, so right now, Bay's planning the wedding, and I've been watching for 2.5 days now. I've been watching her, and she'll try to rope me into these discussions. And it's like, I'm not even being a dick. I'm like, dude, like, I have nothing to offer, but they're like coordinating the dresses, and like some are this color, and like and they're all into it. They're all like, they're planning a color experience, basically.
I'm not wearing a color.
Like a year from now,
I'm not wearing a color.
You don't have to wear whatever.
I'm wearing a fucking say your name.
You have to. I'm having all my groomsmen do
different.
Yeah, being like Justice. They're like.
I don't just be like segregation. We need to split this church up. Sorry, I apologize.
You're on fire.
Shouldn't be on the air right now.
On fire, right?
It will be. It'll be pretty segregated if you sit.
Family,
yeah. So that'll be fun.
No, that'll
be a fun moment.
It'll be pretty split up.
You're gonna have to invite like Lemaire to.
True.
Go the group side.
Just like the yin and yang. Just have that little. I got you.
Is it dot?
Yeah, they're planning like a color experience,
which would be funny. Like if you invite like Sydney or like Lemaire, like when they walk in, whoever is at the doors, like, no, you're on that side.
For sure.
Just be like, what?
For sure. I don't know how. I have no idea how they're going to do that. It probably will be something like that.
Yeah.
It's all in one spot.
You're gonna have to get her side of the family to seat people because that's tricky for honkies. If they get the wrong side,
figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll just be like pick wherever you want. It doesn't matter.
True.
Cool. Wherever.
True. I apologize.
No, I'm saying I think that's the only way you can handle that. Rather than being start like blocking a black dude, like, hey, boom, come on, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Come on, get out.
Look, there's certain jokes I shouldn't make, but instead of like segregating like left or right, you should segregate like front and back.
You think we're gonna do that, dude? Wow.
Well, man, groups family up front. I apologize, dude. Don't you dare just crush yourself to a good. I apologize for the racist remark I made. That was stupid.
Love it, dude.
Love what?
Love that kind of stuff.
That stuff's crap, dude.
It's the epitome of ignorance.
It's crap, dude. I don't even think it's funny.
No, we'll never do that.
Never.
I stand with everybody.
All right, so you
think deviated was close enough.
Getting like multicolored, like you guys going like.
No, they are doing. I told her, I was like, whatever you guys do, it's we're going classic tux. But they're like, it's a year from now. They're like, well, if you have that orange, I'll have this teal. And it's just like. Just weird, man. Just like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Wild that women have.
That's what I'm saying.
Was it always like this? I don't think it was. Like when our parents got married and shit, you could have been, right?
You couldn't do it.
It was like $40, and then you go to like the Knights of Columbus like parade ground.
You took a picture like in your dad's living room.
Yeah.
Stained carpet. You was like, and then everyone there would just go stand. You drink Budweisers, and everyone smoked cigarettes the entire time. But yeah, now it's like it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And she didn't get sucked up into too much of that.
You better have a coordinated dance.
I already shut that. I already said no to that.
Please let me see you do that, dude.
Said no to that. I don't want to do that.
I'm not doing it. If they do the groomsmen intros, I'm not doing it.
Not even well. I don't know what they're gonna do for any of that stuff.
That's tough.
I'm gonna have to produce a dancer, dude. So I'm gonna have to. I'll have my dancer.
You're a dancer.
Obviously. I'll have my dancer.
Especially old Billy will have a couple cocktails there. We'll be cutting the rug. Spud man. We look like the Peanuts. Yeah, it's gonna be good, dude.
It'll be fun. That was blowing my mind. Like, dude, just pick a fucking color. It's like this whole thing, like these three people and this color will signify this, and it was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then I'll just be like, what do you think? Should I do this or that? And it's like, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I don't know.
Yeah.
No fucking idea. I don't care. It's just like, this is for both of us. Like, how was that?
Yeah, trust me, I don't care.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's been fun.
I already regret the separating the church.
You're going for it.
I apologize.
You're
Push
going
boundaries on that. If
did push boundaries.
If Bay is listening, I push boundaries on that. I apologize. I would never make a joke like that again.
She never listens. Her and my mom, good women, dude. They don't listen.
Good Bays. I have to fight my family not to listen to this.
He's gonna tell them straight up. Well,
like it fucks me up knowing if I know you're listening.
True.
You know, I can't talk about jizz with my mom listening.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if my mom heard me talk about jizz, she would just
turn it off. She would shut it off.
She would shut it off.
That's crap.
Yeah, she would never turn it back on.
It's getting toasty in here, isn't it?
It's
awfully hot.
It's getting hot.
Where are we at? All right, let's
break it up.
Yeah, let's end this episode and go to Patreon.
You got anything for the people?
Yeah, I actually have a bunch of dates back on the road, dude.
Oh, you really?
I'm headed out west. I got this weekend, the 14th and 15th of August, I'll be at Providence, Comedy Connection. 21st, 22nd, be at Magooby's Joke House with Matt McCusker and Lemaire.
It's gonna be big.
And then a live podcast Saturday night. 4th and 5th of September, I'll be at Wise Guys in Salt Lake City, Utah. And then the weekend of the 11th and 12th of September, I'll be at the House of Comedy in Phoenix. Jesus Christ. And the 18th and 19th, I'll be in Minnesota.
Damn, dude, they're smacking your
Utah, Arizona, and Minnesota, back to back to back. That's a tough stretch. What really sucks is if you like bomb. You just fly around bombing. I mean, that's why people quit. They're like, I'm sick of the road. It's like, dude, yeah, no shit. You gotta fly to different places and just get your fucking ass kicked. And just be like, I gotta come up with something. And then once you get into like desperation mode about comedy, it gets real awkward. Be like, dude, come on, man, isn't that funny, guys? Come on, guys, get off the stage, asshole.
That's when you just go full, like, give it up for the troops.
Break it out for weed. Who here's fucking smoking the weed?
I might smoke the most. Yeah.
I love weed. Who here loves the troops?
You guys having a drink?
I wonder if it's still troops. I wonder if you can still give it up for troops. I bet now it's give it up for Black Lives Matter. That's like a guaranteed fucking.
Depends on the room, man.
Just about any room you can be like, hey, we got a lot going on right now. Let's give it up for like.
I think it's probably just like a show at Mike to the chest being like, shit's crazy right now. You can stay vague.
Yeah, true.
Stay vague.
You gotta stay neutral.
Depends what room you're in, man. You can get a room.
It's true. It'd be funny to fly around the country and be like, you believe this horse shit? And the next night, you'd be like, brothers and sisters on the front lines. Then you get it wrong one time, like a rock star. Where they're like, hello, Cleveland. And they're like, you're in Detroit. You show up to like Hattiesburg or some bullshit in Mississippi, and you're like, am I right? Come on, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, you gotta get it.
Damn it, I'm in the wrong city.
You gotta screen it out pretty well. That's why I think you should stay vague. It's crazy.
Crazy time.
I'm not saying this is a bad president, but I think he has stuff to work on. Nah, he sucks.
You're true.
Yeah, dude, that's I mean, then again, if you were to bomb, you might as well just ride out the bomb until people stop calling you. All right, we're gonna do something else.
Just keep bombing, or just rip someone's Pico bill off.
True.
And then head off into the sunset.
Just grow a ponytail. Always have a ponytail ready, dude.
I am a couple bombs away from a sick ponytail. Just be like, I'm done.
Well, right now too, it's like I'm curious to see what it's like to operate with like they take the masks off.
Take the masks off.
Then it's like 25% capacity.
No, it'll be like half at least.
Okay, so
if it's good, it's fine.
They fill it up.
Cleveland fucking hold.
It's gotta be.
That was the best one.
People gotta be excited too.
People are excited, and we have fans now, which is fucking crazy.
Dogs will be out there.
Dogs are out, dude.
Magoobs is gonna be lit.
Magooby's
Live
gonna be
cast
wild.
is gonna be pretty fucking.
I think Providence is gonna be good.
Yeah,
I think Providence is gonna be good. Anyway, Salt Lake is a question. I don't know how our ratings are.
I hear people in
Salt Lake.
People hit us up from Utah, dude.
Really?
A couple people may come out to Salt Lake.
I'll be out there. Filling in for Joey Diaz.
What's he doing? Is he
I don't know.
laying low?
I think he's moving out of the city. I think they're all he's part of the Exodus.
Is he?
Yeah, the LA yeah.
Is Callum leaving? Probably. He got fucking smacked with it too.
Bro.
Callum got smacked.
Don't get me started.
What?
Dude, the LA Times ran an article of accusations on the front page against him.
Really?
It's a weird thing to do. I don't know.
Yeah.
Look.
Save it for the page.
Save it for the page.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Switch over to the Patreon.
Oh yeah, baby, we're in. Yo, what's up? It's Brad.
What's up? It's Bryson. Are you 14 and on TikTok? I hope your pussy's wet. I'm 21. house. I hope your pussies are out. We're gay boys. We're here with our gayest boy, Tim.
That's Tim with a U.
Kind of like cum.
That is the face. You're always on the edge of coming. You're just like,
You gotta smile though. TikTokers have this killer smile.
they do. It's like
When
when
they
they used to
dance, stick their tongue out and smile.
It's like they used to put Vaseline on cheerleaders' teeth. What? Yeah, they probably put some Vaseline on their teeth. So they're like,
Yeah, dude, that I somehow found a dark hole of hot teen-year-old boy.
were you on R Goomed?
No, I was on. I don't know. It was trending or something on Twitter where that one kid had a party in LA, like a mansion party of just unimaginable. It was gold, dude. If I get in one of these,
You have to get.
I would be like Ted Bundy.
What are you
In
gonna do?
like a sorority house, dude. If I get in one of these TikTok kids' houses,
You're gonna kill?
room to room, taking them.
You're gonna kill him.
When I have my way with them, I'd probably execute these boys. First chance I get.
Some of them are good kickboxers, dude.
Dude, that was making me laugh so hard when I found out that they would definitely just tune us up. Like if you and me were like, yeah, you guys are fucking gay, just get the shit beat out of us.
You have to be. If you're that high,
Yeah.
you have to fight off, people who might come into your mansion.
That was the guy. And once I looked it up, I remembered who it was. They were boys with that one boxer that's an absolute Adonis.
Yeah.
You know that kid? Which one? I think it's Ryan Garcia.
Yeah,
I think that's his name.
Yeah, but that was his boy. That was like they all have a slightly less hot sidekick.
Nobody's hotter than
Exactly.
Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia is the hottest, but that guy was Ryan Garcia's slightly less hot sidekick.
Yes.
And then that guy's slightly less hot sidekick
He's getting hotter.
looks like my math teacher, Mr. Horn. His slightly less hot sidekick is like a short Italian dude, full cut.
He's an apprentice hot guy.
He went too not hot. Girls do this. All girls' dating profile pictures with their friends, they have all girls have like a fake relationship with a girl who's like not as hot as them, so they can
Homely sidekick.
They took note from girls and like, oh, I need a slightly less hot sidekick so my TikTok pops.
Jesus.
Because it's too disorganized. If you have guys who are like all the exact same hotness, unless they're all
No, they do. One does, dude.
Which one's that?
One of them has it. One of my guys, the main guy.
One of the main hot guy houses.
Taylor's sidekick is also jacked, tanner. He's more tan. Equally hot.
His name's Tanner.
I think Tanner might surpass Taylor with an E. Taylor with an E.
Taylor.
That's a battle, dude.
Which one's
And
Tanner?
I think they all spawned from Logan Paul.
Are you talking about Tanner?
Probably. This all started from Logan Paul filming a Japanese dude that killed himself. And it's spawned the whole way. There's a curse in that suicide forest in Japan.
What?
It's like, you only have a gay friend. And now there's just an army of the sexiest boys in one house dancing.
Fuck. Dude, yeah, that's definitely, honestly, in terms of like finding your son in a hot guy house, that's tough stuff. You gotta keep your son and daughter off the pole.
Yeah.
Off the top, dude. You gotta keep your son and daughter off the
Dude,
top.
my dad if your dad catches you dancing.
Yeah. He dragged me out of that house by my feet, dude. He would seriously, my dad would take issue with that.
You had a cool ear.
For 6 hours.
You could have
Went to piercing I was trying to. I had a girlfriend at the time in high school who was like, no, it'd be so cool, trust me. And I was like, okay, yeah, definitely. I went home, my dad said, I pulled it out of my ear, so I was like, I gotta take this out.
Yeah, I've met your dad. That was definitely something. You'd be like, what is this?
Yeah, come here, I'll pull that thing out of here. I was like, all right, I'm taking it out. Threw it out.
You ever have any
Dad, well, let me give you a hot guy TikToker.
He called me gay. He hit me with the kryptonite, and I was like, hold on.
fucking dopers?
Yeah, what are they doing? What are you guys trying to
They're
figure out?
chatting. They're looking up hot guys.
Dude,
The whole room's been, once you feast your eyes on these hot boys, it plagues the group. It's all I can think about.
that's how they get
Until the
formed.
virus passes on.
Exactly.
Started in the
You're
farm.
like, wait, there's not gonna be any pussy left for us. And then you're like, we have to form a hot guy group.
We have to start
And then
wearing
you go,
sweatpants.
and then the
showing
Chinese
dicks.
Communist Party wins. That's how they're winning.
That's why, thank God, Trump's trying to shut this shit down.
Oh, he has to.
He probably saw a couple of those videos and was like, no.
The military's probably depleting. Everyone's probably deserting. It's like, no, we just be hot guys. Let's get out of here.
I'm done with these hot kids.
I think the algorithm found you. I think you hit just like the lowest level of success that like the pedophile algorithms like we get now.
True. It works.
You're on the spacey.
I understand.
You start tripping dudes in pools.
True. Free Spacey. If this was the temptation Spacey was hit with. I wanted, dude.
Spacey did nothing wrong.
If you've, nobody ever found, like, was he getting like a massage or was that Travolta?
Travolta got massaged.
Spacey was just getting it.
He grabbed a dick at a nightclub. Someone brought a 16-year-old boy into a nightclub, and I think Spacey grabbed his dick. He got Terry Crews at a nightclub.
Dude, think of a 16-year-old like all like excited and be like, "This is gonna be fucking cool, man! I'm going to a nightclub for the first time." Kevin Spacey comes out of nowhere.
Dude, Spacey.
You have like 1 second. He's like, "Kevin Spacey." Oh,
you got me. He just rings your bell. He just like ding, pulls your dog down. Yeah, if you go to a Hollywood party, it's nothing. I mean, I've never been to one, but the reason I try to avoid it is because I would have to wear a cup. Otherwise, it would be like Spacey, Seacrest would probably finger my butt.
If they saw you trot around,
dude,
that thick ass.
After I just ran 2.8 miles, that's what I'm training for.
You ran 2.8
today. Yeah, 2.8, basically 30.
It was like 1.5 like last week.
Going hard.
You're a robot.
I'm trying to get in there.
You're training to become a hot boy. You're trying to join the sway house.
I want to get my dick grabbed by an elite. Yes. It's a new autograph. You're like, can you grab my dick? He's like,
you assault me sexually. Thanks, Don Lemon.
He tells everyone the cup is for protection, but the inside has like prisoner claw marks. He's trying to get out.
Yeah, dude, you can definitely get snatched. You gotta be careful, dude. You're gonna get your dick grabbed.
People don't understand what we're talking about. Y'all don't understand.
They do. They're talking.
If you look at
Noah was all over it. Were you a hot guy? Were you a hot guy? Be honest. You're young. You're hip. Have you ever taken a hot guy video?
No, I don't have any social media. It's for faggots.
No, Jesus Christ. Come on, man.
You're fired.
You're definitely fired. No, you just got a raise. You get extra slices of pizza for that.
So is that what the youth are all about? That like social media is just completely stupid?
No, like they're like into it. I don't know. I just think it's gay, so I don't do it.
Man, I hate those fucking kids so much.
Really?
Yeah, it bothers me.
See, that's the thing. I've been on a really kind of non-judgmental, non-evaluative kick, but I see that and I'm like, that's not good. It's not a good thing. What those boys are doing, I'm like, it's not good. It's not good for anyone. Your young men can't be being hot girls.
They're just chill.
No democracy can flourish with that. I mean, it's happened before.
I do believe that's how democracy's like started.
No, I think that's the peak of a democracy when all the boys are like, oh, we'll just be hot chicks now. It's like, here comes the dark age.
Now, this is just the newest version of them consolidating pussy. Like,
that is the 1%.
Yeah, well,
they have 99%.
It's been like disproportionate forever. There's been like
they're pussy elite.
Top level dudes have been pussy elite getting everybody pregnant as far back as humans. I might be making this up, but I think I read it somewhere.
You're right. I know this for a fact.
So this is just before it was like I'm the strongest. I can provide the most resources. Now it's like I'm the gayest. Give me all the pussy.
Now I'm so gay.
True. It's a safe bet though. You need a nice, stable, gay husband. Otherwise, like a fucking maverick. I mean,
not only
we can lose it all at any minute, dude. We're not,
not only gay, also wigger. It's the ultimate combo: a gay wigger that dances well with abs.
Justin Timberlake.
Exactly. It's been a blueprint forever. Timberlake, all the gayest white dudes somehow transform to black guy.
Or just they get paid.
True. Once you get paid, you definitely.
No, I'm saying that you can make a ton of money. It's highly profitable. You see that dude, whoever that guy's sidekick, Taylor. It's like, Bieber is a billionaire. So if you just emulate Bieber or just turn up the sauce on what Bieber's doing. Bieber's now a family man.
But you used to have to make embarrassing music. Now you just lip sync.
Yeah.
Do rappers know how much of their work is just going into making money for white twinks?
That's what I was thinking.
Like dick burpees and sweatpants.
That's what I was saying. Does Gucci Mane know about this?
Gucci Mane's gonna be
furious. Dude, I'd be fucking ticked. If I was Gucci Mane, and people.
Come on, here we go. I'm so filled with cum. Are you in 8th grade?
Dude, that is. These are nice people. These are like hyper boy bands.
They are.
Boy bands were a psyop. Basically, they're like to get in and like. Boy bands would get your 13-year-old daughter horny, and then you'd have to pay $200 to bring them to a concert.
Yes.
It's kind of disgusting.
It is disgusting.
It's a fucked up business model.
Well, exactly.
They would torture your 13-year-old, 12-year-old daughter into like going and see, like, we got to go see like the Liquid Town. The one band was called Liquid Dreams.
Yeah.
O-Town. We got to see Orgasm Town, Dad. And you're like, how much is this? $116? You're like, Jesus.
Just for you and your friends to definitely masturbate during the sleepover.
Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. I mean, dude, you're speaking. That's facts.
It's disgusting facts.
But that's
what makes the.
That was the market you were dealing with.
Yeah.
And then you would take, again, we got rid of ritual virgin sacrifice, and then we started taking, like, you know, Britney Spears. She's 15, 16 years old. You display her body for the world, and then, like, slowly she just gets completely excavated by just people just shitting on her and fucking with her, and they lose their minds. Christina Aguilera, I don't know what happened. She got, like, kind of fat, but maybe she lost her mind, too.
Definitely lost my mind. You definitely lose your mind. They
You
all
can't
lost
hand a 16-year-old keys to a kingdom that they have no control of and then expect them not to completely fucking wig out. Dude, they're basically like slaves.
They all got molested too. I was watching a Dan Schneider YouTube documentary yesterday, and every single one of them.
Had to have got, I mean, Bieber had his dick grabbed enough where he's like enough, and he became a Christian. Like Britney Spears couldn't take the day off. I think Britney Spears, they were like, nah.
That's gonna be an interesting. Like if Bieber becomes a full like elite Christian, it becomes like a saint.
He's doing this already.
He's gonna have a pretty cool like turn, like Paul.
Oh, dude,
like Paul on the road to Damascus or whatever. I mean, wherever he was going, where he like God came down, and was like, stop being bad.
Yeah, he was
Bieber's just gonna be like his dick was tortured by the devil.
Dude, Paul was beating someone's ass. I think Paul was just beating people.
I think Paul was fucking up Christians.
Yeah,
that was like his job.
I think he was getting after it. But yeah, dude, there's definitely. We had this whole period when we grew up of boy bands, and like that kind of fizzled out. That was a sick thing.
I have a horrible confession to make. At a slumber party one time, me and my boys discussed the possibility of us creating a boy band.
It's okay. You guys were.
Yeah, I think it was common enough that it was a South Park episode.
And then we decided not to.
Really? You guys were going to start? Dude, I mean,
noble.
Again,
it was noble. And
you guys
then we all jerked off together.
Did you really?
Yes.
You guys formed a boy band, broke up, and jerked off.
Dude, if you guys had abs and filmed it, you'd be millionaires now.
Yeah. The porno we had was Bus Motel, and that was basically our Yoko Ono. That was it ripped us apart.
That's what keeps all the boy bands from forming. They make their boy band and they flood the rest of the boys with porn, and it's hard to kind of get it together.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be doing practice of like lip sync and dancing. You're like, oh, let's watch Bus Motel. The whole band falls apart.
Bus Motel. It was a parody of the movie Psycho.
Did somebody just put their dick in a shower when a lady was showering?
No, it was a dildo.
Oh, really?
The knife? Yeah.
Great.
How hard? Maybe I could ask my dad, but like in 1999, right? NSYNC debuts a video on TRL, and up to that point, I think the little girls were mostly getting turned on by like your Jonathan Taylor Thomases and shit like that.
KTT.
Boys and
He was just in an episode of
Oshkosh clothes, right?
Yeah.
So then NSYNC just starts blowing up tween pussy, and you're sitting there, just the TV in the living room's playing a new NSYNC video, and you look over, and your 12-year-old daughter just has like beads of sweat like forming on her hairline.
Oh,
and you're just like, what? And your entire life is different from that.
Well, if you watch, so I saw, this was like 4 years ago. I watched, it was either NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but like back in 2001. And it was like if they had done that today, they would have got canceled because they like very openly and like, without any sort of like this is a little bit weird. They were dressed like exactly like they like took mannequins in a store that would primarily deal with like clothes for black people and just like pulled them off, threw them like backwards FUBU jerseys on NSYNC when like white dudes didn't do that. They were just like, oh, we're gonna fully dress you guys like black dudes, have you do music that's primarily dominated by black dudes, and they're just fucking it.
That must have killed 112. 112
that's what I'm saying.
Furious.
It was like 112 boys, and they were just like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." And they're like, "We'll just have white dudes." The Elvis thing, they did it again.
Why don't we do it like more marketable? Dude, that tween, like the Beatles had it. The fucking, I remember. I don't know how true it is, but even the documentary.
You know that?
Really?
The Beatles took extremely black music and then sold it to white people in a country where they weren't buying the black version.
And then they Sgt. Peppered. It was like, okay, now you guys are your own thing.
Now we're doing white stuff.
I mean, that was the next level.
And then Jimi Hendrix appropriated that.
True.
Call it even.
Even see it. There was Elvis. I think Elvis was a pretty glaring example.
Yeah.
But
there was a documentary on the Rolling Stones, and they were talking about how the women would go so crazy that there were rivers of piss coming down the steps. Like there was that much.
Really?
Women just started squirting.
Women piss like scared animals.
Yeah, like an excited dog.
No, how is it not talked about constantly? Everyone I know pisses their pants constantly.
Actually, did you ever like micro pee the bed? I micro peed the bed last night. When you let out your first stream, and you go,
Mouth tape shut.
Wait, you let out a full stream?
No, it isn't like a
jolt.
I guess a jolt, yeah. I was having a dream. Dude, I had a fucking dream.
Like when you're done peeing and you can jolt a couple times.
No, it's like the first jolt. As soon as you zip and hit the toilet seat and let it go, every time I'm away, like when I'm about to pee and like when I'm sleeping, I usually almost do that and wake up, but I actually let out like a nice. Came back in, just laid on it and shielded the spot.
So you pissed in the bed and then hit it?
Very little bit, yeah. Very little bit. Pissed in the bed.
Enough that you were ashamed as an adult.
I had a dream last night that, not all, but like probably a ton of my male relationships, the people in my life, were just like, fuck you, dude. Person after person in my dream. Person after person was like, fuck you. You're a piece of shit. I went to like an old jiu-jitsu teacher. I was like, hey, I'm thinking of signing up. He was like, the problem with you, dude, is you're always trying to be the fucking hero. Get out of here. And I was like, what the fuck's that guy's problem? It was you were like, fuck you, dude. What? Me, you, and my cousin Pat were doing a
Probably that's
podcast.
because you betrayed me.
Dude, so then I have a dream of all. That's why I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. All my relationships crumbled, and then I peed the bed. I shot pee at the very end. At the very end of this, I was like walking away, just like my old jiu-jitsu coach.
I am the hero.
Dude, no, I was very ashamed. I was like, man, this sucks. And then another friend of mine had left a private jet, and then in a spirit of vengeance, I was like, I'm going to use this guy's private jet. And then they're like, it'll be $1,500 to fill it up. And I was like, never mind. And then I peed the bed.
Damn.
And then I woke up to a text from you saying, you snake. And I just,
oh, yeah.
And I swear to God, I couldn't think. I was like, what the fuck is this in reference to? And I was like, that dream really had, I was so confused. And then I went out and ran 2.88 miles, dude. 28 minutes, so you do the math.
Yeah, I was afraid that when I said you're rash, you act, whatever I said.
I'm rash, yeah.
Yeah, I was afraid that because you were like, that's a little intense. I was like, I hope he knows him.
No, so here's what happened.
Definitely fucking him.
Obviously. But I think your game is you try to get an OL out. You try to pull an OL out of me.
Yeah.
So I started formulating OLs in my head. I go, okay, I'm rash. We'll fucking do this. And then I go, no, I'm not going to OL.
No.
You love that, dude.
What are you talking about?
You've talked about this before. You get people to a territory where they just all of a sudden seemingly out of nowhere OL you, and you go, whoa, what the fuck is that? I said, I'm not doing that.
All right, good for you.
I did laugh.
On my track.
In my head, I'm not rash. And I thought about the last 6 things in my life. I was like, that was pretty rash. That was also very rash. I'm very rash. I was like, oh, man, rash. And I put my phone down. I said, I'm just going to go fucking.
No, it wasn't.
I wasn't mad at all. No. I wasn't mad at all. In my head, it was going to be this back and forth banter. I said, I'm not having a
rash McCusker.
In my head, I'm like, I lost all my friends in my dream. I'm not going to fight or go back and forth. Dude, it was a horrible feeling. Legitimately.
I had no idea what you were going through.
Yeah, I mean, how could you? Yeah. I peed the bed, dude. I was so upset. This is teeny bit of pee. Not a lot.
It was a river of piss.
I literally woke. I went, as soon as I think I was peeing in the private jet. I was like, all right, because I think this person was like, I'm checking the miles when you get done. I'm like, is that a big deal if you borrow someone's private jet and rack up miles on it? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, that's kind of expensive. And then I peed. That was it. I was like, I gotta pee in this jet. And as soon as I let go, I went, oh shit, I'm peeing in this jet.
Damn, that's a tough dream.
No, dude, I never had a dream like that. It's usually like, I'm getting fucked up, or I'm in I have a dream a lot where I'm like in a dystopian, fallen state, but never had all the people in my life be like, fuck you, dude. And I was like, it was me, you, my cousin Pat, we're doing a podcast. You're like, Matt, get out of here. I'm doing with your cousin now. I guess I'll do jiu-jitsu. My jiu-jitsu coach is like, you're always trying to be the hero, dude.
Get out of here. Dude, fuck it, I'm going to get on this jet. Damn it, I pissed myself. And he woke up to me and be like, yeah, you're a real piece of shit.
This is the dangers of sleeping enough.
Yeah, man. I think I'm getting my REM rebound because I've been on 3-4 hours for so long. And then I take my mouth shut, so I got all kinds of nitric oxide. How do you so you want to primarily nose breathe. So it's just better for you. It gets in terms of like vasodilation, all this other stuff. It gets when you breathe through your nose, it gives like nitric oxide into your body or nitrous, whatever the fuck it's called. Whatever that stuff is in it, and they'll explode. And Viagra gives you boners and fucking muscle veins.
It's what makes you run fast.
Yeah, exactly.
You turn on the nos.
Just right into the nose. So if you tape your mouth shut while you're sleeping, you only nose breathe, and it's like a better way to breathe. Because it actually, when you breathe into your nose, you're activating your sympathetic nervous system, or no, your parasympathetic nervous system, which slows you down. When you breathe through your mouth, you're more activating your sympathetic nervous system. So it's been found, and it's pretty widely accepted it's better for you to breathe through your nose. But when you're at nighttime, typically you lose consciousness and you just go, and you're crushing your student. Since I stopped, so I didn't tape my mouth the one night, I did it again. You don't wake up with a shitty taste in your mouth. You tape it, you wake up and you're just like,
really? Because I get a shitty taste when my mouth is closed after a long time.
Really? No, for me,
I notice if I'm in a movie theater or on an airplane, if I have my mouth shut the whole time,
airplane mouth,
disgusting fucking mouth.
Airplane mouth is different. Yeah, airplane mouth. I get off of an airplane, I feel like I just fell in.
And my eyes are always just dark red.
Yeah.
Every single time I fly.
I feel the same way. I feel like a piece of shit. When I get off the plane, wherever I'm going to, I feel like I need to be like hosed down. Yeah, it's disgusting. I feel gross.
Oh yeah, bro.
But I'm pretty sick.
Let's bury the hatchet from your dream.
From how we both feel sick when we leave the plane.
Yeah, man. That's a good thing to unite on. Also about how those kids probably turned us both on a little.
We talked
about incited something in both of us.
Who, those hot kids?
Yeah, those boys dancing.
Not me. Not me at all. Not me.
I can see
the one
you were pulsing.
I wasn't pulsing at all.
Were you pulsing?
For sure, yeah.
Thank you, Tim, for your honesty.
I'm being honest.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm talking about pants watching this video. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't feel anything. I watched that and
it made me angry. Not sexually frustrated.
Yeah, just like horny,
this is
like sexually violent.
Annoying. Yes, I wanted to break into their house and take them one by one.
Thought a wave of sexual violence overcome me. Dude, actually, this is really fucked. Did you ever see the documentary called Rewind on Amazon?
What's it about?
It's so fucked. It's a so this guy's dad apparently obsessively filmed.
Keep going.
Keep viewership up. The guy's dad obsessively. He obsessively filmed his son's childhood, and it turned out that the son was getting viciously molested and raped by his two uncles the entire time, and his
tag team.
Not even
Dudley boys were coming in there.
Dude, it wasn't even the Dudley boys.
Talking
about it the whole time. Only one of his uncles was fun. No, so his dad. So apparently this is going through the whole family. So the dad was molested by his older brother, and his older brother was molested by their older brother, who was also an award-winning opera singer. Classic. Which was crazy because they would go to these home videos of him hey, come here, they would slow it down. The dad would look over and just walk away.
He was like,
if you tell anybody, I'll kill you. That's what he did. So it starts out, and you're I thought it was just a divorce. They're yeah, my husband always had this camera. It was annoying, and I'm dude, is this guy really bitching about this? And then it was then I found there were sores on his genitals. I was hold up. And they slowly just unleash these three brothers were just sucking each other. But the youngest brother was just getting sucked. But the other one was dude, I'm talking about.
Wait, is this the son in the movie, or is this?
This is the backstory. This is the backstory.
Yeah.
Okay. So the dad was been sucked by his brother. Dude, literally, he was at lay on the thing. He's
how old were they when they were sucking?
Oh man, I think it went on into the teenage. It had to go on into the teenage. I don't know. It was definitely from grade school age. But then there was the older brother who was continued. There's the older brother would rape the middle brother, and then the middle brother would just suck his youngest brother. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, of course.
So then, knowing this shit all would happen, the guy just tried to bury it in the back of his head and allowed these people in his son's life all the time. And then, so it was the middle brother was sucking his son. The middle brother's son was sucking his son and all that shit. But then the oldest son,
the alpha son,
the opera singer, he was raping. He was anally raping the guy's son, and they started raping their daughters. And then so the guy came out. Finally, the kid.
Dude,
I'm trying to movie, guys.
How horny was this family?
I don't do that.
It's supposed to be the horniest family of all time.
It was fucking crazy. But then the whole time, the dad which I think this is probably why he did it. He had a camcorder back in like early, basically I think the kid's the same age as us. And this was all filmed in like Bryn Mawr, or like the place they were filming. I used to walk through there, you know. So walk through. I'm not claiming fame, but it's like there one field. I'm like, oh, that's where I used to get off the little train and walk to the school. They were filming in this field. But I think the dad obsessively filmed everything going on, I guess, to like keep an eye on things. But like, dude, he just filmed himself basically. Like, you know, the uncle's like messing with him, and the dad was like, look, and they like slow down the footage, and he would just like walk through the thing. But the mom was like, dude, why didn't you tell me? So they were like lost. Once they said, like, so the dad was filming his son, and his son was being raped by. Not while he was being raped, but he was filming like everything. Like every single. Well, I keep doing this. Yeah, almost everything. That's how you film. He would just sit there with a camcorder and constantly all the family stuff. So this guy's putting a documentary of all of his old family footage. Then you're watching it, knowing these dudes have been like raping him and shit. So they're like, "Hey, buddy," and like you see the guy like looking at the kid and like ruffling his hair and rubbing his back. Dude, it's fucked. It is so fucked up. I'm almost done. Brittany makes me shut it off every time it's on. Serious? Yeah. No, it's just one. Oh, it's one show. It's a tough one to watch. Dude, it's fucking insane how fucked up this is. I mean, I thought it was like, you know, I was like, it was like, you know, dark and twisted family. I was like, all right, you know, whatever. Yeah, it can't be that bad. They haven't brought down the opera singer yet. The uncle immediately they went final boss. The final boss. This is gonna be a tough one. So he was like apparently a high profile dude associated with like, I mean, they brought him. He like entertained the Pope, all kinds of shit. I bet he did. Yeah, exactly, dude. I bet the Papa was fucking. He must have partied down, dude. That's pedophile in Thailand, dude. You go to Rome. And you're just like, oh, sweet, whatever we want. That's like Canton, Ohio. That's like the Hall of Fame, dude. If you make it into the Vatican City, there's a bust of you. Just like this guy, numbers, statistics alone, dude. This guy deserves to be in here. Dude, it was pretty mind-bending. Kids. He goes to. They hang up your shop teacher glasses and they're right here to the Vatican. He has drawings from when he's a child, and they like, he goes through like his psychiatrist drawings, dude. It's like him as like an 8-year-old drawing, just like his uncle as the devil with like a huge dog, dude. It's fucking crazy. It was one of the most fucked up things. It's kind of a fucking joy killer. But then I watched this and it was like, yeah, the fact that it was like, dude, the dad would be like, he laid on the couch. He's like, I would lay right here, and your uncle would take my penis in his mouth. I'm not gonna lie, it felt kind of good. And like, dude, you just watch it, and then, dude, it's next, it's unreal. Just brothers sucking brothers. Brothers sucking brothers. Brothers fucking uncles fucking nephews. And then like, dude, at one point the mom was like, my uncle. Dude, the mom. My uncle fucking. In my head, I was like, is this more common? I was like, maybe this goes on all the fucking time. Because the home videos where they have this being like, like, yeah. Real normal fucking shit. Me and my uncle would be like, hi. Like, real, like, no contact. Dude, the mom at one point went upstairs and the door was shut. He was up with the uncle, the master, total dude who would like, would pen. Yeah. The opera. The guy, yeah, exactly. The Phantom, dude. The Phantom of the Astra. She would go upstairs and the door was shut and she was like, hey, what are you guys doing in there? And he goes, Uncle Nephew time. And she was like, he just said it with such authority. And the kid was like, why didn't you open the door? And she was like, I never would have guessed you guys were butt fucking. Dude, if the door's shut with my kid and anyone's in there, I'm going to be like, what the fuck are you guys? It's definitely an open door. It's like, why would you shut the door? For sure. I'm sorry. I thought it was the uncle's wife. I thought it was his aunt. No. The mom. His kid's mom. Yeah, she's like, hey, what are you doing? And then the uncle goes, Uncle, kid time. She's like, what are you guys doing in there? And apparently he was just like, he had just fucked him in the ass and been like, I'll kill you if you say anything. And then was like, Uncle, nephew time. And then went down and like carved a turkey and had Thanksgiving. Dude, fucking nuts. That's crazy. Thanks for having me, guys. Anyway, tell us about the joys of fatherhood. I just found out the Menendez brothers had the same thing. Really? Did you know that? They were getting fucked? I think this is a Netflix documentary. People have probably seen it. But when they were on trial for killing their parents, first of all, I only know about the Menendez brothers from Cable Guy. So I only know about the fake Ben Stiller Menendez brothers. So in real life, they went to trial. What did they do? They killed their parents. They were twins. They were adult twins. They killed their parents. So hot guys have to do. And their parents were rich. So that was the story. They were trying to get that rich parent money. But then they go to trial. They're like, by the way, my dad was raping us, and we had to kill him. There was nothing else we could do. But he was dead. He was dead. And people were pretty dead set on these dudes wanting that money. So then, on the stand,
the secret move that they pull off. They're like, if you don't believe us, listen to this. I think like the older Menendez brother, I don't know, it's probably minutes older. He gets on the stand. He's like, I took my brother in the woods and I raped him because my dad raped me. And then they both tell the same side or the same story from opposite sides. So it was like, yeah, we go to the woods. I'd say it's time to play, and I would just like stick things in his asshole and suck his bird and stuff like that. And then the other brother had to be like, yep, totally, what happened? And that's why we killed our parents. And then, like, that almost saved them because it was so horrific and believable. And then it's at the end, they're just like, yeah, well, you still can't fuck.
Yeah, we still gotta kill you guys.
Yeah.
Because we definitely can't have you out.
I don't know what they're up to these days. I don't know if they're still alive.
Can't give you access to the woods.
Well, dude, the doctor in the psychiatrist in the documentary, he was like, family sexual abuse is a gift that keeps on giving. The question is, where did he get the gift from? Dude, it was just like, dude, you made me think, okay, hold on, no, let me rephrase that. Yeah. This is a gift that keeps giving. And like, we're trying to figure out who got the oldest brother first. Dude, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's tough.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No.
I don't know what reminded me of that, but I think that is.
Yeah, I was talking about hot dudes dancing for a while. Probably got you on the.
Probably got me thinking about the rewind.
Sucking boys.
Yeah, Shane was talking about fucking children who can beat him up.
True, that's where it was. I think that's where it came from.
Yeah, that would suck to go in there and get my ass kicked while attempting to rape a house. Just get jumped. Probably did dance on you. Which would actually be.
Maybe like Flight 91.
It would be Flight 93. It would be exactly that, dude. I'd be like, nobody fucking move. And then be like, let's kill this motherfucker. I'll be like, I'll crash us all anyway.
This is you jerking off as you get beat up.
If I'm going down, you're going down.
True, yeah,
I'm gonna get some jizz on you.
Whole time you're just trying to get into TikTok.
Dude, that has to be the opposite of like dads pulling their daughters out of strip clubs. Like you have to want your son to get into a TikTok house.
You want
really? You want them in? Because they become millionaires.
They do become hot.
That's dirty money, dude.
They do become millionaires. I hate it.
I hate it, too.
I don't. No, it's funny as a fat 30-year-old on Patreon to criticize jacked as fuck.
I'll say jacked. Bulking, currently bulking.
Currently gains. Currently gains, so I can fucking.
What song would you do?
I like mine with lettuce and tomatoes.
Just when you smile and you slowly show your butthole.
Getting the camera down underneath with my sack up.
Oh my god.
That's good TikTok.
No, I think, I don't know. I don't think a lot of it. Well, if you're a dad and you're not like a complete bitch, I think you'd be kind of pissed off. The lack of principles, dude. I wouldn't.
Dude, if I wanted to play soccer, my dad would have been like, "You're gay." No, these kids they're dancing.
Dude, my friend got bullied out of playing soccer by his dad.
Yeah, you can't.
Literally called him a foot fairy until he played football. I was in the car when this happened. He mentioned yeah, but I kind of like soccer. He's like, foot fairy. He was a football coach, so he made him play football. Bullied him out of soccer.
Good.
I mean, he's on the hot guy TikTok out.
What's gayer than American soccer players?
Like
TikTok.
I mean, that's kind of the
slow road.
No, I'd be pissed.
Soccer, American soccer is definitely actually European soccer is the TikTok as well.
Well, from an ROV perspective, I would say I would be pissed if I was a dad going into a TikTok house like that.
But times are different, dude. Your dad snatched a fucking stringing cross earring out. They're not the same anymore. There's dads pushing their sons to have.
That's who they want to be. They all want to be Odell Beckham. That's the guy they want to be. It's Drake and Odell Beckham, except it's just white, and they're all so rich that every Instagram picture is them with abs holding stacks of money to their ear.
Yeah,
cocksuckers.
This is kind of, I think, a thing for the elites. I don't think poor people or even middle class people could try to emulate this because it's just people.
Well, you can't emulate it. But
kind of a crappy house. You have pimples on your chest.
Yeah, your parents couldn't afford braces.
We should start a TikTok. This should be a TikTok house.
No, this cannot be a TikTok house.
Actually, I was describing the rest of TikTok. It's just autistic.
Billy's the only one of us that you might get it. He lost some weight, but Billy could be on TikTok.
You think so?
He's probably got abs.
No.
He's fucking strong. If we got
Strong
Billy,
as fuck.
we got Billy like shirtless.
Not a PA.
Right.
He's strong as fuck, but he doesn't have abs.
If we got Billy shirtless and made him like seductively walk to the camera,
Billy can do it. He has his glasses, dude. Fucking lower them down.
we can make some money. We can pimp your brother out on TikTok.
Sure.
But this could end up as like some sort of rewind thing where you end up sucking him.
True.
It gets too powerful.
True. Yeah, the dad even rationalized being like, look, as far as my middle brother was to me, he was just trying to show me he loved me to sick and twist away. But the wife was like, why didn't you tell me your brother's raped you before bringing your brother to
Somebody had to give me head, bitch. I wasn't getting it here. So I went to my brother. He sucked me dry.
How do you chill at family parties?
Knowing that you
Brothers that like suck
Floating
you and just be like, they were doing this thing where you go behind the wall and go, oh, he's so silly.
Oh, he's probably getting raped.
I would have to. I would spaz at one point. Be like, dude, remember you sucked my dick? What the fuck? Just carving the turkey.
I don't know though. It's probably that same energy of like if you've hooked up with the chick and then you see her later, you're kind of still like,
yeah,
what up? You and me had something. I mean, they probably have that energy with each other where they're just like, yo, you're my man.
I mean, that's your formative sexual experience. So like you're fucking and you're like, I just want my brother to suck me.
Like it's never as good again.
It's never as good, dude.
I bet it's not.
It's your summer love, dude. It's your first love. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Should be on the internet. I'm sorry. I brought possibly the worst topic up. We're talking about hot guys, but what's all documentary about sexual.
Tell me more. Well, it was actually my brother. Oh, God, please stop.
We don't believe you.
It was my brother at the beach.
Well, apparently, too, that's what they said the problem was. You had the kid. The kid broke the ice because he was like, I think he started grabbing his sister's boobs. And then they were like, hey, knock that off. And he was like, that's what our cousin.
This is nothing.
It was like, that's what our cousin does. And they were like, is that true? And I was like, yeah. The kid, then they got it out of the kid. Dude, the whole family fell. The kid was a hero. In a weird way, he grabbed his sister's boobs, and that was what like brought this whole thing down. He grabbed his sister's boobs in front of his parents, and he was like, that's what they tell mom about your guys' secret time with the cousin. So the cousin was the one who brought this whole thing.
Were any of these people
started it.
No one was hot. These sound like very ugly people.
They weren't. It wasn't a hot house for sure. It was not a hot TikTok.
If this was happening in the TikTok house, it would be hot.
It'd be more clicks, more views.
It'd be so many views. The clickbait would be crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Brother.
Does your brother sell each other?
Brother.
It's got to be on. It's got to be on the internet.
What? 100%.
Stepbrother. Suck stepbrother. Don't touch me.
He's with me right now. Get out here with that mustache.
It's a charged environment. God. But yeah, man, that was pretty hard.
Yeah, I got fired up this weekend. I listened to the smash hit #1 podcast in the world right now, Nice White Parents.
What is that? I heard about that.
It sucks dick. That's all you need to know.
What's the premise?
It's like the New York Times presents Nice White Parents. It's just about white parents ruining a black school by giving it too much money. We don't want
a serial podcast?
Yeah, it is. They play like the jazz-like piano. They're like, up next. And it's always just like, I'm Sarah Coral Sea Treasure Map Jones. It's just some bullshit made-up fucking garbage name every day. And then, the whole podcast is just like, it's just, New York Times podcasts are like, hi, I'm a wealthy person that went to Yale. Here's how white people stink.
It's like ideological hot house.
Fucking insane.
Yeah,
it really is.
It is. It's like,
dude, you should hear, because then there's ads for the other podcasts, and they're like, this was brought to you by, and it's just another white dork with his nose stuffed.
Yeah.
Just being like, also, if you're having trouble sleeping, why don't you try Casper? It's great. Like, it's fucking, it's wild. You gotta listen to it.
Well, these are the people whose like families benefited directly from like NAFTA and like probably had slaves. Like they like had slaves. We're like, no, we didn't. And then we're like, let's sell the labor force. So yeah, I mean, you feel pretty bad.
It's the whole thing's about. Well, it starts out about one school. It's about how white parents ruin public schools. That's what the whole thing's about. White parents ruin public schools. That's the overall message, and it goes into how, which is like this. It tells a specific story about this one school. So I guess in New York, public schools, you get like drafted to public schools. Like you apply to public schools.
Really? Not charter schools?
There's charter schools and public schools, but you have to like, you get to try to pick what public school you go to, kind of. And this one dude organized all the white parents from this middle school to go to this elementary school to go to this one middle school. He was like, if we all get together and demand that they have a French program, we can go here. It's empty. Nobody's going to the school. It was like half capacity.
So you went the way they found
POCs. But then this guy led like 20, 30 white kids to this school, all in one grade. But he was also a professional fundraiser, so he also raised like $100,000.
Yeah.
Now they got mad because it was only going to like French programs and shit like that. Yeah. So he got what he fucking.
He took a school. He basically almost made like a. He basically took a school with a bunch of other kind of rich white people and used public funding to have like essentially like a private school kind of thing, or what?
Yeah, just I don't know. It's not like he was totally like innocent or whatever, but it was still like. I don't know. There was just certain parts where
they made like an Aryan Brotherhood for a school, like as a prison gang.
Yeah,
let's just squad up. Let's get numbers.
All go together. And
then numbers.
It was just like she was holding white people accountable for shit that she would never hold people of color accountable for. She would be like, the white people didn't want to be. They were afraid that their kids would be bullied if they were the only white kid in class.
Wait, so when
they would have been, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, of course they would.
It sounds great so far. When does it get ruined?
I don't know. I haven't really gotten that far yet. It's usually in like parent-teacher meetings, which she goes to and records, and it's usually like women of color arguing with like a guy named like Randy, who's like, we just raised this one. It's like, you are not part of the parent-teacher group. That money should be for all of us. She's like, well, actually, it's personal, private money. It's great. It's fun to listen to.
Well, dude, I mean, who of them would go to like the Philadelphia school district and just be like, all right, Chip, get in there. That's why Philadelphia schools are in a standstill. Nobody's pulling the trigger. Everyone has a house here, and then as soon as it's typically a lot of times, as soon as it's Philadelphia school time, they go like, let's get the fuck out.
Yeah.
That's where we are. Everybody does it, but it's like, dude,
that's what it's about. That's what they. That's
I'd rather fucking nightmare.
I'd rather send my sons and daughter to a TikTok house than a Philadelphia public school.
Because they are a nightmare, dude.
And but also again, she holds them like the white people accountable for shit you would never. Like she was like, and then this was a meeting for parents. It was voluntary, and about the entire. All the parents that were there were white.
Dude, this is for this.
It was.
No, these podcasts are for rich white people who are.
Go ahead, motherfucker.
These podcasts are for very rich white people who go through a black neighborhood and get like very nervous when they're driving. Yeah. So they play like bad white parents and are like,
see, not me.
These are people who legitimately are nervous around black people.
The mayor who hates whites. Go ahead.
No, I don't hate whites. I've been through that system that you're talking about. In Detroit, we had to go to some place outside the city to take a test to get placed in specific high schools. So I
go to Cass Tech.
Yeah, I didn't go to Cass Tech.
That was Detroit high schools like me. That's a Michigan Wolverine feeder school. Notre Dame needs to get some people out of there.
I wasn't good enough to go there.
So you took the standardized test.
Yeah.
Where did they put you?
The blackest. That's how they send you to school. They're like, well, if you do real bad, we send you to the blackest school.
Yeah, they were going to send me to a terrible school because it wasn't because of like the test, just because of where I lived. So we moved to Pennsylvania after that.
Wow. So what do they do? Like hold the test and look at you, and they're like,
no, it's just like a standardized test. Like in black schools, they train you. Well, in Detroit, our whole like schooling was so we can take this test.
Standardized test. Yeah, they do that here.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying I've been to honky schools and it's not necessarily the focus. In black schools, the test is the focus every time.
Yeah, we took the CAT test.
Testing up to get federal money.
Yeah. Exactly. We took the CAT test and it was just kind of like, hey guys, like they would take like 3 weeks and be like, hey, we're gonna take these tests. It was Catholic schools, so we're like, what the fuck ever. We could not do these. Nobody would give a fuck.
Yeah, true. I went to Catholic school as well.
CAT tests, I kind of phoned those in. CAT tests, and my SATs. I took them once. I was one and done.
Yeah.
Didn't take any prep.
I just went done them too.
CAT tests for my mom.
Yeah, bro.
I'm talking about.
Come on now.
Powerful.
That's
shit.
What we do. What'd you do? You probably didn't even take the SATs, you fucking blue-collar loser.
I did take them.
What'd you get?
You smart. What'd you get?
Let's show our dicks.
I think it was like 1180.
Fuck.
1170.
I got 1170.
Dude,
I knew we were both smart. You lied about yours to sound smart. You don't get 1180s.
No, wait, dude. You have no idea. That was actually a disappointment because when it was time for CAT tests in Catholic school, I went hard. That was my moment.
You crushed.
Oh, you wanted to help the school look good by getting it.
No, I wanted to look good because I was such a fucking.
You wanted to save the choir.
Yeah, like dude, growing up in a shitty neighborhood where everyone was like doing cool shit constantly, I was a fucking Super Nintendo kid, and I was like, I got nothing going for me.
Stun on the CAT test.
And then they dangled the CAT test in front of me. I was like, sunshine.
What kind of cat's going
Damn, I can't believe that's how dorks actually operate. Like, damn, I'll have a Super Nintendo. It's not for me to destroy this standardized test to show everybody how cool I am.
I didn't think about cool, but I was like, I need to win. I need to
Okay,
go.
that's pretty sick.
All I have is making the older kids.
That makes sense because
I embarrass myself.
dorks will get mad when you cheat on them.
Yeah,
I was going to
really hard to cheat on a CAT test, dude. I used to
Dorks
try
would
it.
be
It's difficult.
No, I just mean in general. There'd always be dorks that would get upset if you like started cheating on
What
that.
kind of cheater were you? Like an eye hustler?
I'm a full fucking.
I'm an eye hustler.
What is that? Let me see.
I made cheat sheets very rarely. A lot of times I'd make a cheat sheet and I wouldn't even be able to bust it out. I'd be so nervous.
Absolute eye hustler.
Yeah, it's a big.
And to the point where I thought I was really good at it. That's funny about cheating. I thought I was like, I can read patterns. I'm so good at getting patterns right on standardized tests.
All it takes is the first time you do it and don't get caught, you're like, I might be the best at this ever.
Yeah, this is all you have to do.
Yeah, do you remember the first time you cheated on a test?
I do.
I remember mine was a reading class that I was. We had like trailers, so we had a school, like a little Catholic school. Then they just started like adding different trailers. We had like a reading trailer, a library trailer, the nurse trailer. Nurse trailer was fucking sick. But we would just. I would go to a reading trailer for class and sit there and we did computers. And I remember just being like, fuck, I think I missed that part of the story. And being like, I wonder if she knows. And I looked over and I was like, she seems pretty confident. It's awesome. It's like, oh, that's good to know. I remember being little, being like, it's good to know I got some backups.
Yeah. That is nice. When was your first cheating?
So all through 8th grade, I was in Catholic school and I was a good boy, dude, super smart. But then my mom got addicted to pills, and I turned. And so after 8th grade, we couldn't afford Catholic school anymore, so they were about to feed me to the Philadelphia public school system. And I lived in fucking Kensington, so it was like,
Yeah, you were fighting for your life, dude.
well, so I took the standardized testing that year and ended up getting into a magnet school in Northeast Philly. I was like, holy shit, I'm saved. And then again, obviously my life fell apart. So then I started 9th grade, and the first English test I had, I was like, I can't do this, dude. I'm not gonna be able to fucking keep up. And I looked over, and I'll never forget this fucking girl's face. And I looked at her test for like one answer, and she went, "Could you not look at my answers?"
They're the worst.
And so cheating never caught on with me. I ended up just doing bad.
Dude, the funniest thing, you're telling I was in 2nd grade. I was being like, oh, sweet. This is a piece of shit.
Yeah, I think I cheated on some spelling tests back in the day.
Yeah.
I remember this one kid fainted during the finals in high school, and I just took this dork's test. The kid fainted. So there was medical attention on that kid, so I stole this kid's test. And he was like, no. He was literally like saying no. And I was like, shut the fuck up. Just ruined like every single exam.
The best Catholic school hack was to just, if you were like a sick day for the test, let someone else take the test, get the grades back, write down the answers.
We've had this conversation.
Then you took it out in the hallway.
Yes.
You're just like,
We've had this conversation.
Yeah, fucking rules.
Algebra, I had a teacher that would give you multiple choice algebra, same test to both classes. So there was kids in the first class that would just type it in their calculator, what every single answer was, and then give you the calculator. My average in the class was like a 98. I was killing this class, and I think I was already committed to Army. So this teacher thought I was like a real deal. He was like, this guy's gonna be a fucking general. He's 98%. He's the captain of the football team. This guy's incredible. And then it was a recruiting thing. I missed the class because I had to go talk to like a coach or something. And then came back, and he was like, "Oh, here's a makeup test," and it wasn't multiple choice. It was just show the math. Dude, I didn't know 1 ounce of how to do it.
oh my God.
I wrote the number 3 for the answer on every answer. I wrote 3 and gave it back to him.
What did he say?
And he was like, we got to talk. You got a 0.
I got PTSD.
I would fake autism. Like, I'm not really at work on paper.
I tried to be here.
He did it. What was sick was he loved Notre Dame football. He was a troop. He was a former troop. And he was a geezer. He was just like, I'm not going to tell anybody about this. Yeah. We're just not going to give you this test. And just, the guy was a man. I think he died.
Was this post 9/11?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Post 9/11. This guy was like, we need this beefy motherfucker out there setting those A-Rams straight with this man.
Oh, sorry, sir. I was just so focused on turning that shithole in the parking lot.
That's so funny.
He just stays between us.
He never forgot you through algebra. He just never forgot. He was like, let him throw a fucking.
He was about to fail me with all of those planes.
He was like looking at your. He was looking at all your 3s, and it was just like an overlay of like the Twin Towers or Osama from a cave being like, oh, and he was like, fuck this test, dude.
They're gonna go fuck those kids.
You're failing a future U.S. Army soldier.
I think about that sometimes. If you had just fully went through that,
It's
you're
crazy.
a general right now.
I tell you what, I have better posture. I'm going to be hunched over like Winston Churchill.
It's never too late to become a general.
True.
You can still become a general, dude.
I have some good tactics.
Dude, that would be fucking
I would send Hype House to ISIS and be like,
oh, they like that.
what you gonna do with it?
No, they love Bachi. I think it's called Bachi Bazi.
They would spontaneously combust. They would suicide bomb on the spot. They would premature ejaculate and suicide bomb, dude. Do you think they call that a pre-jack? Do you think they joke about it like before you get into the school? Your vest explodes.
That has to
like,
be
I'm a pre-jack, dude.
That has to be a joke over there, pretending you have a bomb on you, man. Just kidding.
Yeah, I got you. Come on.
It's a little alarm clock. It's like a little Flavor Flav situation.
You know me.
It has to be a joke. Someone has to play that hard.
Here. Arab dudes do that here. That's like a YouTuber joke.
I know, Bob.
For Arab dudes to be in a room and scream Allah Akbar, and everyone fucking runs out, and then they're like, haha, got him, subscribe.
There's a really old ISIS dude doing uncle jokes. He pulls it open. It's like a full cuckoo clock. He's like, I'm just playing with it.
No, there's a video I just watched of a dude doing that, and then going outside. He was like, haha, got him, fucking idiots. And then he walks outside, and it's a cop. He's like, freeze, get the fuck out of the crowd. He's like, what? For what, dude? What? It was a prank, bro.
Cops like, God's fake, gotcha.
Yeah, guys, that's not very funny, is it?
Yeah, I always love those pranks where the guys put on a mask and like scare women into thinking they're raping them in a parking garage, and they're like, you're trapped on an elevator.
Dude, say the N-word is my favorite. They're like going up or like saying something fucked up at like a court. Just getting beat up by black dudes seemed to be a prank. That seemed to be a YouTube show for a minute.
There was guys who would do that.
Like Israeli and Eastern European dudes doing it.
Yes, exactly right. That's exactly who was doing it. Eastern Europeans just tossing it out, just getting.
Bro.
Yes, that's a camera.
You would walk over there, a couple walking down the street, be like, bro, what the fuck, your girl? They would just start throwing punches, like, bro, it's a prank, bro.
That's a camera. And then sometimes the guy who's throwing punches would be like, fuck. You got me.
Well, it's also probably relieved you don't have to get like an assault charge or beat some guy up.
I don't know. I think I'd be even angrier if somebody was like, "There's a hidden camera there."
Yeah, true.
I'd be like, "What the fuck? I thought you were just retarded."
You got a Godfather of the camera. You got to smash that.
True.
Go up and just be like, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a fair.
Some guy's like, I'm gonna lick your wife's butthole. That's dude.
Yeah, there's a camera right over there. We were just trying to freak you out.
They would also go
I
out
was just trying to make you snap violently in public for my amusement, so I could get views.
They would also go up and just assault women. They would just go up and start fucking making out with girls.
Yeah, which had to be fake.
Yeah.
Unless these boys, well, I mean, they are Eastern European, dude. So you're Russian enough, you'll
definitely grab a chick's ass and be like, no, just.
The closer you get to Moscow, the more likely.
He's prank.
He's prank. This is fun for us.
If you do not have big reaction, my whole village starves. Please freak out, please. We know we need this.
They go on some TikTokers who walk, dude.
They were out there. They were just standing on skyscrapers.
They were
doing
testing the waters with the haircuts and shit.
They were. You're exactly right. Track pants, no shirt, pull-ups on us like a crane. 1,000 feet up.
Fall the fuck off.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, we can't keep doing pull-ups on cranes and dying. We have to
TikTokers is so
soft
compared to what they have.
It's like the space program.
Those dudes die constantly.
They're the first ones to just like jack a woman up the form in an elevator. Like, I'm going to kill you now. And they're like, I'm just kidding. Come on.
There's actually a camera here. That is the space race. You're exactly right. This is a Cold War of the internet. Ours are just hot fucking dudes grinding their floppy dicks and sweatpants.
That's our Silicon Valley.
Russians are assaulting and committing rape, but full camera, very funny.
Indian or some Southeast Asian country, they're getting onto the Hot Boys bandwagon too. They do like very dramatic.
Oh, the Indian
might be the worst.
It's the funniest shit in the world. It's the funniest shit in the world. And they all have like blue contacts in or something, or they're like something ridiculous.
And it's like a dramatic thing, like fighting over a girl, and then like one of them dies and becomes an angel and shit.
Yeah, true. That's the new one.
Well, that's the girl sees that and it's like, I like your TikToks, it blows you. And then you two just live. I guess that's what's going to come down to. When all the jobs go away, you just do TikToks, and your future wife sees you, you pop your contacts out, and she just like has a kid, and your kid just comes out in the world just like,
oh man,
pretty nuts.
Yeah, you know who needs to be getting the dick sucked is those dudes who dig pools. Those guys, you ever seen those big pools? Oh my god, yes, dude. There's just some jaguar paws out digging. They just dig pools.
Hand digging.
You would love these. They just time lapse, film themselves hand digging sick fucking pools.
Hand dug pool.
And then like walking to like a body of water with one bucket and filling it up and walking it back. It's fucking sick.
It's just for the time lapse.
The time lapse is incredible.
They do it all for the time lapse, and then just fucking.
Yes, those guys need to be getting. They have to be getting their dick sucked.
Oh, dude, for sure.
My mom wants a pool.
Dude, you a hand dig. But is it a hand dug? That's what I'm saying. They go, is your pool hand dug?
This sounds like an assignment for a TikTok house.
This sounds like something Hype House would actually have resources. Shadow House, that shit house.
Joey Tail points you to hand pool in Central Pennsylvania.
Covered in mud. I got real sunburn. Time to go inside and drink a bunch of milk. Man, Billy won't stop sucking each other.
Look at the camera, it's just Mexican dudes actually doing it. Like,
I think it ended up being like a production, though. I think it's not.
It can't be, right?
Yeah, it's not like.
No way they're digging, dude. They're not digging fucking pools by hand, man.
You'll see.
They're doing a couple of things and editing that in there.
You'll see.
That's like building the fucking pyramids.
How do you think who did that? Apocalyptos?
Obviously, aliens.
Definitely Apocalyptos.
But do you want people to
if all you're wearing is a cloth, you can do wild shit. If you're only wearing a cloth diaper, you can create.
Everybody who's pulling a rope can move anything in the world.
There's not only if they're in cloth diapers and sandals.
I guess if you want the feeling of like somebody dying while on like a project of yours, it's like it's a good business. Like the stadiums and guitar thing. I mean, anyone can have anything built, but you want people to die while building it. It's pretty cool.
He wants the Stadiums and guitar. They like won the World Cup, and they're like, all right, well, we'll build 12 stadiums this year. And everyone was like, you sure? How are you guys gonna do that? Like, you got a lot of money, dude. You got it. Just immediately got slaves.
Nice guitar parents.
Yeah, true.
They still come on a bunch more.
This up. There was something I wanted to get to with nice white parents, but you should listen to it.
So yeah, it's them. Dude, I'm telling you, that's who it's for. It's for people who are too scared to drive through black neighborhoods without having like a borderline panic attack. They're like, you're gonna listen to this thing. It's about how white people are really bad in public schools. They're like trying to make them, cool and stuff. Dude,
it's very interesting.
Until you find out how they actually wrote.
Oh, because it sounds like they should be bro.
How do they wrote?
This is how it gets very weird. So that was in 2015. Right now, the lady goes back to the school. So there's like a Nazi type school kindergarten called Success.
They beat the fuck out.
They don't hit them, but the kids are like super disciplined. And here's what she's excited about is the white parents have zero power. Everybody's treated the exact same, but then she gets upset that people of color are being disciplined by white people. So that's something she's going to work on personally. That if she can't see that and get upset, she needs something the podcaster needs to work on something.
They should just balance it out by throughout the day just showing them clips of like Jamaican daycare workers beating the shit out of white children.
There's a
This is where it gets crazy. So upstairs, they're obsessed with race at this school. So obsessed that they have a squad that goes door to door to look for racism in the classrooms. So people will walk by with clipboards and just peer into your classroom and see if they find any racism. And then all these adults that are going around classroom to classroom to look for racism in kids.
adults are doing this?
Yes. These are the adults. This is like a committee of adults looking for third graders being racist to each other. And then they all go back together and report what they found. This one lady was like, there were groups of 3, and the black boy got the answer first, and the white girl looked to the white boy first to see if she should go with the black student's answer. Now, this could be that she trusts the white student, or that the black student could be wrong sometimes, or does she not see him as a human being at all? I mean, it's just like, whoa, what are you doing, lady?
Imagine projecting that shit on a third
What
grader.
are you doing? Why would you say something like that?
This lady who's probably has her own little weird things going on.
I guaranteed hyphenated last name.
Oh, the lady?
Yeah, my name is Smith Steinberg. Janelle Smith Steinberg the third, fourth Polly. It's pretty fun to do, actually. I was driving, listening to it, just reading road signs like NPR last names. Be like, I'm Merge Right. Janelle Merge Right. Caution. Berg. Smith. Pretty funny.
What you really need is you need to nail the sound effect of them opening their mouths every single time. Like every word, like.
It is like ASMR for just white guilt.
Yeah,
it's fucking wild.
That's fucked up, man. To walk around third graders
That was
being
what
like,
fucked me up.
why did you cheat off the black kid?
Yeah.
You don't think he's a person? You're just sitting there, you're like,
that was wrong.
Imagine your brain also at third grade. You're just in third grade. I was mostly just with mouth open, like, like it was like a full fucking Blair Witch Project POV of just being like,
just snot. I was at snot, dude. My sleeves were covered in snot.
Dude, if I had to think about myself in third grade, I would just sit there every now and again, look at my cousin and be like, give him the finger, and throw something and be like, and then eventually I would just keep reacting impulsively until my dad would hit me. At some point, I would get caught, and my dad would be like, you can't do that. And I'm like, back at school, like, there's no way. If someone was like, you're being racist, I'd be like,
what is that, dude?
Well, first of all, I haven't even got to coming. I didn't have swastikas. I had swastikas on my ruler. I drew them on there.
In third grade?
No, this was fifth.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I had it in
school.
Yeah.
It's a Brigmore. I had a ruler.
I didn't know what they were. I knew people were like, yo, they're really bad to draw those. I was like, give me those. Yeah, all right. 10 more. No, man, it actually beat kids. I thought about this before, yeah. It wasn't the
a teacher at Success.
It was a geometry roller too, so it was 3-sided. So it was like a club. It's one of those ones you could do, and it was just like bitch, pussy, and it would have swastikas, and I would just turn around, and the teacher turned around and beat the fuck out of the dude next to me.
It would be nice if you get one embedded on a kid.
That'd be funny too if that happened now, and a teacher was like, holy fuck, it's a swastika roller.
I have Nazis. Thank God, my second graders are Nazis. I'm going to be viral for correcting this. Speaking of Nazis, I watched Greyhound last night on Apple TV. Another absolute crap movie. What is it? It's about Tom Hanks. He's escorting a cargo fleet in the North Atlantic. Of course, World War II. Yeah. Why does Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg just own World War II?
What else they do?
They did Band of Brothers, Pacific, Saving Private Ryan.
Captain Phillips.
Tom Hanks on a boat in adversity is pretty good. I'll give him that. But there's the same music for World War II that they basically, now when you think of World War II, you think of this music. It's like horns, slow, I was just playing glorious, uplifting horns, and then a God-fearing, reluctant hero that doesn't really want to be there. That's a great man. They went out of their way for him to be like boys with the black chef. It's a white captain on a submarine hunting vessel in the North Atlantic, and the black chef would come up and they'd pray together. And it's like, dude, Get out! Like now he's not even allowed to be racist. This guy, this World War II murderous captain, still have to show him. Like, look how great he was. It's weird, dude. I don't know.
Tom Hanks reached that point in a lot of movies where you get to the point where the main character like encounters like a woman or a person of color, and they're like, by the way, my character feels better about you than everyone else in the time.
It doesn't make sense.
You know, that's the point of the movie.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Hanks is like been canonized into that. He just portrays like elite liberal values, and he gets credit for that in real life, which is weird. It's like how like Jean-Claude Van Damme is like a badass, or like even Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro's a
classic example.
Yeah.
Dude, him and Al Pacino were doing like Broadway musicals. They're like, no, that guy's like a mob boss. It's like, no, he's not. He's a fucking actor. He's supposed to.
Yeah, they're like, damn, that guy's tough. You don't want a problem with him. Like, you would wail on that.
Dude, Al Pacino was doing one of those like GQ like epic interviews, or like sit like all in white in a weird thing. And Al Pacino's like, yeah, remember that, Rob? We used to do those little musicals. He's like, you could tell he was trying to change the subject.
I remember those.
Yeah, I might have talked a couple of those few things.
A couple of them there went there. They had a few pops.
Yeah, that's weird how actors get like movie credit. Like, that carries them. That follows them into real life.
Yeah.
Like, all right, cut. And then Tom Hanks now is like a little hero.
Tom Hanks hunted. Although it was making me laugh imagining underwater Nazis for some reason. They were all in submarines. Just imagining a bunch of Nazis in submarines being like, hi ho. Are there any Jews down here? There better not be. They would, the one captain of the one would get on their radio, on the Americans' radio, and just be like, you thought you could escape us? We are the Grey Wolf. We will hunt you. They'd be like, turn that off, God damn it. I'd be like, I ended up like your joke and cheer for the Nazis in this movie.
Oh my God.
I was like, dude, the Grey Wolf rules. He's talking shit.
Yeah.
He's blowing up ships and then talking shit. He's getting on the radio and be like, you thought you had us? He would kill you now. It's great.
Tom Hanks like, stop talking shit on my black chef. Don't you?
Oh, they killed
I didn't know he was black.
They killed the black chef.
Oh, yeah.
The Nazis killed and cleansed the ship.
They sent the black.
They were like firing bullets and one of them just hit the black chef. They killed 3 guys on the entire ship and one of them was Cleveland. Cleveland got shot.
So at the end, Tom Hanks is holding his like dying body. He's like, I was always the nicest to you, right?
Isn't it really cool how woke I was in 1946?
Remember the time like everyone was saying fucked up stuff? I was like, guys, suck it off, something funny. I wasn't laughing at all. I honor your experience.
No, they dropped the black body like a depth charge at the Nazi sub, and they're like, ew. The movie ends by the Nazis being like, oh, this one is disgusting now. You ruined it, Tom Hanks.
The guy was trying to die, and he's like, no, seriously, smacking his face. I'll never know your experience. No, come on, I need you to stay with me. Stay with me, damn. I'm trying to win this Oscar.
Yeah, the whole, like, that interaction, it's kind of a short movie. There's no real plot. It's just the battle. But they infuse this in. They also infused him and his wife. Like, the first, like, minute of the movie is him leaving. So it's him being in love. Him being like, I love you so much. You're the most important thing. And then it's just a battle for an hour and a half. And they just, the wife's out. The wife's pointless. Yeah. It just shows you how he loves him. Such a good man.
Kind of heteronormative. My taste. He should have, like, fucked a dude and been like, I'm out of here.
And then Cleveland comes up and keeps trying to make him eat. He's like, you gotta eat, Captain. You gotta eat. And for some reason, he just never eats.
Well, he hates Nazis.
Well, one of the bullets does come through and blow up his bacon, egg, and cheese.
What happens?
He keeps trying to make him breakfast sandwiches. And at one point, a Nazi bullet comes in and hits his breakfast sandwich. He laughs so hard as a Nazi, like, oh. Just shooting again. There's Nazis in this. Underwater Nazis.
The scope, they're like, what is it? It's like some sort of pork with cheese, egg, and a delicious roll.
Cleveland is delivering it. We will get him, boys. Don't worry. They weren't even after the cargo ships. They're just trying to get Cleveland.
Write that down.
They literally killed 3 dudes on the entire ship. One of them was Cleveland. I wonder if they were like, Mission accomplished. We did it, boys. After it home. The Fuhrer will be so proud.
Right down there looking for Jews down
there. Down at the bottom, under the sea.
They're like, looking for
down
here.
They're looking for Sebastian the Crabs, the Jew crabs. Like,
They're down there looking for Julantis, dude. No, it's down here.
it's too wet. Wet down here. I can't do a Jew. Can't do a Jewish accent.
They're good at German. Yeah.
Oh. God, it's so wet down here. I can't do it.
That's all you're saying. That's how Atlantis actually
It's just like, it's too wet. It's humid all the time.
Oh, many mermaids in this neighborhood.
Now, once the mermaids moved in, now we collect their rent, and we don't like living with them.
That was my one of my mom's uncles was like a Navy dude, and his big story he would tell you, he was like, yeah, I met a mermaid. He always talked like, hey, what's up, Kevin? I met a mermaid out at sea. She was human from the waist down. Such a sick fucking, she was human from the waist down.
Yeah, I get it. If you were like a dude who was like, because I knew a guy that was like a military guy that he like, this military guy in like the 90s, so he like served in South Korea.
Yeah.
He basically did like vacation.
Yeah, bullshit.
He did that. They like went to Germany and South Korea. They're like time in the army, but then it's like that's your identity for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It was like the 8 years you basically studied abroad.
Yeah, for sure. You had an anchor, and you were just
Hate the shit on those dudes.
No, I
support the troops.
He rules, for sure. I got caught. Also,
Really?
Yeah, there was like a Veterans Day or something like that, or it wasn't Memorial Day, it was Veterans Day, and I was like, shout out to all my boys, because I know a bunch of dudes who enlisted and then went to Hawaii for like 4 years.
Bullshit
And I was like, shout out to my boys, posted up in Hawaii.
Yeah,
Which was fun in games until the Japanese.
True.
In the 40s, they thought that was fun in games, dude.
It's been pretty sweet ever since.
True. That's because the Japanese got one for that, dude. Nobody ruins party time in Hawaii.
So, it's also funny to think about that guy in that movie where Tom Hanks is on that guy's boat and being like, hey, come on, be nice to the chef, guys. He's like, I met a bitch, I fucked her once, and she was a mermaid, she was a pussy. That's him. Yeah.
Imagine 1940s dude on a boat.
Yeah, this guy would have been like 1960s on a boat.
I was on a boat. 1940s on a boat. You would have been fucking dudes.
Well, nobody came, first of all, the whole time, so I'm not jerking off.
I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about that. Of course they jerked off.
Less people jerked off, I think.
Yeah. Not as open as with their sexuality.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely hidden way more, and there's probably guys who were like, I'm fucking jerking off.
I'm not jerking off.
There's guys back then that thought that was like, you were going to hell for that.
I rarely jerk off if I'm on bunk beds. To this day.
No, for sure. I've got out my life entirely jerking off on bunk beds.
You got some bunk beds and you know you. LeMaire sleeps on bunk beds.
I had a dude who used to,
Cleveland was jerking up.
That's probably why I wanted to eat that food so bad. Pumping all over his sandwiches. This racist motherfucker just jizz in his thing all day. It'd be funny if that's how it fucking rolls, dude. Movie sucks. You're gonna be mad when you see it. And then at one point he has like blisters from walking around. He's got like a bloody foot. And they're like, wow, this guy's really working hard. Tom Hanks has a blister.
What do you have, a trench foot on the submarine?
He just has
Tom
a
Hanks
bloody
has
sock, yeah.
Bloody sock?
From standing and walking. Yeah. It's almost entirely filmed in a like the what's that called? The bridge. It's
Are we talking submarine architecture? Yeah.
No, not the sub. They never show you inside the sub, unfortunately, because that would have been sick.
That pissed me off.
Underwater Nazis, dude.
Yeah, let's say they didn't show them in the sub.
No.
What was it like? Was it like Bionic Commando, or was it just like their face? Like, I got it.
It's a Star Trek episode. You never see the alien ship, they just come up with like a hologram.
They would come up and be like, we know there's one in there. We will get him.
So it's like Jaws.
Hold it out.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Tom Hanks is constantly like,
Just so everyone knows, Cleveland is as good as the rest of us, probably better.
Chances are better. I know it's 1940, but you know,
Cleveland, they say so good. You put like extra spices or something on it? It's the best.
What do you want out of that? See, you don't like it when the White Devils are getting after it. You hate to see White Devils having fun.
actually, the submarine's back in Detroit. Out there.
Yeah. You barely got to
Fuck you up, UFC.
Hey guys, let's give him a chance. I'm definitely Captain LeMaire. What do you have?
I didn't have anything.
How do you feel when you see Tom Hanks treat him? First off, he's a black cook. And he dies. So it is clearly he gets nothing out of this. It's just white people gaining Tom Hanks being like, that was my brother who died.
That was
now I gotta kill these Nazis because I'm white. That was my brother. How do those guys say it down there? Brother, in the kitchen, brother. What do they say in the kitchen? I don't know how I'm supposed to eulogize this guy. What I'm allowed to say. I feel like it's my brother, but I can't take that.
It's gonna be a long time till I get a good handshake again.
That was cool what those guys were doing down there. You'd stick your hand out and they'd hit it.
2 times if you're lucky.
Let's throw this motherfucker overboard. He's dead. Motherfucker, they taught me that actually. It was something they talked about.
Some guy's like, who said I fucked my mother? It's like, it's not like that.
It's not like that. It's what the cooks say.
Fuck my mom. Someone's restraining Gary. Gary, calm down. I didn't fuck my mom. I didn't come over the suburb and talk about fucking my brother. This is what the Nazis want, Gary. They want you to fuck my mom. I jerked off in 76 days.
He's in his quarters and I just go, shit.
The Nazis knew that whites were getting too powerful on the ship. They had to get Cleveland. They're like, hey man, all the curse words. Did you
ever see the movie Life?
Yeah,
Eddie Murphy.
Incredible.
We're at the end where he's like discussing his club, and then Tom Hanks like, and then we'll have a radio show. It's gonna be on XPN, and we tell people about black school. Everyone's like, oh my god, that's so cool. What do it wears? Tell us about it again, Tom. He's like, yeah, they're all gonna think we're not racist. It's gonna be awesome.
So cool. It's gonna be the 40s, and I'm still, chill as fuck by even today's standards, where I take extra special care of my black employee, borderline racistly. Racistly. That's a word, sucker.
Did you ever see the Vietnam War movie with Christian Bale? I forget what it was called. It was Werner Herzog movie. But Christian Bale's a POW in Vietnam.
Yes.
And it's like a true story.
Yes.
Oh, fucking Red Dawn?
Yeah. No. Red Dawn was the cool movie.
Okay.
Red Dawn was...
East Rice?
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. Red Dawn. Is that it?
Close. Yeah. So it was like a true story, and the movie fucking stinks. I hated it. I watched it on like a Saturday morning, and I hated it the whole time. But one of the other prisoners said like the whole thing's about like them escaping the fucking Vietnamese. Yeah, we can't. So one of the other dudes is like, no man, we can't do it. No, like he's a Negro
for no reason.
POW.
That's why they eat the snake at the end.
They're eating gross shit the entire time. They're capturing maggots and shit like that. And then fucking rules. Well, now at the end of the movie, the coward dude I think steals like the one gun they have or something and like breaks off and goes on and he like dooms the whole fucking thing. And it turns out that was a real guy in real life, and it was like the opposite of what actually happened. He was like a heroic dude, laid himself down, and Herzog was like, I'm on that. And like he used his real name in the movie and everything. Imagine getting your permanent POW and then how did they slam him? He was mean to a black guy at one point.
There's one other black POV and like, we're not getting shacked up with him. I know we're prisoners before, but you have to. We're not fucking animals.
Just imagine, those prisoners, and they're like, man, these POCs really got us fucking trapped here. Given all these POCs are treating us so poorly.
Yeah, they're like, this was our fault, right? Clearly we did this.
That guard's about to take a smoke break. The black chef might fall asleep soon, and then we can get out of here.
I don't know. We kind of fucked up. We broke out. Wouldn't that be us asserting like our dominance and authority or something?
Can we let them have something?
Us. You know what? I'm gonna cut my own head off.
Hell yeah.
Just them just all jerking off in there and be like, oh my god, I'm fucking oppressed.
Fucking oppressed. Damn, true. They didn't even think about how oppressed those dudes were.
They would fucking love it.
POWs in Vietnam.
Well, if you don't know about the POW experience, if they made that movie now, it'd be guys in there being like, damn, it must be really hard to be down. It's really fucked up what we're doing to you guys. Shut up. Like, oh god, oh Jesus Christ.
He's about to keep correcting himself. He's like, well, as a POW.
Which, you're a prisoner of society. So.
He's like, come on, man, give us more rice. The guy's like, are you comparing your experience with mine? He's like, no, Jesus Christ, no, sorry.
Yeah, you can't appropriate rice.
True. They took it. They appropriated like grains.
Appropriating the fuck out of that.
That was fucked up, actually. No, I think they studied and appreciated the culture.
They definitely
if you appreciate and study the culture, you're allowed to appropriate, but you have to do it respectfully and ask permission. Like, I just fucking like love rap. Can I have my own rap show?
Where are we at? Hour 20. We gotta keep pushing a little more. We just split it in half. Yeah, put the rest on the pig.
Take a break. Let's take a break.
Fires are on right now. No break.
Okay.
We gotta keep full steam ahead, dude.
Oh yeah. Let's keep ripping, dude.
Keep going.
I think, yeah,
All right, fuck it. Let's take a break. We're going to pig.
Sure? Yeah. Let's go to page. We can split it up. That's great.
You see that dude from the Reds?
No.
Bro, he said, so he was an announcer for the Cincinnati Reds. He was like, fucking Kansas City, bag capital of the world. And that was in the fifth inning. That was pregame. In the fifth inning, he realized he got caught and had to give an apology. So he's just like, I'd like to believe that I'm a Christian man, God-fearing man. I want to apologize to everybody I let down. It was disgusting what I said. Deep fly ball. That's a home run. That's 4-0 Cincinnati. Anyway, I'm a bad guy. I don't think I'm ever going to put these headsets on again.
I did see that. That was big.
I don't know who it's for.
They don't want dudes to rock, man.
They do not want dudes to rock.
They don't want dudes to rock.
You know, Kansas City.
First of all, has that guy ever been to any East Coast city? How tough is that guy in his world? He's like, Kansas City's gay as shit. That guy's fucking tough as shit, dude.
Oh, man. But then it's so funny to be like, to get caught saying something like that and then just being like, that was crazy what I said. It's like, no, dude, just go on and be like, look, I didn't think anyone was going to hear that.
Fucking around.
The people I was saying it to know me, know that that's not.
Yeah.
Like, it's just that simple.
You could be like, it's not like I was saying San Francisco.
Yeah.
Then there might be some truth there.
And then also, if I don't want to get out ahead of it, be like, make sure everybody knows that I was fired for homophobia, please.
True.
Because they were like, well, the Reds announcer fired for using a slur off there, and I was like, you might have hit an N-word.
One guy just hit the N-word.
Who?
The tweet, and accidentally.
Oh, this Denver. You see that one, Lemon? This guy tweeted out about the Utah Jazz and the Denver Nuggets. Instead of Nuggets, it auto-corrected.
He claimed
the N-word.
Meaning, like, dude,
how many times you typed it?
Yeah, dude. Like, I think I have on my phone now autocorrect to fucking FUKKIN. So, like, and I say it all the time. I type, like, yo, that's fucking sick. He might have, it's at least 10 times. You have to text the N-word. How many? Oh, that's the other thing, too, dude.
Maybe he was
Apple.
You know, he was probably saying like inspirational, like Malcolm X quotes. When he was describing, when Malcolm was describing what racists had said.
True. Maybe. He could have been quoting
sending out quotes all
I think he was such an activist, his phone just took him down.
True. But wait, are you looking at the tweet now? The Jazz?
It was the Jazz versus.
you said. Read the tweet.
Shot making in this Jazz versus Niggers game is also Murray and Richard back and forth on this game.
Would have been so funny if the Jazz were playing like the Lakers.
Dude, it's the Hornets. It's the Hornets. It's the Hornets.
No, it's the Nuggets. It was Utah versus
Charlotte's Hornets announcer suspended indefinitely.
He was just watching it. Yeah, because it's the Jazz Nuggets series. Damn, dude, I might have autocorrect accidentally even saying it. I'm worried. The Nuggets not talking. I might.
You might autocorrect. And again, that's going to be a thing that we'll get once we get full digital transparency. We'll be able to see, like, instead of like you can look in the records to see like who in people's families own slaves, you're going to get like your parents' fucking cell phone text line. It'll be like you'll have a social credit score versus on the amount of N-words your dad texted.
Oh, fuck. You see this Montrezl Harris?
You're gonna have like a 10
Jazz Nuggets.
What's that 10,000 next to your name stand for? I'm like, George, son. Don't even know. My name is Shane Gillis. 10,000. You get them expunged if they're 10 years old. Like, can I get my N-words expunged off my family history, please?
It's also funny that everybody knows. Everybody kind of seems to know that it doesn't mean you personally are a bad person if you get caught saying bad words. So much so that, like, I've been seeing, you'll see, like, tweets and jokes about, if you want to be famous now, you got to delete everything you already made. It's like, so you're not worried about them being good or bad as a human. So that's you basically admitting if you get caught saying something bad, it's just because you got caught, not because you're genuinely a horrible person.
Yeah.
It kind of negates the whole.
Where it's coming from.
What's the point?
Yeah, like we've all said stuff.
I feel like everybody that's, I'll see tweets all the time though, like if you're trying out for SNL, make sure you delete everything you've already made.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that,
It's crazy.
so then that eliminates the idea that you're a bad person if you've done that.
Well, it's also people are getting penalized for things that happened before big cultural shifts. So, like, again, Eminem, listen to that old Eminem album, multi-platinum record.
Yeah.
Dude, he became the fastest. I think that's why he became the fastest rapper. So he probably just only says fag, but like the fastest in his career. Oh, he definitely does. But it's like, imagine if you're watching Eminem, multi-platinum, like, oh, okay, I can say fag in my comedy sketch, and then like 10 years later, they're like, check this out. You're like, God fucking damn it, son of a bitch. That was the ticket for success.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's also true.
Did you see this fucking, I showed you, Sarah Cooper chick? The girl who does the Trump impressions, that would talk to the DNC. Dude, they're giving her Netflix. Lip sync, which are kind of funny, but again,
I was underwhelmed.
Again, if you look away and just listen to Trump's speech, it's just as funny. Like, you don't watch her say these things. She found funny quotes where he's like, I've taken the test, I aced the test. Everybody said I wouldn't do well. I aced it. You take it. You wouldn't do so good. I am great.
It's also too. It's like that lady's famous now.
She got a Netflix special.
She's famous now. She
has 5 minutes.
She quoted.
She has 5 minutes. It's gonna be. So it's gonna happen is she's gonna have to use like a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
She's gonna have to use something. Yeah. There's no way she can just stand and do stand. It's gonna have
Or
to be.
she might have a team of writers assembling. Like, imagine if they were like, yo, old Daddy Cusk, we'll pay you for your 30 minutes you have. Like,
Easy.
I mean, she's gonna be like, have you guys microdosed?
Are you gonna get hired from Sarah Cooper?
No, hell no. But I mean, they'll
go
find
another assignment. So you have to YouTube watch NHL refs mic'd up. Also, Sarah Cooper's Jimmy Kimmel opening monologue.
Who's watching that, man?
Me. That's just to hate watch.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like,
but in her defense, everybody that's done that has sucked. Just because it's an impossible. You're literally talking to a camera.
The idea sucks.
It'd be so hard to just talk to a camera and be funny.
I mean,
true.
We're fucking nice
statutory.
I had a funny thought today. And I was waiting for circumstances to align, but I didn't. I'll just do that now. About someone who's apologized for your tardiness. If you're tardy again, be like, sorry, I was retarded. Sorry for my retardiness.
That's a good one. Now we're statutory. This is just statutory.
Put me on a Zoom on Jimmy Kimmel. I just be like, imagine if I was late again and I said retarded.
Do you think the first guy to rape a kid was statutory? The great Italian rapist, statutory. He tries a Thunderbird, then he goes to towns and picks the high school girls.
He swears they told him they were 18.
We know he lied, but that is the greatest statutory. The great master.
That's up there with Dude,
Far McGuire, statutory.
Far McGuire slamming Sarah, dude. That fucking rules.
I was pushing that, and at first it wasn't catching.
Well, Prophet usually doesn't catch a lot of stuff in his own hometown, dude.
True.
I mean, they kicked Jesus out of Nazareth, dude.
True.
Obviously, they kicked you out of it.
Slam and Sarah.
I almost just sent you some address.
Slam and Sarah, Far McGuire.
Statutory.
And just having a summer of farts, home run race, farts. Come on. Statutory.
It has to make you question. So if that lady did a TikTok and just didn't even do an impression, just mouthed Donald Trump's thing, and now she's being boosted up on like multiple
platforms. Netflix special.
Do you want it? Yeah, that's the fucking ticket.
Yes.
Do you want it, dude?
Of course.
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
It cheapens it. The whole thing is just kind of like, what is that?
But now you get to, like, just because that'd be like me making music and being like, true. Have you seen Hanson? They got a music band. Hanson definitely rules. But if I was in a rock and roll band, I'd be like, fucking Hanson's number one on the Billboard.
3 brothers in perfect harmony.
There's were 3. I thought it was one sister. I thought that keyboard kid was hot.
Did you
cry? The keyboard kid was hot.
I hear what you're saying. It's just for, I don't know, man. It's just kind of like, that shit bothers me.
No, it's just anything.
It's not even a bad
like
person.
you being like, well, I'm not going to write a book anymore because fucking everybody loves Goosebumps.
Goosebumps. No, I know. Fair point. That makes sense. Yeah. No, I can see that. Just fucking pisses me off.
It does, yeah, but it's good. It's also funny to see the comedians that are trying to be that. Like, there's definitely a group of comics that are like, I would like to, hopefully I can make this TikTok work, or hopefully I can make this work. It's like, dude, just how about you make stand-up work?
Yeah.
And keep doing it, and in 5 years from now, things could be good.
They don't try to cheat code. When you go into like the Reddits for writing, it's all like, how do I get published? How do I get published? How do I get published? It's like, how would you write something that like other people can make this as good?
Yeah.
Where you're like, I need to get published. It's like, what have you written? It's like, I'm still putting my business model together. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
a lot like stand-up's the same thing. Like, if you look at it, everybody's like, how do I get a late night spot? How do I do this?
Yeah.
It's like, well, change your name to something wacky. Don't be white. Don't be a white guy. Unless you're a pussy.
Yeah.
If you're a pussy-ass white guy, you got a shot.
Well, I think they know. I think for them betting on, it's like a racehorse. They know. If you're like a fucking like jacked alpha white dude, they're like, I don't know, we gotta check his autocorrect here before we go. We're gonna pour a bunch of money into this guy. Yeah, it just stinks. But you think about the value, right? Oh, you're trying to provide value, you're trying to provide entertainment, and then there's this like weird other part of it that's like, can the DNC use this? Can this be blah blah blah? It's just like,
yeah, hopefully I get good enough that a political party just totally adopts me as their spokesperson. That's what I want out of comedy.
yeah,
I want to be a mouthpiece for corporate lobbyists.
just driving him, right, dude? How fucking
Just be like, who's behind this joke? Pfizer? All right, I'm in. Perfect. Who's sponsoring the candidate that I'm sponsoring? Perfect. That's who's pulling the strings.
That's the funniest part about the whole thing. It's like that they're clearly owned. Dude, they're clearly owned and doing the work for drug companies. Just 4 years ago, gave us OxyContin. Gave it that passed through the experts, the watchdogs. You're talking.
Damn it.
What?
It just influenced the home run race a little. There's some PEDs going on.
Yeah, dude, it's like you have these fucking these people that are like, come on, you fucking assholes, you have to trust in these bodies. We have to, like, we're making it hard for the drug companies to do their job and make vaccines to save us. It's like, so the people who gave us OxyContin and let that slip through, and dude, how many people died from that?
I can't even.
It's got to be in the millions.
Yeah,
Millions of people probably died from that. They were legally prescribing heroin to people and like just ramping it up and letting it roll. And they're talking
after they found out it was bad over and over. Throughout history, they knew it was bad. Like since the Civil War, they knew morphine. You can't give that to people.
Yes,
because they were giving it to like wives of like soldiers, widows would get addicted to it.
Yeah.
After the Civil War, like soldiers that got banged up, they got hurt, would start taking it. They got addicted to it. Widows, out of like guilt or like grief, got addicted to heroin.
Yeah.
And people would be like, "Oh, she's got the widower's sickness." It's like, oh, she's nodding off in front of the general store. That was their Wawa. Just like,
she's just doing like a quilt. Like, I mean, dude, you're turning butter. They let that one slip. Right, the experts who are like now modeling 3D coronavirus things, like this will happen, that will happen. They're like, well, remember a thing that was the exact chemical replica of heroin? You guys in microscope, and you're like, that's pretty good. That's really true, but you're gonna sit here and predict like model fucking viruses that are flying around. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, come on, baby. That's what I want out of comedy.
What?
I'd like to be sponsored by
Pfizer.
OxyContin.
That'd be so sick.
That's why I go on Legion of Skanks.
To try to get crazy.
To try to get as many people that will do OxyContin to join me.
That's sick.
That's most of the fan base over there. Depending on how baggy your shorts are, that's how like
how much oxy you do.
How far past the knees is how much OxyContin I do.
Yeah, that's fucking sick. Taking OxyContin in the summer, just being like, whatever. I'm on heroin now. Just generations of like fucking your family struggling to like get you into the suburbs.
Yeah, get you into like a nice neighborhood.
I'm fucking bored. Fucking assholes. You fucking dicks. What's this? A pill? Sure. Fucking idiots.
God damn, pull your shorts up.
Pull your fucking
Stop wearing N1
black
shorts.
cargo shorts up all the way.
Stop doing that. Paint your nails. Stop.
Yeah, man, that was the but the whole point of that is people used to go from jail for that. They used to arrest like CEOs of pharmaceutical companies. Like, you had a drug, people died, you're like, okay, buddy, come on, you're out of here. Now they're just like, well, you gotta pay. How
You
much?
gotta break a couple eggs.
Like 10%, 10% of what you made. So, and you can't, if you get a vaccine fucks you up, there's no, you can't get any sort of like, you can't go to the drug company. The drug companies don't pay for it, the taxpayer does. The drug companies are like, look, we're not going to keep making vaccines. People keep suing us because they get polio from them. The government was like, fine, let the taxpayers pay for it. Slush fund. People get fucked up from a vaccine. Yeah, I'm not anti-vax, bro. It's like, you can't sell things and be like,
You can't be anti-vax. Well, you can. I know a lot of people that are and listen to this, but I think vaccines have done pretty well.
No, yeah,
For humanity.
I think they're pretty good. But again, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's not something you can, even like an SSRI's kind of hazy, where it's like it takes 10 days to kick in and it might fucking freak you out. These are like, shoot these, you don't get sick. You're like, sweet. There's no, I don't know why. That's the other thing too. They're like, well, shooting people with things that are giving them like, well, it's like, dude, just hit them with some fucking salt water. If my vaccines are all salt water, I'd be like, fine, yeah, I'll give you one that, you know, I can't prove that they're not. Fine, you guys win. Like, if they're shooting some people, they're like crippling them. It's like, what the fuck is it? Why don't you guys take it down a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be a bummer to like hit somebody with that, and then you see them a week later, their legs are all gnarled up. You're like, I might have overdone that one. We gotta take this one back.
What did we just send out? It was a virus we shot them with? Like, how the fuck did they do that?
That's alright, they're poor. Keep it going. They're not gonna do it, but it's fucked up anyway. Eventually, yeah. Obviously, his legs are gonna get crushed eventually.
Like, dude, if that guy tripped and sprained his knee, he'd be living forever. It's like,
oh, yeah, that was the thing you picked up on. Literally everybody at Williams Grove Speedway has a limp.
I'm such a bitch for not limping, dude.
Yeah,
I told you. That's one of the new things I picked up from Williams Grove. Your T-shirt doesn't have anything written on the back. You're a bitch.
For sure.
And if you don't limp,
yeah, you have to limp.
You have to limp, dude. That was something I was like, I gotta start limping now.
Yeah. You have to wear like ankle-high white socks, black Velcro shoes, very light denim. I got sandals on. Boy,
okay, I gotta take mine out. I'm gonna go to a tailor and get them to take my laces out and stitch Velcro on all my sneakers. I only have one pair.
You have to get jean shorts past the knees, slightly, but very, very light denim. Yeah, the lightest denim. And then, you know, a t-shirt, preferably a sprint car t-shirt, tucked in, sleeves optional,
bellies
and cell phone clip. The largest cell phone clip possible. And then stand by yourself in a field. And then occasionally walk over and get some photo taken. Welcome to greatness. You've achieved it.
Dude, I was going to say, dude, that's outdoor function.
The terrorists hate.
What? The outdoor function?
Outdoor function.
Yeah, the bathroom was where I was like, God, I catch crowd in the bathroom.
Yeah.
One thing opinion's like 100. They kept it hot in there, so
it was hot.
It was like 85 degrees at nighttime in that bathroom. I don't even how. How was that bathroom so hot?
How disgusting was that bathroom?
It's fucked up.
Just, it's like a cinder block bathroom. Just,
I mean, dude, what's powering the heat in that thing? They can't be. It has to be just farts and breath. It's farts and breath. It's farts and breath. It's farts, breath, and sneezes. It's 85 degrees of farts, breath, and sneezes.
It's probably like a hole in the ozone layer. Just all the gas just released out of those men. Jesus. How hot are the women? Nothing better than just white trash women. Get some good sluts. I think that's what it is. You just see them, you're like, oh, it's definitely a slut. She has to be a slut. Yes. I come down there, it's like prima nocta. I go down. I say, your wife must come with me to my neighborhood. You poors. One of these cars. They're loud. Perhaps one of them will wreck. Your daughter seems like a whore because she is poor and has blonde hair. I should take her.
I'll have her meet my father.
There we will have steak. No more of this funnel cake and hot dogs. Politically, you will certainly agree with my father, though.
You cannot say white boy.
Man, Luca hit that game winner, though. He did that for whites everywhere.
I think he 88'd that
White, that would do. White people needed a win lately. We were getting crushed publicly, but Luca did that for all the whites.
He might have won for Trump by hitting that three.
That might have put the nail in the DNC's coffin, dude. Just a white dude hitting a three. Like, wait, this is going against our plan.
That should be.
We shouldn't be able to do that.
DeLuca was shot by Robert in the head 3 times. Who had Seth Simon, dude? Who was the guy? Seth Rich. Excuse me.
There's another OL, dude. You don't bring up his name.
Seth Rich. He had Seth, the guy who gets a game winner. He's like hanging from a fucking rafter.
Oh, dude,
He immediately hung himself in the shower.
Yeah, I can't believe he hung himself and shot himself.
He hung and shot himself.
He really wanted to make sure.
Shot himself in the lower back.
Somebody tweeted at me or something. They were like, how come you never talk about Seth Simon? It's like, did he fuck you up that bad? It's like, no, this is what am I going to do? There's no point to talking about these people. You just, like, it's just swinging at ghosts. Like, you're literally, like, they're not doing anything for you to take or to credit. Like,
No,
it's just that simple.
it's like, remember the guy who said the thing that I said?
Yeah.
You're just talking about your own stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, the only way to win is to win.
It's America 2.0, dude.
It's just that. So it's about unity.
Come on, baby. That's what we
Legalize psychedelics.
I mean, that's what I want, dude.
I want that. I like that.
Come on, baby.
I like your platforms there.
I mean, it's like, whatever. You can change my mind. I mean, you can't change my mind on legal healthcare, I just don't see how it can. But I'm not going to freak out about it. Fuck you for not wanting. But that's the whole point of America 2.0, dude. It's like, quit complaining about this stuff and just win. You got to go out. If you're, I think we got psyoped into is thinking we can change things from like being on like a chat log. Like, well, actually, check out this super long comment I wrote on our politics. It's like, cool.
I know. Has anybody online? I wonder what the percentages of people that have actually changed their mind on the internet. It has to be almost 0%.
Well, then the other thing too,
people in an online argument ending it by being like, actually, I think that other guy had a good point there.
Well, this is kind of one of the sinister things about the informational war is like there'll be foreign governments, probably us here, other places, will go on Twitter and set up like a hashtag for a thing, and then have a bunch of bot accounts that like construct a fake argument where like they kind of like, if you read it, the old person be kind of persuaded, like, well, it's pretty good points. And you're watching other people being like, oh yeah, I guess I never saw it that way. And it's just an all orchestrated thing to kind of feed people an idea. So you're interacting, you could be literally arguing with a fucking robot online. People, and then it's like, so again, I don't have all the answers, but I think a lot of it is people have to start with it.
That's a fun night though.
Argue with a
Work
robot
all day, come home and argue with a robot. That's like eventually like, actually you're right.
Yes, I knew it that time. It's the things I'm passionate about. You just argue with a fucking like.
Well, actually, I'm very passionate about this subject, so let's not talking like that about Civil War.
Oh, you should.
Someone brings up Gettysburg, so I'm like, actually, this is something I'm very passionate about. So I have a female cat named Marmalade. Is she fun to play with? Yes. Did she let you pet her? Yes. I can't ruin it. Anyway, we were just talking about McKeever and I were discussing a sketch where don't write about it. I don't want John to find out I was talking about it. Just where I was at low spectrum. Oh, dude. But just like it turns out that I'm actually autistic. Like I try to. One of the ideas is maybe I sneak in to try to get like just lie, like kind of like the Ringer. Yeah. And then it turns out that I'm actually just autistic, like the Civil War and video games. Like, throughout the sketch, it just becomes very apparent I actually am on the spectrum. We're like, yes.
That'd be hilarious.
Do you actually like the Civil War? Yes. Yes. Who's your favorite general? Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny how like just thinking about like Sam Rockwell, who like Dustin Hoffman, he autisted out on camera, got like lauded. Like, would you give the Sam like awards?
No. If I pretended to be
why? In the name of fucking cinema?
It would be in the name of cinema, and also hopefully we could have a heartwarming enough ending where it's just like, I'm actually autistic.
Yeah, all little autistic.
I get to take fuck that one chick.
Which one? Yo, that one guy freezed up on the one chick. He was like, this chick was hot. They're at the bowling alley.
Oh, fucking.
I was like, Mark, look, I wanted to honestly text him and be like, Mark, dude, any of us could have froze up. That chick was fucking hot.
Mark rules.
Gentlemen.
Mark, absolute consummate gentleman. I love when he made it. That one girl and him split the bill.
Fuck, that was sick, dude.
It's like, did you order? He's always very like, did you order the pasta? And then he went and held his mom's hand and was like, I had the best night. I've never been this happy.
He fucking rules.
Dude, my favorite part was him taking the girl to a dinosaur museum and being like, you may recognize this character, the Velociraptor. You may remember him from the 1995 smash hit Jurassic Park.
Changed my life.
Changed my life forever.
Dude, that guy fucking rules.
Yes.
I want what he has. I want what he has.
True.
Just the premise of being like, going up to someone and being like, Jurassic Park changed my life forever. Dude, that fucking rules. I am.
That is something I can hear you.
I mean, dude, just to be able to watch Jurassic Park, just watch Jurassic Park and be like, perfect.
Yeah, no, exactly what I'll do the rest of it. That's my vocation. That was my calling. A lot of people hear the Holy Spirit call to them. Yeah. His came in the form of Dr. Grant.
I mean, that's got to be a bummer. You're like, Mom, they're bringing dinosaurs back, and mom's like,
movies, but
they couldn't do that.
They take you down to the zoo. You can look at some modern dinosaurs.
True.
You may recognize this bird from Jurassic Park with 1995 smash hit.
Dude, fucking rule.
That guy didn't rule, and I would never want to besmirch any of those guys' names. Michael fucking rules.
First of all,
All those dudes rule.
You can't, dude.
I would never like make fun of them, as to who they are.
They're genuinely funny.
We should be making, in the sketch, we should be making fun of the freak shows that film that. Yeah, let's put these fuckers on a first date and play funny, goofy music while they do weird things.
Yeah.
And then be like, no, we're just trying to waste.
Are you guys uncomfortable? They're like, put the sound mic closer to your head. You guys are like,
Once there's a first date, you guys are very autistic.
Yeah.
Let's get some spotlights on this thing.
Yeah.
What's this? Yes, that red light, we are recording this for millions and millions of people to see.
Apparently the one guy's on Twitter wilding out now. The guy that...
Michael?
Not Michael.
Michael seems like he could.
Bus driver.
Oh, I don't like that.
Fraud, bro. Fucking
fraud. Because everybody's calling him fraud?
I was calling him fraud.
I think you're far off.
Look,
you and him are closer than him and Kelvin. For sure. Not even close. Man, how sweet is Kelvin?
He fucking such a good boy. First of all, he's such a good fucking boy.
Dude, there's one part where the girl's dating coach is like, what do boyfriend and girlfriend do? And Kelvin's he's bashful. He's not gonna say that in front of his pa and his fucking the dating coach. And the dad's like, hug and kisses. She goes, that's right, hug and kisses. Would you like to do that? Yes. It's so fun. She's like, would you like to hug and kisses? Yes.
Dude, I mean, I want to
hug and kiss.
That's how bad I want to hug. I want to hug and kiss. Sounds like you want to hug and kiss. I'm literally like, yes.
Kelvin perfectly exemplified how much every dude wants to hug and kiss just by being like, would you like to hug and kiss before she can finish the sentence? Yes. Yes.
The best one he had his illustrations, and he's like, okay, that's enough. You get out now. And he's showing the hot fucking.
Oh yeah, he's showing the like the tits. He's like, this is what's the end of the camera? He's like, okay, bye bye. You leave now.
Get out now.
You can leave,
dude. I mean, there's more.
There's so many points. Like,
I might buy some
watching the fucking the girl that's like Caputas on the date with Kelvin, and he's like, computer? Yeah. She's like, computers, look, I'm not trying to be racist with you right now, but I think you're saying it wrong, and he was saying it perfect.
Oh, a chick with a speech impediment.
Yeah, he's like, sorry, dude, computer. Like a laptop. He's like, oh, like my dad's.
She's like, dude, I don't know if this is like
so
a cultural.
He's like, what?
He's like, I don't know if this is a cultural thing where like you can't understand me, but this lady, she had a speech impediment. It was like, dude, how about Asians and their fucking R's? Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, that was good too. I mean, the fact that they kept that in, that's cool. them getting into that argument of being like, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's just like you're speaking fucked up.
Yeah, it's not a good look for that girl.
She might get canceled, bro.
She should get canceled.
They should.
We should
So I see to it.
get on Twitter and be like, cancel that racist bitch. So he's not very good at video games, so date's over. Dude, Kelvin was just like, on to the next one. How much do you think they want to fuck their date coach? That would drive me nuts, dude. I'm watching it like I'd like to fuck that Australian lady.
She's so nice.
She's so sweet, nice to talk to me about hugging and kissing, like real scientifically.
I was watching it being like, God damn, dude.
That should be a porn. Maybe I could remake that instead of a sketch. Just me as Michael. Put that captain hat on that he wore to the...
I'm trying to find my love, and she starts fucking...
Well... Was I doing too much?
Got their names.
Lumiere, what are you even fucking doing, dude?
You're looking at
You're just fucking around. That's why our internet, our sound
I'm
fucks
looking
up.
at Love on the Spectrum.
You just surf the internet.
Listening to you guys describing these people.
You're just enjoying the podcast by looking. Alright, do you think you're on the spectrum?
You're fun, bro.
There's
There's
not
way more on the spectrum than you.
I don't think. Mayor's got the bug
He
pretty
gets
good.
the Capcom versus Marvel scores to prove it on fucking. That's the test. That's the test. They're like, how do you like this Capcom versus Marvel fighting game? You're like, I love it. All right, okay.
Jot that down.
Write the letter down, but yeah.
Also, which character you play with? He plays with like
The girl characters.
which girl characters? Go on.
You're overplaying it. Okay, you leave now.
Yeah. Who's the one I saw you play? Kirby. See, you play with like Kirby. He plays with like the most cartoonish, most whimsical.
Hey, Lemaire, if you were on a date and a girl busted out a Nintendo Switch,
Oh my god.
because she didn't like wait, at
Oh my god.
you're at Hibachi. Girl busts out a Nintendo Switch. What do you do?
So I was looking at them Joy-Cons this way, man.
We gotta get you on. We gotta get you on Low on the Spectrum.
Lemaire is definitely on the spectrum.
Can we just do it like a Low on the Spectrum 2 and sell to Netflix?
The people we would have, would filming that maniac on a date, be like, you look like so beautiful tonight. I'm so sweet. I'm actually like real sweet, even though I look like I'm fucking jacked. Wood's severely, Lemaire. Who else we got?
Film my marriage.
Your marriage. That was
Us watching like small
Vampire Diaries. Like jumping. Oh, it scared me. It scared me.
Oh my god, they move fast again.
Yeah, you can get me too. I'm down in the basement playing that game, yelling up the steps about. Yeah, that's not autism. That's just classic. I got the classic.
You can be radicalized into autism.
I think. Who else we got though in the squad? Filming these on a date would roll.
Sydney gets
Shuli is not. Sydney is something.
Sid's
got something.
Autism. I'm trying to think who else. We got some strong autism. Butterly, bro.
Yeah.
He's pleasantly autistic.
Yeah, and he hides it behind all of a sudden being skinny and doing karate, but he's got a twitch.
It was like the Rubik's Cube, the soundboard. He came down on it today. I was like,
yeah, how come you don't have that autism?
You have a shitty autism.
Yeah, you're the worst autism, man. All you have is fucking cartoon video games, like comic books. You need to figure out electronics.
Suddenly came down. I was like, 2 seconds. I'm trying to get down to sub-minute.
From there, it was just dicking off. Yeah. Did you pay attention at all, or you weren't here for it?
It's set. It's completely set.
The soundboard is set, so it's not to touch. What were you just doing?
Turns his mic on and off. And yeah, set up too. Once we get the little TV, we'll be able to have little videos.
Nice. Wait, we have videos of us?
No, we'll be able to draw sound from the computer.
All right.
So we'll be able to watch.
We shouldn't have.
We need headphones too.
That's one bad thing some podcasts do is have like a screen.
What screen?
A thing that shows you what they're filming. So it's a way to show. So like at Compound, there's a live feed. So I mean that is where you would watch videos and stuff, which is good. But then you see yourself up there. It's so hard not to let yourself. It's so hard not to ever like.
It's like being on Zoom. You're just talking to a picture of your face, and you're like,
I turn that off when we talk. I look at myself. On Zoom,
you just looked at me?
You can turn your video off.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight.
Yeah, it was. Because I kept looking at myself. It's just weird. I mean, watching myself talk.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre, dude.
Making myself laugh. I'm like, that's just horror. That's a good one, man. That's what we're doing.
I'll be number one fan. Just looking your hair back. Yeah, baby.
Where we at?
Sleep paralysis.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Keep this thing rolling, man. Chop it right in
Let's
half.
take a break. I got a pee-pee.
Take hold.
Yeah, let me take a tea.
We're already probably switched over to pitch, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, you're on the pitch right now, so enjoy. Staring at where it hit before it hit. So I was looking at there was gunk on the inside of my windshield, and I was like looking at it like fucking. I was trying to figure out where it's from. There's like a haze in the front of the cruise. I think it's from letting Beezer smoke cigs.
Oh, dude, for sure. In the inside of the windshield? Yeah. My dad busted me for that in high school. He rubbed his finger on my windshield and was like, what the hell is that? You guys smoking cigarettes in here? I answered honestly. I said no.
Another thing is that
Joints?
Love weed. Shout out weed.
Yo, baby. Shane was
I got Little Blaze, baby.
Are you recording this? Shane was, that's how we are in real life.
True. Can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, you were. Well, it was so fucking funny because I'm telling you, I could just not drink for the rest of my life. I love smoking weed. I was just sitting there, having a couple of drinks that were fun. But it's like, it was so much fun after I was just sitting in that little vape pen the whole night. We smoked that joint on the way out. Dude, that was like fucking, we just, that's the thing. If you want to smoke a joint in public, I've mastered the fist of fury. You just hit it and hold it in your fist. You can hide a joint in your fist, and everyone smells weed. Like, where the fuck's that coming from? You just walk right by, pop it back out. Well, you hit it like a regular cigarette, then you fucking fist it up by your wall. But we were all so fucking high. That joint was the thing that
it took like 2 hits.
You did.
I get so fucking high.
That's half gooey. That's not like anything crazy, but it's very nice.
Well, I would say no, this is like a nice,
very nice piece.
I was like, dude, I'll get so fucked up.
Yeah, well,
I instantly blacked out.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you?
So I was pretty drunk going into that.
Yeah.
I wasn't hammered, but I was getting. These are crushed.
We were all getting there. We were all,
And then that weed, I kind of blacked out going to Sheets.
So
forgot about the Sheets.
On the way to Sheets, we were trying to figure out how to add a stop. So that was something we couldn't possible. So I didn't add a stop, but I changed the destination.
Yes.
So I got us to Sheets. I remember we were laughing really hard in the cab. I don't know what about. So hopefully it was good.
No, it wasn't.
What are you talking about? We were laughing at how we couldn't get the thing.
No, but it was something about the driver.
No, it wasn't. There's no way. What was so funny about him?
He was from a different country.
No, we weren't laughing about that.
That's usually all it takes for us to think it's funny.
No, I think we were talking.
I swear to God, it was something that I was
talking about a minivan. There was something about a minivan we were cackling about. I don't know what it was, but we were laughing about the minivan. I don't remember. We were laughing hard, and we were also stoned. So we were laughing. I know we're laughing. We were laughing about the fact that we couldn't navigate, and the whole time we're like, we have to be able to get there. Let's just get there, and we'll figure out a way back. I think you gave the guy cash.
$20.
Post up. So we rolled up into the Sheets, and I didn't have I don't know what happened. I didn't have a mask, so I tied my winger. Winger was the guy. I bought a racetrack shirt, just tied it around my face. I saw 3 gentlemen weren't wearing masks at all. So my head, I'm like, well, they're not wearing them. I don't have to wear them. Shout out to them. Patriots. Yeah. But I ended up I tied a t-shirt on my face and it fell down at a certain point. So when I checked out, I just bit my t-shirt to hold it in front of my face and just checked out. And then people in there were just like, so I was screaming at Beezer from across the thing.
Oh, God damn it. I had to be like, shut the fuck up. You're like, Beezer, like screaming in line with a bandana around his neck. He tied his shirt and then it wasn't covering his face, so it was just around his neck. And he was like, "Bitch, are you getting kettle corn? Are you getting kettle corn?
Kettle chips.
Get some kettle chips."
He wanted Lay's or hers, but there was these ones called like dirty something.
It was enough that I publicly shamed Matt.
I wasn't shamed at all.
I was like, "Matt, dude, you're screaming."
Didn't even notice. I was just kind of looking at Shane. I remember looking at Shane and be like, "These are, they're called Dirty Harry, and they're actually decent, dude." He's like, "I don't fucking want them. I like what I like." Yeah, that was that standing in the track, getting picked up. It felt like an eternity waiting for the guy to come.
Of course,
Then hopping in his. I was laughing at the fact that we were just laughing at like nothing. Basically, being like, "We can't even get this." This guy was like, "Oh, the guy." That's what we were laughing about. He'd been driving for 20 hours.
Oh, that's right.
That's what we were laughing about. The guy was pausing. He paused the app. He figured out a way to pause the app where they would allow him to remain. I think they would let you do like 13 hours.
Yes.
He figured out a way to stay on the road for 20 hours. And we're like, dude, what the fuck?
Just thinking of a dude driving a minute, 20 hours a day, just taking up stone people. They're like, "Can you stop at Sheets?"
Do you know how to get there? Well, you navigated it back too. You gave an old-fashioned navigation.
Which must have been crazy because I was.
No, turn, no, not here. Turn right. He passed like 3 turns.
Yeah, it was rough.
It was good sport, man. Passed a couple
So when I got out of the car before I paid him, I got out of the car to get my wallet, and he was like, like he was like, and I was like, "I got you."
That's what I said. I think we got you, bro. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. That was a dick move.
It's a good deal. But yeah,
Never did that to him.
getting home, dude, getting back to the house, I was crushed to think there was no more steak left. And then you're like, "Nah, bottom drawer, unearthed, dude. I unearthed a piece of steak, like, fucking, no lie. It had to be like 14 ounces.
So good.
I cut it in half. I was going to share it with the Beezer, but he didn't want it. Beezer only eats chips. So I ended up eating, that was the end of my night, eating like 16 ounces of steak, whatever that was, and then just passing out and sleep was like, oh man, that was great.
That was nuts. That was nuts.
That was
Trying to get a game in with Wes Watson.
Wes Watson is looking good.
Wes Watson's my quarterback in my legacy mode in NCAA 14. Oh, dude, I didn't even tell you I blew it. I played Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl. Was up a touchdown with like 2 minutes left. Threw a pick. Then they went down.
Subconsciously, you think you did it on purpose?
No, I don't like Notre Dame very much.
Really?
They are friends.
Are they really?
Big time.
I didn't
Notre Dame is friends with them. But they just will never win. It's not like a pro team that like can draft somebody who like turn around. It's a college team that's just like, this is kind of as good as they're going to be.
Same batch of nerds all the time.
Same batch of nerds. We need less nerds.
Yeah, it was fun though, man. That was good. That was good for me to get out. So I let my hair down. That was
man. I was happy to see you drinking some cider.
I was like, I came up. Yeah, I had those 2
cider. Goatee grew in stronger from the trip to the Grove.
Activated all my fucking goatee molecules.
It's like a pig when it goes feral in like a week. If you go to a dirt track, you just grow a mullet.
Dude, I was emptying a couple mullets I saw up there.
Yeah, where are they from? Well, I guess Central Pennsylvania. It's pretty easy. Again, it's literally like nothing but cornfields.
I told my dad where we're at. He's like, anywhere you tell my dad, you can name any city in America, and he'll name just another city. He'll be like, oh, up near Centralia? I don't fucking know.
Centralia is like an hour.
Yeah, that's up near Centralia. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Yes, that's trucker stuff.
Centralia is cold.
Is that where it is?
We're south.
That's what I thought. I was like,
Centralia rules.
It's not York. You guys are north of York.
North of York. South.
York's.
To me about the beach.
That's the home of the
They get a little racist.
Do they?
York's racist.
Really?
Yeah.
So people from Mechanicsburg are like, that's kind of racist. It's kind of racist.
We're more highbrow. You've seen our people.
I've seen you guys about that.
Mary, you're from round yonder.
Like, yeah, I was gonna say Europe's pretty racist for a place where a lot of Puerto
I don't know if it's all of that. At least if all of you.
A lot of Puerto Ricans in Europe? Or is that a chicken and the egg thing?
True. Which came first, the racism or the
People
Puerto
from New York,
Ricans?
they're kind of like, what the hell? Who are these people? Why are their cars jacked so low to the ground?
Yeah, we should let the Puerto Ricans live there.
Imagine being from New York, you're like, stay back, Tim. I don't know what the hell this is. They're not black.
They'll have this decal.
They're not Chinese either. I don't know what the hell this is. Get back.
They have a decal of like a kid with saggy pants and backwards. It's like a baby wearing a backwards Puerto Rico flag hat. We don't know what to do.
Stay back. The cars are excessively loud. I don't know if that's on purpose or a muffler fell off. Let me investigate.
Hey, got a problem with your muffler? They said no, Tim. Go. Get out of here. Run. Their mufflers are fine. Lancaster's got a lot of Puerto Ricans as well. Lancaster's got there's a bubble around mechanics ring. Pretty says anytime Puerto Ricans come, but we got Somalians and Sudanese. We're like, hey guys, here we go. When the Puerto Ricans get it, we open the door for the Somalis. Oh shit.
I just love the idea of Puerto Ricans living in like the farm country.
They do.
That's awesome.
They're out in Amish.
They would love it. I mean, dude, they fucking farm out up in Kensington. We're in Poppyville, dude. It's fucking roosters. They keep like roosters and shit. They'll have like an 8 square foot backyard, and they're just like a full on chicken coop.
As you know, most of Hispanic people come from a strong agricultural history. A lot of countryside.
Oh, you're researching for
Don't break the news.
I'm not breaking the news.
Nah, we got a new. I'm working on a hardcore history.
Yeah, it's a good one.
We
Talk
should
about
probably
Spain.
change the name of that. Hardcore history. Softcore history.
History on the spectrum.
How about softcore history?
Hardcore. Hardcore history.
It's in stepmom history. Mature natural history. Stepmom mature history.
So they have a big, they're very
agriculture-based society. Faux show. Nice.
We gotta get back to that. People should at least have one food.
But Comanches didn't think that shit was gay. Plains Indians, dude, if you were like, you need to switch to agriculture, you're gonna have to kill me, dude. You're gonna have to kill me. You're gonna do lady work.
Again, just that whole eye movement you just did when someone mentioned something to you that's kind of gay, and you go, they must have did that back. It's just universal. They do the smile, the thumbs up, and then there's a.
What are you gonna stick of farming? Yeah, you're gonna have to kill me and all my people. You know that, right?
What do you do? Like, you just dig a thing, you wait, and then your wife comes like, I work for my wife. What is the word for dude? I can't. I'm just trying to think of. They're trying to think of the word. But that's like when a guy is gay. Gay guy.
Yeah.
My name is Gay Guy, and I'm the last of my people. Man who sleeps with strong ones.
Man not deterred by Adam's apple. Sleeps with many men.
Comanche
treated their women almost entirely as slaves.
Did they really?
Yes. Like fully, like you do all the work. We're fucking hunting and going to war. When we catch something, you clean it, you do that. We can share you if we want. Yeah, they enslaved their women.
So it was full on. Like,
it was dudes rock.
It was like we're stronger than
they were. Yes. It was, again, not every tribe did this. Some tribes had female chiefs and shit. But just like when we, oh, dude, I didn't tell you this. The end of Last of Us, I played a little further. How far did you get? You quit like right away.
After Joel.
Okay. Did you find out? So so as Abby goes to hunt, or no, what's the girl? Ellie goes to hunt Abby. Turns out she runs into these two Asian kids. Did you get to this part? You know this.
The ones that were like going through the breakup?
No, she runs into two Asian children that escaped this one village that's also in Seattle. The reason they escaped their village is because the one kid was trans. So then Abby.
What did he do? Like Mulan into the army? Really?
Well, no, they cut his hair, and then the village got upset. So his sister,
the hottest trans in the village, cut his hair.
The sister and the little sister, who was transing to become a boy, escaped the town. And the sister was like, they killed their own mom. The mom, when they went back to the village, I think the mom tried to kill the boy, the trans boy, because the whole village was like, you gotta kill that kid. And the sister was like, you gotta be yourself. You did the right thing. They killed the mom, and they were like, anybody who disagrees is a piece of shit. They like joined forces to like kill everybody. Shit, it's pretty sick. What? Yeah, but the whole point of the game becomes then protecting a trans as a jack. You're a jack white woman that's protecting a trans.
Is it weird that they
from bigot white men?
does everybody live in villages, or like the white woman's like, are these Chinese people in America live in a village? They're transing, I'm protecting them.
No, I was just imagining how angry the mayor would have got at that point. Playing this game, because first of all, the game's 30 hours.
Yeah.
Of you just trying to get out of a room every fucking 20 minutes.
Also, let me protect a fucking male to female trans, dude. I'm not gonna protect a female to male. It's like, wait, you're doing what now? I'm fucking protecting you. Like, yeah, you're beat it, dude. We might be the last two people on fucking Earth.
You throwing away all that good pussy? Alright?
We might be the last two people left.
You're throwing away pussy. During a zombie apocalypse.
I mean, imagine if it's the last two people left on Earth. They're like, I'm a boy. And it's like, oh, yeah, I'm not gay. I'm not gonna fuck you. You're not fucking gay. I have to say you're a girl. Fuck. You think I'm a fucking gay dude? The fate of the humanity depends on this. The fate of the world depends on me not being gay. If you're a boy, I'm not doing it. It's Adam and Eve. Is that Adam and Steve? God. Freak. Ew, what? Oh my god, that'd be sick.
Yeah, percentage-wise, if it is down to like, if we do get down to like an Adam and Eve scenario, they are going to be retards. They're going to be dumb motherfuckers. If you took just a random two people in the world, it'd be pretty funny to imagine.
If they did the Adam and Eve generator, they simmed out what it would be like
one guy, one girl. Yeah. No. I'm just saying if the human population drops down to like nothing, the remainder is going to be two random people in the world would be idiots.
It'll be 2 trillionaires. It'll be 2 billionaires.
That's when you're $1 trillion industry.
When you're a billionaire, the thing you're doing is guaranteeing that your family will survive. The shit most families won't. Your family will live through like the next cataclysmic event.
Which is pretty greedy. Yeah, I mean, it's biological for sure, but it's also like, I think the Gillises have seen enough. I'm not building a bomb shelter, even if I made $1 billion. But like, if we had bombed, that's it. We had a good run.
Probably some billionaires who are out there just like become us out of
Yeah,
but there's some like I think like Bezos
to save my name. Space. So I can get all the Bezos clan out of here. Come on, gang, we're getting out of here.
Go to space. It's like, where are we going, Uncle Jeff? It's like, don't worry, my house has been a rocket ship this entire
Hop
time.
into the rocket ship. It just explodes on launch. All the Bezoses are dead.
I started this in my garage.
Yeah.
And now we will go to Mars.
Turns out that nuclear warning we all got was a false alarm. In other news, the Bezoses did die in a horrific house rocket accident. They all locked themselves in, their house exploded. Rocket fuel.
And Bezos, even in the event of that, has a little egg that he floats out of. Just in case if my house exploded and I have this egg, I float it out back to Earth, where I still command the largest online retailer.
You know about the Columbia, right? Columbia, the shuttle? The shuttle that exploded? Yeah. You know the kids were in class watching you? Yeah. Well, you're thinking of the Challenger? Challenger also.
Oh my God.
Blew up the day before. Because there was a teacher.
Just imagine being there.
I know.
Dude, if I saw my teacher explode in a spaceship, I would have fucking been like, depending on who it was. Dude, depending on who it was, I would have been like, if Miss Mary exploded in there, I'd be like, I used to pull up to my like multiple jobs. If the boss was late, in like my heart of hearts, I'm like, I hope they had a horrible car. In my head, I'm like, dude,
I'd be going places and be like, I hope I get in a horrible car. I'd be going to school and be like, man, I should just crash this fucking often.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, man, I remember just pulling up and being like, oh, he's not here, where's he at?
Fucking mangled on the side.
I remember thinking, like, that was dead, like, he broke his neck. Chill, they probably saw the baby.
Yeah, true.
Poor Bezos logic, dude. We're absolutely ruthless.
Quickly into the shelter.
Quickly, let's get in the Home Depot before the mall thrives. Oh God, there's a fire. Oh God, the Bezos clan. No, come on, Bezos, get out of that fire. Yeah, that would be weird too. Imagine if you survived that, and then it's just like you, Epstein's daughter, Epstein's like niece.
Don't get me started on how sick this scenario is.
Hillary, and you're just like, all right, dude,
There has to be some decent bays in there.
Yeah,
Some survival bays.
for sure.
You don't think they're gonna? They're stockpiling them.
Also, there will be just some regular people who just happen to be on like a weird mountain or something.
They got away with it, yeah.
So you come down, they immediately they're shooting you guys.
Like, oh look, survivors.
Yeah, it's
Good meat.
They have COVID. Like, what's that? Like, never mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I think being a billionaire for sure. Like, those
It's
survive
about
fucked up shit.
Yeah. You ever see 2012? That movie? It was about that. Billionaires built like ships in China in the mountains. When the world ended, they all just got on that. Yeah. The whole movie, I think, was about like John Cusack being like a normal guy, just sneaking his family onto the billionaire ships.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a
I
documentary.
remember seeing the previews for
It's
it.
a documentary. I'm like, that's embarrassing. They're all you had like fucking Warren Buffett. Like, I'm sort of trying to get it.
I'm in a China cave right now to save my family name. The Buffets.
The buffets.
Jimmy, quickly. Jimmy, get here. Quit horsing around.
Get your cue stick. Get in there.
Hey, baby.
Imagine if that was the only entertainer left in your life.
Jimmy Buffett.
Stepping on a pine, blew out a flip flop. All right, dude, we're in a fucking Chinese mountain, man. No more beach shit. Nothing to do in this autocratic regime.
Wasting away in a prison camp. I sold my gold teeth
To the Uyghurs.
for an extra ration. I got no teeth left because these damn wiggers.
They would love Jimmy Buffett, dude. The Chinese, dude, if you're like a Chinese
First off,
aristocrat,
guarantee the Chinese would love Jimmy
come
Buffett.
on, man. Love that. Partying.
Beach life. Look at the party in Wuhan. Dude, I guarantee that was Buffett.
Salt life, dude.
That was salt life.
That's how we're going to crack the CCP with enough salt life propaganda.
What would you call it if you were in China?
Salt life. I'm purely customizing them. Yeah.
Salt
life.
Salt what?
Salt life, dude.
Salt rife. It's a lamb. Come on, man.
Come on, dude.
It's a salt rife.
Dude, you're like that girl on that date. You're no better.
It's actually pronounced salt rife. Maybe you can't hear me. Kapuna? Yeah, I think it's because you're Asian. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Asian people can't understand my speech impediments.
Anyway, he's not very good at video games.
We think it's like two magnets.
True.
Just totally blanks out.
Beta fish, dude. Just staring in the mirror like, well, you can't pronounce your R's, so. No, what? What? Man, Calvin ruled.
Dude, that guy.
He's number one. I think it's gotta be Calvin.
Calvin is up there.
Mark and Michael.
Michael was like, I was pissed. They teased me with him, man. I wanted to see. I was like waiting for him to find his
I
queen.
think that's not Michael's first Find Love show. Well, I think Michael's done more.
You think so?
I gotta look into this. I've heard rumors circulating that Michael's actually done more than one of these, which is a little disheartening.
Yeah. I don't. He's an old industry fucking
He's an
hack.
industry hack.
I love how he's just like, I'm finding my queen, my lady.
It's unacceptable.
I think black people appropriated that from us, like my queen.
No, they was king.
No, I think they appropriated like my queen.
My queen. That's what the Revolutionary War was about. They're like, we don't want any of these kangs coming in here. It's like the kang is coming. Do you think British monarchy is going to be like that? In a few years, they're going to get rid of the monarchy. Like they already are.
You think they're
Like people getting rid of, like,
How?
no, like
What are they trying to get
fucking
rid of?
William quit. Like they're just a figurehead at this point.
Yeah.
But like, do you think in several years, British would be like,
It was king.
we was king.
We was king.
We was kings and I took them, didn't I?
No, for real.
Master Bruce. I fucking took them kings.
For real, we were really kings.
Literally, quite literally, kings.
My mama was a queen, like really. We was kings.
Yeah, baby.
I don't know why. I mean, dude, they're gonna what? They're gonna be like, we're leaving. It's like we heard it.
Thank you so much, Ralph.
I think Prince William, or was it Harry? I don't know. One of them got out of Dodge.
Take on
Before the Epstein shit started.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, his brother was a bad boy. Apparently, and again, this could be propaganda, but I think Mr. Gates is flight log. Bill Gates is on the Epstein flight log.
Flight log was sick. Flight log was super cool.
I mean, that is the people
You
who
know
are
Michelle
about to.
Wolf's on that flight log?
I heard. Is that real? Is that real?
Can't be real.
Is she on the flight log?
That means
She's calling her right now.
I should text her and be like, you weren't on the phone.
Just tell her
I did say that earlier because I told Soder about it. He's good friends with her.
Just warn
He's
her.
like, bro,
She has to go out publicly and tell her
she's on the logs. What do you think of that, LeVar?
That was definitely made up by a guy. That was definitely made up by a guy who was kind of like he saw her, made fun of Trump. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she was.
Also, that bitch Michelle Wolf was on there.
Back when she was an open micer, she somehow got on Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, in the last 10 years, she was a billionaire.
Yeah, but the
True.
back then she might have been on the flight log. But
The flight log would have been.
she would have been at the age where she would have been like an employee of the airline. When did they stop doing it?
No, they did them pretty recently.
Didn't they broaden her?
In order for her to be on flight logs, it had to be within the last year.
Or she did the
Or like a year
speech
ago.
and they got a tap and they're like, oh yeah, let's show her the sex
It
slaves.
could be.
She's on our team.
She'd be like, man, she really slayed him. Anyway, let's get her some fucking statutory. Come on.
Do you know in the Philippines they just they're like I think the Philippines or Taiwan, one or the other, they're revolting, and they were like this out front of. You know where they got this from?
Yeah, Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games out. King must have been like fucking dorks.
Yeah.
You fucking.
Like, I'm actually more of a Harry Potter guy. Anyway. Yeah, Expelliarmus, which is, I just joke around. That's actually, get the machine guns out. Mass Graves Aramis.
Yeah, man, that's Billy Gates. Bill Gates apparently was on the.
I'm excited for the turn that Bill Gates is a good dude.
How you sell it? Think so?
I don't know. Anytime everybody gets behind something, I usually don't like it. And right now, it's cool to say Bill Gates is a piece of shit. I'm gonna go through.
This was a story.
That Gates is a man.
I was in the air.
It's tough to say. He's a fucking dork.
He's Mark Zuckerberg, dude.
Yeah.
Gates is if Mark Zuckerberg somehow doesn't die of autism in the next 5 years.
Yeah, what even is an autism accent?
You just fucking root it out. You just figure out everything. It's like when you get the Limitless at the very end. It's too much Limitless. So Mark Zuckerberg doesn't die of autism.
It is limitless.
For sure, dude.
What are your hobbies? You're unstoppable.
Bill Gates is Mark Zuckerberg. If Mark Zuckerberg were to get into like medical shit, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? He's trying to get into currency. And I was like, Zuckerberg, chill, bro. You guys can't have Facebook money. Like, stop that. But yeah,
why can't they chill the fuck out and just get into like buy the LA Rams? Just do that.
Yeah, well,
quit with the drugs.
Well, yeah, I mean, the other thing too is I think there's kind of like a slowly. I could be wrong, but I think there was like a thing where like you're a billionaire, you're DJT, I just love Eastern European ladies. Let me buy a sports team. Now people are like, they get in there. Everyone's kind of McAfee. McAfee went to Belize and did this with his money. He's like, I'm gonna start funding the police here. So everyone now is like trying to like,
dude, McAfee. I haven't been following his work lately. He still rules. We gotta have him back on.
We do have to have him
because he fucking.
Yeah, he fucking rules. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's the thing with Gates. People are like, I mean, how fucked up would it be if you went around like saving the world? He apparently had like a bunch of antitrust things against him where he was. Dude, he's on. You gotta watch tapes of him. They're like asking him why he was trying to like shut down other firms. Like, what was your problem? Why did you find these other firms problematic? And he was like, I don't know what you mean by that. They're like, the guy laughs. He was like, meaning like a problem, problematic. What don't you understand about the term problematic? He was like, I don't understand.
You ever seen him jump over a chair?
Did he for real jumped over a chair?
Yeah, very actually extremely Zuckerberg-esque moment where he was on like Good Morning America or one of these like 60 Minutes or something. They were like, here's a moment to make him very human.
That's fun. That's what they said they did.
And he like leaped over an office chair. He's like, how about that?
He was like he apparently stole windows from a guy. Like that wasn't his idea.
Oh, Wozniak?
Yeah, apparently stole.
What that happened?
That was after he worked with Steve Wozniak.
So Windows. So this guy was like actively dying of cancer, and then while this guy was dying of cancer, allegedly, Bill Gates tried to take his shares of Microsoft. So he was like apparently doing. The guy was on record being like, "This motherfucker, dude, I like basically built the thing."
Yeah, beat the cancer.
Not only did he end up beating the cancer.
Damn,
and, and he was like, not only like the guy, not only like trying to fuck me out of my idea, but he tried to take all of the money that I would have gotten from it. And he was like, he's getting like he was power nerded out, and then he did like it just hit a fever pitch, and then it was like all of a sudden Bill Gates is into medicine. So it's like, I mean, it's the same thing with Donald Trump as president. Everyone's like, no, Donald Trump only like fucked a bunch of people out of money and didn't pay his construction debt. He loves us now. It's like, you know, it's one of those, you know, whatever. But
damn, Bill Gates trying to steal the stocks from your boy who's definitely dying of cancer. And then you get the news like he's doing well. It's like, the surgery worked. What's that?
You're like, I'm gonna get into medicine.
He shows up. It's like, hey, did you try to take my stock? What? I mean, like what? Yeah, well.
Dude, literally, that's
Guys, girls, did you try to take my stocks? I was going to feed my family with company I designed. Guys, should we go inside? Guys, I have your stocks. I have your female stocks. Say marmalade. Girls.
So you watch this, and then it's like you're telling me this. Like, again, allow people to even watch this and be like, "Wait, is this real or not?" They're like, "This is a threat to democracy. You can't watch this thing about how Bill Gates was an asshole." What the fuck, man?
Yeah, who's saying that?
Even if it's not true, it's like, dude, how many of the things about Trump are substantially, like, totally true? That runs 24/7. As soon as something comes out, like, yo, Bill Gates is kind of a fucking dickhead. It's kind of weird that he's involved in medicine. They're like, this is dangerous. Take this out of here. It's like. I mean, they're calling some shots here.
Dude, I'm only here to listen to Julie Louis Dreyfus.
True.
Whatever she says.
Keep Longoria. That's
it's actually Mike Ponce.
God, we had a laugh track to that one.
Yeah, it's actually Mike Ponce.
Actually, I heard it's Mike Pence. Yank, stab me in the fucking back, dude.
All these people that were out publicly denouncing me for being not funny.
Shit, that doesn't look good. Yank's like, yo, it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's like, actually, I think that guy's great. And he goes on there and bombs. I'm like, fuck, dude. Yeah, I got Rob Schneider and Ponce. Rob Schneider was like, he's great. I was like, shut the fuck up, Rob Schneider.
The animal? Is that the animal? Pauly Shore's
no, the animal.
Pauly Shore's
no, it's Rob Schneider.
He's a weasel, yeah. You got the animal.
First off, the animal ruled.
Animal fucking.
The animal was good. Rob Schneider he has some bangers. Hot Chick was good. You know, it was a good one that I used to like that I think probably sucks. You ever see Sorority Boys? It's good stuff.
What's it about?
There's three dudes that pretend to be in a sorority.
How do they end up?
They trans.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't understand what's the problem. So they're women in the sorority going.
They're dudes that. Oh, true. I'm sorry.
What's even funny about that?
I like to think I'm a Christian man. Deep fly ball. That thing's headed to left. I don't know if I'm ever going to work again. 4-0 Reds. Yeah, that's dude.
Going to Kansas City. Kansas City, fat capital of the world. Anyway.
Fat capital of the world. By the 5th inning, someone was like, yo, you were on air. Fuck. I'm a God-fearing man. To my family. To the listener.
I mean, that's just
to guys I work for. I'm sorry.
You're just back at the family party, just putting like roast beef into a roll. And they're like, yeah, you said fag at the baseball thing? You're like, yeah. Now I sell insurance. Now I sell insurance. So
to the Reds listener or to the Reds commentator, I can't tell you how supportive your family is going to be. They're going to be too supportive.
Yeah.
They're going to be so supportive. You got to be like, yo, I was kidding. Chill. So
he's gonna get sued by one of his family members. Like, actually, I said Kansas was fat capital. I trademarked that. Now I'm selling T-shirts.
Said it at the Christmas party last year. We all laughed at it. You remember that?
You stole my moment.
You stole my funniest joke and said it on national air. Kansas City, fag capital of the world.
Of the world, too. Like, really? Don't like everyone have guns there? I was in Louisville one time.
Just be like, that's probably what he got. He probably got that out of like somebody doing the sound. It's probably. Okay. Yeah, all right. He was like fat capital of the world.
Testing fat capital of the world, Kansas City.
In his head, he was probably like, that wasn't that fun.
Were they playing? Who were they playing? Kansas City.
Yes.
Oh, he was like talking shit on the other
I
team.
think he was talking shit.
Trash talk. Love the trash talk.
Classic locker room talk.
I love the trash talk.
Trash talk, and he didn't know he was on me. That's all you had to say. I didn't. I'm sorry. The only people that I thought were going to hear that were my friends.
Yeah.
I would never say that publicly. I'm sorry to anybody that offended. Anyway, deep fly ball, that thing's out of here. Suck my dick, Sac City! Dude, it's 4-0. Good guys over the gay man from Kansas. Alright, we gotta go. I gotta drive to New York.
Send it to the.
I gotta drive to the capital of the world.
Oh, boy. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, that's a flight, man. Where is that? I mean, is there a fat capital of the world? It's gotta be France.
Country-wise?
Yeah.
We're probably up there.
You think so?
America's very gay.
America is good. Kansas City, I would say, is definitely.
Remember, Harrisburg had one gay bar, and everyone was like, it's so gay.
We had a strip club, they banned it. Hello, Shane. How you doing, man? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing alright, man. It's good to see
Episode
you.
312.
I needed to see it. I needed my rock. I've been out. You were gone. I could feel it. I was drifting at sea. I've been Mr. Cool, bro.
Where were you being exactly?
I've been too cool. Been too cool to answer?
Yeah.
I've been too. I just need to chill. What you been up to? Wicked ways.
You went back up to the.
Went to the Big Apple and immediately fell into sin. The first night I was there, I dosed my good friend.
So how integral were you to this this plot?
I was 30% guilty of the, so out of 3 people, I was 30%.
Well, with a dose, usually somebody provides the dose. That's part of
Lewis brought the dose to the table. Gotcha. So he's culpable for that.
Gotcha.
Tried the dose, Ari. Ari deflected the dose and gave it to Jay.
How did Ari know he was getting
I told Ari. I said Lewis is trying to dose it.
Did Lewis tell you?
Yeah, Lewis did it directly in front of me. And was like, don't tell Ari. And I was like, okay, I won't. I immediately walked inside and told Ari. Yeah. But my plan would have been to have dosed Lewis, sure, or no one. Sure. In hindsight, no one. But at the time, yeah, it was rumpus.
At the time, it's rumpus time.
It was rumpus.
Beers are going around. Someone has
Beers are going around.
How much did he have on him? Like a little vial, like a little liquid?
I don't know. I only saw somebody. It was a tab. He handed it to him. Wanted it in a beer.
Like kind of.
Yeah.
I thought he had like a vial of liquid.
It was funny. I stand by that. It was funny. The episode was funny. But then you feel bad. Once your friends bump, you're like, oh man, maybe that was. And then every single person I told was like, what are you doing? Yeah. I thought I wouldn't care. I was like, I wouldn't care. And everybody I told was like, that's like really fucked up, man. That would be like a real problem.
Yeah, well, if you put somebody in a Nego prison, that's pretty tough.
Even if you get out of the Nego prison, then it's funny. Yeah. Once you're out of a Nego prison, it's like, damn, dude, I was.
How long was he in a Nego prison?
I think Jay was in. I was in a Nego prison. I felt so bad, which was funny because like the day after, I was like, hilarious. This was so funny, and then I started telling people, and they were like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, man.
And I was like, all right, maybe I'm an idiot. Ari was my rock there.
He was like, no,
Ari was like, it was funny. I was like, I agree, it was.
Yeah, dosing people and getting dog's eye or like a similar camp. You're like, no, it's legitimately funny to get a dog eye. You're like, no, it's really fucked up.
Yeah, well, what happened was I did Metzger's podcast, and I like brought it up thinking it'd be funny. I was like, yeah, well, Jay got dosed. I was like, why would you ever do that? Who did that? And I was like, mostly Ari. I was like, look, man, it wasn't me. Just instantly backpedaled.
Well, what was he? I don't understand. So you just knew what was going on. You were just culpable.
I was like, why don't you fucking drink up to Jay? I was like, you should chug, like stuff like that.
You chugged it along with him.
I did drink it after with him.
Wait, so he took a sip and then you're like,
He took a good sip, and then I drank. I would argue I drank more of it than him, but yeah, it was voluntary.
True.
So it's not as tough. Anyway,
dude, it's also
just put me in a sad damn, dude, is this what I'm doing now? Man, I was close to some pretty serious success. Now I'm just dosing my friends with acid and feeling guilty for a week.
Yeah, you don't have enough evil hippie in you to do that.
I don't. Ari might be the king evil hippie.
I think so.
He actually might be the king evil hippie.
But you deflect it. If people are trying, first of all, if people are trying to dose you, you have way too much proximity to evil hippie dome.
Yeah.
Because that's their only threat. If you deal with rogue hippies, they constantly threaten each other by giving each other mega doses of acid because most of them are kind of pussies.
Yeah.
They won't fight each other. I've dealt with people like this for a long time. And they won't ever threaten violence, but they'll be like, I'll give you 2,000 hits.
I'll kill you.
I'll drive you insane. And it's weird. They like threaten each other with that. But the only thing that cures that is like, or the only thing against that is like, yeah, I don't go to like Grateful Dead cover band shows. And like, fuck,
we'll never get him.
Inconceivable. How are we gonna get him then?
Yeah, that's
so
what
they would all talk about that. I'm like, dude, unless you can get into my house. I was living in New Jersey at the time. I'm like,
you get threatened.
I don't hang out with you guys. No, they were like back in my evil hippie day, my own evil hippie day.
You had a bit of an evil hippie day.
I just was around them. I wasn't an evil hippie. I was just, I was just mini man doing.
It was like me. You were like me now. I'm amongst some evil hippies.
You have to be. They cluster dude in some places. They somehow rise up. I mean, dude, when they're harnessing that.
Ari be an evil hippie. He is.
Nobody wants to accept they're an evil hippie.
No, everybody.
People get so
Christian. We call this one dude from Helium an evil hippie. Every time I see him, every single time I see him, for 3 years, he's been like, I'm not an evil hippie, man. And then he says some crazy evil hippie shit. I'm like, he's like, polyamory's all right. I'm like, yeah, you're an evil hippie, dude.
Yeah, like your version of polyamory. I was like, bully your girlfriend into a threesome.
I didn't say that.
I'm not saying he'll do that.
Not him. Not different evil hippie. Different evil hippie.
Yeah, but that's the evil hippie. That's it. Yeah, like, come on, man, don't be so.
Yeah, we should open things up.
Or I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, classic evil hippie.
You gotta watch it, man. I'm telling you, I was in the belly of the beast for a while, and I remember, this is all for entertainment purposes. It was a long time ago, 10 years ago. I remember I was giving this guy a $1/4 pound of weed. Him and his friend were splitting it. Dude, they were like this.
Yeah.
And I watched him chintz his friend out of $50. It was one of those things where it was like, the guy was like, how much was this? The guy was like, $900. And it was like, hey, I was looking at him like, damn, that's your boy, dude. Evil hippie dumb. And then
that is evil.
They'll just lie, steal, and kill, dude, just so they can follow some shitty band around all summer. They'll fuck people over. They'll sell you shitty fake weed. They'll just fuck people over constantly and then go sit at a music festival and be like, yeah, man, that's what it's about. It's like, dude, you just devastated a bunch of you took a bunch of people's money, you're like, oh, I'll just mail this out. They just take it. And then they just fucking go and follow the string cheese incident. They're like, whoa. It's like, you fucking assholes. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you.
They get pussy.
They get
trick women via drugs into having sex.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sick move. Evil hippies also always tend to have coke, but something on the side that's a little more nefarious.
Yeah, no, they do. Usually, the roads usually lead to that. Or dude, I remember being in a guy's house. He's like, yeah, I mean, I shoot H every now and again. It's not a big deal. Like, what the fuck you guys doing?
Damn, bro.
Yeah, the roads of evil hippie dump lead pretty much to heroin.
Yeah.
So it's not a good path, dude.
Sorry. No, you're fine. I appreciate it. You've got experience with them. I'm new to the hippies. I'm new to the evil hippies.
I was very disappointed. I remember first meeting hippies and like, oh, you guys seem cool.
Yeah.
And you see their inner workings and you're like,
yeah, they're gross.
Once they link up onto the dark web, dude, it's over. It's over. That's how all the ecstasy gets into grade schools. There's some evil hippie being like, whoa, nice, man. What is age?
Yeah.
They're just committing horrible crimes.
You saw me asking what is age right before this episode started. What even is age? Dude, this girl is so hot. I hope she's fucking all right.
Well, you just uncovered a serious.
I uncovered a sick life hack. If any of you are also fucking fat perverts, look, you go on Instagram, click the location. You know how people tag their location. Click the location. It's always, no matter where it is, it's always just hot chicks posing. No matter what, dude, I clicked Vietnam. It was just hot chicks.
Hot pregnant chicks.
There was one that was a hot pregnant Asian. whole thing dedicated to hot pregnant Asian ladies. Never saw anything like it.
Yeah, it's weird how information is kind of arranged now. It's like, why would we want to collect this specifically?
Click Disneyland, it was just hot chicks.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I mean, you showed me. If you type in like, if you were to type in right now like Maniac, it would just be like some hot chick by a river, just being like. That's gotta be sad for the women who. That's like a viable thing for a chick to do right now, and it's just like when it ends, dude. Like if you spent your whole life trying to be a hot chick on the internet. First of all, dime a dozen. Second of all, unless you're doing something else, man, it's fucking. I was weird. Me and Noah were talking on the way over here. We're talking about hostess. He was saying his bae had to fill out a job application.
Those scissors so hot.
That's what I said. He was like, we were laughing. He had to fill out an application. I'm
like, a 3-year shelf life, dude.
No, did I not exactly say that? Well, it was basically like, why is there an application? Like, are you a hot young chick? Okay, you have the job. You do understand when you're 27, you'll get fired. Okay, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, it's just hot young chicks.
They have the lifespan of like an NFL running back. Like 2 or 3 years of like heavy carries, and then it's like get them out, replace them. Yeah, they fucking. Hot hostesses are nice. I like that.
Oh, if a job hostesses are hot, or the restaurant's getting the hottest. It's like the hottest chicks you have access to. That's who you hire. Sometimes you'll see the hostess. You know, it's a good litmus test for the whole town. You'll be like. This is your prima donna? This is who you present me? I'm here to dine.
I need to get hard before I eat chicken fingers as a 32-year-old before I order chicken fingers.
Yeah, I mean, think about the fact they lead you to the table. What are you doing while
you look at the menu and you just go, I'll just get the chicken fingers. You guys have chicken fingers?
Yeah, man. Right this way, and you're just like, sorry, no, I don't mean to put smut on your girl's name.
No, I've dated a couple.
That's a hot chick position.
Yeah, it's a good thing. If you're dating a lady that is a waitress, good on you. You're dating a hot.
I'm talking about the hostess. Hostess is
the hottest waitress.
Hostess is the hottest waitress. That's when they start. You fall from grace of hostess.
Waitress is where that's when they put you out to pasture.
Yeah, like grab a fucking.
They're like, all right, you're done.
You're worthless.
You graduated. You're out of your hot hostess days. Now it's time. They put you out to pasture. Then you waitress for a while until shit just really falls apart.
And you waitress at like cool restaurants, and then you hit like 35, 40.
Diner, no.
You're at the diner. You're at the diner, dude.
Diner.
Better let truckers pitch your ass. You're fired.
Jeez. This is a dark world.
I mean, I don't think they let truckers pitch your ass.
I think they might.
They might say something about it.
Dude, and then as a trucker, then you hit the showers. You ever see those?
What showers?
Dude, every fucking every truck stop has showers. You know this?
No.
Rest stops have showers. Dude, I drive a lot, and a lot of the rest stops, I've considered catching a shower, just because of how funny that would be.
Are they like NFL type shower?
I don't know, I've never gone into the locker room. It's truckers, it's truck stops have showers, and you'll always hear while you're in the first off. You've seen what's being sold, so it's just a giant shop of like walking sticks, like medieval snow globes, like just garbage. And then all of a sudden you'll hear like shower B7 is ready, and you'll just see a fat dude walk to the back.
Oh,
and just
his ass is itchy as can be.
You know how shitty that guy's ass has to be for him to be like, all right, I need a shower at the Loves.
I like to think that they're all
right past the claw machine. You gotta walk past like 6 claw machines to get naked at a gas station. Damn.
That's like a thing in a mall showering, like the football team. There's just a bunch of truckers.
God damn it. It's fucking 60s tough today, huh?
Yeah, dude, truckers, I mean, dude, they're just so tortured sexually. Like, they have to fucking shower with other men. They get people, they have hookers on the CB radio. I mean, all truckers must be so sexually confused.
Man.
If hookers going on, like, I'm gonna suck your dick, and then you're just in the shower, and the dude's like, I don't know what I am anymore.
Oh, fuck. Good time, though. I mean, I remember being a kid thinking being a trucker would be sick. That cabin, that bed in the back, that's the coolest thing ever. Now you see what it becomes. You see those dudes out there.
So, do you think trucks ever start rocking just those guys like jerking off? Imagine a truck rocket. You're like, oh, God damn it.
Wow. Yeah, those guys must be just. They probably pull over and jerk off. Anytime you see a truck at that emergency pull off, like on the turnpike, that's a beat. That's a beat. That was the guy who was driving. Was like, whoa! Yeah, he's listening to like Playboy radio on Sirius XM. Like, oh, my panties are so wet. He's like, oh God, I'm gonna pull over. True, Howard Stern, some lady on a Sybian. Every dude, once a lady got on a Sybian, 1,000 trucks across the country. Burn, burn.
They dropped the Jake brake.
Going straight up that fucking runaway truck. Ramp.
They should have like a pressure gauge on their prostate. So they look over. The prostrate's fucking at a 3-day van.
Those girls getting on Sybians on Howard Stern. Do you remember those days?
Yeah, kind of vaguely.
Oh.
I remember seeing like blurred out boobs at nighttime at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
11 p.m. going on there and be like, whoa, what's this guy about? Yeah, I was looking more of like my older brothers would watch that more, and I would kind of come in.
I was never really into Howard Stern that much until I got older. Until I got older, that's when I got to like O&A and all that stuff. But like,
I always found his stuff too problematic when I was like,
I really did. I swear to God, I did. Really? When I was a kid, I was like, this is crap. You didn't like it, junk, dude. I've always done things and felt horribly guilty.
Yeah.
So like even watching like late night, if that came on, I'd be like, turn it. And then like, you know, act like, dude, like literally just flip through the channels just to see it real quick. Let's keep going. Like I wasn't even like
the battle of good and evil.
Yeah, I've always had that, dude.
Really?
Yes, even today. To this day, if I do something, I feel bad.
You're a principled man. You're a principled man.
Yeah, but sometimes it's gay. Sometimes it's gay.
What do you mean?
I almost apologized to Godfrey. I took shots at Godfrey towards the end of that. That was Mr. Cool, dude.
Oh, what LS?
Yeah.
So you had Mr. Cool. So you had like you guys.
Somebody brought up Godfrey, and that had been weighing on me a little while because he did a full episode basically calling us Klansmen. You and I.
Jacked up.
He was like, I don't think that's a joke. I think that's actually how they talk.
Scottish Klansmen?
It's true. Maybe.
Braveheart?
Now that I think about it.
I'll take that.
Yeah, he called us Bravehearts. He called us Bravehearts for like an hour.
Is he talking about the original use of like an African clan hunter-gatherer? I'll take that.
True. But this is coming from a guy who got fired from Sirius XM for homophobic remarks.
Really?
Yeah, man. All these people.
So he's hot potato.
He did hot
He's
potato.
trying to trade like gay stuff. What did he say?
I forgot. What did he say about gay people?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably nothing.
Yeah,
It's probably nothing to get fired for. But
What was in there? What were they hiding?
yeah, I had a couple. Took some shots. No,
Dig up some dirt.
Let's figure out what he got fired for, and I will condemn him publicly.
Yeah,
I can't believe he said
no,
that word.
Godfrey got in trouble for it. We need to know. But yeah, that's
But yeah, that I felt
like he was saying like no, he's got like
yeah. If I remember
cameras go off, the lights go up.
yes,
And like
I was like, they weren't kidding. This is a real conversation.
yeah.
I did.
Why don't we have him on?
Yeah, well, he's fucking jacked, dude. He'll fuck us up.
I did 200 push-ups today, right?
Dude, Godfrey will fuck us up. Godfrey will fuck us up.
Nah, because if I jump on him, we got
True.
Lemaire.
That's not good luck. We're gonna Lemaire. You're gonna have to throw some punches if we jump Godfrey. We gotta get you in there.
So what happened? So you rode on him?
Rode on pretty hard.
What happened?
I was just like, yo, he's 58 and just signed a contract to Cat Digital, dude. He's done, dude. Fuck that guy. I know, it was funny. But then, like, you know, I'm sitting there, I felt horrible about Jay because Jay wasn't talking to me. I felt sad that I heard my friend.
During the thing, he turned on you during the
No, after. And then I was like, man, I sound like a pussy for talking shit on the man's career. I should have just called him a hypocrite.
Yeah.
But, you know, I got it over it. I'm sitting there playing NCAA. I was like, I'm so gay. Just playing NCAA in my basement. Oh, Wes Watson.
How's he doing?
He's doing all right. Not the career I thought I'd have.
Really?
Yeah, it sucks to have like an average career.
On a video game?
Yeah. I was like 7-5.
I think they would give you some wins, man. They want to stop the mass shootings. They can't be letting people go 7. They got to like.
Nobody that plays NCAA has ever done a mass shooting.
You don't think so?
Literally never.
I think it's pretty safe.
That is not a game for shooters.
What do you think shooters? I mean,
Shooters play.
some COD, some GTA.
They love Call of Duty. Definitely. Yeah, but I think shooters are playing like shit we've never even heard of. Shit Lemaire would know about.
Like Dark Guardians.
Lemaire, what's like a dork game?
Guardians Realm 3.
Dark Souls.
Dark Souls?
Shooters are playing Dark Souls.
So they're playing like fantasy.
They're playing fantasy, yeah.
True.
Only true ballers play it still. Alright, what is it?
God, you gotta speak in like
You guys talk into the mic. Have you tried this? This is why you deserve an agent. Oh, there's a gay security guard who's probably like, faggot motherfucker. That fruity bitch. It's just Josh. Doesn't matter. Actually, look it up. It will be funny to make one of you read the transcript. Don't watch the transcript. Don't watch the video.
yeah. So there's a gay security guard. How'd they know the security guard was gay? Oh, I'm gay.
Stop right there. I'm gonna need you to check in with your fine dick. Big old dick. Let me see your ID.
Sign right there.
Sign right there. Boy, you got good hands, boy.
Damn, girl, look at those nails. So he was accosted by a gay security guard. That's far. First of all, that's the funniest fucking beef. That beef that's
Yeah. You get fired from Sirius
That's
XM.
so bad. You know how much money that is? Oh, I don't know. Probably a lot.
That gay security guard sent him straight to gas digital. Dude.
Sent right to debtors.
Sent him straight through the fucking floor. Straight to gas digital. It's a tough L.
Podcast hell.
You'll now be the 8th most popular podcast on gas digital.
Fuck, man.
But
That's pretty funny. So I need to know what happened. First of all, before I proceed, I have to know.
Okay, here's a synopsis. Godfrey explained how a rant he did live on air after witnessing a security guard disrespect a Sirius XM subscriber. He said that the security guard was a gay man, but he was adamant that his rant wasn't homophobic.
You're teasing us.
He was talking to he saw a security guard being disrespectful to someone who's like, I subscribe to Sirius, but they're being disrespectful gaily. And then Godfrey made fun of it, and then they fired him for that.
so he claimed it wasn't homophobic, but in the rant he included somebody's sexuality.
Alright. So the gay security guard disrespected a Sirius listener?
Yes.
And on behalf of Sirius XM, Godfrey condemned homosexuality.
No, you gotta have this wrong. The security guard was gay, correct?
Yes.
The listener was, who knows? Bi. It was bi.
Naturally roll by.
Bi.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna assume bi. And then Godfrey criticized the security guard. He criticized the homosexual man.
Yes.
Over the air was
Shameful act, dude. That's very Klansman-esque.
Oh, for sure.
Got a Klansman on our hands.
Godfrey, you must be the Ku Klux Klan.
After hearing this, I assume you're in the Klan.
He must be a terrorist.
I can't even imagine.
Easily, he must be connected to Boca Raton or
True. No, dude, I'm gonna keep his name out of my mouth.
That's like bombed the whole
Godfrey's gonna fucking deal. I'm gonna get my ass kicked by the 7-Up guy. Bad, dude. Godfrey will fuck me up.
If I'm gay.
Yeah,
If I'm gay, the final nail in the coffin.
While he's trying to get me over.
We beat you up like,
He's gonna fuck me up. I'm gonna have to DM him and apologize after this.
What do you think?
I feel horrible. No, I didn't DM him. I typed it out. And then I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
Well, you're a nice person. You know when people, I love
He took the first shot. That's the thing. He swung at us, and then it's like, I made fun of him back. And then I still feel bad because that is pussy shit. To have a podcast beef or a comedy beef is gay. That is gay.
That's pretty funny, yeah.
So maybe I'm homophobic by calling Godfrey gay for having a comedy beef.
Can you be gay against a homophobe? Can you be gay?
Homophobic against a homophobe? True.
Cancel out, dude.
Cancel out. Over this. He's taking it.
If you and Godfrey kiss, they should reinstate your guys'
True.
You guys should be like, look, we make out.
Fuck. I gotta talk to Godfrey about this.
If you guys make out and then vote for Joe Biden, they should be like, all right, you guys are both reinstated.
That might work. If I start making out black dudes, I'm definitely gonna be accepted.
You'll get something.
I'll get something.
Well, man,
Tell you what I'll get.
What?
Never mind. Oh, dude, speaking of the joke I wasn't going to make, there's these pills that, dude, I was watching fuck was I watching? I was watching some sport with Phil. I think it was just golf. And it couldn't have been golf because there were AIDS pills commercials. Anyway, there was HIV pills commercials, and I was like, Dad, you're going to need some of those. And he was like, what's that? What's that? And he started watching the commercial, and he was like, I was like, because you have gay AIDS. And he was like, he got so upset. It's so funny. Just be like, Dad, you're going to need some of this. I forget the name of the pill. It's just two gay dudes, like, sitting on a dock being like, we have it. We're good. You know, it's great.
Still think it was golf. Why would that be golf? Our golf,
No way they'd be advertising.
the golf strictly.
Phil's still anti-Tiger Woods, dude. He got that big.
Him philandering.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, Tiger's the man. Tiger is the man.
You saying he's a cheater?
And then he was like, I heard he fucked this other golfer, Duffner's wife. That's when it's fucked up. And I was like, this seems like a Duffner problem. Bringing your wife to a hotel with other golfers, and she ends up banging Tiger Woods.
Is that a Gillis issue? Is it Duffner?
That's a Duffner problem. For sure. And then I looked into
Also, you should have been better at golf.
Duffner's wife also banged a couple other players.
Yeah.
So that's not a Tiger thing.
Yeah.
Just bringing a whore in.
Yeah, you married a
You know, whore wife.
And you weren't good enough at golf to
Duffner was
keep
nasty.
whore powers.
Duffner, and then I looked up Duffner, and he was a little chubby guy.
Really?
Real sad thing. I mean, dude, imagine if cucked nationally, cucked by Tiger Woods, and you played against him, and he just fucked you up every week in golf, and you banged your wife.
Are golf wives typically sluts?
Yes.
Okay.
They must be, dude. They're only marrying white dorks.
True.
That are millionaires. They have to be sluts.
Yeah, and they're never golfers. We got actually some heat for making fun of golfers.
Like, golfers get so... Dude, they have that Phil gene. I think golfers have gay AIDS. They're all like, what? Golf's a hell of a sport.
It's the perfect sport for you to get cheated on. You're gone reliably. Like, nobody golfs and comes right back. You're gone 8 hours a day. The fucking balls are down, dude.
And Tiger's in the hotel. Tiger Woods is in the hotel.
Exactly.
Known billionaire.
Yeah, true. The thing you're doing every weekend, you just watch it on TV.
Greatest of all time. At the thing.
Yeah. Comes through the hotel, signs an autograph. It's a wrap. Just to get you back from ACON every Saturday. You should be home with the kids. You work Monday through Friday, and you leave all day Saturday. Unacceptable.
I'm gonna blow one of your coworkers.
Just hit balls in the backyard.
True.
Don't gotta go do it.
Duffner. Shout out Duffner. That might be my new favorite.
Yeah.
Little chubby guy. I think he sucks now. I think since the
dude, I would be able to play.
I would. Yeah, you'd have to quit, or you have to kill your wife.
Or no, because he wouldn't get alimony. Yeah. Because I was saying, if they got divorced and he had to pay her.
They did get divorced.
But he's right. He doesn't have to pay her alimony, does he? I think you can get cheated on with someone to pay alimony.
Probably.
If you're Duffner, if you got that much money. So you might just be
because look at Duffner's hot wife. Duffner's the man.
Yo, pull up his bay. How many do you think Tiger Woods?
I've heard Duffner's bay is hot. She's very hot. And she's in there just fucking dudes in the hotel. That rules. It's actually cool. Tiger continues to dominate.
Is he still good?
And then I think he endorses Trump. He's so funny.
Does he?
I believe.
I think Trump.
A lot of great athletes have endorsed the dog.
It's all about winning.
He's all about winning, and they're also retarded winners. All these extremely great athletes are also retarded winners. So, like, Tom Brady, Conor McGregor, Masvidal, Tiger. This is sick squad.
Pretty good, man. A lot of internet. Dude, there's definitely the breeze is blowing, man. There's a lot of the internet personalities. A couple of them that I follow are starting to like double down real hard on like the right.
Jimmy Gaffigan came out hard on
what did
Trump
Gaffigan
dogs. He unleashed fury on Trump, man.
Did he?
Yeah. What he said, people were like, "Fuck Gaffigan." It's like, no, Gaffigan's the man.
What did he say
about the boy roll?
What did he say about the Trump man?
He was just, he just said his facts. He was like, Trump's a fucking con man. Fuck this. This guy sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It seemed legit. I don't know why. Well, I guess because he never said it ever until now. But Gaffigan seemed, I don't know. Usually I'm very critical if I think somebody's being phony or like virtue signaling. So his seemed legit. I guess you'd have to see it.
Yeah. Did he do the hot pocket voice at all?
I was thinking that too. Where it's like it's such a hard thing to be like, we need to come together as a country. Hey, I like that guy. That's my president. Hey, mister.
I don't know, man. I was hearing someone today. I think my wife was talking to people about like
you have to declare who you're voting for, man.
Dude,
you must.
That was people at the she was talking to like vendors for the wedding, and they're like, you know, everything will be cool once we just need to get our president out. We need a president there who can handle the pandemic.
Oh, that's because they were talking to your wife. She's an honky.
Well,
were these honks?
No, but not honk. She fired a honk. Honk had a defund the police thing on her thing, and she called her and was like, "You're fired." Oh, I don't want that kind of bullshit around. No, she fired her. That's like, well, I don't. I mean, she was like, too bad. Well, I'm gonna take that shit off of your fucking thing. Sorry. Yeah.
She's part of the thing, but
yeah, man. She was talking to someone, and they're like, "Well, once we have, you know, this in here, then we'll be able to handle the pandemic." But it's like, dude, you fucking are like baking cakes. What are you? You don't have any idea what you're talking. People are just like literally hearing shit online and reciting.
I'm trying so hard to fucking not do anything, like not be a part of any of it.
Yeah.
Like just totally, like I can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm easily swayed by shit.
Exactly.
I look at shit, I'm like, all right, well that's how I feel right now. And then I recite it to somebody, and they're like, you're a fucking idiot. I'm like, sorry, I guess I'll do this again. All right, I don't like the way that's going, but. The CDC is saying that 94% of the COVID deaths were they also had underlying issues. So 94%.
Really?
Yeah. So only 6% of people died exclusively from COVID. But one of the underlying issues, it's not like this is new information. This has been out the whole time, but somehow it's just.
I didn't know that.
94% included in that are heart attacks.
I didn't hear
and shit like that.
Yeah,
so like, if you die and have COVID, you're part of the. I'm trying to figure out how we have it so bad. And everybody's like, because we didn't handle it. Obviously, I think we fucked up handling it. But like, if you look at other countries like Germany, France, England, they're all at like 0 to fucking like 5 deaths a day. Yeah, and we're still at like 1,000. I don't know. Maybe you know what I'd have to look into? I'd like to see how many nursing homes they have. You know, maybe that's like a cultural thing in America where we send geezers to nursing homes, where that's like totally accepted. Maybe in those other countries it's not.
Yeah,
because the nursing homes have to make up half of our deaths. Yeah, because nursing homes just get fucking crushed. Just kind of funny. I don't know why. I don't know why.
It's pretty fucked up.
It's funny that everybody was like, all right, let's lock our old people in.
They're maybe the most uneventful. I mean, I've never worked in one, but every time I've been like around one, I think I've been in them a couple times. They seem very, 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 very uneventful. So they have like almost like
the untrained eye, dude. They were all fucking each other.
True that. But you
they get like beat occasionally.
Yeah, dude. People gotta lay down the line, dude. On a couple, you gotta lay the line.
And the orderlies that come in and fuck you up.
Can you imagine some bioweapon?
I think one of the Chinese bioweapon are easy.
Do you think so? Because I was reading a thing about Jews in the concentration camps would take lice. They would go when they would do the Germans. They would do the Germans' uniforms and they would pop lice.
Oh, and they would
some plague. Yeah, so there. But the
I guess you would call that crafty. It's a word I would use for that.
Yeah, they did. Well, people sit here like they handled the pandemic wrong. It's like. Okay, dude who barely works 40 hours a week. Where do they drop the ball in this global pandemic?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they should have tested. Dude, now they're saying they're testing too much. They should have tested. Okay, fine. They're rolling out tests. They're like, well, now they're testing too much. People are getting false confidence. It's like, dude, these are two people trying to just sway the public consensus.
I just don't understand it. That's all. I just don't get it.
Yeah, if I was severely immunocompromised, I would stay the fuck on the same side. But I would chill.
We gotta look up. I should have done this before.
What?
I haven't. Before I just talked about it. But it's like, I don't know, what did France and Germany do? Like they locked it down right away. I looked up when they locked down and when they closed schools.
Yeah.
And it's almost exactly what we did. Maybe they were better at it than we did. Sweden hardly did it.
Barely.
And now the narrative is they're getting crushed right now. I looked it up. They're not.
Yeah.
I don't know. And now the narrative is also the South is they never locked up and they're fucking it up for all of us, which is that's what people in New York say. People in New York acted, oh my God, dude. They literally act like they survived Stalingrad. It's fucking crazy. Like, you weren't even in the city. We went through hell. It's like, you stayed inside. What do you think everybody else was doing?
Yeah, and also it's like, whoa, what did you do? What happened?
I cheered for nurses at 7 p.m. every day until race riots. And then it felt weird.
Yeah, then we just all turned off our brains.
Then we became Marxists.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, man.
That shit sucks. And then it's fucking this Kyle Rittenhouse kid.
Yeah, I heard
all that shit sucks.
What's funny is it is funny how many
the
people,
news is still gay.
as soon as the news starts showing that guy with his gun, how many people now just die for the Dollar General? They're like, he's defending the dollar.
I know. Right? It's like he's defending the dollar. They almost set fire to another Pet Boys.
I mean, dude, I would be pissed if I was in a little town that had like a pet food shop and people were smashing my windows every day. I'd be like, this is fucking bullshit. Knock it off.
Knock it off, dude.
Knock it off.
We're immune from this in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
So where is Kenosha? What is like the layout of it?
I don't know. It must be close to Illinois, I believe, because that's where that Kyle kid's from.
Yeah.
And the big thing is he's not even from that state, but it is 12 miles away. So it must be on the border.
Yeah. So he went down there.
And it's, where was it? Wisconsin? It must be by Milwaukee.
It's in Wisconsin.
Is it near Milwaukee? If there's a black dude there, it has to be near a city, right? Yeah. That's not wrong to say.
It's between Chicago and Milwaukee, like right in the middle of it.
So it's like a diverse suburb. And he was like, I gotta get down.
Kyle was like, I need to go defend the fucking Pet Boys.
I gotta go down there.
I gotta defend these mom and pop shops. I gotta defend the Walmart. Yeah. So he went down, and from what I don't know, the only thing I saw was like him talking about like Overwatch. He's like, my friend's up on the roof of it. That's Overwatch. Like he was just using shit like that.
Well, it's also funny.
This is my tactical.
Well, if you're on the right, you're allowed kind of to bring AR-15s to protests, and nobody bats an eye. If you're on the left, you're not supposed to have guns to your protest. So you go up to the counter protest. There's dudes with AR-15s who are like, this is how we get down. There's counter protesters now, or whatever, whoever's on the other side of that, who are like, oh, we hate guns. We're like,
yeah, we hate guns, but they also were throwing Molotov cocktails at the kid.
True.
So I saw footage of that, I think, where he was like running from people that were trying to burn him alive.
Yeah.
So that's like a fair. That's where it starts to get into like self-defense.
Yeah.
And then, but also I think the total issue is fuck everybody there. Yeah.
Well, it's also
that's how I feel.
What? There's civil unrest. Let me bring out an assault rifle and go. Let's go inside.
And then the kid's like, well, the cops weren't going to do it, so we have to. And then half the country's like, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. And like, there's a part of me that feels that way.
Yeah.
That's what's, I don't know.
Well, it's
all gay, dude.
It should be.
No, and I'm dumb, so it's hard.
It should be that if it's your building and people start to come into it, you can fucking light them up. That's your property. I mean, you might not want to. You might, if you're not. I don't know if I'm ready to shoot fucking 400 people that like bunker down in a hardware store. Like it's like call your insurance company and be like, dude, get a check ready. I'm out of here.
I fucked up. Flow shows up.
He's got a shovel. I mean, it is. It's, oh my god! People have been whipped into a hysteria by the media.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, it's like I'm reading an excerpt from a book called Persuasion, and like if you and they know people who run political stuff and campaigns know this. So like the day, 2 weeks before 9/11, if you ask people like what's some of the most historical events ever happened, in this country, they'll say whatever. 30% of them will say 9/11. If you do that like the day after 9/11, it's like 75% of people are 9/11 is most historical.
Yeah.
And then if you're like running for a campaign, all you're trying to do is hit people with that thing where you're like show them their greatest fears all the time.
What's funny is Biden had to come out and be like, I'm against riots. Protests are good, riots are bad. Because they wouldn't do that for so long until they started fucking plummeting in the polls.
Yeah.
They wouldn't condemn riots.
Yeah, so you have them all.
Because they were afraid to be like, well, that's racist.
Yeah. It's like, no, it's not.
You psycho, just say you don't fucking approve of looting. Yeah, well, that's all you had to do, and they wouldn't do it until now they're going to lose. And now it's too late. I think they're going to lose.
I think so, man.
They waited till fucking this week to be like, riots are bad.
It's also like that person, Joe Biden, whoever, once gets elected.
That's going to be on the Patreon, dude. I'm getting in O'Connor's ass.
Oh, I can't wait.
We're going to get O'Connor up here. I'm going to swing on him for it.
This is all the remnants of like feudal kings and shit. So like before, Joe Biden would have been like, no, here's what I want to do. And then that would have been actually what happens. It's just a bunch of corporate interests, and then they just puppet real people, and they're like, look at the numbers. Oh, okay, you're against looting now. And he's like, I can tell you what, God darn it, I'm against looting. And then they just try to play these weird perception games. None of it's fucking real. It's like the fact that Trump now is like, I'm going to build more walls. Biden's like, they're just rallying up like different factions of the population to vote, and then they'll just keep doing big business and keep doing shit. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
The fact he's come out and be like, I don't particularly like people smash people's businesses and take their stuff. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I need to say that. It's on the record. You know what's funny? I was also talking, I was fighting O'Connor all day. Before I left, I was like, well, hey, come over and do the podcast. Real nicely. Just come up and do the podcast. But I had to show him that fucking Buffalo Springfield, that fucking, did you see, you talked about it for the DM video?
Yeah.
That looked like nobody that voted Democrat watched the DNC.
Yeah.
Or that is left watched the DNC. Nobody that's right watched the RNC. It's just because it's so embarrassing. All they do is watch the other side. Be like, man, that shit sucked.
Yeah.
Neither of them watched their own because of how bad both were. Like I was telling Chris, I was like, he was like, I only watch the RNC. I was like, trust me, you'd be shocked at how similar, like you wouldn't think the DNC could somehow be worse than the Republican convention. It is.
I mean, dude,
it's crazy.
It's a bunch of unlikable psychos trying to fake smile and be. They're fucking. It's like a fucking flame for narcissistic psychopaths to go to that level. Or like, wait, I get to be in charge of all of the fucking like surgical masks in Wisconsin. Be like, I'll do that. And it's like, no, dude, get out of here.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. I keep thinking, what is it going to be like when we get older? Because there's a huge geezer population, so none of the shit makes sense to us.
Thanks, China.
True. Appreciate that, China.
Actually, China did us a favor slightly.
Well, dude, apparently colleges now are full CCP. Talking to the boy again on the way over here, dude. There's like colleges where you can't go outside in other people's dorms now. You have to wear a mask in your dorm with your roommate. It's like full CCP shit, dude. I think, dude, if I was seeing like wheelbarrows of fucking bodies in the street, I'd be like, all right, mask up. But it's like, you're seeing this shit where it's like, well, 96% of the people. But it's like a real nasty, fucked up flu. Like if you're immunocompromised, yeah, it can definitely kill you. But it's like, dude, you're telling me
still wear a mask.
You're telling me I'm 19, I gotta stay and wear a mask in my room with my fucking roommate?
I gotta stop reading comments. What? It's so funny to be like, look, wear a mask. That I just invoked 3 fucking shades of faggot comments. Just for being like, look, even if you think it's fake, wear a fucking mask. It doesn't matter. Fucking shame, pussy. You're never gonna get SNL. That's not what this is about. And yes, I am.
Yeah, man. I agree with you though. I think it's at one point there is a leap of faith that has to be taken that has more to do with your social context than anything else. It's like, who am I friends with? Who do I want to be friends with? That's what I'm going with. And you find the information that goes with that, live a happy life, and that's that. And then, dude, you find another online internet group that comes out in public and like, you just have to fight them to the death, and it's fine. Everything will be fine. We just have to kill all the other people who disagree with us, and everything will be fine again. That's all we need.
Yeah, true.
We just need total domination.
We need to dominate. We need to dominate over gay security guards.
Dude, go out and fight. Watch the news and be like, go out and fight people. It's like, dude, you might have failed the biggest intelligence test. Yeah. Just sit there and watch CNN or Fox and be like, I gotta get up. I gotta take. God damn, dude.
I didn't want to, but I gotta take care of business. I gotta take this into my own hands because nobody else will.
Just watching Rambo 3 and you're like, fuck it, I gotta do something.
I'm gonna shoot a guy in cargo shorts in Wisconsin. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, man.
It just keeps getting gayer. Every day.
But I mean, the news that's the other thing too, with all this like persuasion stuff, all they have to do is keep bringing up bad, horrible, scary shit. Like it's going to hit a fever pitch before the election. Because it's like, if you can get like, they can prove that it was like, that was an act of far-right aggression, and the far right can be like, a guy was just outside with his AR-15 walking his dogs, and these guys threw Molotov cocktails at him, and it's like, it all depends on how you're representing it. Yeah, he was taking a nice walk with an AR-15 and some clips on him, and fucking these thugs attacked them. Yeah. Then you get people being like, he was out there, there's no fucking shit people. But it's like, did he walk out there and was just like, come on guys, stop protesting?
Yeah, the thing is, I think he's legally fine. But that doesn't, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, well, legally, he did nothing wrong other than carry a firearm across state line. There's something, I don't know what the fuck it
Well,
is.
it's also when politicians do like, my daughter was down at the protest and she got shoved. It's like, don't go.
And then you end up arguing. If you talk to somebody about it that feels strongly about it one way or the other, you end up arguing against it.
Yeah.
Just irrationally being like, well, he shouldn't have been there. And then if I'm arguing with someone that's like, fucking murderer, it's like, well, yeah, I think it might have been self-defense.
I don't know. I mean, this country has a lack of clean masculine energy, dude. You need to have clean masculine energy. Just be like, dude, I don't even watch that shit. Here's what I got going on. And it's like, you can completely ignore it. It's just Lost. If everyone watched Lost and was like, yeah, dude, we are on a desert island. It's like, just turn it the fuck off. Dude, if you turn that shit off, they told me about COVID. And if I didn't know about it, I'd be like, yeah, we're all inside.
For like 2 weeks, you'd be like, not even say anything.
I was going to go to a bunch of businesses and be like, God. Dude, they shut down Philadelphia, and I would walk my dogs at night, forgetting like the whole city was shut down.
Yeah.
And I was sold. I would walk around like, what the fuck? Like, oh shit, I forgot they locked down Philly.
Oh fuck, martial law.
Yeah, like, oh, I forgot about that.
Martial law. That's the name.
But right now it's pretty sweet. If you have any problems with cops, just all you have to do is be like, yo, I fucking love you guys. They're like, just go ahead, man.
Oh, they probably are so fucking happy to hear that.
Yeah. Just to be like, yo, man, you guys fucking.
Yo, have you seen videos of people screaming at people to put up the fist?
No.
They go around. I think it was in DC. So people would be like dining outside, and then like a group of protesters would come up and be like, "Put your fucking fists up for Black Power right now!" It's white people like getting screamed at with bullhorns. Like, just what, you munching a little eggs, Benny? And a mimosa.
So much is life.
And then some people get drunk enough to be like, you just stick to the ground and be like, fuck that, dude. You don't tell me what to do. Even if you're a liberal city slicker, you get a couple mimosas in you, that fucking Second Amendment, that fucking 1776 is here.
No, for sure. If you're kind of
put your fist up, you're like, I love this country. Don't you tell me what to do.
People get patriotic after mimosas. It's so fucking funny.
Back to the fucking thing of being afraid of things, though. It's almost comical now to be afraid of Muslims. We're afraid of Muslims. Done. And now it's like, I'm afraid of race riots. Dude, it's great. Again, what the fuck happened? You're telling me we need ISIS to make a comeback. Yeah, man. We might have to join ISIS to bring this country together. Well, that's no longer a threat, dude. Right now, ISIS is done. Yeah, we're dealing with far right. They just I forgot about it. I forgot we fucked them up. Trump's speech, he was like, yeah, remember when I killed the leader of ISIS? Remember when we blew up that guy from Iran? I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. It was like less than a year ago. We blew up a fucking Iranian general. We just hit with a missile. The guy who died like a dog. No, that was al-Baghdadi. So he hit another guy? He hit a general from Iran in their government, like a military. Yeah, he just blew him up. And then America was like, what the fuck are you gonna do about it, Iran? They didn't do shit, dude. We killed their general, and everyone was like, World War III is going to start. We're like, yeah, right, dude. Basically, the U.S. was Godfrey. I was Iran, dude. I got hit. They were like, what's that pussy going to do about it? I was like, nothing. Sorry. Yeah, there has to be an overwhelming majority of people who are like, all right, this is getting really ridiculous. I think everybody is. It's the same thing it's always been. Yeah. Most people are like, this sucks. Well, dude, they went from chest retarded people in the streets. Well, went from fail. I was trying not to say that word. So I was trying not to say, I already said it. Fact. Working on that. Yeah. Going back to that. You only do one at a time, dude. Pick one. You can't give up. It's like your favorite food. You can't give up. You can't just give up at once. True. You gotta diet. You gotta go lean. Go Mediterranean diet, dude. We're gonna work. Give up Mediterranean diet. Give up fat. Not even on the table. Gay's still there. I'm not even close to working my way up to not saying gay. Not saying this is gay. This is gay. Is not. I think you're. Yeah. You can't. Again. You can only lose 2 pounds. F word's a tough one. That thing hits hard. That's one that needs to go. That's like eating cake. Yeah, that's you're gonna die. You just gotta cut out. I'm in natural or regular settings. I'm good. If I get angry, if I hit the level 10, like with someone fucking with me in a car,
I gotta watch that. I'll fucking, if I get like seeing red angry, it's immediately coming out, and I just drive away like, oh fuck.
That's a good one to scream.
It's only ever had like I only ever fight with old men, like old fat guys in construction vehicles.
That hits them the hardest.
Dude, it kills them. I told you about the guy who fucked me up the other day. The guy who was in a truck, who was exactly like my dad's truck, and he wouldn't let me over. I'm like, dude, come on. So he did this thing to me, and I completely blacked out. I was like trying to get my car handles. My dad would always like this. When I get discipline slips, he would go. I'm like, oh. He'd walk over and just kick me in the ass. Dude, this whole man, exact same truck, just went like this, and I was like, why do you do that? I was trying to get into the lane. He wouldn't let me in, and I'm like, dude, come on, man. Like, Brittany was on the other side, and I'm like, dude,
you two together, motherfuckers.
Road rage combo. I'm good. I'm pretty good. But dude, I was actually chilling. She was driving. I'm like, Brittany, fuck this guy. I was like, Brittany, just fucking go. It's road construction. We need to get out of this lane. He has like a bazillion pipes. He had a bunch of pipes in the back of his truck. I thought I talked about this. He had like a bunch of pipes in the back of his truck. He wasn't going anywhere. There was like 4 feet. I start to go in, or shall I, Brittany, go ahead? And the guy just inched up, and I looked at him like, dude, are you fucking serious? The worst. So I'm like, are you fucking serious? And he was like, you should have blah, blah, blah. I was like, shut the fuck up. And he did this to me. And I just fucking started hitting the door. Blah, 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 blah. You freaking
you called him a bad
silly person.
You called him what Godfrey called the security guard.
Yeah, no, I Godfrey knows. I Godfrey with a hard Godfrey. And he was fucking pissed. I was pissed. And I was like, Brittany, just get us out of here. We have the windows down. We're in the middle of we're like Rittenhouse Square. We're like a really rich area.
You guys are fucking calm right now, swear. You and your lady are fucking.
Yeah. I'm not proud of it.
Tag team, dude. You guys might be the tag team road rage champs.
I'm pretty good.
That would be a tough card to run.
She'll reach across me and honk the horn sometimes. Yeah. It makes me so fucking mad.
Dude, I saw her in a fucking like Target parking lot, and I was like,
she was in a bad mood. She's in a cranky mood. We've both been working on that. She's in a bad mood. It's scary.
You guys go off.
Well, first of all,
you should be proud of this. This is a nice thing that you and your wife both have.
True.
You guys both.
Well, if I'm in the,
especially if you're combined together, spazzing on people.
True. Well, it's also like I'm usually like, yo, chill, and then someone will say something like shitty or like do something aggressive. I'm like, no. And before I can even think, I'm like, I have to fight.
Yeah.
So now I'll be like hanging out in the car like, fucking we're fighting right now. That's what I worry. I can't even get involved in politics, as I'll fight people that live like a red light. So I can't imagine putting the guy's theology behind it. So clearly it would be full fucking to be like, I must protect the Dollar General.
I have to protect the Dollar General. Tucker told me to. Tucker Carlson told me to protect the Dollar General. Now I have an assault rifle. And Overwatch is looking over. Just a different fat dork.
Well, it's like, yes, there's people who go to protests and they're like, yeah, it was peaceful protesters. And there's people who are very clearly on video burning shit and looting it. So it's just like, you watch one thing, you're like, they are burning stuff. You're like, I have to stop this. And it's like, I mean, again, if I owned a shop, people were looting it, I'd be very angry.
You'd be ticked.
Very ticked.
I'd be ticked. And then a fucking guardian angel comes in the form of Kyle. Beautiful guardian angel comes. It's like, clear. Thank you, Kyle.
I mean, it is, if you look at this from the left perspective, when they see like the young black kids get shot, they're like, he was a drug dealer. He was up to no good. And like, if a young black kid walked out with an AR-15 and got shot, it would very clearly be like, you don't do that. You can't walk out with that. So yeah, I mean,
they dropped those police reports pretty hard on those guys that get shot by the cops.
Oh yeah, they start digging.
I think that dude in Wisconsin might have been a bad hombre. The guy that this whole thing was about in Wisconsin.
Who was the guy? He was a pedophile.
He got shot.
He got shot. Apparently he was a pedophile. Someone said he was a pedo. He's a pederast.
Fact check that one.
But he had sex. He entered. No, he wasn't a pederast. He was a rapist, allegedly. So like broke into like 3 women's apartments, and I think like he broke into the hen house.
He got in the hen house.
Yeah, I think.
It's no good. They don't justify shooting him because they didn't. They knew that about him before they shot him.
I don't think so.
That has to be a good feeling. If your cop shoots an unarmed black dude, then it's like rapist. Oh fuck, you raped kids. Just doing my job. That's just cops' intuition. I had a good feeling about that shot.
I had a feeling. I read his plate. Something that's a fucking pedo-ass fucking plate number. So I think he was like he was on like the sexual offender list. Basically, he had bad paperwork. So he would have got. I mean, one of my boys probably would have hammed him up. Dude. They saw him with the clink. They probably would have fucking put points on him.
What have you found?
Snoop says it's false.
What? Snopes?
Pedophile or
Do
rape?
anything like no who owns Snopes?
What's it called? It said that according to Wisconsin state law, he is not a pedophile because it was supposed to be it's like sex with a minor, but it would have been like sex with a minor somewhere else, but not in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Thanks, Snopes. Yeah, did Snopes include that? They're like not a pedophile by a loophole?
Look, man.
Was he accused of sexual assault?
In the state of Rhode Island, it says it says something about happening in Rhode Island. It's
Is that Rhode Island?
third-degree sexual assault.
That's bad paperwork, bro. I don't give a fuck what it says. How old is the girl? I mean, you know,
Maybe she was fibbing.
I don't know, but I read a thing saying that apparently he had like a warrant. People claim that he broke their apartment.
It's not. It happened in Wisconsin. It's the same legislation as in Rhode Island. So technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
Yes, sexual assaulter.
So he's a sexual assaulter, not a pedophile.
Not a pedophile.
Rapist, not a pedophile. What's Snopes? Did Snopes say that too?
You know, sexual assault is rape.
Well, apparently this one was like broken apartment and like grabbed ass. I don't know.
Blake was previously been accused of assaulting his ex-girlfriend, with whom he has 3 children. A criminal complaint was filed against Blake on July 6th, charging him with a felony third-degree sexual assault. Misdemeanor
Is that the one where he stuck his finger in her pussy and was like, "You've been with other men or something, broke into her house and did that"? I got this whole. That might have been Biden, actually. I think Biden did that. Look, you fall into this rabbit hole of like, you can't do that. It's crazy. It's like it doesn't matter if the guy was charged with murder before you shot him. Yeah. It doesn't matter what the charges are if you're shooting people. But then it's like he was grabbing a fucking knife. Then the other it's like, it's illegal to have a knife. It's like, not when the cops are like, put the knife down. not when you're in a fight with women and the cops show up and you grab a knife.
Yeah, I think there's a speed. But
then it's like, maybe you should tase it. I don't know. Who the fuck knows?
There's a human spool. Also
bad. It's still bad. That's what I know.
The problem with knives is people can close distance on you quicker than you can pull out a gun. So there's like a thing where like if someone's like 7 feet away from you, by the time you pull out a gun or a taser, they can already have that thing with you. So, you know, you can spin these things a million different ways.
Yeah.
So,
in this particular situation, the cop did have his gun out already, though. So
there was like 3 cops. Wasn't there like 3 cops pointing guns out?
Dude, well, this is the other thing, too. None of us were there. So none of us have any fucking idea what we're talking about.
Agreed. But we did see it.
The video?
Yeah. He's like reaching in, and they're just like, put it down. It's not good.
Well, what were the 5 minutes before that? Like,
I don't know, but I can tell from I've watched enough World Star that I can tell you pretty much the first 5 minutes because it starts basically in the middle of the World Star video. Yeah, they're like against a car, dog pile fight.
Everyone's
a couple of bras, and ladies, they're World Star.
Cops throwing up girls versus dude.
We got World Star on.
We have a horizontally filmed video.
Yeah, we got actually a pretty decent video going. It's in a minute. It's in 50 seconds, so we still got time to put that in. Absolute beat. But
so there was a melee.
There was a World Star. Cop showed up.
Who was fighting? 3 girls versus dude or 2 girls?
The dude was maybe trying to break it up, but I think he might have been. I don't know why he would ever get a knife at that moment.
Well, did he actually have a knife? People are claiming he didn't have a knife.
Fuck, I don't even know that.
Yeah. So he had. This is the
all sucks.
This is the honest to God truth of the matter, because otherwise you just go like, well, actually, blah 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 blah, and it's like, okay, so you know, even if you saw a clip, like you didn't see the first 30 minutes, you didn't see this, you didn't know the interactions or that maybe people had with him. I don't know, but it's like you just see a thing and you just choose to go with it to appease your social network. That's all. That seems to be kind of the case, in my opinion. Because there was shit that comes out after all these. We're like, oh, actually, this happened. The Trayvon Martin stuff. There was like a guy wrote a whole book about that. How I think a lot of the Zimmerman sued.
I did, yeah.
Apparently,
I think that guy sucks. I think
he's a fucking asshole.
That guy turned out to be a fucking absolute tool.
Total dickhead. But then it's like apparently the girl who testified wasn't actually his girlfriend. There was like some weird shit that went on.
It's weird, wild shit. So it is, this is just. The thing is, though, when you see video of a dude getting shot by the cops, that, like, they gotta be able to prevent that. Yeah.
Yeah, you would think.
Like, there's like 3 of them. There's one dude, he didn't seem that big. He seemed pretty small. I think they get a taste.
Yeah,
that seems like the. But who? I don't.
That's a hard armchair quarterback too. I used to always say that. I said that's crazy. Then it's like, get a phone right now. We all got a phone call. There's a dude with a knife outside. Let's go stop him. You're like, all right. My hands are like your hands or a taser. You're like, all right. Yeah. See what happens. That guy starts screaming and shit. So, I don't know. But I don't know, man. It's definitely the people how quick they are to jump to like, dude, like every single black person that's shot by the cops. There's people in America who will be like, all of those cases are bullshit. They just, It's like, dude, you through reading a couple stories, you've discerned, and judge, jury, and executioner were like, no, that was all bullshit. Then the other side is like, no, they were all completely,
I looked at it for 5 minutes. I can tell you the answer.
Exactly. It's like, it's shitty, but it's like, dude. Does it really affect you in a way that you need to put your mind, body, and soul into right now, or is this a thing being perpetrated by the media, or perpetuated by the media to sway you politically? You know what I mean? It's like, is it fucked up? Yes. Is it your business? I don't know. Probably not. I'm a 23-year-old white chick from Iowa. I'm going to watch the news and dedicate my life to what they. It's like, you're fucking retarded. Yeah. Excuse me.
Part of it. We're working on
that. Because you're tight.
God bless you. Act like it's a sneeze every time. That's fine.
But yeah, man, I don't know. I don't buy.
It's junk. We're getting junk.
Junk.
You know what I've been working on? What? History stuff.
Hell yeah, that's a fucked up melody.
That's all you gotta do.
It's a vortex, dude. It's
you know who actually might be the man? Custer.
Hell yeah. The guy who killed all those Indians?
Indians killed him.
Did they kill him?
Yeah. So,
he could have.
You didn't see the full footage.
I think he could have lassoed them.
And he could have lassoed a couple, but they ended up they got him pretty good.
That was his last stand, right?
He had a last stand. He was standing. So he was Sitting Bull fucking got his ass. Sitting Bull rules. Custer actually rules. A lot of people don't know Custer's the man because there's there's that version of history where it's like any white imperial man is bad. It's like, no, dude, that guy fucking ruled. Custer slaps. Custer slaps, dude. They're like, he finished last in his class at West Point. He was an arrogant dickhead. It's like, bro, he was having fun. He was first off, I'm reading about Custer, and I'm like, me and Custer are pretty much the same, dude. Just Mr. Cools, dude. Just Mr. Cools, bro. No, Custer was like hot. Well, he wasn't hot. He looked like he kind of looked like Ben Foster, the Hell or High Water. Okay, the crazy brother. Yeah, kind of looks like him with like long hair. Baller, dude. Baller. Hot as hell. He did some arrogant shit though. After the Civil War, when they won the war, Grant hated him. My dog, Grant. Ulysses. Yeah. Why did he Custer? Ulysses. Ulysses? No. The first one. I was trying to remember how you said that. I used to call him Ulysses. I used to call him Ulysses. 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 I used to call him Ulysses Grant. I think the S. Yeah. So on the parade on the way to the White House in D.C., they're having a post-fucking Super Bowl parade. Yeah. Boys are walking down. Grant was out front. Everyone's like, Grant's the fucking man. All of a sudden, Custer's horse just took off to the front of the line. Everyone was like, and Grant was like, that fucking bitch, dude. Who does that? That must be so funny. Who does that? So he raced this one. And then Custer was like, my horse freaked out in the parade. I couldn't control it. And then they were like, dude, you're literally the best cavalryman. You're the best horseman in the country. So he made the parade all about him. And he stunted on the parade. Custer stunted hard, dude. That's fucking awesome. But he saved Gettysburg. Saved? Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. That was General Custer. Alright. He was 23. He ranked all the way up to Brigadier General. 23 years old. Yeah. Wow. That's some kind of stuff. Lemaire Snopes at Custer saved Gettysburg. It saved Gettysburg, dude. Jeb Stuart also fly. Yeah. Jeb Stuart was the Confederate cavalryman. Kind of Custers, they were both dudes that kept it 100. They both fucking fly, dude. Cowboy hats, feathers, fucking all the gallantry. And then Jeb Stewart fucked up Gettysburg for Lee. Was trying to sneak in behind him. The Confederate cavalry. Not if Custer has anything to say about it. What happened? Custer came out, he got the fucking Michigan boys fired up. They were outnumbered 4-1. Got the Michigan cavalry, he said, "Come on, you Wolverines," charged in there. "We got a gay bitch." Excuse me. Fuck.
The Michigan boys, he fired up.
You got the Michigan boys fired up.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
You got the Kyle boys. Dude, also, this is, speaking of fat guys doing things, this is very funny. I was watching, trying to watch
Is KH fat, bro?
Kyle.
KR fat?
Yeah, he's a little chubby. I literally got caught. Every single person that saw Kyle Rittenhouse was like, "That was you, right?" Yeah. I tried to watch Gods and Generals. I think that's the name of it. It's the other There was Gettysburg. You remember the movie Gettysburg? Yeah. They made another one called, I think it's called Gods and Generals. Same cast, mostly, but it's about like, it's just like Confederate propaganda. That was just like a movie in the 90s.
It came out.
It's hilarious.
Confederate.
It was all about how fucking sick the Confederates were about, like, we love this country and God and all. Virginia is my country, sir. It's like, slavery is not good, but I love my country in Virginia. Like, every single Confederate is like, I'm actually pretty good friends with my slaves. It's fucking crazy. And then, I don't know, reading thing? I don't know. They have, like, Stonewall Jackson in the movie. I can't read either. Yeah, he's like, Stonewall Jackson's like best friends with his slave in the movie.
Is he really?
Yeah. And he's like, at one point in the movie, he's like, "Hold my hand, Jasper," or whatever ridiculous name he is. He thinks Mr. Pebbles, "Hold my hand. Man, I respect that I won't let ride a horse. Hold my hand." And then he's like, "Let's pray together, Lord, end this scourge of slavery." Like, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? Lord, bless these people I own. Someday, let me, not be afraid to take a loss financially and free them. But what was making me laugh was they had a ton of reenactors.
Saying his prayers, he sees Mexicans. He was like, "What?
Lord, you heard my prayers.
How much were they worth? $3?
Pretty much free? Perfect. And I don't have to feel guilty."
Just give him NAFTA, and he was like, "What?"
Thank you, Joe Biden, for giving us NAFTA and freeing us. We can use other people's slaves. What's that? You enforce the crime bill? So now we can use slaves again in prison? Thank you, Joe Biden. But you did a TikTok dance, so you talked to Cardi B? Oh, no guilt to you. What was making me laugh is they use reenactors in both these movies, in Gettysburg and in Gods and Generals. Because they didn't really have good CGI in the 90s, so they just literally had full reenactments of these battles, but the only people that do reenactments are fat dudes. So for some reason, like with ponytails, like all the actors are like historically kind of accurate. Like they look like the generals are portraying. They're like skinny because everybody back then was fucking skinny. Nobody was fat. Especially in the South.
You're gonna be like a millionaire.
Yeah. And which is hilarious because in like 2 generations, everybody in the South is fat. It took like 2 generations from like skinny farm boys to just obese.
High fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, they got fucked, dude.
Yeah, dude, we're people. There's like that's another epidemic.
But yeah, when you get to watch the movie, fat, Trump's taking care of that. If you're never gonna watch this fucking movie, but
I'm gonna check it out. For real. You're telling me it's all fat people, like so hot generals. It's like cool beards,
but then they show the battle line. It's all just fat people. But then before they go off to battle, it's like their southern mothers and they're fucking in the parlor. Like, I quilted you this flag, Henry. I love you and defend this country of Kentucky. He's like, "I will, Mama. I'm gonna come back in one piece." Then they run off. They're like, "We gotta defend slavery." It's pretty great.
Dude, actually, speaking of the epidemic of fatness, Lemaire suffered a fat attack, dude, in public.
Oh, you bring up Lemaire's fat attack?
Lemaire said it wasn't a fat attack.
It is 100% a fat attack.
I'll give you the version.
Before we go any further, I will say this. High school football, every single year a kid suffered from a fat attack. And it's the funniest thing in the world. No, you remember this when the pussy kids on the team would be like, I'm having heat stroke. And they'd have to sit in the gator. They'd have to sit in the gator under the shade. Fat attacks on the football field.
Fat attacks are real.
And then occasionally dudes would die from fat attacks. Like every year across the country, a bunch of dudes die from fat attacks in practice. But every year, kids, one of them listens to this. One of my friends had a fat attack, and I know he listens to this. They taped ice across his chest, and he had to sit in the gator with his shirt off.
They're like EpiPens or
Nugs, dude. What up, Nugs?
Instead of the defibrillator, you need like a fan for a fat attack. You're just like, oh, hold on, let me blow some air, turn it up. No, we need high. Turn it up to high, doctor.
So, Lemaire, you got sent to the gator, dude. They had to put you under a tree.
This was a story I heard. It was that the place was packed, right? So already it's packed, summertime. The threat levels for a fat attack are high. So Lemaire pulls up.
They should have that on the news. Like, weather channel be like, today's fat attack probably is red. We're in the red today. Powder your balls, fats.
Powder your balls, you keep a towel handy to dab your head.
If you're black, you can carry a towel, which is nice.
I saw a guy dabbing his head today.
If you're white, you must wear shorts and Crocs.
Yes, Lemaire, the story was, we rolled up, it was sweltering, it was crowded, and then
showed up uninvited.
Good friend.
Correct me if I'm wrong, uninvited.
He was warned. Our friends were like, Lemaire, it's really crowded here, it's really hot. You can come, but it's going to be kind of miserable.
So his friends were like, there's a good chance you're going to have a fat attack. I'm not going to say it, but it's hot up here. It's not built for the thicks.
Yeah.
The fats.
You were discovered on the steps of this place. Am I correct? Sitting, not laying.
Didn't make it to the roof.
No, I think he made it right back in.
You can make like a video game out of like an Oregon Trail. Just Lemaire trying to get to a rooftop.
It was hot.
To stop and hunt for chips. Hit the dump, dude.
Oh my God. It gets even better. So the story I heard that I guess you went out there like, oh, it's too crowded. Hit the steps, and then you were discovered by a friend of the podcast sitting there.
Friend of the podcast found you.
She was like concerned. It was like, dude, are you okay? And you were like, I don't feel well. So you went.
They got treated. They got to throw buckets of water on them. They got to treat him like a whale being transported to a different tank. They got to throw water on him.
Lemaire was then transported to the owner's bed. The owner and laid in the owner's bed. Fans on. Do you have a cold towel? I believe there's a cold compress applied. Ice, maybe.
I don't know.
There was ice. There was they fatted out. There was ice. Your Honor, I fatted out. I don't recall. There was ice. I think the person applied ice, and he laid it
to his brow.
Thank you. Yeah, Lemaire, quick question. I mean, look it off.
Look at your pride right now. I see your pride. Admit your attack.
I was being a cool guy.
You being Mr. Cool?
I was being Mr. Cool.
How cool?
I was at the punchline before.
That's Mr. Cool.
Yeah. And I had like 3 or 4 scotch and sodas.
You can't drink. Do you drink?
I drink a little bit.
I feel like I've never drank with you.
No, we have to.
Now he drinks a mogul.
True. Now he's bullying white executives.
So you had a couple scotches, sir.
I had a couple scotches. Then I go to the roast battle, very nervous. Get upstairs.
Were you nervous enough?
Because I didn't think I'd get in. And then you get...
Oh, because it was full capacity and they said don't come.
Yeah,
we can't let you in.
Yeah, but what else am I going to do? Just wait.
That's a Mr. Cool move. I know you did big time to everybody there. You said,
big time.
4 scotch and sodas.
You are that Shane's producer.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say anything.
So you ran to your car and grabbed a knife.
True. Matt's wife was there to stop you.
Andy was on the roast battle, so I followed them in.
Gotcha.
Andy was on it, so I came with him. And then they had this drink in the back that was like wine and I don't know. I drank a bunch. It was
sangria?
I think it was jumpers. I drank a bunch.
Sangria. Bring me back to Madrid. I'm going back to Madrid, dude. I'm getting some sangria. A little fall. You can walk through the streets and the marketplaces. They just ladle you some fucking.
You gotta go.
Sangria.
You gotta go. That's it. Stop it. Shoot back like a full, like old school country, like a little.
I'm going back MAGA, dude. I'm going full MAGA.
You got your respect over there.
The fascistas will be like,
fuck yeah, dude, get this guy in here. So Lemaire, so you go in there, you shoulder to the punch bowl,
you came
elbow your way to the punch
shit
bowl.
face.
I came in drunk and I started power drinking, and then the show was over and I was like, I gotta go on the stairs. I'm sweating, and I threw up, and I went to sit down, and then Kai
Threw up? Ew, you threw a punch?
I threw up. It was no, it was like a lot.
Yeah, but you threw up the other's food.
Yeah, it was food.
Well, we were rubbing on beforehand.
Yeah, you do. What were you grubbing on? Chipotle, scotch, and jungle juice in a fucking hot stairwell? That's like a pressure cooker, dude. That's like they put that, that's like what the kids, that's Boston Marathon. They just put Chipotle and scotch in a Lemaire and set him on the sidewalk and he exploded.
So, you hit the steps, you puke.
After I puke, I hit the steps. I was on the steps because I was waiting for the bathroom to open up and waiting for nobody to be there so I can go puke. But then I was discovered.
Good friend Kyler Fox discovered it.
Yeah, got a lady found him.
Oh my God. Hey, what are you doing in here? Oh my God, are you suffering from a fat attack? On the steps?
No, it's Chipotle. That's a fat attack, dude. Don't try to blame fucking pre-existing conditions.
That's true. It's like a COVID test.
Yeah, it's a COVID
test. You have a little bit of COVID. So you're discovered on the steps. So you did take refuge. You St. Francis of Assisi in someone else's bed. Till your feet.
You rested up and they laid you to rest in someone's bed.
He was in a fevered state. Just fevered state.
Dude, just putting a fucking like sweaty dude you didn't invite to a party in your bed. I fucking hate you for this.
Sneakers on?
I didn't lay in the bed. I laid on the steps.
I mean, I can't believe you assumed he was wearing sneakers, but go ahead.
No, I'm saying.
Yeah, they were. I decided to bed. I didn't put my feet on the bed.
Were you wearing your tennis shoes? Your finest tennis shoes? You didn't put your feet on the bed. You remember that. You don't remember anything else.
No, I remember Kyla.
You remember the thing where you were polite. That's what you remember.
I remember Kyla carried me to the bed, and then she left.
Did you think you were getting something?
No.
You're like, damn, girl, you got to take it. Move quick. She found you in the stairwell. I was like, come on, get to the bedroom. Damn.
Quick, you have 24 hours. So how did you recover? What happened?
I laid down for like 10 minutes, and I went upstairs on the couch, talked about basketball, and I drove home.
Fat Dak. If you recovered in 10 minutes.
That's not good. No. Man, no more driving. Drinking and driving? Come on. Come on, man.
The age of Uber, dude? Come on, man.
The age of Uber? Come on, man. That's crap. That happens. That does happen. You're talking to Mr. Cool himself right now. Obviously, that happens. I've Mr. Cooled out. I was recently. Mr. Cooled out on like Wednesday.
Did you really?
Yeah. What day? It's Tuesday? Never mind. I Mr. Cooled out on. Fuck.
Sometime.
One of these days.
Yeah.
It's all blurred, dude.
What'd you Mr. Cool on?
Went out with my friend who happens to be a POC.
Yeah.
We got then met up with another POC. So it was me and two POCs, and we had fun.
What'd you guys cool out?
We were both, all three of us were cool as fuck.
Damn.
Shout out Andre. Andre, good pal, dude.
Yeah.
Friend of the cast. He's probably listening to this right now. Something you need to know about Andre. He scored a touchdown in the Rose Bowl. Wow. Come on now. Damn, dude. That's the type of squad I roll with. Only elite ballers.
Yeah.
Come on.
So you guys are Mr. Cool.
Yeah, we were all of us were Mr. Cool. Really? No, it felt even worse. Continue to feel worse. When am I going to grow out of it?
The Mr. Cool stage? It's tough when you're when you're the big app.
It's coming.
Well, it'll be such a monumental change, dude. If you completely get out of Mr. Cool, it's gonna be.
Then you evolve into it. If I got out of being Mr. Cool,
It's Phil Gillis.
I'd be full-time. But no, I'd be full-time. Well, that is full-time.
Full-time Phil Gillis. Phil Gillis is still Mr. Cool.
He's Mr. Cool every night.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he drinks.
He stays Mr. Cool.
Yeah.
Actually, his Mr. Cool is easily my favorite version of my dad. Just because him being drunk is my favorite version. Which I guess is pretty fucked up now that I think about it.
Just having a good time.
Him having a good time. Because he's never a mean Mr. Cool. He's always Mr. Cool.
Yeah, it's kind of the curse of having like a pleasantly drunk Irish dad. It's like, no, he's actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, he's alcoholic. It kind of rules. If he quit drinking, I'd actually be sad. He was like, if I had like a serious dad.
Yeah.
But, you just got to trade like 20 years of life to have a cool dad.
Dude, my grandfather drank every day. He lived till he was like 85. He was demented. But
He was demented.
he lost it there for a little bit towards the end, but
Oh, man, I can't believe how good. Look, where are we at, Tom? We got All right, we're going to switch over to the Patreon.
Yeah. What do you got? Plug it up, bro.
Yeah, this weekend, I'll be at Wise Guys in Salt Lake City. Please come to that. Please come to all these, especially the Minnesota one. I think that's going to be my toughest one.
You think soda?
Minnesota is going to be bad for me. This weekend is Salt Lake City. Next weekend's Phoenix. Weekend after that's Minneapolis or Bloomington, wherever the Mall of America. I'm going to be in the Mall of America. This is going to be a dark, depressing week.
Dude.
That Minnesota gig, I believe, is going to be rough. Please show up to that. Otherwise,
bombing in the Mall of America for people would be so fucking fun.
If I have to...
We're the Mall of America.
Mall of America, just bombing.
I think you'll be fine, dude.
I think that'll be depressing. But it'll be fun, though. It'll be a good stretch. I rented a car from Salt Lake. I rented a truck, a small truck. I'm going to drive along the Rockies down to Phoenix.
Man. Come on,
man. I probably don't know the geography. I'm not near the Rockies at all. But I think the Grand Canyon's on the way.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to stop at that, take a look at it, take a look, say, all right, things check out. For sure. Exactly how I imagined it. And I think I'm going to go to stand-ups for a couple of days. Be Mr. Cool.
Yeah.
This is 3 weeks of Mr. Cool.
That's the capital of Mr.
That might be the coolest.
True.
I'm going to be Mr. Cool, dude.
Yeah, man. I mean,
but yeah, come to all if you can. If you live in any of those shitholes that I just named, from Utah, Arizona, or Minnesota, fucking losers. But all right, we're gonna switch over to Patreon, where I plan on attacking my good friend Chris O'Connor over his political views.
Nice. I think we can short up some solid points. Fill this one, be like, well, we don't know.
We don't know shit, and anybody who thinks they do is stupid.
Yeah, I would say for people to just, slow it down before they
knock it off. That's our political opinion.
That's been something I've been doing. Every morning I sit in a chair. And it's not even meditating. I just strip myself down to sit mode, where I just sit in a chair and I'm like, I'm just a dude sitting in a chair. And anything that's bugging me is just some weird shit that I'm perpetuating into my own life. And I go upstairs and I do the same.
What if it's what you've done wrong? Like when you dose Jay?
That's right. You can get.
Well, but again, at the time I thought it was funny.
I mean, dude, it was one hit.
I don't know acid, so you could have been like, "That's crazy," and I'd be like, "Oh."
It's not a welcoming thing. It's also like it's not a lot, but it's also like if somebody slips.
He's never done it.
There's an inherent. Yeah, it's just scary because, like, I remember I used to handle decent amounts of acid. It's scary when you're holding fucking a big thing of it. So it's like.
Yeah, I think Jay was on the same page as me, where it's just like, is this what we're doing now?
Yeah.
Where it's just a moment of are we more outrageous than comedy at this? I don't know.
It's junk.
That was crap and junk.
It's one hit though,
but it was very funny.
Yeah,
it's funny junk. It is. Sometimes junk can be funny.
It must have made the night very entertaining.
The podcast was great.
The podcast was great.
Except I felt like a freaking horse's ass when I woke up though.
It's a teaching
moment. I
moment.
showed my ass. I was screaming the whole episode. Talking over everybody.
You were on acid. Cool. You were on acid. What are you gonna do?
It didn't think it. I was not on acid.
You're on acid.
Yeah. No, I was just Mr. Cool. I was screaming over people.
Dude, I did that when I was younger. I made a gigantic weed cake and gave it to a bunch of people. Horrible idea.
Tell them.
Hey man, I'm not proud. I'm not proud, but
you really dosed.
Dude, I legitimately comes from a good place in my heart. I thought I love weed. These people just don't know they do yet. I shared it with everybody, and 911 got involved. It was bad, dude. It was 911 got involved. Pretty bad.
Did you have to be like, yeah, who did it? Who's the son of a bitch who did it?
Somebody dosed me. I was like, someone gave me a cinnamon cake, and I thought I'd share it with you guys. Oh, yeah,
like some black guy.
That is what really happened.
Some fucking black guy gave me the cinnamon cake. This is that son of a bitch there.
I bought it. There was a Muslim gentleman selling turtles and cinnamon cake.
Oh, yeah, that was back then. That was back then we were afraid of Muslims.
There was a black Muslim
I
gentleman
think it was Al-Qaeda.
selling bean pies
I think it was
cinnamon
Al-Qaeda.
cakes. Yeah, dude, I learned the hard way. That was like,
People were not happy about it.
dude, I felt really bad. I mean, it was like, again, if you're a youngster, it sounds like, oh, this will be so fun. I love weed, therefore they
That's
do
what I was
too.
saying. Like, I went through this whole thought process of, like, I don't think I would care.
Yeah.
If that happened to me, I'd be like, oh, this will be fun.
Yeah,
I think.
You have a hardy constitution. You have a hardy mental constitution.
What do you mean?
You can handle. I'm saying you can handle yourself. You have a very hardy constitution.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. You have a mental constitution. The fact that someone could be like, I just see you with LSD, and you're like, let's see where this takes me.
Yeah.
That that's a strength. A lot of people, I might.
What about all that gay guilt I have?
Well, I think it's well placed to be like, yeah, I shouldn't do that. It's just a
Well, I shouldn't do it. It's like one of my mentors that helped me. This guy who really helped me, and his girlfriend who's been.
Yeah, well, you're also everything's magnified too, because it's like not like it just happened in like a one-bedroom apartment somewhere. It's like it happened. It was
100,000 fucking people.
Yeah, but it's also again. You weren't the total agent of cause. You didn't completely.
I know.
And you're not really a psychedelic dude, so you don't. I don't know if you've spent like long, hard hours and like horrible, terrible trips, and it's
no.
Exactly. So it's like, no offense, dudes like you. It's just drugs.
Yeah.
It's a spiritual tool, dude. You're strong on Big J spiritually, dude.
What a fucking treacherous act.
It wasn't even the fact that it wasn't the effect of the drug. It was probably like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen?
Yeah, I can't speak for him, but I think he was just bummed out that he took a beating during this whole election thing.
I heard
he took
just
constant L's. Every week just happened, and that's what made it funnier too. Like that's like because once you realize like Jay's the one getting hit. Yeah. Anytime he fucks up, it's just like, it's even funnier. And Lewis is, Lewis is a fucking idiot. So he's went so bad. Lewis got fucking, he killed him.
He lost really bad.
Lewis, he got 20%. Ari got 48%.
Did he really?
Yeah. But that was nothing. Jay got 10%. Jay got like 450 votes, dude. It was like sad. It was like uncomfortable. And then while he's giving his concession speech, Ari puts acid in front of his table, and I was just like, all right, we're doing this.
What happened? How did you? What's your involvement?
Well, I kept it moving shit, and then I knew it was coming. I could have, in hindsight, should have got it to Lewis. Should have found a way to get it to Lewis.
Get it back
very easily.
Get it back to the origin.
It would have been so easy to have given it to one of the waitresses, or like to the staff, which we were sitting next to. Be like, bring that out with the next round. I'll pretend that I'm with Lewis, making Ari drink. Be like, everybody should chug their beer. Get Lewis a beer. Yeah, we would chug it. He would chug it. Yeah, it would have been so easy.
Hey, look, man, when you're fucking in the pit, dude, you're making decisions on the ground, you can't kick yourself.
I know.
You just have to dust yourself.
I know. I talked to Jay. Things are fine. I feel better. But, I'm gay. That's my problem.
Hey, man, it's better than watching someone get carried out by the ambulance screaming and shit.
Is that what happened with the cake?
Oh, my God, dude. I was 19, goddammit.
And someone spazzed like that? Was this at a party?
A couple of people spazzed. No, it was just in my house. It was like a regular Tuesday night. Yeah, it was just a Tuesday night. Oh my God. It was. First of all, a black Muslim gave me this cake. Let's say
a black Muslim, dude. Boko Haram.
Yeah, exactly. This is Boko Haram. I think Godfrey actually. I think Godfrey gave me this cake.
I think Godfrey, I believe, is Nigerian.
Godfrey used to sell weed on Drexel's campus. But yeah, it was like
Godfrey's cool.
I heard I was like we all ate it, and I was like, dude, I'm just done fucking low. And I'm like, these guys all ate like 3 times the amount I did, and I was like, no. So then like my friend went over and was like, dealt with that. I heard about that situation. That was popping off, and she just went home. person. And then, my friend went over there, and that was like, the parents got called from like, they drove. It was bad. And then our other roommate, how did you never tell me this story? I never told you the story? No. Dude, so then my other roommate, so there's like, how dare you fucking cast stones at my dosing? I wasn't. How dare you? No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't. So I'm telling you, it's going to happen to anyone. Yeah. So that I was sitting there. It wasn't even a party. We were just studying. And I was like, hey, check this out. And I just completely derailed the study session. Fucking humongous weekend. Oh my God, dude. But I was chilling. I ate it. I'm having a fun time. I'm watching people just hit, I forgot. I ate like a weed cake dose, like, a little modest piece. And this shit is good. I'm talking to people who've never even had weed ever before. So this was like, dude, and I didn't think about this. I'm like, look, weed's great. Everyone should do it. I like it. Same thing. Like, oh, I like it, therefore you do it. Theory of mind, dude. We were both fucking. Yeah, it's fun. Exactly. So, dude, so so I had my piece, and then like we're all watching the show, and I see my one roommate is being like, we're watching like Friends, and he was like, I was like, holy shit, that guy's stoned. So out of everyone, I was like, we gotta call him. I went downstairs, so I go downstairs. My girlfriend at the time came over. I'm like getting buzzy and shit. I'm chilling. I'm like, this is great. Just dosed a whole group of your friends that were over to study, and then you were fucking. And then I was like, all right, you were truly an evil hippie. This was very evil hippie. So I was around. You were an evil hippie. It was my environment. That was my context at the time. So I was like, so I'm like, oh man. And then I get word from my one friend. It's like, yo, one person's freaking out. I think they're going home. And I was like, okay. He's like, I'm gonna go over there, make sure. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm like, all right, fuck, that could be a problem. So I think I said my I was like, I got a situation at hand. You gotta fucking chill. So I go upstairs to like assess the situation. That's when I saw the one guy just being like, and I see that dude. Yeah, but the funny thing, there was two other people had it. The one person, dude, this is the strangest fucking thing. It was like a 1950s psychology experiment. Like, they did all kinds of shit you're not allowed to do today. So, 3 people, one person, called the parents, had a total meltdown, called the parents, all this stuff, totally understandable. And then the other person just was quiet, just went downstairs to their room, not a fuss. I'm like, all right, we got one situation. I had 3 fires. The other person's just having a blast watching, like, Everybody Loves Raymond or whatever on WB. So I'm like, all right, that looks good. I look down, dude, I'm not lying. So there's another dude. So the other dude comes out. He had a room that should have just been like a closet, but they made it a room, but it was pretty big. Yeah. So there's these bifold doors, and he comes in. It was like a sunroom with bifold doors. And he comes out, and he's sitting like this, dude, on the fucking. Yeah, I got you. He's going like this. With both legs. Just one. Oh, okay. He's sitting there like going like this, and then I'm like, I'm looking from like a perch from like the second floor down on him because there was like a little cutout you can look down. And I'm like, what's up, dude? Overlooking you people you tempest. Just checking it on. There's a cat. This place was sick. There's like a catwalk, and I'm looking down at him, and I'm like, what's up, dude? What are you doing? Dude, I swear to God, he's like, I just ate all of my cookies, and I don't know why. And I was just like, and he just started going, oh, and he would roll on his side. And go, oh. Dude, he was rolling around on the floor, just going, oh. An hour and a half, dude. Just wouldn't stop, just being like, I don't, and I'm like, dude, you're fine. Apparently, they hit me too. I didn't know what was in it. We're all, look, it's just weed, relax. You just be like, look, I didn't know that cake had weed in it. I thought that was just a friend making me a cake, but apparently it was drugs. So I had to be like, dude, what we should do is not tell anybody, especially our parents. And we're going to get through this thing. So, dude, all night, I'm just kind of like, look, actually, I don't want to get my friend in trouble. You're not that type of guy, are you? You're not going to I'm not a fucking snitch. Hey, man, you're okay. You'll be fine. And then we go downstairs. You know what? I actually don't even think of the time I said there was. I think I said to a couple people, I split it up. It's very Machiavellian. I told them, I know what you're doing. Weed. There was another guy. So all the next morning, we all congregate. We're eating breakfast. The only other guy who ate it was just kind of like, they were like, the one guy's like, I don't know, man. I think there was like something else in there. And the one guy who was like, high as fuck, who ate the most cake, by the way. The one dude who didn't infect him ate easily 3 times the amount of everyone else. He was like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I was fine. And just like, didn't even affect. Dude, his eyes were bloodshot red. And he was just kind of like, I think he just completely blocked the experience. Like, if you never got high,
and didn't know you were dosed?
He just went to bed.
He's just like, 2 p.m. fucking tired. It's like 4 p.m.
He just like watched some WB programming and then just hit the sack, woke up, be like, I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
So it's like, there's something the way your mind works. I think it's just kind of being able to be like, no, this isn't happening. Whereas other people being like, oh my God, I'm completely losing control. So he just somehow champed. Dude, if I had ate the amount he ate now, I'd be high for like 2 days. So it was definitely interesting. I mean, again, it was a horrible thing to do, but in terms of the,
you had a good social experience. I was just watching over it and trying to be like, let's not tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
Thanks for high. I could have got high trouble.
We gotta get.
Probably still can.
We gotta switch over to the page.
Yeah, let's get out of here. But again, I don't want you to feel alone to the fact of doing wretched stuff to people psychologically.
Thank you. Join our Patreon.
We're doing a little bit of a me and Shane are split by geography right now. We're both doing episodes. So there'll be 2 main episodes, 2 pages. That's how hard we go. Most people would phone in some bullshit ass Zoom, but it's like, dude, let's just rip.
This is joint custody.
This is weekends right now.
That was actually the first thing I was gonna say. Was like, we gotta talk about how Shane's not here and how it's okay. I'm tired. Every time Shane's not here, you have us on, or at least me. And I'm just, listen. I know you guys love Shane. Shane loves you guys too.
You're the stepdad. You're the stepdads of Chat Nation.
I also love you guys, and I feel like they just give me a chance.
People get discombobulated. Like, what the fuck?
Trips them up.
Well, usually it'll just be, I'll do it. Shane's doing it too. So you are getting that.
2 Christmas
podcasts, dude. We still love each other, dude. We still love each other. It's just, things are complicated now.
Matt's getting cummed in by a new dad now, that's all.
Well, I thought this was Dad's house here, but that's fine. It's Mom's house.
Stoner Dad's house, dude.
This is Stoner Dad's. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's pretty sick. I love having Stoner Dads. Stoner Dads is such a sick podcast. It's always fun.
That could be like the Captain Planet, Joint Forces podcast or intro. Totally separate from this. Doesn't even matter.
I mean, dude, if we could put all of our dicks together, each get a day of the week to build it, that would be pretty sick. I would cut off a third of my life. We had like all of our dicks, and like I got like Monday. I want to be dead, but I get. I just feel like, guys, can we power up again? Anyway, we can get together and power up this game. Okay, never mind. I would do that. Yeah, I don't think I would trade dicks with anyone else, or like dick up with anyone else with you guys.
Oh hell yeah! Oh,
that's about to say. I'm trading dicks with you right now. But I don't know. I'll blindly trade dicks with most people. Most people.
True. We'll go full Tina's out. We'll join them up with your powers combined. With your birds combined, I'm fucking.
It'd be funny too to trade birds and then just like use, because I think a lot of times like the downward angle. I think I read this somewhere. I think the downward angle of looking at your bird makes it look smaller than it actually is in real life. So it sucked to trade birds with someone and still like neg someone else's bird.
They need like the trying on sneakers mirror at bird height.
True.
You know what I mean? Because you look down at shoes, every shoe looks bad.
You're like, yo, did you give me all of your dick? Because I gave you all of mine. I just wanted to make sure.
You're gonna leave some dick in the car? Go check.
Dude, some Wild Wild West in your dick transaction, that would suck. They tricked you and you're like, what?
You fed this thing before you waited. I know you did.
You purposely didn't drink any water for 2 days? You traded dicks, man? What the fuck? That'd be sick too. I'd trade dicks with fat people. Because then it's like they got all that extra dick hidden in their body, so you can get a good discount. Like, nah, I'm only rocking like 5 3/4.
That's a fixer-upper dick.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Just get shredded, dude.
Do a little bit of keto.
Probably be 7. Yeah. Make a couple trips to Home Depot.
Hell yeah, dude. That sucks when you get fat enough to have that acorn cap dick. You know what I mean?
It's what you're talking about, like when it actually,
yeah.
You get like a bowl.
Yeah.
You get like a half pipe.
That's my least favorite part of my body is the soft area directly above my dick.
Dude, how do you get rid of it, dude? It's like a fat pussy for dudes. It is. That's exactly what it is. I was trying to figure out a way to say it because it's like, on women, it's kind of sexy. Yeah. You know, put it in your panties. Yeah. I gotta get all the pudding out of my panties. I Or like your,
Oh, I thought you were trying to increase it.
they can create, if I just like start eating my dick fat, it goes right to my dick fat. I eat like sweets.
Yeah. Until you get Fight Club abs, though, that's the softest part of your body. So I think it's normal.
I think it's evolutionary.
Yeah? Yeah, you don't, what's the benefit?
When you're contacting. You don't want like a punch in your wife. You don't want to be like elbowing your wife as you're showing have sex with her. You don't want to be
I think it's a good thing because it like guarantees clitoral contact when you're fucking missionary. That's true.
That's true. I think it's what it is. I think it's like as your bird shrinks from being fat, you get more of a clitoral punch. It's an evolutionary thing. As your bird shrinks from being fat, it's just your body was just like, all right, well,
because like it used to be like powerful to be a fat guy. Like if you were fat, you were the king of the tribe or whatever, and you had extra fucking clit power.
I thought it was because like your brain can't let you think you're not tearing that pussy up. So if you have that extra fat, it just sounds like you're crushing pussy. you're only putting the tip in.
There's a level of amateur porn that is usually like a fatter bald dude with like a big fat like scoop of ice cream around his dick. He's always banging like a Thailand sex slave too. It's always a Thai sex slave. It's like, oh, hanging out with a Thai chick. It's like it's trapped.
Those dudes always push from the bottom though. I give it up for those dudes. Those dudes always fuck up from the bottom harder than any jack dude you'll see.
Well, you have to. So yeah, if you're gonna fuck up from the bottom, I think what that is I'm just spitballing here. Obviously, I never do this, but it's like you don't want your dick to slip out when she's on top. So you start fucking. You're like, what?
You go up while she's going up. Chase her up. Follow her back down.
Yeah. As opposed to being like, could you move a half an inch south so you don't snap my bird in half?
I think they do that on purpose. Just like come all the way off it, and you're like. Just like hovering, they'll go all the way above your dick and back there. You're like, fuck, that's not
like when you're throwing a baby in the air, you got a little bit of air.
I'll get air. It's like, dude, you can't get air on my bird.
Look, this is totally rad. I just need you to come down.
I need you to not get air on my bird, please.
At least throw a 180 in.
Just grind rails on my dick. Just only manuals on my dick.
Yeah, no get. I hate when people get air on my bird. 720 comes back down and breaks my bird. I'm like,
I twisted my bird again.
Yeah, the wife got air last night. She got about 4 inches air, came down, fucking took me out.
I think of the ace bandage out. Yeah, no.
As a dude, you get air. You want to get air out? That's fucking risky business.
That's terrifying. That's like refueling a jet in midair.
Dude, the re-entry is
all the way out, all the way in, dude. It's porn stuff.
That is
all the way out, all the way in. It's so ridiculous.
That's strictly for dudes wearing sneakers.
You have to have a dick that wants pussy more than you do. You know, it needs to be like a divine route, so when it comes out, it doesn't change trajectory. It just goes straight back in. It's like you need a dick that finds pussy.
All right, well, great. I'll tell you guys.
All right, we're done. Thank you. See you, Major. Oh my God, we just watched some sick ass Republican propaganda. Pretty happy, man. I was on YouTube today, and I'm like looking at it, being like, dude, this is the level of like election time propaganda we're under. Like, you go on and just like Joe Biden's a fucking pussy, and you're like, can I just watch the shit I'm trying to watch, please? It goes back and forth to be like, Trump loves the cops, Joe Biden's a pussy. And then I saw someone sent me on Patreon that video and showed you guys Jack Black dude was rapping about like how much he loves Trump. Gun-toed Patriots. Gun-toed Patriots. Oh, Mayor, how'd you like that? You like Fleece?
Dude, I loved it. I was in love with it.
What is that?
I said Obama back again.
Really?
It said Obama Gate, but the
capitalization
was capitalized.
That's what I thought they capitalized gate. I was watching it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, they capitalized all of the gate. They should have just done MAGA.
Or they did. They capitalized MAGA.
MAGA, yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty. I don't know, dude. I feel like the fate of our fake democracy rests in the hands of black voters. Because everyone wants the black vote.
Is that actually true? I'm starting to feel like it's a myth. Nothing means anything.
You think black people are a myth?
Black people.
Until I see one, I'm not just going to take your word for
So
it.
you think black people are the true Hebrews? I got some literature. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's also a conspiracy theory that
Melanated voters are a myth.
true.
Everyone says like it comes down to the black vote. It's like nothing comes down to anything.
Yeah, black people don't even vote.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of guilt with black people not voting. Old black ladies will be like, there's so much we did so much shit so you can vote. You have to vote. Blah blah blah. My wife gets it.
But they're the first people not vote.
They might not vote though.
They're like the NBA. 20% of old black ladies are registered.
Really?
Yeah. That's the NBA. You hear about that? That was the NBA. The NBA is talking all this shit. Like everybody should vote. Vote's gonna make a change. Only 20% of the NBA. They're the white people.
Really?
I'm not tracking that.
It's only non-convicts.
Yeah, it's only. I ain't saying green chair.
That was the. Oh my god! I could have possessed my shape before.
Yeah, no, but I saw there was NBA is registered to vote, but I mean, I can't imagine that more than 20% of the NBA.
They're pushing the same narrative.
I feel like those numbers probably.
That's kind of racist. They're definitely not that. And out of those white guys in the NBA, I would say like 60% of them are like from like Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, the other 40% act like melanated voters.
Well, yeah, I mean that's I think the majority of the country doesn't vote. They did a poll and I think at least 60% of the country doesn't vote.
Do you think the white players in the NBA are the black vote?
How? I don't understand.
Just because they're in their canvassing, with the black players in the NBA want to just go. I think the white players in the NBA are the black vote. Like my white wife, she represents my black vote.
Do you vote?
No, she doesn't.
My wife calls me from the voting booth and I'm like picking. She's like, "Who should I vote for?" I'm like, "We hear the names." I'm like, "Do that one." Yeah, no, she gets a lot of shit for not her mom.
Yeah, I get it. Your child is still very young, but eventually you're gonna have to give a child something that you'll have to save up for, and the second they stop using it, you're like, "What the fuck, dude?" That's like 2 paychecks that you're just letting collect dust. That's how old black ladies feel about voting.
True, I can see that. Being like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, but dude, I don't. I mean, we're at the point now where it's like, they're being like, "Joe Biden's weak. He won't get down." And they're like, "Trump's a fucking ass." It's like, why does that
Get an ad blocker?
Well, it's also, I know. First of all, I have to. But
Why do you even let the advertisers get to your eyeballs, let alone your
For
brain?
some reason, I'm cheap about YouTube. I have like a bazillion of subscriptions for $10 a month, and I can't do YouTube for But it's also like, why does some 7-year-old's personality, like, why does the fate of the nation depend on somebody's personality? It's like, Joe Biden's a fucking pussy, dude. Yeah. Okay. What's that? What are we doing? Like, the issues can probably be broken down like mathematically and by logic, but it's like, Trump's a fucking dick.
Because you're not actually like voting on issues. You're not voting on anything, dude. All you're doing is like voting on who gets like the bigger share of like what the military contractors are going to pay people to just do the shit that they want.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. They don't really even want the black vote. Because if they wanted the black vote, they'd be in there talking about which one of them gets more pussy, who has the better sneakers. Let me see your guns.
It's going to get there, dude. Right now, the geezers are getting pandered.
Wait, what would you go after Trump for to win the black vote? So you can't say like, "Here's what I'll do." They're not going to listen. When I say they, you know who I mean, right?
Oh, dude.
What would your video about Trump be to get the black vote?
First of all, there's no way Trump can dunk or even smack backward on the layup. He's not even smacking backward on the layup, dog. Come at me.
With next after that?
That's all I got.
Yeah.
That's my whole platform. Yeah, right now, Candace Owens and Cardi B are beefing right now, basically. They're both being like, I think Candace Owens, I think she fired first, called Cardi B illiterate. Cardi B is illiterate, blah, blah, blah. She was like, Cardi B, like the fact that Joe Biden is like giving an interview with Cardi B of all people, he's pandering, and Cardi B gave a picture of Trump. It's like, it's so funny. It's Trump just going like, smiling into a camera. There's black people touching him, and they're like spiritual rapture. It's pretty fucking sick. She's like, this is fucking pandering. It's like, it's all fucking pandering.
Yeah, dude, again, I just don't even observe.
I just want people to turn it off.
It's over. Yeah.
Why do people send me shit about like, well, listen, it's like, dude, turn that shit off.
That's my next corner I'm turning. Like I've basically been cut off by all of like the people who love or plan on voting for Biden in my life. Next, I need to have a serious talk with anyone I know that's like retweeting shit like that, like owns the Democrats. It's like, dude, you don't participate. Get the fuck out of here. It does not fun.
Yeah, I've been trying to get my YouTube out. My YouTube, it's funny because like I am whenever I see like a black conservative owning someone, I'm like, yeah, like I'm not interested.
Yeah, it is still funny enough to at least like spare a little chuckle.
Those are the best owning videos because typically they're owning like some white person that you really think should be. You know, it's like you just look at their posture and go, black person. Yeah, and then they come in there, they're fucking conservative. I love that. It's fucking awesome to watch, but it's like, then again, it's the same thing of watching like, you know, some lady with like a weird haircut. Also too, I'm wondering like, are there goths anymore, or are they just like Antifa now? I haven't seen goths anymore, but I do see a lot of ladies. I see like people who are like should be goths. They just have like purple and blue hair now.
Every white woman between 29 and 31 is goth now. Obviously,
are they like repping like the like demonic spirit world still, or is it just social justice?
I mean, they talk about that, but mostly they just complain and bitch about, you know, staying regular and shit like that. All boring old lady shit, and then also they have weird eyelashes and eyebrows, and they're like, oh, I'm fucking goth. You know, I fucking hate my boyfriend. All that shit. That's all.
So you still get some goths? I haven't seen any. I see people who are like, in my head, I'm like, you look like you would be a goth, but it's like, I guess they've like stopped operating service. I think the dark lord might close up shop because all these fucking dumb bitches moving on. I might become a Mumia guy, by the way. What? I think I might become a Mumia guy. What's Mumia? Jamal? You guys don't know about Mumia? Wait, fuck, I was hoping you guys would know all about Mumia. The guy that shot a cop? Supposedly. He was convicted for it, but there's still... Oh, free the Mumia. There's controversy. Yeah, I'm going to be a free Mumia guy. Just try it out. See what happens. It's not bad. I mean, if nothing means anything, I might as well just do the dumbest, weirdest shit I can do. Yeah, there should be little things. I'm gonna like start like little starter kits instead of like produce delivered to your door. It's just like, here's an identity. Here's all this stuff. Here's your subscription box. Here's your new weird shit for the month. Here's your crybaby box. You get really upset for 30 days, never talk to half the people you know again. Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to be watching stuff. I don't think we're supposed to be trying to care about stuff. It's not like within our like as far as we can like see. Like absolutely not. There's wildfires in California. It's like, dude, that sucks. If I was in California, I'd be very upset about this. But like, frankly, I'm not affected by it. It sounds really selfish, but I truly don't care. Like I see it, it's fucked up. If I know somebody there, I'm like, oh my god, are you okay? It's like it sucks. It's fucking horrible. But I have too much stuff to life that I can't worry about. Fires. Yeah. Even halfway across, even if it was like Western Pennsylvania, like Eastern Pennsylvania. Yeah, my place full. Fuck off. I would love to know, like, there's probably a couple of different levels of work, but like geographically and like emotionally, how far is my radius of giving a shit? It's like 4 blocks. California's on fire. Yeah. Okay, can I still get beaches? Yeah, and Philip, it's like no more avocados. I mean, someone got to do something. Yeah. Like, dude, don't get me wrong. If it was useful, I would pretend to give a shit about a lot more stuff. But I don't think it's actually very useful. If anything, it probably makes me more useless. I become like a drag on the people that like depend on me and care about me. So it's like I'm kind of doing everyone a favor by not pretending to give a shit about stuff online. I stay using don't care. Yeah. Also, like I said, if I was over, if like my mom was like being engulfed in flames as we speak, I'd be like, man, this is fucking horrible. It's like, dude, you truly, nobody who's getting burned up there. Like, it's just, I don't know. To me, maybe
Depends on where she's engulfed by flames.
True.
I mean, I'm here. Where is she engulfed by flames?
Yeah, I know people call me about the news. Everything's so fucked up. It's like, dude, it's like, how big of a problem would it be if you shut that show off? Like, dude, if I've been watching a lot of small movies. If I start hating you guys with like Kryptonian facts and all that stuff, like, dude, turn this shit off. You don't worry about that.
Yeah, I would say
It's like, dude, no, there's fucking red Krypton. There's green Krypton. Turn it off.
You don't understand.
if you are in a position in life where like your boss can be mean to you and it'll ruin your afternoon, you have no obligation to give a shit about anything that you can't see. I think, like right in front of you in real life. The further you try to like solve the world's ills, I think the deeper of a hole you get into until you're just like a boring old guy who really never did actually anything for anybody, and you're just waiting to die.
And that's why you need to have kids that you know exactly where your problems are.
Yeah. Although you are creating some problems for yourself.
I mean, those are problems to create. You know, it's like, but now you know exactly where they are, so you don't have to make up other problems. You know, like my problems are I'm gonna babysit.
Yeah, like that's true. If you're like your life's cause, you're like Wichita, Kansas, you're like we have to free Uganda. It's like
Don't you think it's like I think it is funny that you have people trying to solve all of like the ills of the world while also kind of trying to have a normal life, or like trying to like be an artist. It's like, here's my new song, by the way, ACAT, and then they have to like list all of like their causes. It's like, well then how did you make anything? Did you stop caring about that stuff? Like, you didn't care about you weren't saying ACAT while you wrote the song?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I recognize it's sad, but I can't pretend that I'm like shut. When I see anything that's not like, dude, there was like helicopters flying above me, and like stores getting looted. I was in my house, just kind of like, this will end in a couple weeks. I don't know. Maybe I'm a fucking asshole.
Dude, there was 6 gunshots. I was woken up by 6 gunshots last night, and I ran to I have a big bay window in the front of my house. I ran to my window, and I couldn't see anyone that was upset about it, and I couldn't see any like smoke. I didn't see any sirens. I was like, I'm gonna go outside. I just went back to bed. So someone potentially was shot 6 times with an earshot at my front door, and I couldn't. I was like, I got a lot to do tomorrow. I went back to sleep.
I think that would help people big time. It's like, you turn off the news. You know, stop worrying about Biden's going to he's no way. It's like,
dude, the Dems are gonna blow this. Like, who cares, dude? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter to you. It's never mattered to me.
Exactly.
My guys, back when I gave a shit, my guys like won elections, and like I got to watch like mathematically my life get worse because of things that they did. And I was like, I kind of gave a shit about the wrong thing there. I should put those resources somewhere else in my life.
Dude, I say these are the new party lines. I feel like girls are Democrats and boys are Republicans. We just rock it like that. Okay, Democrats for girls, Republicans for boys, and then just let it rip. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be political, but I think the Democrats are for girls. Democrats are for girls, Republicans are for boys. We can all get along and move on. If you're a boy and you're a Democrat, stop being a girl, become Republican.
Like, isn't it weird that also that they kind of think that like once one side, they think that one side's going to eventually win everything, and there's not going to be the other side.
If one side wins everything, that's a fucking totalitarian regime. So it's never going to happen. They can't. You get like, you get Bush is in office, and then all they kind of lies about weapons of mass destruction. Kind of lies. It kind of invades a country and kills hundreds of thousands of people. Everyone's like, you're a war criminal, and now everyone says war criminal, so it wasn't even me. But it's like, then that happens, and now it's like Bill Clinton, and then there's a bunch of scandals with him. So it's like, Bush fucked us up so bad, I'm gonna take us here. And then the next Republican leader after Clinton is like, Clinton fucked up the country, I'm gonna live. They trade back and forth. So both people are about to be like, it's on. And it's never on. They're just stagnated and just getting fucked left, right, and center. Dude, the narrative right now is that like black people are being hunted by the police. White people are about to get like completely dunked on by communism. Both parties are being like, yo, you guys will die if we don't win. That's the state we're in right now. It's like neither of those are going to happen. Guys, it'll be the same old shit as it's always been. Year after year, they're just hyping up the fear factor on everyone. There's so many, dude. Fucking like, I think like 7 years ago, they did a poll. They were like, do you think the government makes us So then that was before Obama. Then Obama came, and all of a sudden it's like, if you're like, oh, the government's bullshit, you're like, you're a fucking love drama. So I think the government psyop us to get, people have faith in government. Because now if you're like, you don't want to wear a mask, you're like, what are you, a fucking piece of shit? And it's like, I get not wearing it, but it's like, dude, it's literally 7 years ago. I forget, people can look it up. There was a poll, it was like 70% of people were like, now, if you say that, now it's come about where if you're like, the government's bullshit, you're like, fuck you, dude, what are you, conspiracy theorist? Vote kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it back when we all thought that was bullshit.
Yeah,
science was
better.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like science used to be, and we used to know. Remember back when we were
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I mean, not that we were talking
to Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse.
Well, I was talking about
Nothing was ever cooler than when I would fill my school bag all the way up. I love dinosaurs. Name a cooler time in history.
Back when guys were allowed to be autistic.
That's what I'm talking about. Do you remember back when we all had an awareness that science was incomplete? Right? That it was an ongoing thing?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden people are just like, well, why the fuck isn't all the science out on coronavirus? It's like, dude, science is an incomplete thing. It's never true. It's always going to be learning.
Yeah.
And now they're like using that against us.
Lemaire? Excuse me, Lemaire Stone? What's that rumbling around? What's that rumbling around?
That's what happened, man. You should have went with like 2 white potheads. You got ethnic potheads. That's not a good idea. You put ethnic potheads together, they just start doing their own shit.
Honestly, they keep the chatter down. So I'll be sick of there's a constant buzz of chatter behind us.
And then like you start saying something, the mayor's like, "Oh no, man, don't go in there! Don't go in there!"
They're showing each other viral videos left and right, like, "Yo, check this out." Also, I'm proud of you guys. No one's charging their phone right now. It's pretty good.
The ultimate move is if they just constantly interrupted the podcast to show you pictures of fucking fat naked women on the internet. What about that? Like that one?
I think they got to do a Cricket Mobile commercial where they're like, "The new Cricket Mobile 7 has 30 minutes of battery time. You can make it literally to work." Plug in your phone. But Sid, I think you're absolutely right, man. I think that's people now are like, I just trust science. And it's like, which part of it, dude? There's like always conflicting views in it. And people are like, no, I can, the one with the most money behind it. It's like, oh, okay.
It's always the science we hear first. That's the credible science. Like whatever information we hear first, if somebody in the lab coat tells us something first, we're like, yes, that. When anybody else comes out with something, first of all, like, so you take the coronavirus, for example. They were like, you gotta stay inside. And we're like, yeah, that's right, you gotta stay inside.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic came out, was like, no, look, that's how we build an immunity. We have to go out and embrace this. Like, stay inside. Yeah. So like, for years, up until they said stay inside, the science was get your immunity. Yeah. Like, go out there and embrace it. So like, how did that even switch?
Science caused peanut allergy. We didn't cause it, but that was the thing was like keep kids away from peanuts altogether. Like, dude, kids were dying because they had peanut allergies, and then they came out and they're like, actually, like they were like keep all the peanuts out of schools, blah blah blah. And then they came out like, actually no, you give your kids peanuts.
You're making the peanuts stronger. You fell right into their trap.
Peanuts, stronger. Dude, Mr. Planter, dude. But no, the science said like no, keep peanuts away from kids. It's like kids and peanuts can't be near each other anymore. And then they came out and like, actually, no, the kids are dying because of that. You got to expose your kids to peanuts. Like really, and, people would have been like, oh, I trust this. Dude, when I was working when I had an internship last year in a high school, or I think I was in a grade school. I brought fucking Reese cups in there, and it was like the kids freaked out. Like, holy shit, we have fucking Reese cups. And I was like, I didn't know how to have them. So I had to walk from the room like holding them. I felt like I was like smuggling a pound of weed. Dude, I was walking with Reese cups, just like, oh my god.
We had a lady One time I was talking to a lady about her son's peanut allergies, and then Tim rolled into the conversation. He was like, "What are you guys talking about? Really talking about peanut allergies?" And it was like, "Oh, my whole entire diet is peanut butter." And the lady was like, "Oh my!" You would have thought he pulled peanut butter out and rubbed it on her kid right then and there.
Yeah, I was asked to leave a children's jiu-jitsu class I was coaching.
Because you eat so much peanut butter?
Well, because I had just finished eating an Uncrustable on the mat.
Did you ever toast an Uncrustable? No. I'm out. Let's get serious. Ever toasted an Uncrustable?
No, dude.
My God.
Yeah?
You got to toast it on high? I would imagine you have to toast it on
It's frozen. It's frozen. I haven't had one in a while. Okay. I think you would microwave it to defrost it.
No, you leave it out to defrost it.
Or leave it out.
You're
Yeah, it's true. If you microwave it, it'll turn into like
fuck it up.
Order at the end. Yeah. Defrost it. Toss one of those things in the toaster. Bro, an Uncrustable, toasted.
I'm already a 2 Uncrustable serving guy. I don't need to do anything. I'm not trying to fucking make my bird disappear. I've got a great balance. I've got a perfect balance of fucking fat, dick meat, clit stimulation, and you know what I'm talking about? I'm not trying to fucking ruin the.
You doubled your Uncrustable intake. Dude, you need an Uncrustable on the mat.
I was like, putting the last bite in my mouth. She's like, doesn't it have peanut butter in it, doesn't it? I was like,
It doesn't have what do you mean, crust? No, it doesn't have crust. No.
I don't know why, but I remember in my mind you with the Uncrustable in your hand, tumble rolling into the conversation.
I literally rolled it.
She asked you to leave.
She asked me to go wash my face in the bathroom to get the peanut butter off of it.
Damn.
And did not plan on touching any children with my face.
Yeah. Did the kid have the peanut allergy?
Yeah, touch peanut allergy. So if you touch anything that has been contaminated with the nut.
Yeah. I don't think her kid actually has peanut. Because I watched her kid work with my kid multiple times, and every time my kid showed anywhere, they were lathered.
Yeah, true.
I make sure of it.
Yeah, I gave my peanut butter like pretty early.
Yeah.
They tell you don't even try certain foods with babies.
Bullshit. No, dude, my pediatrician was telling us, or Maya's was like, there's like a window when they're little that like you can just give them whatever. They just have some Benadryl handy, or some worse, hit them with some Benny. They're like, you'll know.
You and I are kind of lucky because our kids are like peanut butter color.
True.
So you can't really tell. Some of my kids just show up. My kids show up a hot mess. Everywhere they go, nobody knows.
The peanut butter camouflage?
Yeah, it's like driving a dark colored car. You gotta get it washed less often.
True, that is peanut camouflage. Yeah, I mean, that sucks. Sucks kids had to die.
Do they? I have one of my dumb beliefs. I believe no one's ever died. I know my sister has a shellfish allergy, and she is one of her favorite delicacies is anything that's like she's allergic, like this shellfish allergy triggers, and she'll just come home from a night out just looking fully bullfrogged out in the throat.
Yeah,
It's like, hell yeah, you got this crap.
Someone who used to buy EpiPens was like pig on shrimp and just hit himself. Like, fuck yeah.
And it's epi tripping, dude.
Yeah, it's funny too when you get into the allergies between different races. It's like white people, I think, have certain allergies. Black people have like, I've encountered like, I'm allergic to oranges. I can't eat melons. Fuck someone's like,
That's me. Really? Melons, I have an allergic reaction to melons.
Yeah, dude.
I have to eat them.
Really?
Except watermelon because I'm not trying to.
You don't want to die from it? Yeah, Uncle Man dies from watermelon.
the worst way to go.
It's a picture of you and a watermelon.
And the people, I told you he wasn't black.
Sure, a black conservative can't risk dying from watermelon.
Lemaire, he's already writing the blog right now. Lemaire's up there writing it like, dude, Sydney ain't black, he's allergic to watermelon.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I remember the kids I work with hit me with allergies, and I was like, the fuck out. Same as when black people encounter me with gluten allergies, like, shut up. I'm like, come on, oranges, come on. Fucking break it, dude.
I think there's something that's making people more allergic to shit too. Like lifestyle. I'm not saying there's like, chemtrails or anything, but like I think our lifestyles are making us more allergic to shit. A fucking lady I know who's like 40 years old just found out that she's allergic to corn. She was like getting sick, and she had to go to a doctor, and the doctor's like, "You have a corn allergy." She was like, "Shut the fuck up! No one's allergic to it." Now she's got to avoid corn.
Yeah, I think it's probably. I don't know if it's because they used to spray pesticides and like even more, but I don't know. That's, some people say it is like kind of all the pesticides, or someone could say like the food's genetically modified. So now like people in your body's just like, what the fuck is this? So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's not. We're not eating the original corn.
Yeah,
we're not eating beans. Yeah, this is based on corn.
My boy claims to have landrace strain. I haven't tasted it. Outdoor stuff. OG landrace strain.
Sour maize.
Dude, have you had like a regular seeded watermelon anytime recently?
No. What am I, fucking homeless? How do I think this?
I don't thoroughly fuck with seeds.
Seeded watermelon.
I don't trust seeded watermelon.
I mean, it's so fucking awesome when it has no seeds. But I had a seeded one yesterday. I'm like, holy fuck! It's like every bite,
Fuck that. Eating seedless watermelon is the most in the future. I feel like, dude, we've mastered the world.
We fucking whip this bitch.
That's why black people eat watermelon. We get to spit the seeds out.
True.
Yeah. We only eat food when we also get to spit it out.
True. Do they still have that steakhouse where you can like eat peanuts and throw them like at the jar? Yeah. It's like throw the peanuts in the waitress. Like Five Guys. Yeah. No. Lone Star used to be able to eat the peanuts and then just throw the shells on the ground.
Sid, what's that black food that makes where to spit the seed out you have to cross the street really slowly? What's that?
That's sunflower seeds.
That's why we eat sunflower seeds.
Sunflower seeds are cross-cultural. Oh, for sure. Yeah. White dudes spit them unsuccessfully out of their car. They just land in the backseat. Like in the window, like in my window. Dude, so I was down in Florida recently, and the lady came up. So we were at the house, and the lady came up and was like, "Oh, I live here. This is a neighbor here, blah, 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 blah." And apparently she was like, one of the lady's husbands just died. And I was like, oh, it sucks. She's like, no, it's pretty funny, actually. He accidentally poisoned himself. They tried to make himself a healthy doctor. And the tonic the shit that was growing outside, he picked like, I don't know if you ever did this when you were like really little, you make potions. Yeah. Take like weird berries and mix them in water. My cousin used to actually try to make poison for his neighbor. So he would mix like these weird berries and like mash them up with mud and all kinds of shit. Like, I'm gonna get it and drink this. But this guy made a potion from like these weird berries, drank it, died. He made a potion for himself at like 75. Fucking crushed. Jesus Christ. He's a 75-year-old kindergartner. Died outside, but apparently he had exposed himself. So I was like, I was wondering.
He was like,
no. He had exposed before. Okay. Wait, he was Greek. So.
Yeah, well, come on. Yeah, that doesn't count.
Wait, I feel like I just lost time. What do you mean he exposed himself?
So I was wondering why the lady was being so kind of like, yeah, he died. It was hilarious. But apparently, like a year before, he had like showed Bird through. Like she was looking out her views. He actually exposed Bird from outside her house.
Pressed it into the screen door.
I think the window. He just like showed Bird and was like, sorry, I didn't know you were there.
I mean, she was lucky. She was living next to an old Greek dude that never had Bird on his phone.
True.
Like old Greek dudes always have to make out.
True.
That's like the closer you get to like the source of romance languages. Like when they get older, their dicks are never
Speedo for sure. It's like one of those Speedos with like just their balls on either side.
Basically,
it's like a thong testicle.
After they take a bath, they go outside and dry it on the porch with a towel. Just individual bird rolling.
Yeah, we should get into that show and test. I would definitely show testes, dude.
Yeah?
Showing testicles.
I was talking about showing testicle cleavage years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Talking like hanging them out the side or just like...
I don't know what the mechanics of it would be, but it's just got to be a hint. To show a hint of all. Yeah. But then you get the pheromones flowing, and who knows what kind of trouble you get.
Just show the one. Show your best one.
Whatever hangs lower.
Basically, yeah. Let them know what you're working on.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I thought about showing my balls. I think you're allowed to show your balls, aren't you? I think you're allowed to show your testicles. You're like... I don't think that's a decent exposure. I think Bella constitutes a decent exposure.
I can hear the mayor Googling it.
Women can show certain parts. I know there's a law. You can legally show I think like an inch and a half of your butt crack. I think there's a limit on your butt crack before like it goes from plumbers to like. I think legally you're allowed to expose someone to like 3 inches of your butt crack.
Yeah, I remember when
It's your God-given right.
the WWF figured that out with Lita, and she got to show her crack on TV every Monday night. They had the ratio down. What is it, Mary?
What? No, that's
Well, Nick was right. Like,
well, what about that ass? How much ass?
We found our movement.
What about ball skin? What about a flap of ball skin? What if you're like, hey, you want some bubble gum? I'll read you a little bit of ball skin.
Once it loads, I'll read you the legislature
On balls?
so I would say
on indecent exposure.
a good amount of it.
I need specifics.
It tells you.
Yeah, if it's funny, does that count as indecent exposure?
Does it read as like, thou shalt not show any testicles,
Essentially,
nor any belly?
a person commits the crime of indecent exposure if with intent to arouse.
What if you're just teaching? What if you're just trying to get somebody horny?
With intent to arouse or gratify sexual desire of himself or of any person other than his spouse, he exposes his genitals under circumstances in which he knows his conduct is likely to cause affront or alarm in any public place or the private premise of another, or so near thereto as to be seen from such private premises.
Wait a second. So if
That's Alabama.
so if I stood on my porch with my dick out to get my wife wet,
That's fine. That's okay.
Unless someone else saw it.
Unless someone else sees it and is upset about it.
Shoot them.
Well, you can't shoot them because it's Alabama.
They're on your property. They see your dick. You can shoot them.
It's Castle Doctor.
anything is way on my property. I can definitely stay in my
Need to be a burglar.
But it has to be intent to arouse. So if you go to a playground, you're like, I hate this, and you take your dick out, you're in the clear, dude.
If you want, well, the Pennsylvania statute.
Tell me why I love Pennsylvania.
With this one trick, cops hate
I
him.
love how they had to figure this out in like the 1700s. And you can't show your penis to your wife. Now can't show penis to wife. From thine house.
A person commits indecent exposure if that person exposes his or her genitals in any public place or in any place where there are present other persons under circumstances in which he or she knows or should know that this conduct is likely to offend, affront, or alarm. So if you're autistic, you can just show testicles. It says if you're aware that it'll like mess somebody up, then it's against the law. If you're clueless to the matter, you can do whatever you want.
But could I be like,
Claim autism.
like if the cop showed up and I was like, I didn't know there were going to be pussies.
Yeah, I didn't understand they get upset. Yeah, cultural thing.
Damn, I already got
Yeah.
I already got my answer.
Also, there was I've had a couple strolls, and I don't really care about this, but Brittany gets really upset when people pee in public and like show full bird. We get like really daring public urinators who just like bust out the fucking hog and just pee and it's like, it's like, first of all, I'm like, dude, is that person peeing? Are they peeing? Hey, I saw their penis. It's like, well, you asked 3 times if they're peeing, continue to stare, and then you saw their penis. Like that's kind of, I hate that. That's kind of your fault. I mean, the dude was, and that's the other thing. The guy, I think he was like, I'm just taking a piss, but it might be because I think people who need to show bird, it's like a real compulsion. You're like, they're like, I gotta show it. And then I'm just taking a piss, and he was like, flop bird. Dude, this guy did it. Like 2 girls walked by, and he just like, cool. Yeah, I was on the other side of the street. They like got an up close view, and they were like, fuck. So I think if you're like a have to show bird kind of person, which it's not a nice thing to do, but I appreciate the confidence.
How much of your bird do you take out when you piss?
This dude busted out his dick, dude. Because she was like, no, I saw his penis, and I like saw it on the corner of my eye, and I'm like, that was his dick, and I was like, god damn it.
Yeah.
It was fucking nice.
Yeah, it's like,
Dude, fat fucking dick. I saw it from my peripheral.
If I was opening a hoagie, what the fuck was that?
What, he made a fist? But yeah, he busted dong out. He actually peed right in front of some public health building. It'll get cleaned up. Yeah, it was actually, I went by, she went home, and she left, we were in the dog park, she left the dog park early, so I walked on that side of the street to see his piss puddle. It wasn't that big, so I'm like, this guy might have just been showing dog. It was like a emergency piss. Yeah, it wasn't emergency piss. It goes like, I would have followed that down the street into the sewer. Yeah. This was like the last 25% of the block. I've taken emergency piss in public. They run. They go, a little waterfall off the curb, down the thing. This was just like a cat splat. Just like a splat, and then it stopped probably a foot later.
You see lady piss in Philly a lot. Dude, this might be the lady piss capital of the world.
Spud has a fucking camera on his driveway. It's nothing but people shitting in his driveway. People take shits. People take shits in his driveway, and he's like, dude, women they're professionally dressed. Well, just stop and just spray piss everywhere. And just pull up and something leave.
Women secretly love pissing
in public.
Yeah, outside at least. I don't know if they want to be witnessed, but they're like, guys, I think I gotta be outside. And all the other women are like, oh, go ahead.
Yeah. It's a major insecurity. Speaking on behalf of all women around the world, it's a major insecurity for women to not be able to stand up to me. I mean, dude, imagine if you all had to sit down and pee and your wife just stood up and checking her phone. You're like, fuck, dude. Fucking rules. You're just and I'm just yo, I see that little mark you left. I'm gonna blast that. I'm gonna precisely aim and blast that off the side.
I'm gonna split your arrow.
It's gotta fuck you up.
I remember the first piss that I was ever at BSL was this guy, this big dude, full public piss, but he was walking forward as he was pissing, and I was like, I gotta fucking try that. That's sick. Tried it the first time I tried to piss all over my basketball shorts. That's like, I didn't want to piss.
If you ever see a dude walking down the street backwards and you can't see his hands, he's pissing.
I don't like backwards walking. St. Patty's Day, that is just people backwards walk pissing down the street. No, that's actually a funny visual seeing you as a young boy to see this guy is I mean, in reality, that's how you're supposed to piss. You're supposed to piss and cautiously walk behind it.
Yeah, with Sid watching you like he's watching a parade, like he's watching an astronaut go by. Wow,
Mom, dude. Mom, look.
Do you think someday?
If I were angling too high up.
This parade, just every dude who can piss while walking down Main Street.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm starting to get a little bold in the public bathrooms. I've been finding a decent amount. I've been stepping back. I've been getting some distance on public girls. A little razzle dazzle. I've been making up for lack of birds with just fucking long shots of confidence. I'm like, yeah, man, I see what you got over there, but can you do this? And I'm back like a fuck, dude. I've been sitting back a while, just being say something.
Damn,
I've gone through something about this, dude.
I've adjusted since I've had so many shitting your pants close calls. I've fully adjusted to even the filthiest bathroom situation. I've gone full Indonesian toilet. I stand on the seat with my sneakers. Yeah, I don't hover anymore. It wears out your quads, and I'm a bigger fella, so
Don, you crouch basically?
Bro, I did it in a porta potty when I was at the hotel from Twin Peaks. When I was in where is that? Whatever. Out in Oregon. Or Washington. There was no inside bathrooms, and all the porta potties outside were just demolished.
They come like that.
Yeah, so
I drops them off shit's everywhere in them, bro.
I went in one, fucking jumped, did the 180, and just feet onto the seat. Yeah, dude. Well, you didn't touch anything inside to brace yourself to get up.
The dude who drops them off, I'm pretty sure a standard issue is you shit, pee all over them, then you write the N-word on the side. This was ready for you guys.
Just a guy with a clipboard checking off. You got the N-word, right? All right.
Oh, shit, I gotta go back.
Someone else did too. I think
It's left from last time. It's all good.
So yeah, I've tried it since then. I've tried it out in rest stops, a campground bathroom. I
actually splatter on. I guess you're dropping logs or it's just working.
I mean, dude, I run the fucking gamut, bro. Come on, man. I'm not whatever. You're not gonna get married to one shit for the rest of your life.
I'll go phase right now.
I'll go lose.
I'm gonna shoot a big shrimp basket phase. Not even shrimp basket. I'm in a leech. I think it's an intestinal blockage. But it's like when you get those flat fucking snaky turds. I've been rocking snakes in a can.
That's the one I won't put up with.
Sit down, you go, oh, and you look down, it's just like 9 skinny turds, and you're like, what the hell?
I'll go full liquid inverted mushroom cloud, like up the side of the ball. That's fine. I won't do skinny snakes. Get that shit out of my face.
I've looked it up. I think it's when you're, I don't know what causes this, but I guess if I'm eating the wrong stuff, I can get, maybe it's your intestines will kind of, I guess they inflame. And then there's like one spot in your intestines that inflame, and then the turd gets Play-Doh loaded. Like it's like steamrolled.
Oh, King's the hose.
Yeah. King's the hose. And then you get flat turd.
You got a thumb over your butthole.
I got a bad asshole, dude. My grandfather, my dad's side, dude, died of asshole poisoning. So, ow. He had an asshole himself. Didn't concoct that in his back.
You put a bunch of diaries on his head.
No, he died from asshole. Asshole took out my grandfather. Turns out it was asshole. Doctor, you got a bad asshole.
You got a toxic asshole, dude. How long do I have to live?
So like, your asshole doesn't work. And he was like, you're gay.
You're like
my asshole check. We're checking another man's asshole.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that in stand-up.
Gay doctors only.
I swear to God, I used to talk about this in stand-up, but it was family lore that the doctor was like, you got to check it out. He was like, fuck that. He turned down like a butthole check and just died of colon cancer. Also crashed trash truck into a bridge. He didn't have the clearance. Yeah, just fucking clearance is gay. Right in the gut, fucked up.
Have you considered that maybe your nightmare hemorrhoid is like Eye of Sauron gathering strength right now? And it's gonna show his face again.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I also found out I was
It's making me fart. I'm sorry.
It's all making me fart. Dude, I found out from we talked about this before on the podcast. I like for some sort of school thing, I had to look into like as far as you can go back, see like your grandparents, like what was up in their life, and do like a whole like family tree and genealogy thing. You're trying to assess like intergenerational stuff, like your personal family context. And my aunt was like, "Yeah, your great grandma dropped one of her kids in the schuylkill." Oh yeah, dude, I was like, we were down in Florida, and I was near the Gulf, and I was holding Maya and checking out the fish, and I was like death gripping. I was like, dude, this shit is fucking in the family. And I was so scared of fucking dropping her in the water. Because I was like, we're feeding, there's all these catfish coming up, it was super fun, but I was like, these are the perfect, this is probably what God wanted my bring up. Look at that catfish, and you're like,
ducks.
You're dropping like a fucking, into the water. That's it, game over.
Did I talk about the kayaking kid on here? No. When I was in the Pacific Northwest, we went to this fucking campground. I talked about this on that beat, but this fucking dad took his 10-year-old son kayaking. They're in separate kayaks, and this river was so buck wild that I wouldn't even get into it as like a joke. And they got separated. The dad thought of his kayak, and he swam to shore and just watched his 10-year-old go down the river. And that was the beginning of July. There's still people out there looking for the kid. Yeah. So like he might have got out, he might have escaped the river and like camped out. He had pretty good survival skills. Dude, the weekend I was there, I was swimming in like the lakes and shit like that. I got up in the middle of the night in a light rain, and I was so cold. I was like, I might die before I get back to my tent from like 500 feet away. And they were like, maybe he's out there just. So anyway, this dude just watched his 10-year-old just sail off out of his life.
His 10-year-old probably found a dad that wasn't a pussy.
Yeah, true. That was what my wife said. I was like, can you believe the dad got out of the water? She was like, I would make you get back in. Right, we'd drive back, and I would watch you get back in the river.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. That is crazy.
So. Be kind to your ancestors, man. Who knows what the river was looking like that day? Maybe it rained.
Schuylkill?
Yeah, maybe the Schuylkill.
The Schuylkill, I mean, the Schuylkill's it has a little current, but there's no rapids. I mean, also the water is like, it's basically like half water, half like oil. So it's true. It was probably super dark. Do
you ever, there's this one pool game I played. I went to a summer camp one time, and they covered a watermelon in Vaseline. And you had to like fight over the watermelon in the pool. Who knows how slippery that baby? Maybe they got the baby a couple times. Like,
true. It was just like it was just going. Yeah. More it's like an iPhone back then. You're just like just a phone. Another one. Should have leave the phone thing.
Go to a fucking Iranian dude for crack baby repair.
Ruined a marriage.
Yeah, of course it did.
Took a toll.
Well, but it's remarried. Like the baby was gone. It was gone. Like the baby, as far as I know, unless you know, unless you just fucking. Because a lot of parent drop stories is like, could you make that up? Yeah. You know? And it's like, you still tell the story. I want to know, do babies float?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's that thing where they like take newborns and throw them in water.
And they have like that swim reflex?
Yeah.
I mean, there's Noah. Yeah, Noah floated in a basket. That might be a basket.
Mostly basket was
mostly
a
wicker basket.
That's the thing. If you're taking your kid to the water, take a wicker basket.
True. At least he'll end up in like the hands of the pharaoh.
We'll end up in a really cool book at some point.
That'd be sick if he floated all the way up to the northeast and got to like the head contractor.
I'm gonna name this baby James.
Yeah, man, that's I was like, dude, that would fucking. The whole time I was there, I was like, all right, even if you did sink, could I like see it or would I jump in? Dude, the whole time I was like doing math of like jumping in. Partly being like, also, I got this sick. Cool.
No,
dude, I'm like kind of tortured by that question because she comes to the pool with us, and I'm like, would she hold her breath if I just went under real quick? I'm curious, but I'm like, also, could she gulp it in? Dude, one time we were at a playground and Finn was like, my son was on the slide and he was sliding down like on his stomach and like as he was sliding down, he was saying bye to me. And then one time he did it, like I dove on my stomach and grabbed his hand and he still recalls that. Dad, remember that one time you saved me on the slide? What was he about to like go down and get caught? I just did it to be funny. He was like, I got you, just like, no, it was life or death. Yeah. He still remembers that. Pretty tight. Dude, it's and I feel like a hero. Every time I think of it. It's pretty sick. You fake saved him? Yeah. And my aunt was there, and so was his grandma. Like his grandma was his son. So she's like, you can take care of my grandkid. Yeah. Did you see the guy who like ditched his son? Or did you hear about it?
No, we got there the day that the search party started. Yeah, come on, I'd be in the river right now.
Also, dude, there should be a rule. If you jump into a river like that and save someone else's kid,
that's yours.
You should get the buck their wife. No, you get the kid back. You should get the buck their wife. Or take their kid.
It should be like a carnival. You get the pick. They're all on the same prize level.
I mean, naturally, you should at least get head.
Yeah.
Look, man, here's your kid. I need head right now. It just has to happen.
It's a perfect prize because any woman would sub to get their kid back from her.
For sure.
I wish I could start it. Stupid fucking sentence.
I'd be so pissed. That's the girl's version. Be like, oh, I was supposed to suck his dick and I didn't want to. You're telling me to suck his dick? And our kid floated down the river? What the fuck?
Get out of the way, I'll do it.
Yeah, like, give me it. Come here. That's actually what it should be. Like, if the dad is there, Tim jumps in, saves their kid. The mom, she gets to choose which one of them sucked Tim's dick.
Yeah, either she would want to so badly that she would do it, or she would be able to force her husband to.
True. Also, first of all, 2020 swag is the new answer to all those questions. Like, would you suck a dick for $1 million? Yes. For sure. 100%.
Yeah, I don't trust you if you act like you would.
Like, for $1 million? No. It's like, film it. Actually, I don't know. Yeah. I go back and forth on that. I'm like, I have to get $1 million. Yeah, it's like, here's my dick. How did we get rich again? You're like, oh, here it is on YouTube. It's like your grandfather blowing some guy.
Thumbs up in the camera.
Don't worry about it.
I'd be like, damn, dude, you love us.
Is it that serious? Dude, if I was like, say like I was like the great grandchild. Say I found out my great grandfather could have sucked a dick, and I could have been like Donnie Trump, basically, the son.
Yeah.
Coked on.
Yeah.
See, they're trying to say he was coked out.
Yeah, they've been saying he's been snorting Adderall for years.
Yeah. So I could have been coked out at the RNC, at the boys' party. Boys Republican fucking nomination has been like, dude, my dad fucking rules.
Dude, we're probably
my great grandfather blew somebody.
We're half a generation from dudes just sucking each other like for clout.
Dude, I'm telling you, I was in social work school and there was a guy being like, I made out with some of my female friends. Like, it's like a new thing to be like.
It's pretty gay to not be gay right now.
It is.
Yeah, I'm like young kids.
I feel like I made it to this point, right? Like, in my neighborhood, there were so many circumstances where dudes had to end up sucking a dick, and I made it out. Like, I'm 40 now. It's like, I'm not going there. What was the circumstances? Just dudes making other dudes suck their dick. You know, like we'll be hanging out at a thing, it's like, all right, time for somebody to suck my dick, and then like jump out the fucking window. It's like I'm gone.
Like, that literally happened. Like, so, yeah, I'm gonna say his name too because he got me hit by a car. But my cousin
For not sucking dick.
my cousin Trent, we were hanging out at this dude's house, and both of them, like the guys who we were hanging out with, they were both a little retarded, like a little autistic. But the older brother was like, he was more functional, like basically. And he came in, and he locked the door behind him, and he was like, "All right, somebody's sucking my dick." And my cousin Trent started laughing like it was a joke. I didn't. Yeah. I fucking jumped right out the fucking first floor window. Not even hesitating. But also, I always wanted to jump. We
win.
Their window was one of those windows that was low enough that if you stepped, it was like you could step out of it, touching the ground, and still in the house at the same time.
You went head first though.
I always dove, tumbled, got up, ran, went home. I went straight to his house, my cousin's house. Yeah. To tell his mom what happened, and then they all went down to the house and they were banging on the door and everything. It was a big deal.
That's a big fucking deal.
Yeah, it was a big. And then
molestation.
They got in and they got my cousin. They got him out, and they were never talking about this. Yeah. Like, I mean, he never expressed whether or not he did suck the dick, but he had.
That's usually the first sign of having sucked the dick.
Yeah, but no, definitely not. Damn, that's fucked, dude.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. I'm just.
How'd you get hit by the car?
So years later, which was probably retribution for me leaving him to this dick, to suck a dick. It was almost as if he planned it. He came into the rec center and was like, "Yo, you want to go to Bruce's to get some hot dogs?" Like, you should have took that as a sign. And then we crossed the street and there was this dog in this yard. It was never on a leash and it would always run up to the hedges, right?
Yeah.
And then he loved to get chased. Yeah. So he was like, yeah, sorry. As soon as the dog started running towards us, like, he was like, "Oh, it's coming!" And I started running, and he pushed me into the street. But he was pushing me to get me to start running with him, so we could both run together. But I knew that dog wasn't going to come out of the yard, so I was trying not to run. He pushed me, and I was like stumbling to the side.
I saved my energy in case someone made me suck a dick.
Dude, the last thing I remember is him like pushed me, and he started backing up, and I was like, I woke up in the hospital.
Damn.
Yeah. He pushed me into a car.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Do you see this dude at all?
I saw him recently. I went to Pottstown with a friend. I saw him. He just bought a new motorcycle, and he'd never ridden a motorcycle. He drove it all the way back for like 10 miles, and almost died a bunch of times. It was just like, yeah, you're still fucking living a risky lifestyle.
Yeah.
How many dicks you sold?
I thought I was bad babysitting. I would lock myself in my parents' room and just jerk off this swiggle channel. I was a shitty babysitter, but dude, I was insane, dude.
Yeah, well, he was my age. We're the same age.
Yeah.
So I mean, he wasn't babysitting me.
I understand. Yeah.
But it was he was always like all of the big trouble that I ever got into. He was involved. I was never the person to let's go do this slightly illegal shit.
Yeah.
He would ask me to go somewhere with him, and then next thing I know, it's like, oh, by the way, we're doing this slightly illegal shit.
Sounds like a motherfucker.
Yeah, he was a motherfucker.
Dude, that's as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
They said that the other dudes are kind of they had some autist stuff going on.
Yeah, those the sucking guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
Like a gang of dudes.
That's a fucking bad hombre. That's a bad hombre, man.
He was a bad hombre.
The Democrats love him. The Democrats want him ruling your streets.
Yeah. He was always. I felt like he was always trying to apologize for getting me hit by a car without actually saying I'm sorry, as if if he admitted it, I would sue him or some shit.
Yeah.
But he was always, every time I see him, I feel like he's still trying to be
pushing your
fucking life.
What was the plan to get you away from the dog so it was less
Just
two evils?
keep me running with him so we would now be in. That was every single thing that resulted in me getting in trouble was him trying to get us chicks.
He likes he's playing his motorcycle. He likes high risk activity.
Yeah, there was the these like really jacked dudes. They were like stars of the track team. They would always, and they would like work out by themselves, like outside of the school. They would hang out at this one part of the rec center. And then one time, Trey was like, "Yeah, let's go talk to Chiron." So we like go over there and talk to him. Like, I think we're going to do this. He has a handful of like gravel rocks. And we're going to talk to them, and he's like sucking behind me, and I'm like, "Yeah, what up, Corey? What up?" And then next thing you know, just ting, and then they just come at us. And like I didn't even realize what was happening at first. So like I didn't start running fast enough. It was just like I barely. They just swarmed on me. It was like I must have got hit like 30 times in a second, and they were just chasing me.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
I have a theory. Do you think that maybe his like fixation on like this chase bullshit and you was because you escaped the day where he was forced to suck a dick, and he was just constantly reliving that situation?
He was one who wanted to get sucked, right?
No. He had to suck.
Oh, okay.
Sid escaped.
I was gonna say, I was like, why would you kill the dude who was
Sid made a Sydney-shaped hole in the wall. And he was like, "God!" And he
I
froze
thought
in
this
place.
was the guy. I thought he was pushing in front of the car for getting away. He was like, "Mother." So that guy's out of the picture then.
Yeah, he was always he would like literally come up to where we all were. Like,
yeah, he was trying to recreate that scenario and come up with an outcome where he didn't suck a dick.
Yeah, he was trying to be you, dude.
He was trying to get me to suck a dick.
In one way or another, yeah.
Wait, dude, if I was ever jealous of anybody for anything, all of us were sitting in the room and you guys escaped and I ended up blowing somebody, I'd be like, you guys want to race? Yeah. Like, if I didn't trip and suck that bird, I probably would have taken you guys out. Just trying to get over that. I gotta run. Isn't it a cool move? He went head first out a window.
Yeah, that's fucking rules. I mean, but like I say, I like to say this, like that is why still to this day, if I was offered $30.
Yeah, I'm not doing it either now, dude. I'm running.
I'll take your. I'll get $3 million out of it, sure.
I'm gonna run away and then run back. Thanks, sir. Pleasure.
Yeah, I can't imagine telling my family I love them and then turning down $1 million for. I assume you have to swallow it too.
I'll say, yeah. Add it to your macros.
Put it on my tab.
That's the age-old question. I don't know. Now hearing this, it's like, do I run? Do I arrange this whole situation?
Oh, I won't be forced to. I'll do it for $1 million, but I won't be forced to.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It has to be like a meeting, bring some briefcases.
It has to be. Oh, if there's no briefcase, it's also off. It can't be a digital transfer.
I want to set this up and then assault the person when they're ready. Just be like, fuck you, dude.
Here's how it works, dude. You show up with a briefcase. It's got $1 million in it. I don't know what $1 million looks like, but it perfectly fills this very nice, like dark metal briefcase. Yeah. It's handcuffed to your wrist, right? Okay. Before I start sucking, we also handcuff it to my wrist.
There you go.
Maybe there's only one key. Maybe there's two. I don't fucking know.
Tighten my tie against my neck.
Yeah.
You gotta make him come so hard that the handcuff rattles off his wrist.
Yeah. Dude. For $1 million, I would make that dude come so hard that he'd be like worried about his own identity.
As if he isn't already. He's not like as himself.
He was like, "Oh, this was just supposed to be uncomfortable for you."
It is funny though if you think about it. It's like, all right, I used to go up like 120 feet in the air on like a lift and like just hit like there's like cut down beams and shit, which is pretty dangerous. There's guys who like go to war for like college tuition, and it's like they're sucking dick. It's like, if you break it down, just like, if you're just seeing,
we're all sucking dick in our own way, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nuts for me. Like, nah, I'm not gonna suck dick. I'm gonna go fight over here. I'm gonna go enter combat. I mean, dude, there's the opportunities are stupid. True, this is the dumbest.
I would, but this is stupid.
I will say, you probably could suck enough dicks to go to college. Oh, but you couldn't be an engineer. Typically, wouldn't get like meaning like going to like army, go to the army, and it's just like I guess we could suck it.
Yeah, I feel like
I don't know. This is you're right. Yeah,
I'm losing my mind. I'm having a hard time even tracking the logic now.
Well, I'm saying there's a lot of dangerous jobs that guys will do it. It's like go suck that guy's dick.
It's the least likely you look to suck a dick the more you can get.
True. No, that is true. Yeah.
So maybe spend a couple of years like learning how to weld first, looking like a guy who welds.
You gotta look tough.
Up your dick sucking. We're not leaving the topic ever.
What the story is, you gotta look tough.
Make a couple of like selfie videos in a pickup truck.
Start smoking cigarettes and now. Just trying to know my value. That's all. It's true though.
All I'm saying is they're only 12% of the population.
No, that is true. Well, Mayor, what are we at time-wise?
Wow, perfect.
8 minutes, that was easily dick sucking.
We cut that out. We got a tight 37 minutes.
Yeah, well, let's slide in the page. Do you guys have anything
you
like to address Chat Nation with? Anything coming up or anything cool?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to see some live stand-up comedy, if you're near Woodbridge, New Jersey, next week I'm going to drive-in show.
Hell yeah.
Other than that, you'll catch me on 2 Jack Bros.
Yep.
Listen to fucking Dab Me. Follow me on twitch.tv/Tim Butterly. I'm somewhere around Philly on Friday night. It's 9/11, so we're doing a comedy show.
Is it 9/11 today?
Oh,
No, on Friday.
That's on my comment. You're doing stand-up on that?
Yeah.
God damn it. You sound so enthusiastic about it. You should come see me.
I want to do outdoor comedy.
Oh, you're gonna be at the drive-in.
2 different places.
Where are you doing that?
I don't know. I think it's in East Falls. I should have looked before this, but I'm not the plug-in type. You know what I mean? I feel icky. You know what? Edit out my plugs, dude. Because if people want to know me, they'll find me. Don't worry.
I'm gonna come to the show.
I'm gonna be in East Falls.
Mayor, you gonna be there?
No, I might go to watch.
Really?
Hell yeah.
Careful. Careful. Last time you rolled up on a show. Get a fat attack. Yeah, I have nothing, man. Catch me on Mad Shane Secret Podcast. Let's catch me on this, and
let's do fighting games again soon.
Yeah,
Oh, hell yeah. Can I also check out 2 Jack Bros Patreon too? We're on there.
Yeah, check out all the Patreons. Check out all. No, seriously, just check out ours.
I mean, honestly, like most of the people that come to Patreon for 2 Jack Bros come from
Slide Through, Brian. Slide Through. Yeah, I don't really have anything. All I have is I'm on the website right now. I can't wait. So can't give you dates because it's not here. But that's it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, Lemaire. Thank you. No. Thank you, guys.
Expect to see several big announcements over the next couple of days about trade deals. Today, Trump said 20
Holy fucking shit, we're here right now. We're live. Yeah, we're live. The tech has significantly improved.
Yes.
Look at that. Look at that Yeti, dude.
I might still hold it.
Yo, do you, dude. You might have to. What you up to, man? Halfway across. My heart's
Happy
aching.
to see you, bro.
I can tell how far away you are. Just feel my heart, dude. It's more than aches. He must be out. He's coming back to Minnesota. The ache is a lesson.
Yes. No, I'm still in this. Dude, I think I'm the first guy to ever do this. I was just like, can I just stay in the comedy condo for a few more days? They were like, yeah, I guess. Yeah, you just gotta be out by Wednesday. I was like, all right, I'll stay till Wednesday. I'm just doing a comedy condo in Phoenix.
People don't understand comedy condos, dude. People don't understand that there are comedy.
Well, this one fucking rules. Well, this one, hold on, I'll give you a little. I'll turn this around for a second. You can see it's probably a little messy. Yeah, the comedy condo fucking rules. See the crossberries? Oh, I had some Captain Crunch going on.
Yeah, if they were putting a comedy condo near my house, I would petition the neighborhood. I'd be like, yo, we can't let this thing in our neighborhood. We can't have a comedy condo in here.
They're typically very, very bad. This one's all right. This one's good. But, you know, you do get a weird dude in your apartment complex once a week.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I as a public safety thing, I'd be like, yo, man, we're not having no comedy condos in our neighborhoods.
Chances are there is a alcoholic sexual predator in your apartment complex once a week.
There's a comedy clubs like the Catholic Church. They're like, all right, we'll put you over here.
Move them around.
Put the Atlanta Funny Bone.
No, dude, we just talked about this.
Dude,
Yeah, speaking of pedos, hold on. Last night I put on Cuties. Bro. Alright, so I didn't watch it. I scrolled through to get to the scintillating parts to see how wild it was. Because I was like, maybe it's not that wild.
Yeah.
Bro, it's wild.
Well, Spud actually did a breakdown of it.
Oh, really? They did there was, you know that fucking wet ass pussy dance where you're on the ground and fucking, the girl does that. And then teaching them all how to twerk and like slapping their ass as well. Dude, it was genuinely like, man, this is actually weird.
Yeah, I mean, it
was weird. I was thinking it was like, there's that thing on the right where they're like constantly on the lookout for pedophiles.
Hey, man.
Which rules?
It rules. Well, it's funny because Hanson was carrying the torch by himself for years. Everyone was like, look at this weirdo. And like, people just picked it up. Hanson carried the torch for it. Dude, he must have hit people at that show and they're like, say what?
Yeah, but Hanson was getting to the bottom of the barrel pedophiles. The right's not after they're not looking for like Indian dudes and retarded guys.
Did he ever roll up any like? I heard Hanson
Instead of cowboys and Indians, just retards and Indians. The goal of the game is to try to get a kid.
I think Hanson actually found FC's island. I think he found enough Indians and retarded guys that he connected the dots and he was like, all right, so we got this guy working at Chuck E. Cheese. We got this guy going here. This dude's IT here. And they go,
this is the FBI should have hired him. He should have just walked in that temple and been like, what are you doing here? What are you doing?
Well, dude, it's like, the people can defend the movie and say, oh, well, it's. I think the thing is, they're preaching against pedophilia. And it's like, all right, like we can all agree that you don't do that, but like, dude, to have, first of all, to cast the movie, everyone's talking about like casting the movie. So there's 300. I think there's like 300 girls. Like,
casting must have been fucking weird,
dude. How as an adult do you cast a young girl for a sexual role? You have to. There was a 40-year-old man who was just kind of like, 12-year-old's not that hot. She's hotter than her, dude. I mean, how else are you gonna do it? Why didn't they cast a chubby woman? That's my problem. Why didn't they cast a
one of them? There was a chub.
Just one?
There was one thick BBW. One BBG. One BBG.
Was it really? What was the parent? What did the parents look like?
They're African Muslim immigrants.
They ever smashed in the movie?
I didn't watch it long enough. I literally watched the first dance scene, and I was like, it was genuinely making me like, I was like, this is weird that I'm watching this. I was watching fucking Monday Night Football, and I was like, I'm gonna toss this on real quick. Just sit on my phone, and I was like, I tried to record it to send it to the group chat. And I think Netflix probably has a thing where you're not allowed to record from your iPhone. Maybe. Maybe there's like screen grab a Netflix show. I don't know. I tried to record
this on your phone.
Yes.
What? I don't think that technology exists.
Well, then I'm wrong. Maybe I just fucking missed the button. But once it didn't record, I was like, I don't need to try to record this. And then I was like, man, it'd be weird for me to have that video on my phone.
Well,
it's time to get out of here,
dude. That's kind of I got into one night I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up and watched just like YouTube cuties commentary, and it's everybody on there being like, I want to share how fucked up this is, but I can't. It's just young chicks being sexual, and I don't want to be the guy being like, yo, here's the clip. Like, I can't show the clip, dude. It's like, yeah, man. You can say the movie, like, oh, the people should be able to do whatever they want. The movie is inappropriate, whatever. But it's like, dude, from a work perspective, first of all, if I was like, yo, if I was working on a script, I'm like, Shane, check it out. Here's what I'm going to write a movie about. If you were like, dude, that's weird, I'd be like, all right, Keeper, check this out. Everyone I know would be like, dude, stop.
I think that is kind of weird.
Well, they'd also be like, okay, so say you make this, your passion project is like 11-year-old sexuality. How are you actually going to make this? I'm like, we can get some kids. We can get, like, come on. Like, dude, the fact that they were on set, like, no, hump a little hard. Like, there was grown-ups instructing her how to, like, grind the floor and how to be more like, you're telling me that 11-year-old was that sexual? Or was that 11-year-old trained to be that sexual? Again, I haven't watched it. But it's like, I'm thinking of checking it out, but it's like, as a director, when you're trying to tweak like a person as a director, we're trying to direct. It's like, you have to tell an 11-year-old, like, you gotta, like, did the 11-year-old come as sexual as the director needed her, or was the director like, no, like, a little more sexually like this. Like that
Yeah,
would
true. I wonder if they sent like army recruiter type people to like elementary schools. They were like, "Who's the biggest slut here?" Man, you gotta serve your the country of France.
True. Yeah, like there's so many practical concerns of like, how did they direct the child? How was it? And it's just kind of like, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. It opens up a lot of weird shit to like. Dude, everyone bitches about the movies. It's like, dude, there's so many parents out there. They're like, take my daughter, take my daughter, take my daughter.
Oh, for sure.
It's like, you fucking sicko.
For sure. But yeah, I was thinking, also they changed the verbiage on the description of the show, which is funny. I noticed that.
But they didn't say hot kids.
The description of Cuties was she joins a twerk team, and now it's like a free-spirited dance team. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So you got a little people like, yo, this is a pedophile. They're like, oh, we gotta get rid of twerking and change it to free-spirited dance team, but then keep the scenes in here.
Yeah, man. I mean, I word from Spud, and he's like, it's softcore child porn, dude. He's like, that's the thing too. If you're a pedo and you're watching that, that's got a rule. So as a rule of thumb, it's like, let's not try to get pedos pumped. Let's keep the fruit forbidden for the pedos. That way we can roll them up. You can't just be like, they could think, no, that's fucking cuties. Or they could be like, I'm working on an art house film. Like, why is there like an 11-year-old getting her pussy? He's like, no. There's a film set, I swear. He's not touching.
Literally during the dance scene, first off, it's the first dance scene is probably like, it's like a 2 or 3 minute like music video type of them dancing, the girl instructing them, and the camera's like zoomed in on their ass while they're dancing.
That's crazy.
It's weird.
Well, there's a scene where what?
Yeah, nothing.
Well, there's a scene where
it's fucking weird.
The one thing I saw on YouTube, there's a scene where the girl steals her stepdad's cell phone. He's like, "Give me my cell phone back." She's like, "No," and she runs in the bathroom, takes a picture of her pussy, and then uploads it. And the stepdad gets in trouble.
Wait, where's this?
In the movie, apparently she's fighting with her stepdad. Like, she has his phone. He's like, "Give me my phone. I know you have it." And she runs into the bathroom, takes a picture of her pussy, and then uploads it. Apparently, again, I just saw this clip. I guess like gets her stepdad in trouble.
That was cuties.
Apparently, yeah. From the little YouTube clip.
You get in big trouble for that. Stepdaughter's pussy.
First of all, why are we giving them this idea? Dude, so you're a pedo. So now you're a pedo, dude. You think this is pedo fantasy world. You're like, no, it's not mine. My stepdaughter was getting revenge on me and took a picture. And it's like, dude, stop.
Stepdaughter revenge porn?
I mean, exactly. This is pornographic, dude.
Yes.
I didn't realize there's a park full of old black dudes that sit outside my house, and I basically, like, every time I walk by them, they like say something to me, and I'm like, okay. Every time. I
turn into an Australian every time.
I turned to Australia every time. I was delivering all the t-shirts the other day. There's so many of them that I just took my stroller and just filled the stroller with bags, like boxes and bags of shirts.
Yeah.
I pushed it to the post office. Post office was closed. Came back. I said hi to them. They came back with a stroller. They're like, all right, now they said whatever. Like, all right, now I see you out there with the stroller. And I was just like, hello. And I was like, God damn it, dude. Every time I try to just think of the first thing to say, it sounds so ridiculous. Like, what's happening?
I'm 28. Dude, I did a fucking interview with this Australian TV show here.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was via Zoom, and the only like they're gonna edit it out for sure. But the whole time I was like, I am 28. I'm like, what? But I was like, Love on the Spectrum, and they were like, you guys know about Love on the Spectrum? And I was like, it's huge here. They're like, yeah.
What? Yeah, really?
Yeah, they had no idea.
What was the show for?
I don't know, some cancel culture Q&A in Australia, and they were like, nah, you can say whatever the fuck you want, dude, this is Australia. I was like, sick. But I think that lady hated me, so we'll see. I bet they added that to make. I was pretty cavalier about the whole thing, which they probably didn't like.
What do you mean? What did they want you to be?
Probably serious and answering questions.
Yeah, they want you to put the duct tape on your mouth.
Like, I kept it, censorship. I was like, no, I get it. I understand why I was canceled. They're like, I kept doing an Australian accent. She was like, to be honest, you're very bad at that. You're very bad at that. And I was like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm good at it. She was like, what do you think the hardest accent is? I was like, Chinese. She was like, all right.
You got the man on the tape, dude. You got Alex Jones.
At the end of it, I was like, all right, edit this to make me look like a dickhead. See you guys. It's going to be, but it's in Australia, so.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
it's love in Australia, dude.
The Aussies will be like, yo, who the fuck was that guy? That guy ruled. Who was that?
Yeah, I mean, I it's weird. I mean, there's nobody in America who gets weird about different countries putting on an American accent. Everyone's like, hell yeah, dude, that rules. Everywhere else is like,
I'm so happy. I'm so happy when someone does it. Yeah, damn, that's pretty good. That's funny. Because it's always slightly fucked up, which is funny. But yeah, it's great.
I don't know why people are such accent babies. First of all, it's not even like I get pumped. I demand you speak in my accent.
I know, I'm like, give it a shot, dude.
Any other dialect, it pisses me off. First of all.
Say fucking speak it. Speak it now.
Fucking baby. If someone comes up with a southern accent, I'm like, dude, knock that the fuck off. Talk like me or I'm gonna fuck you up, dude.
You lost the war, dude. Talk right.
True. That dude, honestly, that should have been another condition. End slavery and knock off the mumbo jumbo. Like, no. I mind.
Yeah, dude. Fix that. And fuck all those pussies, dude. I talked about driving that fucking Silverado on the stand-up podcast, and everyone on like a bunch of dudes on the rad were like, of course he's afraid of a truck. Fucking Yankees are afraid of trucks. Dude, shut the fuck up. Yeah. All our listeners in the South are so rude, dude.
No, dude, they're the rude dudes. That was making me laugh so hard to think about you white knuckling just like Grand Canyon turns or Silverado.
Well, I did get used to it, but the hardest part was getting out of Salt Lake. Like, I didn't talk about it on the stand-up episode. I had like a weird breakdown where I was like walking back and forth halfway from the truck back to the booth where the guy was working to be like, I don't need this truck. And then I'd walk the other half and I'd be like, what am I fucking doing? And turn back around. Sit in the truck like when you rented it. You were going back. When I was picking it up from the airport, it took me, I would say I spent 30 minutes deliberating on whether or not to try to trade it back in. It was like a genuine, I had to like slow down, man. This is like a mental, this is a problem. I glitched out hard. Because then I was like, this is so dumb.
What, getting the big truck?
Well, not just the big truck, but I was literally driving it for 12 hours. Like, so to get a fucking Silverado is very stupid. I should have got like a fucking. I requested a the small truck. Yeah. The fucking it's like a Nissan. Something. I don't know. It was the cheapest option. So that was the other thing. And they were like, "Here's the Silverado." And they're like, "It's $600." I was like, "All right, whatever, fuck it." I'd rather pay $300 more than I thought to avoid even the 4-minute conversation of changing trucks. Yeah. Why? Yeah, that's what I did. Because why? Weird, dude.
You got a Ranger. You could have got a Ford Ranger. There's a lot of good small trucks out there.
You want a Silverado rules, though. Yeah, I think it rules.
Yeah, F-150 Raptor.
It really does rule, dude. Raptors fucking rule.
Pickup trucks are fucking sick, dude. I'm stoked the fact that you drove on the way.
Yeah, you feel cool. You feel cool. You feel cool at every gas station. Pulling up, just fucking popping out. Oh, yeah. This whole thing, don't worry about it. Big boy told you got me dip. Damn, dude.
How's Utah? Is Utah as weird as people say it is?
Yes. Salt Lake is fucking weird, dude.
What is it?
Awesome city. It's just a city of whites, dude.
Really?
Whole city of whites.
What's their deal?
Just doing white.
I heard Utah were the people who got kicked out of Canada for being too white. They're like, dude, if you really do Canada, you gotta go to Utah.
Kind of. The Mormons, it's not like they picked Utah, I don't think. think the Mormons were bouncing around, and people were like, get the fuck out of here.
That's Mormon Israel?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Utah?
It is. And then I was getting in, like, debates with Mormons about it, about how it was dumb, kind of. Like, don't you guys think, like, the Garden of Eden's in Missouri? And they're like, yeah. Yes.
So what are they doing out in Utah?
Setting up shop. No one else was out there. It was just them, and then I think they got rid of the natives.
True.
Dude, they false flagged the natives once.
What do you mean?
They killed a bunch of settlers coming out west, and then they scalped them and tried to make it look like the natives did it. It was the Mormons, dude. Yeah, Mormons, they get rowdy, dude.
Yeah, they're nasty, dude.
Little nasty fuckers. So they went out and got all the Samoans, dude. So now they got jacked Samoans.
So they killed the settlers?
They killed a couple of settlers. I mean, in one incident. Yeah,
They faked it a little.
Yeah, and then they false flagged it to try to get the government to get rid of the natives out of Utah.
Really?
What was a sneaky?
It's hard to hold down two wives, dude. When the natives are rolling around, dude. Snatching Mr. Steelio girl every now and again, dude.
We're all definitely Mr. Steelio girl. You literally kidnap your girl. It's so funny, Mr. Steelio girl. This is Chief Steals Your Girl. Yeah, and then they got Samoans, dude, who went out to like the Pacific Islands and started recruiting like just jacked fucking rockers, dude. They went and got the rocks. Yeah. To defend them against the Steal Your Girls. Really? Unleash the rocks on them.
How do you even do that? I guess you just go out there and if you have like one cool thing, you can get like the whole town to come fuck the natives up. You're like, check this out, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, what was their thing they lured them in with?
Lord the Samoans in?
Yeah.
Fucking walls?
True.
Look at this house.
So like, we'll build you one of these. You have to go kill all these guys.
I don't think that's the reason they got the Samoans, but it's funny to imagine it is. Yes.
Yeah. It must not have taken much though. You go over there and be like, yo, we need you guys to kill someone. That's scary as fuck. Just rolling up on like a totally different island and be like, all right, we gotta get these guys to kill people. Hopefully they don't just kill us as soon as we show up.
Yeah, the Samoans and all those, the Pacific Islanders were always tough. Like people always like veered away from them historically because they were actually like the one group of like native warriors that were all fucking huge, like jacked. Really? There's a bunch of Troy Polamalu's just running around, just spearing old British dudes.
Damn, dude.
Dude, a bunch of Kirk Cousins rolled up.
Let me pause for a second. I gotta see if this is picking up, man. This lady's going to
It's okay. I hear it a little bit.
Okay, cool. Chill.
I can tell you.
It's driving me nuts, dude. It's right above my head.
I hear you, but don't worry about it. I thought it was your lady, and I thought she was coming down the steps.
Nah, she's clean.
I was excited for
confrontation.
Like a look, just a look off camera. I was waiting for the look off camera to like give her the eyes. Like, the fuck up, Stu.
Dude, I'm cherishing my time. She's going away Wednesday till Sunday.
Damn, where to?
So she's gonna bring Maya back. I made a deal with her. She's
that's right.
Maya back.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do with you.
Yeah. Wait, was this right now?
Yeah, we were supposed to this week, the 28th.
So that was like 4 weeks ago.
No. What? Was it? Oh, yeah, it was. It was August 22nd.
Dude, you're in a fucking Utah time warp, dude.
I'm in a dump.
You might have totally lost your marbles walking back and forth to the truck. You might have totally lost your marbles, dude.
I did genuinely have like a weird, that was weird. I don't know what that was.
I'm just like, yeah, you Rain Manned out, dude. You went in.
I broke. I was like, I gotta tell him to switch this. I don't, who cares? Don't tell him to switch it. Just back and forth. Then I got in and I couldn't adjust the center console.
Yeah.
And I was spazzing on it. So the center console was up, so it was just a bench seat in the middle. And there's a little strap you gotta pull. So I was pulling the strap, but I wasn't pulling it hard enough. I was going too weak on it. I didn't realize I wasn't man enough, dude. Silverado. I was like, I'm gonna break this fucking thing. I was like pulling. I was like, I don't want to break this fucking thing. And then
that thing's rated for retard strength for sure.
It truly is. And then finally, I got to a gas station, I was like Googling the owner's manual for the Silverado. I was looking at like PDFs. It was a weird path of power at least.
Oh, after you decided
Of like sweating, armpit sweating, not like hot sweating, like nervous, anxious sweating. Walking, I was like, if there was security footage of that, I'd be like, yo, this is creepy. Like, it would be scary to see the footage of a dude walking back and forth, getting in and out of a truck, walking back and forth.
how many times?
3 separate times of starting the truck, turning it off, getting out, walking down a row of cars, turning around and getting back in the truck. Yeah, and I couldn't. I tried to explain. I was going to start to explain that on the Stanhope podcast, but I knew they would never understand it.
True, they would
never understand the comedy of it. They'd be like, well, that's weird. Oh, man, Sam Town and me had such a fucking good time there.
Did you really?
Took mushrooms the last night we were there, and didn't think of it. First off, shout out to Sam for thinking he could beat me in a chug contest.
Could you really?
Bro.
Was this on the mushroom night?
Yeah, we actually had just taken some.
Yeah.
And then he was like, let's shotgun a beer. I was like, I'm not gonna shotgun a beer. And then I was like, let's just chug a beer. He was like, I'll fucking kill you and chug it. And I was like, oh. Kept it quiet. I was like, yeah, you might, you probably will.
Put a wager on it or no?
No, I just let him be like, oh, I'll fucking kill you with this. Boom. Got him.
Really?
And then he demanded a double. He demanded a rematch. What do you think happened there? Got him. Mr. Cool, dude.
He doesn't even
and then he had no idea. I was Mr. Cool. And then the mushrooms hit, like right after we chugged 2 beers. I was gone. We sat up on the roof of Stanhope's Funhouse and laughed about Stanhope's cat dying. That was a while. For about 3 hours. The hardest I've ever laughed. Thinking about Stanhope. Two mushrooms. That's what I ate. Capping it down twice.
It's about a G and some change, dude.
I don't know what fucks you up on mushrooms. I still don't know the measurements, but
that's a social
works.
That's a social test.
That got me. Yeah, we were just laughing about Stanhope being drunk at his bar and seeing his cat die from like a scorpion bite. And just him hopping off his bar being like, me, no. That was it. That was the whole joke. That was it.
It's so funny how if you're on mushrooms, that's like a head rattling, like, please let me before I injure myself thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It was like, this is the funniest fucking thing in the world. Couldn't stop laughing. And we went downstairs to try to like hang out with Doug again. Couldn't. It felt like you were trying to hold it to laugh. We were just dying laughing. And he picked up on it. He was like, are you guys like laughing at me? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It was so fun. And then I woke up. As soon as I woke up in the morning, I like tried to be like, man, that was funny. And I was like, oh, that wasn't funny at all. That wasn't very funny.
Trying to put it all together. You're like, yes, I have.
And I was like, damn, that was such a funny fucking bit.
I have a new closer.
I was like, dude, this is it. Yeah, but it was good. I started reading his book. Sam has a book called Running the Light. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's really good if you get a chance. Check it out.
I'll peep it out. I'm in an audiobook wormhole right now.
What are you working on?
I got a couple of them. I'm doing all just mindfulness stuff. I have a bunch of. I'm in another plane right now, dude.
You look jacked.
Oh, dude, I'm at 2,500 push-ups. I'm on the month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm doing 5.
I can see it.
Dude, I've been ripping 200 a day for the whole month.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been getting swole, dude.
You've been ripping 200 push-ups a day?
Every single day.
Yeah, what intervals? Like of 20?
I do 20 now, yeah.
Sets of 20?
I'll do 5 sets of 20, take a break, and do 5 sets of 20 later.
10 sets of 20, yeah. That was right.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, no, I was.
Is that 2,000?
I'm doing. Yeah, I've been doing. I'm trying to do 5,000 for the month. I'm in this Under Armour app, and with like my cousins and a bunch of my friends from home. and it's so much fun. It's like, especially right now, like everyone's kind of trapped in their house, so it's pretty fun. But yeah,
challenging each other.
It's getting yoked, bro. I'm leading push-ups, dude. No, I have everyone by 1,000 pretty much, except for Billy. Billy's on my heels right now.
Yeah, Billy's no way Billy's gonna let you win that.
Yeah, dude, I don't think.
Although I will say you are just as much of a psycho competitor as him.
Exactly. So
you hide it. You pretend you're not.
Yeah, it's there. Well,
every once in a while there's a spaz.
I think on the running group, I think I just kind of bother everyone because it's always I'll run like a mile and put a picture of, because you can take me a picture afterwards, and I'll like run like a mile. Today I ran 2 miles, and I'll try to see if I'm done, and I'll do like 0.3, 0.2, 0.3. If for everyone, I'll put like a picture of David Goggins. But yeah, dude, that's all I've been doing. Like, and it's funny too because I'll like get on their ass like, damn, dude, you guys fucking. But it's like I have all day to do this. They're all like all at work, balancing all this shit. I'm like, what's wrong with you guys? Why can't you do this? And it's like, oh, dude, I'm ripping for 50 push-ups. And it's pretty funny.
That's tight.
But yeah, I'm getting swole right now, bro.
Yeah, you look swole. That's good.
Yeah, bulking for sure, dude. Fucking my Brittany joined this like fitness thing, which is like you pay this guy, and it's all pretty much all girls. I think it's only girls, but her friend's Jamaican, so they have this like Jamaican virtual personal trainer who like improves your meals and stuff. It's almost like Nexium sex culty kind of. It's like a sex culty kind of thing because like there's a it worked for a friend really well. So she wanted to do it. But the meal plans are from like Jamaica.
I don't like it.
They make no sense. You get them and it's like 2 gram provisions, 1 piece of fruit, 1 gram provision yam, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you? What can I eat? But they're the women in there's like a group chat, and they all call him sir. He's not in this group chat. There's just the girls in there. They'll be like, sir wants us to do this. Sir wants to do this. It's weird. Whoa. That's why I'm getting jacked right now, dude. There might be a Jamaican personal trainer. I might have to fight a personal trainer to death, dude.
Fuck, dude. There's nothing worse than personal trainers.
I mean, dude, this guy's got a nice Nexium sex code going on right now.
Yeah, having a fucking group text about you calling you sir that you're not in.
It's daddy, dude. He's daddy for like 30 chicks who are looking to slim up, and then they slim up and they love the daddy, dude. It's weird. It gets really kind of creepy and unsettling.
Yes.
But it's like, dude,
have you tried to bring it up to Brittany that you don't like it?
100 times. No,
you can't do it. You can't do it.
No. So I'm like, go ahead, do your thing. I've said, I'm like, this shit is fucking weird. But I'm like, dude, the pictures. This dude has a website of just chicks in their underwear. You take a picture to start out and you get before and afters. This guy demands almost nudes. It's crazy. So this guy just fucking rules. So he kind of does. That's why I can't hate on him. He just
so he's just in a fucking place in Jamaica. It's like, all right, eat like a fucking piece of grilled chicken and some fruit, sexy nudes. Anybody can do the diet coach.
Dude, it's fucking wild, dude. And he has like different batches. He'll come on.
I don't know, eat a fucking salad or something. Send me a picture.
It's literally what it is. It's like if you don't go by what his thing is, he'll kick you out. So he like rules with an iron fist, and obviously the Bays love this daddy energy, so they all
hate fucking trainer daddies,
dude. I mean, this guy's on another level. Oh, Spud saw his work. It was me.
Spud saw
me, Brittany, and her friend were sitting there one time. Spud came over, and they were like showing me these. They showed me at first, and I was like, dude, you guys are crazy. This is nuts. You can't be trusting this dude with all these dudes. Like, this is wild. And they're like, no, just like before and after. Spud saw it. He was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, right away on it. I'm like, yo, I know you think he's just using this stuff, but like, he's either. I'm like, he's fucking these chicks for sure. Like, dudes don't just get dudes in a position.
Is he living in Jamaica?
Just living in Jamaica, dude. From Jamaica.
Just come down to Sandals. You earned it.
It's over, bro.
You reached your goal. Come to Sandals.
We're going to Jamaica.
I might stop by.
We are. Yeah. The plan was tripped before. Well, I know, dude. That's why the push, dude. I have to fight this dude off. I'm gonna have probably like 4 pieces of fruit, 3 grams.
When you're down there, all Jamaicans are in like pretty good shape. Your head's gonna be spinning, dude. You're gonna be like, is that motherfucker right there? Why is he dressed as a waiter?
taxi driver?
He still has his shirt off. Why's that fucking waiter, dude? He's fucking
There's that son of a bitch.
Yeah, dude, it is so funny listening to the group chat. I'm just like, sir wants us, and like, dude, if people don't get along, it's just like this dude surrounded by sycophants. It's like ripped chicks now who have like fat chick like lack of confidence, sycophanting around the daddy and yeah, for real. This dude's got to figure it out, honestly, dude. We got to go back to we got to go to school for personal training. They go, day one, dudes. I would just hit the befores and be like, nice. Don't even worry about it.
Nice. Actually, pretty sick. Plateau. Stay there.
But yeah, dude, it's pretty much being like, here's a workout plan. Take pictures of your food, send it to me, and he'll be like, yes or no. And then you naturally just lose weight. It's just, it's very simple. But I think he has the daddy thing going, and I think, dude, they'll sit there and argue. Like, if you ask a question, they'll be like, don't even bring that to sir's attention. He'll get so pissed if you like, dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, man, that's tough. I'm happy you seem to be handling it. I couldn't when my ex was going to a personal, like, I would look at their pictures of their like personal trainers. There's just one dude. I was like, this guy's a fucking clown, dude. I hate this guy. And I was right. He did ask her out on a date. I wasn't wrong about that. But she was like, he played college football. And I was like, this motherfucker. So I looked it up. He was a fucking punter, Division II. I was like, so I'd be like sitting at home playing like FIFA for like 4 hours. And she'd come home from the gym and I'd be like, you see that fucking gay ass punter? Kind of like talk shit. It's funny. I'd be trying to explain to her. I'd be like, fucking punting, D2 is not. But she's like, he's active now. I was like, yeah, well,
that's the thing.
Fuck that guy.
Also, yeah, why is he getting so ripped? It's like, yeah, I used to be a punter. I was trying to stay in punting shape. It's like, yeah, you can stretch your right leg, stretch your one leg.
Yeah, of course not. You know this guy. You know exactly who this guy is. Tattooed sleeves now. No, for sure. Jacked now. Didn't get pussy in high school. Jacked now.
You might have got some punting pussy, dude.
No. You don't get punting pussy.
You'll get like an English lit. Like, you'll get a weird English lit.
In college, you might have got some punting pussy, for sure. In high school, no punter ever has gotten pussy once.
Sorry. It's just the facts.
They are literally lower than, like, band.
Yeah,
high school punter.
Well, it's just like the most disappointing position in the game. It's like, oh, we're giving up again. Send that guy out. Send the guy who gives up for us.
Yeah, send out the surrender.
Oh, yeah, you met the girl.
Former soccer player. Send out the surrender soccer player.
Oh, no, we were disappointed. Go ahead. Send out the disappointment squad. Yeah, dude. It's too funny, man. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of, I think the fact that, dude, I have the Atlantic Ocean working for me. You know,
that's nice. You got the Gulf, you got the Caribbean Sea.
Exactly. I mean, I got some distance, dude. You know, if he wants to try to make it up here, I'll deal with that.
Yeah, but that's the thing, dude. He knows exactly what the move is.
What do you think the move is?
Oh, I see it. I see it on the screen. Who you peeping on?
Now there's a bunch of
You need to be her, sir.
I don't like to do that. That's what I'm saying.
I need the cleaning lady, sir.
No.
Tell her to call you sir.
I actually love her so much. What? I'm saying that, like, yeah, she's great. Come on.
Yeah, you love your cleaning lady so much. She's great.
Nice.
She's a great person.
She rules. She rules. She's great with my kid.
I would love a cleaning lady. I would love her. I would take care of her.
True. I might tell her.
You try not to say things.
No, I don't know. Dude,
I thought you were still up there.
No, it's not like that, dude. I have a father's love now. So, it's different. That
was good.
Yeah, father's love, dude. I was thinking about how pure my love was today. It's like, it's unbelievable how pure my love and my sexual energy is right now.
That's so nice. I can't give myself a fucking compliment. If I sat there and I was like, damn, my love is so pure, I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing? God damn it.
That's all the stuff I've been reading about, is how to just let your thoughts drift through your head and just be like, huh. Anyway, what was I doing? Just go about it. Dude, I've gotten called up to. Well, first of all, I think I might start having your macros and some pics now. Be like, well, I'm actually doing my own system.
Befores and afters.
Yeah, that's cool what you're doing there, Britt, but I got my own thing going over here. Sir. Yeah, I can technically it'd be senor.
Make her. Oh, it'd be senor. Fuck. Make her hit a sir in front of Brittany.
Oh, dude, it'd be so
like if she's like, sir.
Dude, it'd be
Pay her $5 extra just to call you sir whenever Brittany's around.
Strictly Usted, dude. That might be like Oh my god. Yeah, dude, it's it actually. Here's the kick. Here's why I'm not tripping about it. Because
It's funny to correct. I'm sorry to correct Spanish people.
Oh my
show
god.
more respect to be like, you mean Usted? Pardon me? Usted. That's Usted to you.
Usted rules, dude.
It does.
It's like, well, there's this whole thing built into a language. If you're better than the other person, they have to say,
yeah, they have to call you Usted. Yeah. Spanish, yeah. That's what I've been researching.
Spanish, really?
Yes.
I'm stoked on that.
Don't be excited. That's another thing. You were talking about self-hating. I might. Next time I'm going to save the clip of me trying to record something by myself.
Please.
Just to send you. But, dude, I just sit here for, again, it's almost like the truck thing where it's like, for 2 hours I'll record the intro.
Dude, I'm no stranger. I'm no stranger. I'm doing Psycho Academy right now.
There's times where I'll be like, today we're going to look into, and I'll be like, today we're going to fucking look into. Delete.
Dude, I'm doing Psycho Academy, and I have to have class things, and I have like little slides, and I'm talking in the window. It's 1,000 redos every single time. I made a new rule where I don't do any more redos. Now when I fuck,
we've absolutely fucked ourselves into a corner of having the meanest, most dickheaded fans possible.
True.
So I'm not saying they're in your head, but there's a part of me that's like, I'm gonna get shit on for whatever I do. I gotta give them as little work with as possible as far as me being gay.
Yeah, this is older brother stuff, dude.
It's absolute older brother stuff.
Still shook, dude. It's the same thing. I'll start being like, hey guys, welcome to. I'm like, hey guys, what am I? What am I? Fucking cutie pie? And I'm like,
bro, I 100% deleted a hey guys yesterday. Hey guys, it's Shane. I'm just sitting here like, fuck. Dude, yeah. I went out and sat in the hot tub for a while.
I go run.
The hot tub out there.
I'll start glitching on my intros, and I'll be like, I'm doing a whole academy. I'll do like 10. My rule is if I do 10 glitches, I'm like, dude, you're a psycho. I'll go run, just full psycho run, like
yeah.
And come back and stuff. Hey guys, God fucking damn it.
Hey guys. Hey guys, what's up? Today we're gonna be looking into like Spanish colonization.
Dude, I should say, I don't think they save. I have a new screen recording thing that I use, but dude, it's like, the worst is when I'll get like 4 minutes into one. I'll be like, yeah, it's kind of like the Jedi. Like I start talking about Jedis and Sith. I read about it on Wikipedia for like 2 seconds. I was like, all right, I have this totally figured out. And started talking about it, which would be like, and the Jedis, oh, Jesus Christ, dude, it was so fucking funny. Or I'll just say a thing weird. I have a thing where if I'm talking too fast or I'm kind of nervous, I'll skip a word. And it's kind of like nerd mouth, where you feel like mush 2 words together like a nerd. Dude, I can't explain it, but I'll catch myself.
Nerd mouth, I get it.
Nerd mouth. You can get, like say 2 words real quick or like leave a word out. And it's like, God, nerd mouth. God damn it.
And you gotta just keep it moving.
No, I was deleting it.
Go back and be like, oh, I forgot that word.
Yeah, or it's like, it's not even there's a specific inflection of nerd speak where they'll they'll leave space out between 2. I have to replay it and show you when I do it. I do it every
I
time.
hear you. I think I understand it. I believe I understand nerd speak.
Yeah, dude, I'll nerd speak out.
I picked up on it. I got a keen ear for nerd speak. I hear it. Because I'll be not paying attention, specifically during like a class or something. If I hear it nerd speak, yeah. Locked on.
Yeah, this is the negative karma for bullying. It's like I was torturing kids down to like the level of their soul in grade school, a little bit in high school. I really ragged on a dude in college for having a German tattoo, convinced him it was like a Nazi symbol, which I'll pay the price for obviously right now. Now that I have a hate symbol on my body.
That guy hexed you.
He hate symbol.
Yeah, hate symbol, and you're actually a Nazi. No, right-wing podcaster.
True that.
Which is basically the SS in modern America.
For sure. People, dude, did you see the Paul Rudd video?
Yes.
How good is that? I'm so stoked on that, dude. It's about time these young kids got like a good message from a celebrity.
I didn't hate it as much as I guess other people did. I didn't care. You know.
The problem I have.
It wasn't one that got me. I didn't mean to make that like you care. No, I mean I meant like I genuinely was just like normally if something's corny enough like that, it gets me fired up. That one I didn't get triggered.
It didn't really like.
I did start to be like, this is pretty good. That's all I got.
The thing that triggered me is the very end when it says brought to you by the state of New York, and I'm like,
didn't get to the end.
Oh, dude, just
that would have annoyed me.
Keep the end of it. First of all, he just pretends to be.
Oh yeah, you can screen share, can't you?
Dude, check. Yeah, just let's sit there.
The fucking cutie scene, dude. Make the people watch what the fuck we're talking about.
Let's go back. Yeah.
People think we're being a weirdo about it.
No, not at all. I'll bring up some cuties. Oh, what the heck? Alright, we're here. Here it is. This is how much of this did you watch?
Probably a minute.
Let's just peep out the whole thing.
All right here.
The beginning was funny. Play it again. Play the very beginning again.
Millennials need to wear masks because. Yo, what up, dudes?
Pretty
all right here. Active certified young person. A few days ago, I was talking on the iPhone with my homie, Governor Cuomo, and he's just going off about how us millennials need to wear masks because, get this, apparently a lot of COVID is transmitted by us millennials. No cap. So Cuomo's asked me, he's like, Paul, you gotta help. What are you, like 26? And I didn't correct him. So, fam, let's read.
That bothers me when dudes try to be young. It's like dating on a girl. But
real talk.
I agree. I agree with that.
Totally beast. So slide that in your DMs and twitch it. Vibe check. Yes, queens like ourselves. We want to go to bars.
Also, I was wondering, is he just making fun of black people?
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what I thought. The first time I watched it, I was like, damn, dude.
Yeah, I feel like Cuomo was like, look, Paul, we need to get a message out to the young black teens of America. Paul Rudd, you're our man.
Oh, look up your TikToks. I get it. I'm not going to preach at you like some celebrity. Look, this is a combo where I talk and you shut up and wear your mask. Hello? Oh, hi, Billie Eilish. What's that? You're wearing your mask? Man, I want to stand you. You're so my bae. Yo, listen, hype beasts. Masks protect you, and because caring about other people.
Calling black people hype beasts. Listen, you hype beasts.
Want a challenge?
Dude,
how about
I can't stand for this, dude.
What about that?
Why is your one pant leg up?
Challenge.
The first time I saw it, I thought I was making fun of Big J.
Tom,
Big J does the one bit like.
I wear my mask, and it's all I ask that you wear your mask. Please wear your mask. Just wear a mask. Just wear a mask. It's easy. It's simple. Please. It's not hard. People are dying. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and it's preventable. It's preventable. Just wear a mask. I shouldn't have to make it fun. It's science. It's science.
Dude, this is the shit. Again, the whole thing, oh my god, this is just corny bullshit. This is what I'm watching. I'm like, is this the new state propaganda, dude? Ugh. It's like, obey celebrities, Billie Eilish, whoever the fuck that is. It's like, I just talked to a celebrity, and I'm a celebrity talking to another celebrity, and the governor, our super cool governor, through the hip state of New York, is putting out viral videos. It's like, what the fuck? That's like, I love it. That was just like
science. Ugh.
Oh,
wait, man, can anything encapsulate how fucking cunty and condescending the left is more than just that right there? It's like literal propaganda being like, it's science. Ugh, I can't believe we even have to explain this to you.
Yeah, it's like, explain it. Please explain it. Like, and that's the problem too. It's like, so that's the level of discourse we're giving young people. Like,
Also, nobody, you come to Salt Lake, 0 masks.
Really?
That's funny. I got off the plane. I got on the plane at JFK, where New York's every single person's wearing a mask. If you don't wear a mask, people are looking at you like. I didn't see one person not wearing a mask at the airport, but Salt Lake got off the airport. First off, it was packed for some reason. It was very funny because JFK was like relatively empty. My plane was pretty empty. Landed in Salt Lake, and I must have been in an area where like 3 planes were boarding. It was just packed, shoulder to shoulder, with just white people without masks on. And I was like, damn it, oh yeah, it's good to be back, dude. Salt Lake City. When you get into the city, it's the cleanest city you've ever seen. Real, just white people picking up trash.
Just not wearing a mask.
Just white people cleaning.
Well, Cuomo might have to. Well, Paul Rudd might have to head out there, dude. Dude,
Paul Rudd might have to tell the people of Utah to wear a mask. Oh, listen.
He's gonna
go false flag him, dude. Fucking scalp him and play the Indian.
He's gonna see all white people like, we're good here, actually, Governor.
Yeah, he's like, actually, you guys told me to wear a mask.
Yes, dude. That thing of him just dressed like a black dude from the 90s and be like, listen, you fucking idiots.
Yeah.
I guess it's like that. I don't know if that's what young people do. We have a babysitter who's pretty young. She doesn't like roll in here with a boombox on her shoulder like, yo, what's up, my beefs? I get the humor behind it, but it's like
for sure.
That's what we're.
If you shine a light on that article or that ad as if it's making fun of black people, then yes, it's very funny. Like if you posted that and we're like, this is racist, that would be funny. If he could get in trouble for that being racist.
Dude, it kind of fucking is.
Somebody was like, yo, this is weird.
It is strange, and again, the end of it being like brought to you by the state of it's like it's science, quoting Paul Rudd, brought to you by the state of New York. It's like, you think I base my things on Paul Rudd? Like Paul Rudd's upset about something. I'm like, hold on. Let's, it's science. So first of all, let's hit up Paul Rudd to get the opinion. If it's science, why would you have a scientist?
Yeah.
Like, you know me, it's Paul Rudd. I'm from Ant-Man. Anyway, what's up, black people?
Anyway, what's up?
What's up, black beast?
Paul Rudd. Hello, blacks. Ricky, wear your mask. Chicka boom, chicka boom. You guys get it?
Dude, there's a whole level of internet thinking now that's like, it's science, this is everything. It's just incomplete thought. It's pure obedience, incomplete thought. It's like, dude, I'm not saying like take them off. It's like there should be
you got me on a good day, bro. It was a lonely day in here, and I watched Plandemic. You got me on a good day, dude. It's literally whatever. The most recent propaganda that I've watched is what I'm mauling on. Just so happened to have watched Plandemic, so I immediately investigated pedophiles.
That's a good way to do it. Plandemic slaps, dude. Plandemic.
It's whatever I watch, dude. Every single day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as soon as somebody tells me, like I'll talk to someone and they're like, I'm like, yeah, man, like I was watching that thing, 100,000 people, like that's a lie. I'm like, okay, maybe. Yeah. Right now, it's the two possibilities are that there's a horrible pandemic murdering everybody, or there's not and it's a lie. It's like, I don't like either of them. So wait a minute, just listen, slap it on. That was, dude. Again, when I go to stores, I always put it on. I don't want to it's the same thing. Like I don't want to make people feel weird or just be like, or just go somewhere and be like, it's like I understand that, but then like to have Paul Rudd, not him specifically, but like Governor Cuomo being like, let's get the young people fired up with a celebrity and talk about Billie Eilish and blah blah blah. I fucking hate that line of thinking. To be like, look, you're a retarded idiot. Here are 3 celebrities being like, I do it, so you should too. And just saying, ironically mentioning science. It's like, dude,
people are always going to wear masks. I was thinking about that.
What do you mean?
People are going to keep wearing masks.
Oh, dude, we're China, dude. We're China from here on out. I used to always be able to have a good old laugh when I walk around.
A good laugh. I'd be like, look at them wearing fucking masks. It's so funny they wear masks. Yeah.
Now here I am. I guess, dude, is that why it's like in China now? If you don't wear a mask, like every Thursday, everyone's like, dick. China's been on coronavirus lockdown for like 25 years. They've been rocking out like this. This is what it's like to live over there. Fucking Paul Rudd probably sent you a message.
Paul Rudd's over there, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, well, you want to do that? You want to do the Paul Rudd in China video?
And his hands, man. But yeah, dude, it's like that must be what it feels like to get like kind of a constant government propaganda, especially if it's one-sided. At least we have like two retards, gigantic retards fighting each other in the political sphere. China's just one.
Godzilla mantra. Just retarded guys destroying cities in their wake, just fighting each other.
China's just one home team, dude. If you like it, it must rule. Be like, yo, we're all on the same page. This rules. But like,
I mean, if you were trying to use it, like, let's say Trump, like if they were that level of fans, of like hardcore Trump fans, yeah, and then it's like, yeah, he destroyed the other political party. It's just him now. Oh shit, we got the best economy in the world. Fucking everybody owes us money. Oh shit, we're expanding like crazy. It'd be like, yo, that's a hype piece, dude. There's definitely some hype piece. So
for sure.
They must be so fucking stoked on what's going on.
Yeah, if you're getting like, if you're like
China's number one,
dude, if you're like super loyal to the party, they hook you up. It's like, oh, this rules, dude.
China's number one, dude. We need to get Taiwan.
True.
Yeah, Hong Kong, dude. We gotta go get them.
I wonder, man. I wonder if we'll fall into. That's what everyone keeps saying. We're gonna fall into like socialist type. Everyone's convinced on both sides we're gonna fall into some sort of like tyranny situation.
Yeah.
It'll rule either way. So either way, I get to be like a fucking renegade in the night and be like, carry the torch, pour a beer out, and be like, stop. It's also got to be.
For sure.
It's also like
until we get like beheaded early, they erase everything we've ever made. And
well, people are super judgy.
That's what happens.
People are super judgy about people in totalitarian systems. It's like, dude, I'm feeling like just like a couple. There's a little totalitarian breeze blowing around that I feel here, and I'm like, I'd be like locked in my basement. Like, please don't fuck with me. That's terrifying. Go against like
it's so scary.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm afraid of like YouTube taking us down. Think of like them actually like coming to your house. They probably just taking your shit.
He doesn't fuck. Literally. If you really think about how powerless you are. I remember they can't take our guns. It's like, dude, keep your one gun. They can bomb you.
Well, no, I will say that the guns actually, and for a while that's how I thought. I was like, yeah, I mean, what good's that gun gonna do against a tank? But they're not gonna be. I would be shocked if the boys turned on us.
Yeah, well, that's also true too. We always forget too that like people are like, oh, it's one gun, but it's like, yeah, but like, dude, there's about 200 million people with guns. It's like that's a fucking problem. That's a motherfucker.
It's like World War Z, dude. They don't even have to be accurate. They're just gonna be hordes of people.
What would the government? Do you think the government would nuke if all? I mean, I'm gonna get my house fucking stormed, but like if everybody were to just roll up with guns, and be like, yo, fuck off. I guess you couldn't do it because it would devolve. It would devolve into a war itself. Like, all right, I get to be Trump now. They would all be like, I'm Trump.
Yeah. No, I don't think. No, I think we're good. I think we're all right in the United States. I think we're all right. I think our totalitarian state is going to be much more just the closest we'll get is like deplatforming and fucking wild surveillance. And I mean, I doubt it's going to be like. Do you see what they did in Iran?
No.
They fucking executed that wrestler.
What?
It was like a famous wrestler there, not like WWE, but like.
Oh.
I think Iran's like good at wrestling.
I could actually see those guys.
I think Iran has like Jack Terry dudes.
Yeah, man. They're those dudes that come to the UFC and whoop ass.
Yeah, dude. If you see, that's one of my rules. That's one of my betting rules to the UFC. If you see a guy from a stand, like if you see some dude from like Uzbekistan, it's like pick him. That guy is a retarded man. He's gonna murder someone. Yeah, they're all evil. Jack, dude.
They only ride on the top of their cars.
They're absolutely different than white people. They are not white people, dude.
For sure.
If you're from like Georgia or
Teen Wolf,
Khabib is not a white guy. He's something else, dude.
Catch him
He's
driving.
Terrifying, bro.
He probably has a professional driver just so he can surf the top of his van everywhere he goes.
It's Instagram. I found it. I'm late to it, but it's called Look at This Russian. It's an Instagram page. It's the best. It's the best thing in the world, dude. just Russians. It's just videos of Russians doing just wild shit. Russians rule, dude. I'm coming around. Russia does rule. Russia fucking rule.
Russia's white.
What was I saying? Oh, they killed this guy. He was like a famous fighter, and they killed him for going to a protest. He got executed by the state.
Yeah.
For protesting. The world knew about it. So like that's a tough day. Like that's a tough.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's when you know you're in a city or a state that's fucked up. When like that.
Yeah, the whole world is like, don't do it.
Yeah, everyone there's like,
the government's like, what are you guys gonna do? He's ours.
Jesus Christ. That sucks. Yeah, that's true too. People gotta stop being babies here. I mean, yeah, we are having all our civil liberties slowly stripped away from us. But slowly stripped away from us. You know what I mean? It could be done. They could do it faster and more aggressive. At least they're like, be like, come on, guys. You guys are still in control of everything. Come here.
We're dragging our feet.
Rock the vote, guys. Get out there.
It's not even like we're dragging our feet or like fighting it. It's just like a dumb herd. It just takes forever to get everybody to like, nobody's like resisting. It's just everyone's just fat and slow and looking at like getting distracted by shit. It's like, no, come on, this way. Keep walking.
I'm kind of talking about how fat we are as a country.
That does rule. And it sucks. I think our fatness is dropping a little.
What?
I think I think we peaked as far as the fatness. I could be wrong. I don't think kids are as fat these days.
I can see that. Yeah.
You remember seeing Drexel's campus?
Yeah.
I swear to God, I didn't see one fat kid on campus.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I think you might have been, your eyes might have been diverted because there's definitely. I went to Drexel. There was a couple fats.
Well, you went to Drexel. Sure, you went.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I went, there were fats. We were like the last generation of fats. We were the last generation of kids.
We're the fattest.
The fat kids.
We might have been the fattest generation, dude.
For sure. We were the last group of kids that got fed sugar constantly.
True.
I just had Captain Crunch. I still have it, dude. I'm the last of the fat vegans.
We actually might have came up on the worst nutritional era ever. Because in like the 50s, it was like, you got bacon and shit, but there was no like candy to be had. There was no sugary cereal. It was just like bacon, grape nuts or whatever that like really fucked up shitty cereal, like the original Cocoa Pebbles that are like grape nuts that are actually rocks.
Yes.
It was like that. Eggs, bacon, whole milk. You only got like a quart for a family of 10. They all kind of like weird skinny ripped. And then we ate with the Reese Puffs, and it was a party.
Yeah, and then all of our dads that used to be skinny jacked and jacked were like, you fat pussy. It's like, well, yeah, dude. You gave me Pop-Tarts and soda for a decade.
Yeah, we got fucked, dude, by
fats, and now the new kids are not as fat.
No, dude.
I promise. I've seen them. I've scoped out college campuses.
Yeah, their schools, dude. The schools now are like, making you eat fruit. My school choices were soft pretzels, chicken fingers, or like a rib sandwich. That was like when I went to high school to buy lunch. My only options, you could pretty much eat fast food all day, every day.
Yes.
I ate fries every day. I ate soft pretzels and liquid cheese every single day. And I would bring a thing of Cozy Shack rice pudding and crush that before lunch. Then I'd go home and eat bagel bites. I'm surprised we're all not dead.
Yeah, it's wild how bad the food is that they gave us.
Yeah, we got fucked.
I got some. I think I might go vegan, dude.
Really?
No chance, but I don't know. I was eating lunch meat yesterday, and I started to feel grossed out by it. Just like, I don't know. I might, damn, dude. They thought I was gay before. I was like, I don't like driving a truck. I think I'm gonna become a vegan. Damn it. No, Nate Diaz is a vegan. I think I'm gonna do it.
It's kind of
Nate Diaz are both jacked.
Styles big. He was a guy from the Locks. He's a vegan.
Yeah. I get high.
Kind of a sick power. Yeah, it's kind of a sick power move. I did it for a month. It's pretty awesome, dude. I think I had.
I can't give up wings, dude. I literally cannot give up chicken wings.
They're delicious. I bought a big pack of them. I made chicken. I knocked people's socks off some chicken wings the other day. I made them. But not bragging. But
I'd be like bummed. I'd be like sad in a world without wings.
It's honestly, wings are delicious, but dude, you stop eating.
There's those seitan wings.
There are.
They're so good. No, there's some really, really good ones.
Well, Shane, if you knew anything about me, you would know that seitan's literally wheat.
Okay.
That's my kryptonite, bro.
So you can't have it.
So the fact that you even bring up seitan for a person who's gluten compromised. compromise.
So you fucking hype beast. You believe you created accurate.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe it. People are slowly finding out we're just complete pussies. Like, if they were like, I'm jumping up Satan. But yeah, dude,
we just got confirmation on a pretty good guest for the Patreon. Just putting that out there for the listeners. Pretty good.
and if you don't want to come through, no big.
No big, but don't worry about it. Are you gonna like this one?
No problem. Just
no problem.
damn, that's fucking swagged out, dude.
Yeah, major league swag out. Major league swag out. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun. We'll see. It'll be.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting. Yeah, hopefully it works. Hopefully this gets done. But yeah, so yeah, you're gay. You are allergic to gluten.
Yep. Yeah, you know it's gay. But yeah, dude, the vegan thing.
Oh, do you want to? I should do this off there. Never mind. I was gonna ask you. Do you want to feature at Helium when I'm there in October?
Hell yeah. I mean, what date are you doing it?
Don't you dare fucking bail on this.
I'm going to California in October, so as long as it's not that day.
What day?
I don't know. I'll find out.
15th, 16th, and 17th.
I think we're in the clear. I do think we're in the clear.
I hope so. Because then we can do a little live cast too.
People need it, dude.
They need to see you. The reason I brought that up is just remind me of the gluten allergies. It's like, oh, fucking queer. That's my favorite joke.
I'm excited to do stand-up now. It's so funny. Now that I can't do it, I'm like, this will be kind of, now I'm like looking forward to going and doing it. I'm like, this will be pretty fun.
Dude, I've been telling you, wait till you see what it's like. We have fans.
True, and it's easy to pack everything out now because everything is quarter capacity.
Oh, I was selling out everywhere I've gone.
That's what I'm saying.
Except, oh, dude, I forgot to tell you this. So the club here, he runs some rough ones. Look, I have two things for fans that come to shows. Please don't yell any of our catchphrases during my stand-up. It's weird.
People were hitting you with catchphrases?
People are yelling, oh, hell yeah. Like, non-stop hell yes. Non-stop. People will be like, that's John. That's John. Like, come on, dude. I don't want to kick you out for yelling, like, for being excited.
True.
But, yeah, that was a tough one. Saturday Late Show here. Ran into a buzzsaw of a crowd, dude. Probably the most retarded crowd I've ever had.
Really?
Yes, it must have been just literally the club of, oh fuck, I forgot I was going to stop saying retard.
Give it up.
I haven't said the other one. Now I think about it. That's a big win today. Probably hit one.
It's a hype beast.
That's a hype beast, but I'll probably hit one on the page, dude. I got to chill out. There must have been a gathering of like the retarded part of our fan club. They want to pregame. They must have pregamed together, joined forces, come to the show. Saturday Late Show, which sucked because Saturday Early Show ruled, and it got my confidence up. I was like, man, dude, I'm fucking good at this. Then I watched in the back in terror as the way this crowd operated the whole show. I watched them destroy every opener. Really? And then when I got on, it was just VP, Legion of Skanks. People just, if I'm like, yeah, my dad, like 30 people are like, Phil. It's like, yeah. It's nice, it's funny. Yeah, but man.
I just love
and then I just see normal crowd.
Sure. No, for sure.
You love when it's a fucked up crowd unless you're doing headlining.
Oh, that was horrendous. Because you can always
be like, I have to do 50 minutes of just like putting out fires the whole time you're on stage. Like whack-a-mole of just retarded guys yelling out something I would say.
Dude, when I was at Topgolf, it was the last show of the whole weekend was just like, dude, it was like a bachelor party.
Just the boys?
It was the boys. It was the dogs. The dogs were rolling hard. They came in, immediately were like talking shit to other comedians, and then
sucks, dude. Don't encourage that.
Well, there was the problem even wasn't so much the dogs. They're actually,
it is funny.
I get respectful during my set, but it was just nice. You know when there's like not that many people there, but everyone's hammered, so there's like space between a bunch of like space junk hammered people just floating about the crowd. It was so bad. And I was,
That's what every show is now.
it's kind of nothing to lose. You go up there and you're like, this
True,
can't get any worse.
True, I did not really care, but it was crowded enough. Like Sunday, like last night was pretty empty. Or 2 nights ago was empty, the crowd.
Yeah.
And it was great. That was my favorite show.
Yeah.
It was like fun to just fuck around. I didn't care at all. But no, this was like literally like dudes screaming.
That sucks.
Yeah. And then I forgot my opener was autistic.
Nice.
I forgot about this. As soon as I got on stage, a bunch of he had Asperger's, and a bunch of the dogs were fucking yelling right away, and I was like, sorry to everybody, this is my fucking autistic fan base. And I was like, fuck, sorry about that to the opener. It's just like, instantly criticized people for being autistic.
He laughed, an old autistic.
He did laugh. He was a pal of mine. He's very funny. Although, somebody hit an N-word on Thursday.
In the crowd?
Not a dog. It was not a dog. It was not a dog. The dogs went screaming. Yeah, no. This guy. So, the autistic, the kid with Asperger's, he's also an African American black fella. He's a black fella. He's a real life beast. And
he better be wearing his mask, dude.
He was wearing a suit. True hype beast. He rules. He was up there. He was a queen. He and I went scrounging for pussy. He was great together. He was the man.
That's a good wingman, dude.
Great wingman. I was joking about it. I was like, autism is so close to being just like a true player. Just like you would just walk up to women and be like, no, you're ugly. Keep walking. I'm like, damn, dude, this guy is. No, I'm not gonna kiss her. She's ugly. Nice. So the kid who's on stage, I keep calling him kid. The guy, the man who's on stage, he had a bit about like fucking a white chick and the white chick asking if she could say the N-word. And he was like, people have done way worse to get pussy. I don't care. Yeah, like it was funny. And then like 3 jokes later, this guy in the audience is like, how come you're allowed to say, but we're not? Like it wasn't even part of the. Yeah. Just screaming. He screamed it twice. Same thing. Jesus Christ. Hard. I was in the back like, oh my god. And I was about to go on stage. Bullshit. Let's go. You got the monster.
Yeah, dude. He's on serious thin ice.
What do you do?
He's trying to take ownership of the basement, dude. He keeps dumping. Like nasty diarrhea dump. Still does. Still, dude, I had him in the Cobra clutch today down the basement. I was trying to bring him to it, dude. It was so funny. I like whenever I go down and smell it. I'm like, motherfucker. So I go downstairs. I verify the dump. I see it splattered. So I go up. They hide. They scatter, dude. They take off. Yeah. So I go and I find him. He's curled up. So I'm like, he knows. So I grab his collar. I gotta bring him to the thing to be like, don't stop shitting down here.
Yeah, show.
I looked it up on YouTube, and apparently this guy was telling me it doesn't work. But so I'm like trying to get him to go to the thing, and he won't go to the dump, and he's bucking back on me. And I had him in a Cobra. I had him almost in like a triangle today. Just like I was like, dude, I might put you out. Dude, I might kill you.
What are you looking at him right now?
Yeah, dude. Look at that boy. Asshole, dude. He's a fucking dick.
He's very funny.
He's such a dickhead, dude. I would praise him. Brittany had him in the crate for like 5 nights.
Show me him again. He's very cute.
Yeah, I was like, don't put him in it. I fucking bled for him not to do
Look at his face.
He's such a jerk off, dude. He went there today. Today I was down here. I cleaned it up. Me and him had our little quarrels. We made up. I took him to the DP. I can't say it out loud. I took him to the dog park, and we made up. I took him to the dog park, and we get home, and I'm sitting here down here working on my computer. I see him go to the exact spot that he dumped at, and just kind of like sat by it, sniffed it, and I looked at him like I shot a dagger out of my eyes. I'm like, dude, I will this time. I'll complete it.
Yeah, if he did it in your face.
Huh?
He did it like in front of you.
He just sniffed the spot and like looked at me, and I looked at him like, go ahead, dude, I dare you. And he just came back down and sat down. I'm like, dude, don't even try it, dude, I'll kill you. He got used to just peeing down. We went away to Florida. He got used to peeing down here. So he thinks it's sweet, right? He thinks he can just come down here and pee.
He thinks shit is sweet.
He does, dude. It's like, that does rule for him.
So imagine if you had to wait for someone every time you wanted to use the bathroom.
Dude, it's like he had
It's just a fucking.
as far as he's concerned, we just added a new bathroom to the house. He's like, oh, sweet, this place has 2 bathrooms now? Sick. Perfect. Dude, and it's the worst. It's like the whole time. I work down here every day, so it's like I'm down here. It's just the diarrhea, dog smell with the cleaner combined. So like the first 4 hours of my day, it's just smelling dog shit mixed in with like orange terpenes.
Oh shit's so bad.
Oh, dude, it's the worst. And I don't know why the fuck.
Oh shit, yeah.
It's had diarrhea for like a month now. And then as soon as
I had fucking Captain Crunch for breakfast. It's really on my diet, dude. That's how you get diarrhea for a month.
dude, he's fucked up right now. But you know, we wrestled a little and choked him out over the dump. Fucking gave him the dude. He was bucking, and instinctively I caught him in it. And I'm like, oh, I gotta chill.
Well, that's just your training.
My white belt kicked in. It was such a secure. It was so funny. I was like, and dude, at one point I thought he was on the ground.
That's a pretty good joke.
I thought he was going to get me. He gave me the side eye, the crocodile side eye, and I'm like, bro, like we can actually fight. We have beef right now. So if you wanted to fight me, it would be on.
He would fuck you up. He would fuck you up.
I don't know, man.
He would fuck you up.
He's so strong.
You would kill him. You would win the war. But
dude, if he clamped on my arm, I might bitch out.
Yeah.
He's bit me,
he
messed
clamped
around.
and fucking torn and ripped.
I have to poke his eyes out. I have no other
You'd have
choice.
to kill it. You'd have to kill the boy.
I mean, dude, there's a thin line of love and hate in this house between me and my dogs, dude. I would have to poke it. If he gripped my arm, I'd have to hit both, if not one of his eyes.
Dude, with the Stooge.
He has no idea.
Dude, with the Stooges.
I'm over here talking. Me and Brittany talked about that recently. She was like, "What would you do if the dog bit my eye?" I'm like, I'd have to kill him.
Yeah, you'd spaz and kill him.
I'd fucking kill. Yeah, I'd fucking murder them. Dude, I'd kill both. If one of them bites her, I'll kill both of them.
Oh, the other one's good.
Clean slate, dude.
It's bath time. You're putting him in the bath.
Today, Jackson's shit on the floor, so I cleaned that up, and I'm beefing with Jackson. Me and him make up pretty quickly. I'm like, you know what, man, I gotta start training you better. It's not your fault, my bad. But then, so I'm sitting down here, I hear Brittany yell. Apparently, while the commotion was going on, Matilda went upstairs. Brittany had like her meal plan that she has to take a picture of. For sure, she has 2 boiled eggs. 2 boiled eggs and a piece of toast with cheese. First of all, the meal plans with 2 boiled eggs and a piece of toast and cheese. I'm like, that sucks. That's not a good food.
I'm telling you, sir is a fraud, dude. Sir is literally just like
1 piece of cheese or 1 piece of Wonder
you
bread.
eat the Wonder bread and send me a picture.
1 gram per
It said pigs. Dude, what are the grams of provisions? What's he talking about? Is he trying to say protein?
No, there's like ground provisions or like anything like I think it's like a root vegetable, but also broccoli fits in there. It makes no sense, dude. There's no I mean, I'm a big Law and Order guy. I'm big on Law and Order. There's no fucking.
You're big on law. You've always been big on Law and Order. I'm big on making. I forget what the fuck bites. What's this thing?
He's not the Law and Order president. No, he's
What's his phrase?
It's like
make and bring back, build or something. Fucking, it's weird.
Yeah, it's some bullshit. Yeah, Trump's
some bullshit.
Trump's like, I'm Law and Order president. I want to have the federal guard here. I want nothing but the federal guard. Oh, dude, so Brittany makes her plate for Sir. She's about to take a picture. Wandering off.
Dude, I hate Sir. I know who Sir is. I hate him.
He's a motherfucker right now. This is dude, right now. You know, I have all the problems in my life. That's just one of them. I put him on the back burner and I'll deal with this when this comes.
Damn, you need to go to the Team Joe store.
What's that?
Team Joe.
What's he got?
Joe Biden, bro. It's Team Joe.
Sorry, my bad. What's he have?
I'm Team Joe. No malarkey.
Yeah, none of that fucking malarkey.
No malarkey's a sick fucking phrase.
Also, he was against gay marriage pretty hard at one point.
Was he?
Oh yeah, he's pretty explicitly. It was like,
you gotta get a Latinos. Just get a Latinos for Biden t-shirt.
That was
just wear it around. Yeah, get the black people for Biden. Build back better.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what it is. You can buy Joe Biden hand sanitizer, by the way.
Can you really?
Yeah. Unity over division.
Fuck it. Yo, if that's, you take my fucking shirt?
I think he did, and it's actually a pretty basic white tee.
That son of a bitch.
Wow, they're trying to make like cool fashion.
Are they really?
Yeah, it's like crop top for a girl, like a long-waisted tie-dye shirt. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
It like goes past your knees type thing.
he's got shirts for like cutie. He would be sick at making cuties age apparel. Imagine JB.
I genuinely thought that was a Sam Hyde t-shirt. Sam Hyde posted that. He posted that on his Instagram, and I think I DM'd him, and I was like, "Yo, how do I get one of those?" And it was from Joe Biden's website. Now that I see it,
that's fucking hilarious.
I'm gay.
Oh, long story short, Matilda ate a piece of bread with cheese on it, which is a building block of healthy nutrition. I'll take a raw half of a grilled cheese.
So when that was going to happen, it was like all these things, man.
That's crazy,
dude. I mean, it
works.
works.
Piece of bread with cheese on it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have that. That's not fitness, dude.
That sucks. I'm mad hearing that somebody ate that.
And it's not like it's not good. Just that you can't dispute it. Like, there's no wiggle room to be like, hey, man, like, you know, what about? It's the culture around the thing is like, if I were to have a dairy intolerance, all of the sycophants are going to be like, can't hack the fucking program.
You can't do it with syrup.
You gotta eat cheese. You gotta eat cheese if you want to get jacked.
Is it to get jacked or just lose weight?
Oh,
really? You get jacked off the.
Well, you lose digits. You lose the bulk. It all depends on your goals.
Sir is just trying to break you down and build you up.
Sir only. That's the other thing too. Like, yo, I'm just trying to lose. Sir only wants you to be slim thick for his before and afters.
You can't have.
That's why you have to bulk. You have to bulk because Sir needs you to be slim thick. You can't just be rail thin.
Unless your wife is in the military or
So what
the thin blue line.
Yeah.
She cannot call another man sir.
Fuck no.
That's you got, dude. You have to kill
She doesn't. She doesn't.
Right.
That's what's pretty sick. She doesn't.
She's
a rebel. Yeah, I was like, look, man, just get your little meal plan, get your workout plan, and you know, she doesn't really like it. She has a very rebellious streak about her.
Don't let Sir find out she's rebellious. That's
No,
all
exactly.
He's only gonna get more turned on.
Well, that was the problem. At first, it was kind of like, fuck this, I'm gonna do this, and I'm like, just don't get Sir upset. Look, I don't want you to get Sir upset.
Don't get Daddy upset with us. Sir might fuck both of us, dude. Dude, she's jeopardized all of us. Dude, we're in scopes.
I'll let you know when he comes. Dude, we might have to bump it down for like a couple weeks. I don't think he'll be here, but when I go over there,
he's coming, dude. 100%, he's getting you.
You might, dude.
In Jamaica?
It's true. It's not that far.
Down in John Brock?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'll be furious if we go down there and have to dude, if I had to raise Sir Junior, dude, if I had a kid who started, if I had a Jamaican baby who started bossing me around, dude, that would suck.
That's fast as hell.
What's wrong with your daddy, young bossy boy? And I'm like, stop it, Sir Junior, please.
Sir Junior, please. Yeah, that'd be a fucking tough one, dude. I think I've only seen it in movies, but like dudes that go on vacation with their wives, they fuck somebody at the resort.
Just a sick move.
That's the worst. You gotta fly home, dude.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today, actually. Like, I was really thinking about, like, pervert dad energy and how there's some dads who just can't get it together. And they're just, like, malicious perverts for their entire life.
Malicious perverts.
Well, I was, like, thinking about it, like, you know, she's going away for a couple days, and there's, like, if I didn't have pure, clean, sexual dad energy, it's like there's dudes with little wife leaves, and it's, like, hookers, grabbing a bag of coke. Like, it's on, dude. And you just have to button it up. You just have, as soon as they come back, you have to be like, hey, man, I missed you. It's like, dude, crazy. Well, it's not even like a judgmental thing. It's just so much to keep together. You try to be like, all right, hopefully my phone bill doesn't get checked. God,
I feel guilty if I do weird things and I have literally no one to answer to.
Yeah, if I'm not angry, Kitty Bay.
Imagine
I'll go off into orbit. If I'm
You go, yeah, you're a wild boy.
I'll fucking just. I see how it happens, but it's like, you hit a point where you're like, all right, I'm responsible for other people's, like a new entity's well-being. If I horn dog out, there's about 100% chance that it'll affect this little creature negatively and very unfairly. And I'll one day have to be like, I was horny.
I had to come. I'm sorry that your life is hard now.
But it's so funny because I'm always like, dude, I know I'm like 6 months in talking shit. I'm like, it's gonna come for me, dude. The Cum Reaper is gonna come for me, and I have.
The Cum Reaper does come for you. It comes for us all.
Exactly. So I'm like, let me not get too fucking high and mighty, but dude, it's like I just pray right off the Cum Reaper, so like I don't do.
Well, you just gotta remember the Cum Reaper. It's not worth it. Like when I was dating, my last girlfriend, the one before her, in a long relationship, I was like, man, I should be getting pussy. I should be out fucking. And then now I'm out fucking a little to get the pussy. Sucks, dude. I'm in a comedy condo in Phoenix eating cereal. That's what comes. Yeah, you want to know what comes with getting pussy? A depressing world.
Yeah, dude. My whole
life.
Fun
though, and pussy rules.
Sure, of course.
But you gotta be willing to make a lot of sacrifices in order to get a lot of pussy. Not saying I get a lot of pussy, but you know.
I know what you're talking about. My whole life, I feel like my life pattern was I'd get a girlfriend and be like, I'm not getting enough pussy. This chick throws me back. I fucking rule.
I just want so many pussy.
That dude just regularly getting pussy for no reason confidence. You're like, I could be getting her much more than that. And then you go out and you're like, yeah, I forgot. I'm kind of a fucking weirdo dork. And you're like, fuck. And then you get pussy again. You're like, I knew I was the man. And you're like, oh, dude, fuck this. I gotta get back. And then you, after like 10 times, like, no, I'm a weirdo dork. I'm coming to grips with it. I think at a certain age where you're just kind of like, at least for me, it's like, I've stopped deluding myself that chicks want me per se. Like they just like this is probably a very paranoid and very negative way to think. But like just to go out and be like, yeah, this chick thinks I'm hot. It's like, no, I just would make your life a lot easier and it'd be cool. And so that's how I view myself. So it's
I never ever once thought anybody thought I was hot.
Yeah, not that, but it's like you can delude yourself and be like, I'm so good. I'm so good at sex.
I also have never been tricked into thinking I was gonna fuck anybody well.
That's good, dude.
So I go out purely like, this girl just saw me do a stand up. I can fuck her.
Yeah,
that's it, dude. It's gonna be bad, and it's gonna be. I mean, it'll be funny.
The spell will last till midnight.
The spell. I gotta hurry up. It was funny. In Phoenix, these dudes were like, "You want to go to this bar? Like, it's a good place to pick up chicks." And I was like, literally, the only girls I can fuck are the ones that were at that show. That's 100%. I'm not going to a bar and picking up chicks.
You should start going to a bar, just watching yourself doing stand up on YouTube, and just be like, just wait till someone does. Hey, you have strong daddy energy, dude.
I am a daddy, dude.
You have strong, you have strong sir energy, dude. I think names or whatever.
No, I can't.
Stand up
Look,
helps.
I mean, the quality of that drops tremendous. Like, if I hit a good set of like helium or something.
Yeah, I mean you're fishing at the top of the pond at that point.
Yeah, that's what's nice about New York.
Yeah,
every night, and then the girls are just very, very pretty. So you have a chance to talk to a pretty girl, and then every once in a while I'll see a pretty girl at the bar that wasn't at the show. I'll try to talk to her, and it's so funny the difference.
They're just kind of like, huh?
Like, oh, hey. Like, what's up? Hey. Like, I'm like, oh, did you see the show? Nah, that's what I do. It's nothing. It's like, who are you? Yeah.
So funny.
Anyway, it's good to talk about pussy again.
It is, dude.
There's one more thing I wanted to complain about that would make me sound gay. God, I forget what it was. Never mind. Disregard it. Oh yeah, I forgot the rest of the N-word story.
Oh yeah.
He got kicked out like right away, which was, it took a minute. And it was funny. The host didn't see it happen. The host came in and was like, "All right, I'm gonna bring you on." And I was like, "You gotta wait. That guy is getting thrown out for saying the N-word." What did he say? What? Like everybody dude, I've never seen. It put a damper on the whole show, like hard, like a very hard, like oh fuck, like this is. It was actually like depressing. That dude screamed the N-word and then was like, while he was getting kicked out, it's so fun. First off, his wife yelled Trump USA, which actually I commended her. As soon as I got on stage, I was like, that's a ride or die bitch, dude. Like her husband was going down for an N-word. She was like, I'm drunk. She was the band on the Titanic, dude. The Titanic was singing and she was like, I'm going down with my man. She started hitting Trump USA. The guy stands up while he's getting kicked out and he was like, what is this, fucking communist Russia? He was like, all right, you fucking socialists. Like was yelling at the audience, calling everybody socialists. And then on the way out, his wife started a Biden chant.
Damn, they probably loved when they went home that night. They're like, what was
I think they paced out front of the club for a while. That was the reports. And I was like, dude, I'm gonna get fucking killed. A patriot's gonna roll on me because he screamed the N-word and got kicked out of an establishment.
Oh, imagine finding that wife will just be like, what? Like, I know. Well, do anything.
They think, I bet their logic is like, why can't we say it? Exactly. And it's like, well, look, if that's your argument, it's dumb. But also, don't yell it in public during a show to a black guy.
Yeah, also, I wonder.
From the darkness.
Imagine, too, if it was just like, okay, yeah, you know what? Good point. Go ahead. Have at it, guys. Like, what are you going to do with it? That's the question.
Yeah, what's well, I can put it to use. What are you talking about? You can put that to use.
Talking like a friendly greeting?
Oh, I wish.
Like a.
Oh, that's all I would say.
What's that?
That guy, dude. We say dude every 2 words.
Exactly.
If we were black, that would be it.
Yeah. It's the ultimate.
We would be so cool. It's the ultimate dude. It's the ultimate dude.
I mean, it's my
final dude.
My handicap, and I look at the fact that I can't really do to my boys, but you know, that's just I accept that.
My boys, dude, how sick would that be?
I mean, think of how much closer you and your boys would get, dude. That guy's right, dude. We're being fucking shafted.
That guy brought up some good points.
He just wants to get as close as possible with his boys, dude.
One of the boys, I'm not gonna rat out a fan.
Yeah.
He was sad. He was sad that I told him to shut the fuck up a lot during the show.
Really?
Yeah, he was very heartbroken when I came outside after the show.
What he was at? He was just trying to have a good time.
I'm so sorry that I was like ruining the show. He was like hammered. I had to tell him to shut the fuck up like 12 times.
Yeah.
He wouldn't shut that. He came outside. He was a little teary-eyed. He was sad.
He's a sad boy.
He was teary-eyed.
Oh,
man. And he was like, can I get a picture? I was like, yeah, dude.
That's what it's all about.
You can't kick the dogs out. The dogs love it. They're having fun.
You can't boot them, dude.
I mean, basically, that was me putting fucking Jackson in a sleep. He didn't hit with Jackson. He was shit. And that was the exact analogy I used, dude. I was like a shit in the kitchen.
Oh,
I was like, you're like a dog I gotta put to sleep. I swear to God, I said that. That's wild.
That's so fucking funny.
He was like, all right, I'll be quiet. I was like, yeah, you learned your lesson.
Oh my God.
There was a table of people in the back that there was a table in the back that the guy faced the table. His back was to the stage the whole time. And they talked. It was just people that just talked the whole show to each other. I was like, you guys are like, this isn't like that. I think they thought it was like a TGI Fridays. And just sat there and were ordering appetizers, talking.
Oh, it's fucking funny.
I was like, what are you doing? I was like, I don't care, but come on, dude.
That would be sick if that was our version. You know, like the Beatles would have young chicks who would like cry when they see them. We just have like a young man stand up and they're just like, why can't I say the N-word? Whoa, slow down.
Wait till you see it. Wait till you do stand up a couple times with me. And be like, it is, dude. We are literally the Beatles of just fat. Like, it'd be you and me running down the street and fat autistic dudes chasing us.
Like, hold up, check this video out. Check this out. Look at this. Check out the COVID numbers.
So that was kind of the struggle on the show.
But we do have these. They're literally the best, dude. The dogs are so fucking funny. Stop giving me drugs. Dogs that come to shows, please stop. 3 different people gave me acid in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, dude, what are you doing?
The dogs are wild.
I forgot I had it, and I drove down to to Stanhope's with like a lot of drugs in my suitcase.
Yep.
And I forgot, and then I remembered while I was driving, I got scared.
Yeah, dude.
I would have like gone to jail, I think.
Not a lot of people on the roads right now, man. You're like running some out-of-state plates and shit.
And you go out-of-state plates, and you go through like legit checkpoints, like fucking border security checkpoints. He lives down by Mexico.
Dude, you're in like you were in like drug trafficking the routes. People dress drugs. They typically avoid that area because they're looking for drugs. They usually stay north. So you want Certe, dude. You were down where they would have pulled a bull over, but you're sitting tall in that pickup truck. I had you up.
I had with that. I got sunburn on my elbow. You can't really see it. I had a sunburn right there.
I want you to shoot a Ford commercial out in the desert so bad of you just like slowly backing up and like kind of going up on a rock, coming down.
Not being able to back up.
Just backing up like a professional driver on a closed course and you're slowly like going up.
Yo, backing out, dude. I don't know how much I got to say on the stand-up podcast, but the Star Party in Utah, bro, backing out of that driveway was the most stress I've had in a long time. That was the most stressful experience I've had in a very long time. Backing out straight back out of the driveway of this fucking truck. Both sides are getting scraped by fucking like branches. And the car in front of me is like bumper to bumper. They were in front of me facing me. And should have ran. Should have ran. I almost did, dude, because I kept falling off the road into like a ditch. So I had to like ramp back up on the driveway and slam on the brakes. Seriously, it was probably like a 40-yard. Eventually, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going off-roading." And then I almost slammed into a post. There was like a driveway, like a gate. I almost fucked this car up.
Yeah, just keep going.
Just drive through their gate. I was embarrassed to go back because everybody there watched me. Like Rick, the guy who runs the Star Party, came down and was like, "Oh man, I didn't mean to make you reverse out of there. I'm really sorry." Like everybody sat and watched. Everybody gazed at the stars and contemplated their own like mortality and how small we are in this universe. And then everyone turned around and watched me back out of the driveway. I was like, look at that idiot.
It's like parallel parking unsuccessfully times a million.
It was the exact feeling of parallel park. Like when I brought that up to Sam, he was like, "That's like that parallel park." I parallel parked in front of a venue where it was just my fans, and they watched me trying to parallel park. Like they were lined up outside to go into the show. Yeah, that's stress. But this was the most. Yeah, this was the most stress.
I had the opposite experience one time where I pulled up. There was some sort of heavy metal concert outside of not Punchline, but whatever that venue is right next to it, Live Nation. Fillmore. And there was metalheads wrapped around the block, and I pulled up in I forget what I was driving at the time. I think it was somebody. I think it might have been Spud's work van. It was Spud's work van. And I pulled up parallel. I was blasting some live Kenny Loggins. So the metalheads are looking at me right away. There was a tiny spot, and they were rooting against me. They were like, "Look at this fucking pussy, blah blah blah." Blasting live from the Red Ones. Dude, it was luck. Like I didn't think I was like, "Fuck it." I just like let me just see if I can get in there. Got in within inches, blasting some Loggins. I'm decent right now, but like, dude, this was a tight spot. Got out, and the metalheads were like, "Nice spot." And I'm like, "You guys ever listen to Kenny Loggins?" So they just looked at me and were like, "Fuck yeah, dude." Like, you guys like that Loggins? And they're just like, "Fuck yeah, dude."
Hey, going into the Punchline.
Yeah, it was
pretty cross that night.
I probably bombed. I was bombing. No, you know what? I don't know. I hate this fucking stage. It's like 9 feet high.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I hate going there.
This was a tall stage out in Phoenix. Real tall.
It gives me the shivers, dude.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies every time.
Be up that high. Just be like,
yeah.
"Oh, so, I don't know."
Yeah. And then somebody's screaming, "Suck our dicks to all our enemies." Like, all right, great. A lot of people here haven't listened to the podcast. Thank you.
It's so funny.
There's like normal people, people that don't know who the fuck I am. Sitting on like a date night, and there's just dudes all around. I'm like,
That's so fucking sick.
It is funny. It is very funny.
But I know what you mean.
Stop doing it.
When you're actually like you're trained to like scan the crowd, get it going, and people are just like, "Suck our dicks." You're like,
Yeah.
All right, back to square one.
I'm getting hit. It's actually karma for the turd.
True.
Everybody would yell turd. I thought it was very funny.
True, you encouraged it.
Now it's pure karma because now it's just Legion of Skanks fans screaming. Like the Juggalos, what about the Juggalos? Talk about that. And it's like, all right, well, hold on.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, it's all right. It's all love. It's all love, dude.
I love
It's just
seeing
fucking love.
when they come out. You see them right away. They're jacked. They're just like fucking. They're sitting in a seat like this.
Some are jacked. Some are jacked. You'd be surprised.
Some are swole, and then the other.
There was a swole lad in the last show.
Was it really?
Swole lad.
That gets me
I think with like a snow hat over his eyes, dude. It's classic jacked lad. Two fucking elite lads in Utah, by the way.
Really?
Fuck yes, dude. The lads are coming out.
Latinos for the.
We are like Trump, dude. We have like a sneaky high approval rating with the lads.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I get all the messages. I deal with all the messages from Patreon and stuff, and a lot of lads coming through, dude. Great boys, dude. I'm always secretly so stoked when I know the lads are stoked.
Oh, what is a lad, dude? It does make me hyped, dude. It's so sick that lad food. All right, let's wrap this up. You heard it though, so come to Helium October 15th, 16th, 17th in Stress Factory in Connecticut, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And I think we're doing Magoobies in October as well. I'm going to try to get Matt to come to a couple of those.
When's the Magoobies?
I'm not sure. I think it'll be in October though.
Yeah, hit me up. I think the Magoobies is the beginning of the month. I'm going to verify the 15th, 16th, 17th right now in between these.
And coming up next, we may or may not have a Patreon. So don't get your hopes up, but it could be with Sam Hyde from $1 Million Extreme. Absolute baller. Could be. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens, dude. We'll see.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right, bro.
My God. All right. What's up, everybody?
What's going on?
Damn, low energy intro.
For me?
Yeah.
Well, I was actually, you had me thinking about Noah's jacket. Noah is Mark Ruffalo from This Much I Know Is True. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Spoiler, you see that?
I think I get used to fucking white New Balance. That's just a full, that's the only difference between like cool hipster, not saying you're a cool hipster.
No.
Also, not saying you're a cool
Is
hipster.
he high or does he just look like that?
No, those are two dopers.
Okay, that's what I figured. That's what I figured.
Oh yeah, they both are. Oh, he's dropping it.
It's like, what's up? Oh no, I'm like, this guy's fucking baked.
Our squad sucks.
Yeah, he was putting off Mark Ruffalo vibes, and This Much I Know Is True, dude.
I hate to see it sad, though.
I know, I hate to see it.
It's depressing. Son.
I want to know, can you climb a ladder and fall off? I want to see how much you like Mark Ruffalo. That show was probably the best show on HBO.
Wait, what is it? I've never even...
It's about a guy, it's about this Italian guy who thinks that his grandfather molested his mom the entire show, and he has a schizophrenic brother, and it's him trying to figure out if his grandfather was a molestor, or well, he wasn't, but his life sucks regardless. But he's trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, he's a schizophrenic brother that's like locked in a mental institution. He's trying to get out. Dude.
So yeah, no, you
He's
look
a house painter.
you look like a disheveled house painter with a really terrible schizophrenic.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he looks like he's definitely been molested.
Well, no, because Noah's. I said that forgetting about the spoiler alert if you haven't seen it. Because if you see Noah's breakdown, matches up with the spoiler alert, but I can't. It's a good show.
What is up with Mark Ruffalo starring in shit about people getting like touched inappropriately? He did that Spotlight movie too.
He loves it.
What movie was that?
Spotlight about them. It was like
they tried to lie. It was a lie about the Catholic Church.
Yeah, it's like all the.
Remember when the Jews tried to ruin Catholicism?
I remember that.
Yeah, it's the Boston like Chronicle or whatever. They broke the news story about the church.
What did Mark Ruffalo play? He played an 11-year-old altar server. As the Hulk.
He was a reporter. Did you see that? Dude, there's so the whole movie is about.
This is Lou Missiano.
Oh yeah, by the way, welcome Lou Missiano. Welcome to the cast.
So the whole movie is about kids getting molested, and it's heavy as fuck. And you're like sitting there, and you're like, this can't get any heavier. And then like halfway through, they have to delay the story because 9/11 happens. And you're like, Jesus Christ! It's like this whole thing about kids getting touched, and all of a sudden they walk into a newsroom, and everyone's watching the TV. It's like, oh fuck.
you leave that door open by chance, old Lou Dog?
No, dude, that's
Wow.
Damn, someone's blasting.
That guy just has nice. That wasn't Steely Dan. That was Drake.
Was that Drake?
That was laugh now, cry later.
when you came in, was fucking West Side Story still happening
Yes,
down the block?
there was a drum line. A lot of music.
Wait, there was a drum line?
There's a full, like a marching band. Shit's, yeah.
I called the cops on the drum line last night.
Did you? They're back. They followed you.
Dude, say what you want to say about Latinos, but they throw a fucking street party better than
And who? Black people?
No.
So you're saying Latinos have better parties than block parties?
Oh,
Black people?
without question.
I don't know. Black people tend to. I've seen like bouncy houses.
True.
Every once in a while they'll break out like a fun house.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of bouncy houses at Latino block parties.
No, but you know what you do see is a lot of brass instruments out of fucking nowhere. And that's what I'm here
Oh
for.
yeah.
Dude, I remember when I was living at 19th and Girard, like, they wouldn't even, because no one's getting permits for that shit. They just, like, one day you just wake up and the whole street's just blocked off.
Yeah, there would be, I used to live on 15th and Girard. People would go right above that 16th. People would, I would get a knock on my door and like, yo, you need to move your car because we're inflating a bouncy house. I mean, I was planning on leaving it, but I guess I'll just leave it there. It's already inflated. I'm not gonna like make you guys inflate it and drive over it so I can get out of here.
Oh, I thought you made it seem that they inflated it over your car.
No,
they're just letting you know.
Or someone would used to try to wake us up to do chores. We had a block captain, a very active block captain, who would be like, hey guys, let you know we're cleaning up. Want to wake up? I'm like, it's 7 o'clock.
Block captain? Is that just like a poor homeowners association?
Block captain is when somebody claims to be in charge of the entire.
Somebody assumes power.
It's the lowest form of political power. It's autocratic. There's no vote. It's not. You don't elect block captains through democracy. Someone just steps up like, I'm the block captain,
right?
And you're just like, all right, dude. I guess
that fucking stinks.
I just love watching Lemaire operate.
What's he doing back there?
He tried to turn a page in his notebook quietly, and it was very fun to watch.
Lemaire, are we hitting red at all? Like, what are the sounds? Hit us with some visuals.
No, this sounds pretty tight.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, Lemaire.
I feel okay.
I was out. I was on the road, and I got some bad reports about Lemaire. I had to come. The reports were flying in.
There was no fat attacks.
It wasn't, although somebody did throw up on that deck again. It wasn't you. It wasn't
me.
Someone puked on the deck, and I gotta be honest, you were the one. I got a couple people being like, "Yo, another fat attack happened."
You returned to the scene of the crime just to puke again.
There was one time where we were at the old house in West Philly, and we were all playing poker, and we were getting drunk and talking shit and whatever. And I called Lemaire bee sting hands, and nobody heard it except Chris Wood, who tapped me on the shoulder and was like, "That should have gotten more credit."
Of course, the woodman's like, "Yeah, you came underneath it. No one heard you. That's like how you approach the audience."
Dude, so I was at a roast battle. Shane was off. I was on the home front, and I got invited to judge a roast battle, which is the best thing you can do.
I can only imagine. I mean, you just sit there and just talk massive amounts of shit.
You're a big roaster?
Yeah, that was like I only got into it because I wasn't getting booked at all. And Pat Barker was like, just fucking come, sign up. And then it was an
You're good at it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was an opportunity to just like wear a suit and be a fucking dickhead. So it was awesome.
And I think didn't someone take you under their tutelage? A famous roaster?
Not Pat Barker, but pretty much. I mean, I was hanging out with Jeff Ross.
That's
some cool shit.
Don't belittle my man.
Don't belittle anyone. I was saying you were studying under the roast master.
Yeah.
Who became scandalized.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
How'd that go?
Oh my god. Can I tell you? Can I just
no? Oh. Well, I'll say. I'm just dealing with facts. You were studying under the master.
Also, can I just say when I found out when the day that story broke, I literally out loud was like, "Well, there goes my career." I'm like, I'm not even fucking touching kids, and I'm still getting fucked.
Did he?
I don't think so.
No, I'm saying to you.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that.
Nice.
We've been into 11.
Staying out of this.
I can't wait.
Staying out of this.
It's a valid question.
I'm also really excited.
Did he do it?
Yeah. I'm really excited for Mark Ruffalo to probably play him in some sort of.
It's a valid question.
I know. It's the roast master. The roast master is just it's a tough nickname to have while going through an ordeal. The roast master is on trial.
was like,
So I was in Minnesota at a depressing weekend. Depressing week in Minnesota. Then I looked at my Instagram story, saw you with all of our friends having fun, dude.
Yeah.
I was in a hotel room just looking at it like pieces of shit. I was jealous that you guys were having fun.
Wait, what you guys do? So I was, it was funny, actually, I rarely ever go on Facebook, and I was I took all the apps off my phone now, so I have, even Instagram's on the desktop.
That's a fucking move.
I go on never now. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to check all my messages for everything, for a half an hour, and then just turn it all off. So I open up Facebook, and then, lo and behold, it was an invitation to judge the roast battle. So I called, and Beezer was doing it too. So I was like, fuck it, man. I called Beezer or whatever. Let's go do this. And started late as fuck, by the way. Started 11:30.
That makes sense.
They told me 10. I thought it'd be 8. I assumed 8.
Roast battle's a young man's game.
It's
a desperate, hungry young man's game.
Yeah, for real, dude. But we go out there. Long story short, we're out there, we're watching. Oh, I see Lemaire, dude. 2-on-1 roast battle.
Oh, Lemaire.
Wait, they stack people against each other?
How did that work?
Lemaire, I heard you came up with a pretty good plan that you were going to tag team.
No.
Yeah.
The plan wasn't to tag team. The plan was to change the game. But we offered him.